In the realm of Harry Potter, typically, an ordinary individual would forge friendships with a sincere and valiant Harry. However, Wen Xu finds himself within the narrative, encountering a twisted, reincarnated version of Harry who has experienced countless rebirths. Consequently, Wen Xu must don layer upon layer of disguises to safeguard his own existence. A noble young flower? How did you come to know all of this? I am quite curious, Harry asserts, pinning Wen Xu against the bedside. If you choose not to speak now, you shall have to spend the entire night articulating your thoughts, as the evening is still young. A pure-hearted academic? So, your prior rejection was merely due to the unsuitable location? Then let us try the Transfiguration classroom next time. After all, it is the subject you adore the most, is it not? With a light chuckle, Harry discards the love letter recently received by Wen Xu onto the ground. I warned you, didn't I? If you continue to accept such things that I cannot abide, I shall compel you to embrace something you cannot tolerate. In the contest between a time-traveling powerhouse and a reincarnated giant, will the first to succumb to feelings be deemed the loser? Chapter 1. The Reverse Aging Potion. In England, there remain less than 30 days until Wen Xu's 17th birthday. The threads of magic entwined around the wands of underage wizards resemble an invisible web, enveloping the entirety of Britain. Any ripple of magic beyond the confines of Hogwarts may rouse the attention of the Ministry of Magic. For Wen Xu, this poses an existential threat of catastrophic proportions. Once targeted by the Ministry, they would swiftly uncover the truth about the 11-year-old boy who is yet to enter a magical school. The magical essence coursing through Wen Xu does not stem from traditional magical education, but rather from the ancient mystical practices of Huaxia. A young wizard shrouded in mystery, absorbing immense magical power? The stringent scrutiny of the Ministry is of secondary concern. If the world consciousness of this small universe takes notice, Wen Xu's fate would be sealed. Wen Xu's past is tainted with an abundance of unspeakable secrets, impervious to even the slightest examination. He comes for Harry Potter. In order to stand on equal footing with the Savior at the starting line, he meticulously envelopes himself in an appearance befitting a harmless youth of appropriate age for admission. To achieve this, he has devoted countless efforts to develop a stable and hard-to-detect reverse aging potion, requiring the infusion of black hedgerow leaves into the diminutive, silver-glimmering cauldron at his bedside, stirring precisely in a clockwise manner for 2 circles over the next 17 days and nights. This vital age disguise is flawless in its execution. Ever since confirming his descent into the world of Harry Potter, Wen Xu has been holding his breath in anticipation, awaiting the predetermined gears of plot to commence their turning. Only when the wheel of destiny for the protagonist is set in motion can he seamlessly integrate into this realm and seize the primal power of the world's consciousness. In this universe, only by earning the recognition of significant characters can one exchange precious passes from the hands of the world's consciousness. This punitive world has coldly severed his connection to the system, sealing away a substantial portion of his power. The unwillingness to succumb has settled into a barely perceptible glimmer of coldness deep within his eyes, a culmination of millennia of scheming and waiting, all for the purpose of placing a pivotal piece on the chessboard at this very moment and place. He yearns to seize the essence of this world, to master its intricacies, break free from the shackles of destiny, and attain ultimate freedom. Yet the foundation of this grand design hinges on his flawless integration into this world. The first step in this masquerade requires an impeccably crafted wand. To establish himself securely at Hogwarts, the prop of this identity must perfectly align with the persona he has meticulously constructed. Any hint of discord could plunge him into an irretrievable abyss. The wand of acacia wood is stable, powerful, and bears a facade of docility. Its core is crafted from the leg bone of a nightmare, a material colder than its tail feathers, more akin to the realm of death. 10 inches in length. This wand itself embodies a paradox. It harbors surging, untamable magic, and the vague, shadowy aura that lingers upon it is enough to provoke the deepest inquiries from any astute observer. Wen Xu cannot abide the flaws of a second-hand wand. He requires a brand-new wand, one capable of perfectly embodying the story he has woven. He excels at walking the tightrope between lies and truth, relishing the delicate, fragile facade while orchestrating intricate traps in the shadows, ensnaring hearts and perceptions within the web of his calculations. disguised as his sharpest weapon and most formidable armor. Who, but an extraordinary individual, could maintain clarity within the endless cycles of the punitive world? His previous wand was a half-finished product of his own making. Ultimately, the acacia would fail to fully pacify the deep-seated echoes within the nightmare's core. While it could be wielded, it never felt entirely harmonious. Even so, crafting this wand consumed nearly a year of his life. Yet it was through this wand that he traversed from China to England, establishing the name of the ancient Wen family of China. From an obscure heir of Eastern magical heritage to a rising star within the pure-blood elite, it took him 4 years. The trials and tribulations endured during this time need not be elaborated upon. He simultaneously suppressed the petty individuals daring to reach for him with thunderous means, while ostentatiously revealing that he has a frail younger brother, 6 years his junior and favored, to pave the way for his new identity as the savior. One is a promising young patriarch, while the other is a naive and inexperienced young noble. Even the discerning can see which one is more approachable. Moreover, the young master is a new student at Hogwarts, soon to travel to England, making him far easier to cultivate than his brother, who is often elusive. As an outsider, Wen Xu must avoid detection by the world's consciousness and cannot linger long within England. Even his early arrival by over a month is a gamble. After all, the longer he stays, the greater the risk. Typically, his butler manages the work necessitating his presence in England. It is expected that once the plot unfolds, his influence will further expand. Time passes, and when Xu's long eyelashes cast a small shadow beneath his eyes, his fingertips unconsciously curling slightly. There is no longer an opportunity for trial and error with the age reversal potion, and the notion of remaking the wand now seems utterly fantastical. He feels as though he stands at the precipice of a stage about to unfold, with the curtain concealing an unknown judgment beyond. Harry Potter. The name rolls silently on his tongue, imbued with a sense of desperate finality. Do not disappoint me. At the very least, do not let this game begin with a lack of suspense. You are the most crucial guide to my ultimate endgame. Then, next to the most renowned wand sanctuary in England, Ollivander. The corners of Wen Xu's pale lips curve ever so slightly upward, forming an elusive arc, strikingly beautiful yet almost fragile, while his eyes reflect the tranquility of an icy lake. Let the inaugural game against the reborn savior be set at this nexus of fate. He reclines into the soft, cloud-like bed of the inn, his body sinking into the pure white fabric. Harry Potter, I eagerly await our encounter. Chapter 2. The Uncontrolled Reverse Aging Potion. In front of Ollivander's shop, Wen Xu tugged at his snow-white hair, hesitating. Ever since he consumed the potion, his temperament had increasingly gravitated towards that of a child. Yesterday, due to the exhilaration from brewing a new magical replenishment potion, he had a restless night. Upon waking this morning, he could not resist drinking another vial of the potion, nearly causing a magical upheaval, and his body had undergone an unsettling transformation. With no certainty as to when he might return to normal, Wen Xu's hair cascaded down past his waist, shimmering softly in the sunlight, while his golden eyes bore a faint sorrow, radiating a sense of purity and fragility. Unaccustomed to his childlike appearance, he donned a black-green cloak to shield himself and cautiously approached Ollivander's wand shop. "Welcome, just a moment," Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, exhilarated by Harry's discerning nature as he searched for the perfect wand. Harry casually glanced towards the door, his gaze caught by a ghostly white figure. Intrigued, he felt a twinge of confusion. There shouldn't be anyone entering to disturb him at this hour. Indeed, Harry remained the same Harry. Yet he was now imbued with the memories of his past lives. Long ago, his memories ceased to be reset, and with each cycle of the world, he retained recollections. Upon awakening, he had attempted to communicate with others, striving to break free from the confines of fate, yet to no avail. Regardless of his efforts, events unfolded as they always had, with everyone treading the same path, without deviation. After countless attempts and despair across lifetimes, Harry had finally resigned himself to his fate. Still restless under the control of destiny, he remained true to himself. Although the overarching trajectory would inevitably revert to its original course, he had transformed. No longer did he seek to save. Instead, he began to disregard those once cherished memories, treating the repetitive and illusory individuals as mere passers-by, even becoming a subtle manipulator of fate from behind the scenes. As long as nothing deviated, it would not be forcibly altered. He began to instinctively guard himself, nurturing a sense of malice towards that which he could not control. Yet, The appearance of this individual did not belong to their script. Wen Xu lowered his hood, smiling gently as he addressed Harry. "Hello, I am Wen Xu. May I know your name?" His soft, timid gaze awaited a response. Harry felt little trust towards him, merely frowning at his hair. This fellow, does he not tend to his hair? The long, pristine silver strands fell loosely, haphazardly pushed back by their owner. Lacking any signs of care, its smoothness seemed a mere consequence of its inherent nature. Nevertheless, he retained a modicum of patience for someone who might become a source of amusement. "Harry Potter," he replied. Wen Xu continued to gaze at him with a radiant smile, softly whispering, "Harry." He stepped closer, taking Harry's hand, his voice still gentle. "Holly, with a phoenix feather core, I believe it will suit you well." Harry watched as the wand floated into his hand, feeling a disconnection. It no longer felt as intuitive as it once had, for he was no longer the same person. Yet, he had grown accustomed to wielding this wand, able to control it effortlessly. Compared to others, this old companion remained a preferred choice. Yet dissatisfaction and weariness brewed within him. It was always the same, lifetimes repeating. "What about you? Since you can find a wand for me, surely it would not be too difficult to find one for yourself." Wen Xu sensed the tightening grip on his hand, trembling slightly as he withdrew. Chapter 3. Disguise. Finding a wand for another and finding one for oneself are two distinct matters. Even Ollivander's wand had been selected with the assistance of others. The dilemma was palpable. Yet, Wen Xu maintained a meek expression, devoid of any irritation, though the glistening gold in his eyes revealed that his demeanor belied an underlying turmoil. "I'm afraid I cannot." Wen Xu retreated a couple of steps, lowering his head, his voice tinged with a soft quiver. Harry recalled the unconscious brush of their palms, recognizing the other's vulnerability. His body was quite sensitive and beautiful. Harry gazed into those clear golden eyes, unable to suppress a thought. What if he pushed a little further? Would that gentle, composed facade be stripped away? The demeanor before him reminded him of a clam, often tightly closed to protect itself, revealing its flesh only when relaxed. Vulnerable to the jabs of ill-intentioned individuals, shrinking and trembling in response, weak and easily manipulated. Yet this individual was somewhat different. He appeared both fragile and timid, lacking even a shell, surrendering entirely when approached. Harry found such beings appealing, preferring the profound control over something rather than the thrill he had previously sought, such as the Ministry of Magic in his last life or Hogwarts in the one before that. Blackthorn, with a unicorn tier core. Mr. Ollivander expressed delight at having discovered a wand suitable for Wen Xu. Clearly, he remained oblivious to the boundaries he had crossed. He extended the wand to Wen Xu, who gave it a gentle flick, and snowflakes danced around him. "Blackthorn, it always seeks powerful wizards, indicating your remarkable magical talent. The unicorn's tear is a particularly special core. Not inferior in comparison." Mr. Ollivander cast a sidelong glance at Harry's wand, hesitating to continue. "Its owner is always as pure and gentle as it." Mr. Ollivander mused. Wen Xu appeared somewhat intimidated by Ollivander's fervent gaze. He bit his lip, placing 7 golden galleons on the counter before awkwardly donning his hood. After hesitating, he turned to Harry, softly bidding farewell. Harry watched his retreating figure, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Farewell. Indeed, it is something to look forward to. Platform 9 3/4. Harry prepared to await the arrival of the Weasley family as usual. However, he spotted something far more intriguing, a lost lamb. Wen Xu. Harry's green eyes shimmered with curiosity, gazing at the exceedingly shy figure, devoid of the hostility and aggressiveness he had displayed during their last encounter. At that moment, he softly called out, "Wen Xu," his tone sincere and warm, reminiscent of a true youth. In previous lives, he had employed such a method to deal with a particularly troublesome professor, with considerable success, and he had grown increasingly adept at wielding this guise. Wen Xu gazed at Harry with a gentle demeanor, his tone still warm and accommodating. "Harry," he responded, his voice somewhat muffled, exuding a sense of intimacy. Harry felt a stir within, observing Wen Xu today. He wore a robe that resembled a long feminine gown, his white hair cascading over his shoulders, and a red ribbon tied around his delicate wrist, seemingly intended to secure his hair. "Are you also looking for the entrance to platform 9 3/4? Harry inquired innocently. Wen Xu's eyelashes fluttered nervously. In truth, as he consumed more potions, the duration of the reverse aging effect grew shorter, and the side effects became increasingly potent and unpredictable. He had almost forgotten that without the company of significant characters from the original story, he might attract the attention of the world's consciousness, which was why he lingered hesitantly, aware of the entrance yet too timid to approach. Arriving early today, he hoped to encounter the benevolent Mrs. Weasley. Yet, it seemed luck was more favorable than he had anticipated. "It stands right before me, yet I hesitate to step inside. It hardly resembles an entrance." Wen Xu appeared somewhat despondent, a faint blush of what seemed to be shame gracing his cheeks. Just as he anticipated mockery for his timidity, Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. How wonderful!
You know where it is. I have been searching for it. If you're afraid, how about we try together? Wen Xu stared blankly at Harry, seemingly oblivious to the subtle disquiet underlying Harry's smile. Harry did not afford him the chance to refuse. He took Wen Xu's hand and rushed forward. The wind rushed past his ears, and upon opening his eyes again, the ancient and dignified train station materialized before him. What a nostalgic station. Wen Xu's eyes widened, a sense of reality enveloping him as if he were a speck of dust swept along by the wind. He felt as though he had finally found solid ground beneath his feet. Yet, something slipped from his mind. What was it? His memories swirled chaotically under the dual influences of the anti-aging potion's side effects and the punitive world's consciousness control. Presently, his demeanor closely resembled that of an 11-year-old boy, though he remained blissfully unaware of it. Once the train commenced its journey to Hogwarts, Wen Xu would no longer need to live in fear, as the very crucible of a protagonist's growth. The atmosphere of Hogwarts was so potent that even without approaching anyone, he would not be easily erased. Nevertheless, that alone was insufficient. The hair at his temples was swept forward by the wind, concealing the ambition in his eyes. Deep down, his heart was not as innocent as his outward appearance suggested. He habitually disguised himself in a bid to earn the trust and affection of others. He endeavored to present himself as harmless yet valuable. He donned a facade, with some perceiving merely the surface layer of his disguise, while those who sought to understand him would uncover a more intricate mask. Yet, neither layer revealed his true self. He intentionally left certain flaws in his first guise to attract attention, thereby instilling greater belief in his second layer of concealment. Just as it was now. Wen Xu? Harry inquired, observing the sudden stillness of Wen Xu. A surge of clarity pierced Wen Xu's mind, the call snapping him back to his senses, revealing his disquiet. The influence of the punitive world over him had intensified, and he knew he must hasten his pace. Chapter 4. A Fractured Facade. Is something the matter? Harry's green eyes shimmered with concern and worry. Wen Xu shook his head, yet he did not miss the fleeting shadow that passed through those verdant depths. He waved his wand, levitating their luggage as they boarded the train. Maintaining an air of aristocracy, he gestured for Harry to enter first, trailing behind. Akin to an old-fashioned English gentleman addressing a stranger, polite yet distant. Harry felt a vague dissatisfaction, unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort, and instead pondered the recent actions of his companion. The boy appeared unfamiliar, yet it was evident he hailed from affluence. An air of pride and reserve typically uncharacteristic of common upbringing. His lack of aggressiveness hinted that he was neither an heir nor in a position of fierce competition. His adept mastery of magic suggested extensive and diligent practice. His speech was gentle, with a subtly elongated final note, reminiscent of the mannerisms of most pure-blood wizarding families. It was highly probable that he had not been raised in a Muggle environment, or at least, his interlocutors were not predominantly Muggles. The traditional intonation and classical British pronunciation of pure-blood families trace back to the 16th or 17th century, while very few Muggles spoke in such a manner. Although the distinctions were subtle, Harry's keen perception detected the nuance. Further exploration was warranted. While he had already begun to view this individual as a new source of intrigue, he remained cautious of this variable. Harry's green eyes gleamed with excitement. That's incredible, Wen Xu. You've already mastered such impressive magic. Wen Xu carefully considered his response, striving to feign ignorance of Harry's peculiarities. Thank you, he replied, appearing slightly embarrassed by the straightforward compliment. Internally, however, he scoffed at the oddities of the boy before him. In certain respects, the Harry from the original narrative exhibited some insecurities, yet the Harry before him radiated an ease that rendered his occasional shy demeanor insufficient in the face of Wen Xu's theatrical prowess. The performance was jarringly amateurish, bordering on clumsy. Perhaps it was because he was emulating the memories of the original Harry. Yet, a person transformed is forever altered. How could one revert to their former self? Wen Xu suppressed the peculiar emotions bubbling within, grasping Harry's hand as they sought an empty compartment. Perhaps due to their early arrival, there were still 2 or 3 vacant compartments to choose from. Wen Xu contemplated briefly before entering the compartment that Harry was meant to occupy. With a hushed incantation, Wen Xu temporarily stripped Harry of his hearing. He held Harry's hand and inscribed a few words on his palm. May I rest in your embrace for a while? I am feeling a bit weary. Kind-hearted Harry, of course, would not refuse such a request. He gazed at Wen Xu in mild confusion, seemingly puzzled as to why he was asked to hold him while sleeping, yet ultimately acquiesced with a gentle nod. In the tranquil compartment, both harbored ulterior motives, yet they managed to share a harmonious moment. The two, appearing to be in slumber, remained entirely alert, ever vigilant of one another. Due to their feigned slumber, Ron did not sit with them, nor did Hermione's inquiries reach Harry's ears. Not long after Hermione departed, Wen Xu pretended to awaken from Harry's embrace, simultaneously lifting the spell. Harry, wake up. We need to change into our robes. Let us prepare promptly, Wen Xu urged, his gaze warm and gentle. He gave Harry's shoulder a light pat, the gesture reminiscent of a playful kitten swatting its owner. Harry, playing along, feigned awakening, wrapping his arms around Wen Xu's waist, his voice muffled. All right, I'll get up right away. However, his actions belied his words. As he sluggishly nestled his fluffy head against Wen Xu's side, Wen Xu's face flushed, and he softly called out Harry's name. Harry, initially aiming to use this gesture to obscure his own clarity of mind, seeking to prevent Wen Xu from noticing anything amiss, found that Wen Xu's reaction greatly pleased him. With his eyes narrowed, Harry gazed up at Wen Xu, his hand brushing against the waist that quivered under his touch, while the owner of that waist looked back at him shyly and helplessly. Such a display gratified Harry's desire for control. He indulgently pressed his cheek against Wen Xu's soft abdomen, savoring the warmth of its gentle rise and fall. Yet, he did not allow Wen Xu to remain flustered for long. After a brief moment of contact, he stood, stretching lazily. Once Harry released him, Wen Xu retreated a few steps, quickly finding himself at the compartment door. Harry approached him, a languid expression on his face, and, to Wen Xu's astonished gaze, playfully pinched his flushed earlobe. You're quite warm, Harry remarked, his voice slightly hoarse, as he fixed his intense gaze on Wen Xu, akin to a large feline predator eyeing its prey. Harry encircled Wen Xu's waist, drawing him close with a gentle yet unyielding force. Wen Xu felt the warmth of Harry's breath teasing his ear, and in that moment, he realized that Harry was not as slight as he had once perceived. On the contrary, he resembled a boy of 14 or 15, just beginning to grow into his strength, innocent yet undeniably powerful. This sensation of being held like a lioness prize made Wen Xu uneasy, prompting him to struggle slightly. However, such feeble resistance was swiftly quelled as Harry rested his face against Wen Xu's shoulder. This time, their proximity was so intimate that they could feel each other's heartbeats. Wen Xu felt a flicker of panic. It was then that he realized what he had overlooked. From the very beginning, Harry had not concealed his peculiarities in Wen Xu's presence. He was persistently probing him. His demeanor fluctuated between warmth and coldness, sudden bursts of intimacy, conspicuously changing expressions, and clumsy disguises. Each instance was an attempt to unravel the veil between them, leaving no room for deceit or concealment. Wen Xu's mind raced, and in a matter of seconds, a whirlwind of thoughts cascaded through him. A revelation struck him. Chapter 5. Nothing happened. Both of them were acutely aware that they were not ordinary individuals. In order to maintain the facade of tranquility, Wen Xu had to interrupt Harry. It was still too early to lay everything bare. He needed to stall until they encountered other significant characters. He could not overtly abandon Harry, no matter how challenging the other might prove. The protagonist undeniably exerted the greatest influence on the world's consciousness. He had to seize this opportunity. He wanted to manipulate him. The best outcome would be to gain complete control over him. Harry? Wen Xu's golden eyes glimmered with a hint of awakening mist. A trace of bewilderment mingled with an enchanting vulnerability. His hands, clasped behind his back, tightened around his wand. Should he tear off the mask and lay everything out in the open, the worst consequence would be that his rationality would be further eroded by the world's consciousness. Yet, he gambled that Harry would not do so. He wagered that Harry cared for him. An instinct, inexplicable in its origin, led Wen Xu to feel a strange familiarity with Harry, and he was certain that Harry felt an equal sense of recognition toward him. Regardless of the current state of their relationship, Wen Xu undoubtedly held a special place within Harry's heart. Harry had already surmised that Wen Xu harbored ulterior motives, and this very intrigue accelerated their bond. As long as Harry wished to maintain their closeness, he would not disrupt this delicate equilibrium. Wen Xu needed to prevent Harry from becoming impulsive. Harry paused for a moment and then gently kissed Wen Xu's forehead. I'm sorry, he murmured, his previously aggressive demeanor evaporating entirely. He gazed into Wen Xu's eyes with sincerity and a hint of trepidation, appearing genuinely remorseful for his earlier actions. Yet, it was merely an appearance. Harry felt no regret for what had transpired. This person was simply too appealing to him. As dusk descended, the warmth of the carriage enveloped them, making him lose control. It was perfectly suited for the prior situation. Had he not reminded himself of their ages and the inopportune timing, he might have acted inappropriately, such as making those beautiful eyes reveal a dazed, uncontrollable expression, or caressing the other's waist in a manner that might bring tears. However, such eventualities were merely a matter of time, weren't they? The repetitive cycle had rendered him numb. Since an unexpected intrusion had entered his world, that surprise should logically belong to him. Yet, the moment was not ripe. He could afford to take his time, to gradually discern the other's true nature, to familiarize him with his presence until he could claim him entirely. Who could guarantee that this unexpected occurrence would remain by his side? Who could predict when this surprise might perish due to the unfolding narrative? Most importantly, who could assure him that, should he relive this cycle, Harry would still be present? If he were to leave, he would once again be ensnared in a loop, where time ceased to advance, and certain individuals perished before him in the same manner countless times. Having witnessed the same people and events repeatedly had nearly made him nauseous. He had lost interest in this world, no longer wishing to strive to reclaim those who had departed, nor desiring to grow stronger. The sensation of all his attempts reverting to nothing felt like knives slicing through his flesh, time and again, as he dragged his skeletal form through the realm. Until one day, a person awakened those feelings within him. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, he had to hold on to Harry. "Is anyone there?" Hermione inquired, having changed into her robes and preparing to disembark. She recalled the time she had knocked on the carriage door while searching for Neville and found it unyielding. Standing before the door, she was taken by surprise when Wen Xu opened it, their eyes meeting. Recognizing her curly brown hair and lifted chin, Wen Xu smiled sheepishly. "Thank you, we'll be there shortly. I'm Wen Xu, may I know your name?" His gaze was sincere, infused with a touch of innocent vitality. Hermione momentarily lost her train of thought before responding, Hermione Granger. Unbeknownst to them, Harry had already stepped outside and calmly urged, "Wen Xu." Reluctantly, Wen Xu bid Hermione farewell and approached Harry's side. He felt his rationality plummeting with the passage of time, yet intuition warned him not to provoke Harry. Wen Xu had never doubted his own strength. However, he was now faced with someone he could not eliminate. Harry still had his uses. He suppressed the remnants of his softness, coolly assessing the value of both Harry and Hermione. Logically, he and Harry should be closer. Yet, this Harry was problematic. He had to devise a plan to draw nearer to Hermione. Maintaining balance, imposing mutual constraints. This was essential for him to integrate further into this world. Chapter 6. He had a fever. The first-year students had arrived. A tall figure stood by the lake, holding a lantern that was not particularly bright. In the dim light, Harry held Wen Xu's hand as they walked forward. The chill brought by the wind awakened them both. Harry observed Wen Xu from the corner of his eye, contemplating how to uncover the other's secrets. He was not lacking in intelligence. The cycle had rendered him numb, yet it had also heightened his vigilance. He could not afford to ignore the risks lurking behind Wen Xu. Encountering someone exceptional was his fortune, but it could also spell disaster. At least for now. He could not ascertain the forces that lay behind him. Only by understanding the opponent's background could a lion comprehend the extent to which it must go to seize its prey. Currently, the power behind the prey remained unclear, and Harry needed to tread carefully in his actions. Noticing Harry's distracted demeanor, Wen Xu discreetly tore a small black needle from the folds of his robe. Attached to it was a tiny strip of clear tape, nearly invisible in the twilight. Pretending to adjust his collar, he discreetly pierced the needle into the back of his neck, and soon the black needle melded into his body. As warmth spread through his mind, Wen Xu groggily grasped Harry's other hand and pressed it against his forehead. "Harry, you're so warm," he murmured softly, tilting his head to gaze at Harry with his watery golden eyes. Harry sensed something amiss with Wen Xu's temperature and turned to face him. Despite the twilight, the crimson hue on Wen Xu's face was unmistakable, and his once brilliant gaze was now clouded. Harry bit his lip, although his soul had undergone countless reincarnations. Such beauty was still a shock to him. The echoes of several past lives sealed within his mind clamored for attention, but Harry could not release them. This body could only sustain the control of a single spirit. He pressed his fingers to his brow, signaling them to remain quiet. Gently, he lifted his hand to caress Wen Xu's cheek in an attempt to soothe him, yet Wen Xu continued to nuzzle against his hand, appearing dazed. If it were an external injury, he might have had a solution, but he had no experience with fevers. He had sealed away the remnants of his past lives to prevent this body from collapsing, which resulted in his only vague recollections of the initial plot and some indelible instincts. In the face of these challenges, he was utterly powerless. Hagrid is rather unreliable. Seeking his assistance is akin to soliciting help from any first-year student. Wen Xu had entangled him in conversation for a while, only to discover that Harry could merely caress him with his cool hand, prompting Wen Xu to silently survey his surroundings. The protagonist serves as a crucial conduit for siphoning the essence of the world, yet he is not the sole one capable of doing so. Wen Xu was not in haste to extract the power to wield the world's essence from Harry. He could commence with others instead, for often, the less energy one possesses, the more effortlessly it can be acquired. He dislikes placing all his eggs in one basket. Should progress stagnate, it is wise to set it aside. An excessive attachment is not necessarily a virtue. Now, an opportunity to approach Hermione had presented itself. Perhaps dissatisfied with Harry's hand, which had grown warm upon his forehead, Wen Xu shifted it away and began to gaze around in a daze. Hermione was located amidst the nearby throng, and Wen Xu tugged at her sleeve. Upon hearing her name, Hermione sought the source of the voice and turned to find a fluffy white head. Hesitantly, she called out to him. Upon recognizing the dark-haired boy standing behind her, she confirmed his identity. What happened to you? Hermione intended to inquire about his reason for seeking her out, but was startled by the flush of his cheeks. You're burning up, Hermione stated with certainty, though her tone bore a hint of uncertainty. The good news was that someone in her family was a doctor, which had afforded her some medical knowledge. The bad news, however, was that he was a dentist. With a slight headache, Hermione supported the feverish figure, who seemed delirious. Chapter 7. The similarities between them. She hesitated before retrieving a crumpled fever patch from her pocket, a forgotten item from her packing, fortuitously retained after changing into her school robes. This might be useful, but you should still see a doctor. Harry took the patch and carefully affixed it to Wen Xu's forehead. He belatedly recalled the kind soul who had provided it and expressed his gratitude. Hermione cast a resigned glance at Harry's nonchalant demeanor and then at Wen Xu, who was dazed yet grinning foolishly at her. Any trace of dissatisfaction dissipated entirely. Harry, along with Wen Xu, partnered with a small wizard he did not know, while Wen Xu temporarily relinquished his attempts to engage Harry, and the three coexisted peacefully. An elder witch clad in green led the young wizards into the great hall, where an old hat sang in a peculiar tune. Wen Xu, feeling lightheaded from his fever, still strained to comprehend the lyrics. If only we could be sorted into the same house, Wen Xu murmured. You're not quite like what the books describe, but I liked you the moment I laid eyes on you. Harry lowered his gaze to the earnest figure beside him, reminiscent of a little Hufflepuff. He too quietly inquired why that wouldn't be possible. Wen Xu pressed his lips together. You're destined for Gryffindor, but I might be a Slytherin. Harry's eyes flickered. It seemed that Wen Xu had gleaned some knowledge of the future from a certain book, a book containing his own narrative, filled with events akin to those in his memories. Harry instantly recalled his own muddled first life, where a similar book awakened his consciousness, yet offered no means of resistance. The moment he beheld that book, he understood it depicted his future, his fate. Even though he had changed significantly since then, when faced with those events, he would still make the same choices. But that was simply who he was. Harry sighed, realizing that the author of that book understood him all too well. In countless subsequent lives, he had fought against what he perceived as fate. Harry untied Wen Xu's hairband, allowing the silvery locks to cascade down. The two intentionally avoided the crowd, retreating to a corner to observe the sorting ceremony with a cool detachment. He gently embraced Wen Xu, shutting his eyes in hopes of quieting the tumult within his mind. Those chaotic memories surged back, tightly ensnaring his consciousness. If the books they both knew were indeed the same, Harry pondered absently, caressing Wen Xu's back, wishing to alleviate his discomfort. From a distance, they resembled a large cat encircling a small kitten with its tail, attempting to comfort it. Harry Potter. This name sparked a commotion. Harry fought against the dizziness clouding his mind, straining to regain clarity as he stepped onto the platform. Throughout this ordeal, numerous young wizards cast their gazes upon him, curious, skeptical, and exhilarated. Harry felt a kaleidoscope of colors flashing before his eyes, threatening to induce nausea. Gryffindor. He silently pressed his left hand against his stomach as he sat down. Before the sorting hat could utter a word, Harry firmly made his request. The boy's complexion was pale, yet his gaze remained resolute. The sorting hat, perhaps startled by Harry's assertiveness, paused for a moment before declaring, Gryffindor. Wen Xu watched anxiously as Harry's face blanched. Yet Harry brushed past him without so much as a glance. Harry sensed his rationality crumbling, bright white spots filling his vision, rendering him oblivious to the unfolding events beside him, thus missing the look of despondency on Wen Xu's face. This scene, however, was not lost on the three observers. Is this the so-called savior? Hardly impressive, Draco scoffed, feeling foolish for having idolized such a timid individual for years. What was the name of that striking Eastern boy? Theodore? I quite admire his hair, Blaise unabashedly praised. The boy referred to as Theodore appeared somewhat pale. In contrast to Draco's arrogance, he bore a more somber demeanor, his deep blue eyes nearly black in the shadows. The three were prospective Slytherins, hailing from ancient pureblood families, their connections forged from childhood due to familial ties. Alongside them were other pureblood aristocrats, including Daphne, Pansy, Goyle, and Crabbe. Theodore, who had not received a response from Blaise for some time, turned to see a familiar figure clad in a dark blue robe standing near Wen Xu. Chapter 8. The popular Slytherin freshman. Wen Xu's fever subsided swiftly, as did the symptoms. By the time the sorting began, his temperature had already returned to normal. However, his vision still bore traces of double images. Theodore silently regarded Wen Xu, his deep blue eyes calm and profound, reminiscent of the sea under the night sky. Black-haired and blue-eyed, a Slytherin of striking appearance, Theodore not. Wen Xu struggled to recall, a sharp pain piercing his mind. Theodore stood merely a step away, seemingly inclined to reach out to support him. Wen Xu, in a daze, instinctively recoiled. Why? Why did this strange sense of familiarity persist? This was the last thought that crossed his mind before his consciousness faded. Su, who is calling for me? Wake up. Child, you must go. I will not abandon you. They are correct, but I would prefer this to be your own choice. Choosing a more stringent surveillance that had already been bound. How is that even possible? The God-making plan has officially commenced. Suddenly, Wen Xu trembled, awakening from an endless dream. It was so bright. The pure white ceiling loomed above him. His snow-white eyelashes fluttered as large tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. He paused, momentarily taken aback by his own tears. Blinking, he felt a slight numbness in his hands. Slowly, he sat up, feeling the sunlight warming his face. What had he dreamt of, and why did it bring him to tears? Wen Xu struggled to recollect, but only a few vague fragments remained in his mind. The young boy, clad in a deep blue robe, reminiscent of a serpent, exuded an unshakable sense of scrutiny. Yet, the brilliance of today's sunlight was overwhelming. Wen Xu felt a familiar dull ache beginning to throb in his head. Perhaps it was a side effect of the reverse aging potion. Lately, he had sensed a regression in various aspects of his being. After his recovery, Wen Xu became a frequent visitor to the small kitchen. He possessed an uncanny ability to conjure a beautifully carved, multi-tiered food box seemingly from thin air. As he lifted the lid, an enticing aroma wafted through the small kitchen, instantly captivating everyone's senses. Wow! Exclaimed several first-year students from his house who were also regulars in the kitchen, their eyes widening in astonishment. Inside the box were delicately arranged shrimp dumplings, golden and crispy spring rolls, soft and sweet red bean glutinous rice balls, uniquely shaped lotus pastries, and several exquisite snacks whose names eluded them, yet promised unparalleled deliciousness. The vibrant colors and tantalizing fragrances were irresistible. These are some delicacies from my hometown. If you don't mind, would you care to try? Wen Xu's voice was soft and gentle, laced with a hint of anticipation, akin to a child eager to share a treasure. Is it really okay? Exclaimed a round-faced girl, her eyes sparkling. It smells divine. A Gryffindor student swallowed hard, captivated by the exquisite presentation. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as everyone rallied around him. With a smile, Wen Xu generously shared the delicacies. As the soft, fragrant, and richly layered flavors unfolded on their palates, the kitchen filled with gasps of delight and satisfaction. This is absolutely delicious. The texture of the shrimp dumpling is so unique. What is this sweet, glutinous treat? It's fantastic. Wen Xu patiently answered their inquiries about the snacks, while sharing the fascinating culinary culture of the East. His eloquence was captivating, effortlessly weaving in references while remaining accessible, whether discussing the stories behind the food or the simple combinations of ingredients. Several Ravenclaw students listened with rapt attention, eager to engage him in discussions about the culinary traditions of various regions. Wen Xu responded with clarity and unique insights, displaying no signs of hesitation. The Hufflepuff students were completely enchanted by his gentle patience and culinary talent, surrounding him with questions. Gryffindor students appreciated his ease in conversing with strangers, finding his demeanor refreshing. During the brief period after his recovery, Wen Xu was still unfamiliar to most of the young wizards. His week-long coma had caused him to miss out on valuable bonding time. Yet, he consistently delighted his classmates, both acquaintances and strangers alike, with his exquisite Eastern snacks and innovative takes on British desserts. His osmanthus rice balls and spicy skewers became the most sought-after late-night snacks in the common rooms. He always shared his culinary techniques with interested classmates, never holding back, and his spirit of kindness and generosity quickly made him a favorite among the Hufflepuff newcomers. Simultaneously, Wen Xu's thirst for knowledge was palpable, diligent and passionate about learning. He became a regular at the library alongside Hermione. In Transfiguration class, his first attempt at transforming a matchstick into a silver needle was nearly flawless, earning him abundant praise from Professor McGonagall. He excelled in charms and herbology as well, displaying both logical clarity and strong practical skills, while ensuring his academic performance remained stellar. His interests spanned widely beyond textbooks, encompassing ancient magical scripts, magical creatures, and even Muggle technology, where he offered unique perspectives. The Ravenclaw students soon discovered that this charming Slytherin possessed intelligence rivaling their own. They frequently invited him to their tower for discussions and to share obscure books. Wen Xu's humble and respectful demeanor swiftly garnered him the respect and affection of the scholarly eagles. Over time, Harry's feelings toward him shifted from mere curiosity to a budding fondness. One sunny afternoon, a somewhat urgent female voice called out from behind Wen Xu. He paused, allowing the girl trailing behind to catch up. Hermione, breathless and clutching a freshly borrowed book, finally reached him. "Why are you walking so early today?" Her bright eyes met the boy's clear gaze. Wen Xu pressed his lips together and softly replied, "I do not like him." His tone was earnest as if he were divulging a grave matter, yet his expression remained gentle, masking any trace of complaint. Hermione, accustomed to soothing his emotions, was somewhat distracted. Wen Xu noticed her lingering thoughts about Ron but feigned ignorance, subtly slowing his pace to afford her a moment to contemplate. After a week of unconsciousness, he had finally awakened, during which Harry, Hermione, and Theodore had visited him, but he had remained unaware. That day, during the sorting ceremony, he had collapsed, seemingly lost in a long dream, though the specifics were now a blur, save for the memory of the blinding sunlight upon waking. The first to arrive after his awakening was Harry, who reportedly sneaked out during Transfiguration class. Ron, believing Harry was attempting to skip class, had been eager to join in on a daring escapade, only to be caught by Professor McGonagall as they tried to slip out the back door. In a moment of quick thinking, Harry cast a silent jinx on himself to avoid trouble, claiming he needed to visit the hospital wing to see Wen Xu. Theodore was next, having learned of Wen Xu's awakening and hurriedly leaving potions class to check on him. Although Wen Xu found it peculiar that it mattered whether he received visitors sooner or later, the presence of someone significant helped stabilize his magic considerably. The little witch, during dinner, thoughtfully brought him a cauldron cake, knowing full well how much medicine Madame Pomfrey had administered during his hours of awakening. A young wizard who had inexplicably fallen into a week-long coma had startled Madame Pomfrey. Upon learning it was an untreatable hereditary illness, her gaze bore a hint of pity, as pure-blooded families often harbored unusual abilities or ailments. It was not uncommon for a student to bear a condition rather than a talent. Yet the misfortune of such an ailment was indeed regrettable. Madame Pomfrey insisted on providing him with a plethora of bubbling potions of peculiar colors, hoping to improve his health. Ultimately, being able to attend classes again allowed Wen Xu a rare period of tranquility, aligning himself with those of significance in a structured manner. Unsurprisingly, his sorting hat result placed him in Slytherin, which led to a schedule that conflicted with some Gryffindor classes, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he found himself thriving in Slytherin. His non-threatening appearance and demeanor, as well as his background as a distant pure-blood aristocrat, allowing him to navigate the social waters with ease. Few would target someone like him, except for Ron. The very thought of Ron brought a frown to Wen Xu's face. That bothersome fellow. Perhaps Ron's discontent stemmed from Harry's friendship with a Slytherin. Or maybe he had unfairly shifted the blame for their failed escapade onto Wen Xu. Regardless, he simply could not abide the boy. Ron had already been disgruntled by Hermione's haughty attitude and her tendency to meddle, and upon discovering her friendship with Wen Xu, his dissatisfaction and irritation toward both of them had only intensified. Though Hermione disapproved of Ron's attitude, she still regarded him as a friend, while Wen Xu adopted an unusually indifferent stance toward Ron. Chapter 9, Divergence. Wen Xu contemplated his plans while outwardly maintaining a facade of annoyance at Hermione and Ron's closeness. Regaining her composure, Hermione let out a silent sigh, caught between the two of them, and feeling quite troubled. Each time Ron beheld Wen Xu, his expression was far from cordial, and Wen Xu's demeanor was hardly surprising in response. She had attempted to mediate, but regardless of her efforts, the two seemed to possess an innate discord in their energies. Whenever she dragged Ron to the library to study with Wen Xu, he would inevitably resort to biting sarcasm. In Ron's presence, Wen Xu adopted an aloof attitude, as if the world revolved solely around him and his books, completely disregarding Ron. This behavior consistently infuriated Ron. In truth, Hermione had been contemplating how to resolve this predicament. Wen Xu was her closest friend at Hogwarts. They studied and discussed aspirations together. More importantly, while she hesitated, Wen Xu prioritized her, unhesitatingly declining Harry's invitations when she wished to go to the library, and confronting any Slytherin who dared to speak ill of her. He was undoubtedly a commendable friend. Hermione cherished their companionship, yet she also desired to be with Ron. Her subconscious constantly reminded her of Ron's significance in her life, and he was one of her few friends. She did not wish to forsake either of them. However, this meant that Wen Xu would inevitably suffer. Hermione felt a pang of guilt, her heart inexplicably resenting Ron. Why did he have to target Wen Xu? He had done nothing to provoke him, living a quiet life, so why was Ron fixated on him? The guilt deepened within her. As someone who considered both Ron and Wen Xu as friends, she could only vent her frustrations, but if a conflict arose, she would undoubtedly be the first to intervene. Wen Xu observed as Hermione's expression shifted from calm to guilty, before returning to tranquility. He remained silent, merely gazing at her. They strolled along the banks of the Black Lake, basking in the sunlight, a picturesque scene. Yet, to Harry, it was far from delightful. Having exited the library with Ron, he could only watch helplessly as the two departed together. This thought made Harry's discontent extend to Ron as well. Ron, feeling unjustly accused by Harry's glare, was somewhat aggrieved. Initially burdened by an annoying, preachy young witch, he now faced a Slytherin who consistently ignored him with a sour expression. It seemed he was experiencing a streak of misfortune. Harry even glared at him. Where had their brotherly bond gone? Harry's resentful glances toward Ron went unnoticed. Having spent so much time adhering to Wen Xu, the once notorious troublemaker at Hogwarts had transformed into a model student. Well, a student who daily contemplated how to sneak into the Slytherin common room. Yet, due to his minimal deviation from the original storyline, the fragmented aspects of his personality began to coexist peacefully. Harry felt an enhancement in his ability to control himself. Everything was fine, except for Wen Xu's indifference toward him. Ever since Wen Xu had been in the hospital wing, Harry regretted not having taken better care of him due to his emotions, feeling a persistent worry. Wen Xu had rarely dismissed Harry's attempts at friendliness. Even a brief response sufficed for Harry, who believed himself to be an important figure in Wen Xu's life. Just a week prior, Ron had complained to him about Hermione compelling him to complete a 9-inch potions assignment, declaring her the most annoying little witch. Harry had nodded along absent-mindedly, busy peeling lychees for Wen Xu. Unfortunately, Wen Xu overheard this, and his demeanor immediately grew cold, resulting in Harry never receiving a pleasant expression from him thereafter. Reflecting on this, Harry could not help but remark, "You should speak less in the future." Ron, taken aback by his brother's sudden outburst after a long silence, stared at Harry wide-eyed. His disheveled curls framed his raised eyebrows, creating a rather comical sight. Chapter 10, Feeding Routine. Why the frown? Is today's assignment too challenging for our clever little witch, Hermione? Wen Xu teased lightly, offering her a lunchbox. Oh no, it's nothing. Hermione quickly swallowed the nearly uttered name of a certain Weasley, opting instead to laugh it off. Wen Xu's expression darkened slightly, still somewhat displeased. His feelings toward their friendship were genuine, as was their affection. Otherwise, he would not have confronted the Weasley for speaking ill of Hermione. That foolish Weasley, always complaining instead of focusing on important matters, ought to keep his distance from his intelligent and considerate little witch. Hermione, due to her nature, had few friends. Aside from Wen Xu, she often found herself solitary. Ron's words had been a painful thorn in his heart. Yet, his little witch continued to tolerate him. That infuriating Weasley. His little witch was the best, while he was the truly insufferable one. Wen Xu mentally scolded the Weasley multiple times, methodically opening various lunchboxes for Hermione. Poor Wen Xu, having traversed so many worlds, had scarcely learned how to curse. His tasks revolved around overpowering foes or employing cunning, and the art of insult was beyond his expertise. Cough, cough, Hermione spluttered, tears welling in her eyes, but she managed to raise her thumb toward Wen Xu. Her tear-streaked face, illuminated as she looked up, radiated brightness. Delicious. What is this dish? It smells wonderful. Hermione, her face flushed from the spice, inquired after sipping the pumpkin juice Wen Xu had brought. Wen Xu glanced at the stir-fried bullfrog in the lunchbox, falling into silence. If he were to tell his little witch that this creature was quite similar to the toads used in potions class, would she still be able to eat it? For a moment, Wen Xu felt troubled, yet he used the serving chopsticks to offer her another piece of the stir-fried bullfrog. The delectable food momentarily distracted Hermione. She took another bite, only to be met with tears streaming down her face from the spice. It was evident that Hermione had yet to master the art of eating a bite of dish followed by a bite of rice. Her immediate reaction to the spice was to search for more pumpkin juice. Wen Xu found her antics amusing, but patiently reminded her that alternating bites would mitigate the heat. Got it. You've said a lot today, Wen Xu. His heart skipped a beat, feeling a bit guilty. After all, he had known that Hermione would encounter Ron speaking ill of her this afternoon without offering her any warning. Ah, the guilt. Wen Xu's usually calm demeanor was suddenly shaken. In truth, he likely had other opportunities to steer Hermione away from Ron. His little witch was simply adorable. How had he not considered how to handle this situation when receiving the plot? It was a bit heart-wrenching. Such a conundrum. Wen Xu internally wrestled with his thoughts. And once Hermione finished eating, he collected the lunchbox. He silently marveled at the remarkable house elves of Hogwarts, who could procure even bullfrogs. Truly impressive. Since entering Hogwarts, he had been unable to come and go freely, so he always relied on the house elves to procure ingredients. Reflecting on the assistance the house elves had provided him during this time, Wen Xu paused. Perhaps he should prepare something delicious to reward them. It felt rather inconsiderate to have others assist him without showing gratitude. With a rare surge of conscience, Wen Xu decided to sneak into the kitchen to whip up some desserts. Navigating through the familiar passageway, he scratched the pear in the painting, and as it wiggled in response, the door to the small kitchen appeared before him. Indeed, this was the magical world, with an utterly unique charm. Wen Xu once again found himself reflecting on the shadows cast by such extraordinary abilities. In his previous punitive realm, the world of cultivation, he occupied the role of the tormentor, the senior brother to the protagonist. Upon entering, he nearly met his demise at the hands of the protagonist wielding a blood-stained great axe. This thought incensed him. Who in their right mind would grant their protagonist a weapon so grotesque? Upon first encountering it, he almost mistook the wielder for a butcher from an infinite flow narrative. While others pursued the path of swordsmanship, he found himself on the path of axe mastery. Gritting his teeth, he recalled how close he had come to an intimate encounter with that very axe. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to such abrupt assaults. Although he lost a hand, he managed to cling to life. Subsequently, he cleverly disguised himself to eliminate the sect leader, luring the Grand Elder into pilfering and destroying the sect's treasured artifacts, successfully orchestrating an outcome that forced the protagonist to abandon the sect. Collapsing the sect a legitimate method for prompting the protagonist's departure? His prior punitive realm had been an apocalyptic setting, where he was but a test subject alongside the protagonist in the same laboratory. The deranged doctor regarded the protagonist as the paramount subject, thus sparing him from torment. As for Wen Xu, the expendable, the doctor unhesitatingly drained his blood and invaded his mind with experimental drugs. Oh, and let it be noted, this twisted doctor was a psychic ability user, subjecting Wen Xu to relentless torment during that period. However, Wen Xu possessed a resilient spirit. Even in a half-dead state, he continued to provoke the deranged doctor. Eventually, seizing the opportunity presented by an approaching zombie horde, he freed himself and the other test subjects, dutifully serving as the protagonist's second-in-command for a decade. His responsibilities included but were not limited to feigning weakness and appealing to emotions, which led the protagonist to venture alone against the zombie king, as well as shielding the protagonist from danger and assisting with base affairs, a series of requisite roles for any expendable. In comparison to his past harrowing experiences, Wen Xu felt that his current predicament, merely a result of being slightly dulled by an anti-aging agent, was quite tolerable. He chuckled helplessly, casting aside his self-deprecating thoughts. In the small kitchen, the house elves were still bustling about, snapping their fingers to ensure the dishes were spotless. Wen Xu stood quietly by, refraining from interrupting their work. Soon, two familiar faces, Annie and Bibi, approached him. "Wen Xu, you're here," they exclaimed in unison while snapping their fingers, conjuring a large basket of lemons before him. Gently ruffling the heads of the two house elves, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you both. Without you, acquiring fresh lemons would be quite a challenge." The elves, no longer as timid as they had been during their initial encounter with Wen Xu, still exhibited a hint of shyness. "No need for thanks. Serving the little wizard is our duty. Indeed, it is what we ought to do." The two dissimilar little faces lifted proudly in unison to gaze at Wen Xu, their expressions mirroring the same sense of pride. Wen Xu paused momentarily before drawing his wand from his sleeve. Wingardium Leviosa. 20 or so golden lemons floated into the air, obscuring the inexplicable expression on his face. He swiftly regained his composure, regarding Annie and Bibi with a gentle and focused demeanor. "I understand. So, my diligent little elves, would you be willing to assist this small wizard? I have quite a bit of pudding to prepare today, and I find myself somewhat overwhelmed." A hint of distress flickered across Wen Xu's face, his light golden eyes reflecting the soft glow of the kitchen. The two little elves remained rooted in place, suddenly finding the kitchen seemed significantly brighter. Had they been born in China, they might have known how to articulate this sensation, a humble abode aglow with brilliance. Chapter 11. Cedric and Lemon Pudding. Wen Xu had loosely tied his long white hair back with a red ribbon, the red agate on it gently clinking as he moved. Upon arrival, he had exchanged his school robe for a deep green robe embroidered with silver patterns. With no classes in the afternoon, his only obligation was to wait for Hermione, who would finish her classes around 2 or 3 o'clock. Thus, he had ample time to prepare these little puddings. Just as Wen Xu busied himself with the pudding making, he heard the voices of the house elves, Cedric. Although Wen Xu couldn't hear clearly, he had his suspicions. At this hour, it could only be someone from Hufflepuff. "Cedric, is that you?" It seemed his daily visits to the small kitchen had finally borne fruit, as the true catch had arrived. Meanwhile, Cedric greeted the house elves with a warm smile. The Hufflepuff dormitory was the closest to the small kitchen, and their rapport with the house elves was particularly amiable, with Cedric standing out among them. He called each house elf by name, patiently exchanging pleasantries, his smile radiating warmth like a gentle spring breeze. After completing his greetings, Cedric took a few steps forward and caught sight of Wen Xu, who was busy making pudding. The deep green robe, adorned with silver patterns, accentuated the slender waist of the figure before him, while the soft, silver hair, tied back with a red ribbon, was particularly eye-catching. Suddenly, Cedric felt his heart race, a wave of uncertainty washing over him. Wen Xu turned around, seemingly just noticing this senior, his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. However, his expression quickly returned to its natural state, and a gentle smile graced his lips as he greeted, "Hello, Senior Cedric." It was him. Cedric promptly recalled the striking little wizard who had captured attention during the sorting ceremony. Gazing into the other's radiant golden eyes under the sunlight, he found himself momentarily speechless, taken aback by the unexpected recognition from such a dazzling individual. How could someone so remarkable remember his name? Completely oblivious to his own charm, Cedric mused internally. Making lemon pudding, is it? What a refreshing scent, Cedric remarked nonchalantly. Yes, senior, you're just in time to help me assess the sweetness, Wen Xu replied, spooning a bit of pudding and presenting it to Cedric's lips. Cedric's cheeks flushed slightly as he parted his lips to accept the pudding from the spoon. Just the right sweetness, he replied, his voice trembling slightly. The familiar gesture of the little wizard had utterly disoriented Cedric, and warmth spread across his face, making him feel slightly feverish. Wen Xu nodded in satisfaction and continued his work. Cedric, seizing the opportunity, began to assist with the nearby ingredients, and their collaboration flowed seamlessly. The afternoon sunlight poured through the window, enveloping them in a picturesque scene. Unbeknownst to them, the little puddings were soon complete. Wen Xu placed one portion into an exquisite box and handed it to Cedric, saying, "Thank you for your help, senior." He gazed gently into Cedric's eyes, a hint of bashfulness gracing his features. Cedric accepted the box, his heart racing. "No need to thank me." He lowered his gaze, unable to meet Wen Xu's eyes, instinctively avoiding the gaze. Wen Xu pretended not to notice, packing up the remaining puddings before departing from the small kitchen. Cedric stood for a long moment, until the sunlight cast a warm glow upon his face, abruptly bringing him back to reality. As he regarded the adorably packaged lemon pudding, a tingling sensation blossomed within him as he examined the hand-drawn little fox by the small wizard on the box. This detail was absent from other packaging. Reflecting on this, Cedric felt the warmth that had just subsided surging back within him. Chapter 12. Cedric's heart flutter. Cedric returned to the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room. The massive still life painting brimming with fruits lazily shifted aside, and a warm, golden hue filled the air, mingling with the familiar scents of earth and hay. Accompanied by the crackling of the fire in the hearth, a group of young students huddled together on a sofa near the fireplace, engrossed in a game of wizard chess, their raucous shouts echoing through the air. Yet, he felt as though he were traversing a vacuum. The petite, meticulously tied box in his hand, adorned with an emerald green ribbon, weighed heavily on his fingertips and within his heart. On the lid, a watercolor-painted little fox, its lines childishly simplistic yet brimming with spirit, tilted its head slyly, squinting its eyes as if silently mocking his current state of disarray. He absent-mindedly rubbed his fingertips over the smooth surface of the paper, and the memory of Wen Xu's focused pencil strokes, capturing its profile and the delicate red string tied to a red agate that swayed gently with his movements, replayed stubbornly in his mind. "Hey, Cedric." A booming voice jolted him back from that sun-drenched afternoon in the kitchen, pulling him into reality. His classmate, Zacharias Smith, descended the spiral staircase leading to the boys' dormitory, his keen eyes quickly spotting the object in Cedric's hand. He strode over with exuberance, a mischievous grin plastered across his face, as if he had discovered a treasure. "What's this? Another love-struck admirer's token of affection? Oh, this." Cedric instinctively attempted to conceal the box behind him, but his movement was a beat too slow. Zacharias had already draped an arm over his shoulder, leaning in to scrutinize the box. "Such exquisite packaging. Open it up. Let us share the joy, shall we, Cedric?" He exaggerated his tone, mimicking the adoration often directed towards Cedric by the younger students. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of nearby classmates, their curious gazes drawn towards them. Cedric felt his ears flush with warmth. He was all too familiar with this playful teasing. To refuse would seem stingy, yet to share. He cast a fleeting glance at the proud little fox on the box, a pang of inexplicable reluctance washing over him, akin to someone attempting to take away a cherished secret imbued with warmth. All right. He chuckled helplessly, striving to maintain a tone of calmness as he untied the ribbon, his movements unconsciously cautious. "It's lemon pudding, freshly made in the kitchen." As the box opened, a burst of zesty, sunlit lemon fragrance wafted into the air, dispelling the ambient scents of the common room. Inside lay a dozen petite, plump yellow puddings, as tender as solidified sunshine, nestled sweetly together. The little fox seemed to lean closer to the puddings, almost as if it were savoring their proximity. "Wow, it smells fantastic," Zacharias exclaimed, unabashedly reaching for the accompanying silver spoon. "Wait," Cedric blurted out, his voice rising an octave. As Zacharias and the others exchanged surprised glances, Cedric abruptly realized his lack of composure, his cheeks igniting with embarrassment. He swiftly grabbed the small spoon, hurriedly scooping out the pudding furthest from the fox, and thrust it into Zacharias' eager hand. "Here." His voice dropped, tinged with a slight rasp. Zacharias, taken aback by Cedric's sudden gesture, burst into laughter, unperturbed by his friend's antics, and promptly popped the delicate pudding into his mouth. His eyes widened in delight, nodding vigorously. This flavor is exquisite. The balance of sweet and sour is perfect. Refreshing without being cloying, the lemon-esque freshness is all there. Who made this? I need to queue up next time. The surrounding classmates inched closer, clamoring for a taste. Cedric watched as the box circulated among them, each taking a pudding. The vibrant yellow quickly diminishing until only a few remained, nestled obediently beside the little fox. Typically, he was not one to accept gifts from admirers. Even when he did, he would often share them with the younger students rather than keep them for himself. Consequently, his friends had grown accustomed to managing such tokens on his behalf. Thus, he found it difficult to refuse others' requests this time, even in the face of teasing from his friends. Failing to clarify that it was merely a gift from a recently acquainted junior, not a token of affection. His inner reluctance expanded like ripples across a pond after a stone is thrown, a heavy, muted sensation. He quietly picked up one of the remaining puddings. Aware that Wen Xu had anticipated the sharing, placing a few extra inside, he carefully scooped a bite from the pudding closest to the fox's image on the lid. The glistening pale yellow quivered delicately on the spoon's tip as he brought it to his lips. The instant his tongue made contact with the pudding, time seemed to slow. It was an utterly pure sweetness, imbued with the warmth of sunlight, reminiscent of dew-kissed petals in early summer. Following closely was a perfectly attuned, refreshing acidity, like a juicy lemon bursting silently between his teeth. The two flavors wove together harmoniously, awakening every sensory memory, the golden sunlight streaming through the kitchen. Wen Xu's white eyelashes fluttering slightly as he stirred, the faint yet clear sound of the red agate clinking against the end of the red string, and the gentle, bashful curve of Wen Xu's lips that could illuminate even the dimmest of spaces. The sweet and sour notes spread across his palate, seeping quietly into his heart, evoking a sensation akin to gentle intoxication and unspeakable fulfillment. Cedric even forgot to chew, simply savoring the cool, smooth pudding as it melted slowly, until the lingering sweetness and acidity entwined with a hidden corner of his heart, gently teasing. He lowered his eyelashes, concealing the tumult of emotions within his gaze, while his fingertips brushed lightly against the inner wall of the box, tracing the watercolor lines of the little fox, feeling the unique texture of the paper beneath. Chapter 13, A Fish is Hooked. The towering bookshelves of the library loomed like silent giants, casting deep, tranquil shadows. The air was thick with the unique scent of aged parchment, dried ink, and dust. Wen Xu sat at a long table by the window, an open volume of medieval potions and elixirs nearly obscuring half his face. The tip of his quill glided over the parchment, producing a soft rustling sound. Footsteps approached, rhythmic and purposeful, growing ever closer. Wen Xu did not look up, though the smooth flow of his ornate script faltered ever so slightly beneath the pressure of the familiar cadence. A few hefty tomes, thick enough to serve as bricks, were unceremoniously placed on the table across from him with a thud, shaking the ink in the bottle before him. Only then did Wen Xu leisurely lift his gaze. Hermione Granger stood opposite him, her frizzy brown curls appearing even more voluminous from her hurried pace. She leaned slightly forward, her hands braced on the table's edge, her bright, inquisitive brown eyes fixed intently on him, like two precise searchlights. Ashir, her voice was low yet unmistakably clear, imbued with an undeniable intensity. We need to talk. About Cedric Diggory. Wen Xu's fingers lightly traced the smooth shaft of his wand, his expression remaining undisturbed, embodying a serene concentration. Yet, deep within his golden irises, a fleeting glimmer of understanding flickered, almost imperceptibly. He gently closed the hefty tome before him, producing a soft snap, and placed his quill neatly beside the ink bottle. Hermione? He tilted his head slightly, a strand of silver hair cascading down his shoulder as he spoke softly, laced with genuine curiosity. What about Cedric? Hermione's gaze bore into him, as if searching for cracks in his facade. What about him? Her tone carried an incredulous edge. He sat by the fireplace for a whole hour, just holding that pudding box you gave him, flipping it over and over. In moments of reverie, she would suddenly break into inexplicable laughter, only to furrow her brow and sigh moments later, her ears flushed to such an extent that they seemed capable of bleeding. From time to time, she would exchange a few words with Wood, who, having lost all interest, had been listening to her for nearly an hour from his armchair. Her words flowed rapidly, akin to a cascade of beans, each syllable infused with the thrill of having witnessed a marvel. Ron was convinced that he had fallen victim to some peculiar curse. Neville almost contemplated reporting to Madame Pomfrey. Wen Xu listened quietly, his long white lashes casting a delicate fan-shaped shadow beneath his eyes, obscuring the subtle ripples of emotion brewing in their depths. His hand rested on his lap, the fingertips unconsciously curling into the soft fabric of his wizarding robe, only to gently release. I see, he replied softly, his voice barely above a whisper, tinged with a hint of surprise. as if he were lost in contemplation due to Hermione's gossip. The pale contours of his ears were subtly tinged with a barely perceptible blush. Thus, Hermione leaned slightly forward, nearly crossing the table, her gaze intense and inquisitive. Characteristic of Gryffindor's relentless quest for truth. What exactly transpired between you two? Her sharp eyes swept over Wen Xu's composed visage, striving to detect any flicker of guilt or concealment. Are you two together? She boldly conjectured, only to immediately dismiss the thought. No, that's impossible. You promised me you wouldn't date early, Hermione declared, her voice laced with indignation. Wen Xu's hand, which had been resting beneath the table, gently brushed the tip of his wand, his fingers slowly caressing the ancient and intricate patterns etched upon its surface, as if seeking to affirm the existence of some latent power, or perhaps to soothe his quickening heartbeat. He slightly lifted his gaze. The golden hue of his irises shimmering with an almost innocent clarity in the dim light of the library. He hesitated, seemingly weighing his words. His tone softening with a touch of well-placed shyness and confusion. I am simply grateful to Senior Cedric for his assistance in the kitchen this afternoon. He is very kind, very gentle. The pudding, too, was just an ordinary pudding. He pressed his pale lips together, adding, I made a bit more, intending to express my gratitude. He slightly furrowed his delicate brows, as if striving to recall the details of that moment, or perhaps perplexed by Cedric's intense reaction. Is he truly that popular? Perhaps the kitchen was too warm? Hermione opened her mouth, gazing at the innocent and perplexed countenance before her, the pure golden depths of his eyes devoid of any impurities. All of her prepared inquiries and deductions felt like a punch landing on the softest cotton. She knitted her brows tightly, scrutinizing Wen Xu for several seconds, as if re-evaluating the foolishness before her. Ultimately, she sagged her shoulders in exasperation. Well, you had better not be dating early. She crossed her arms, her tone tinged with skepticism. Perhaps it was indeed too warm in the kitchen. It was evident that she was not entirely convinced by this explanation, her gaze sweeping over Wen Xu's hands resting on the book, which appeared soft and harmless. She swiftly changed the subject, as if suddenly reminded of something. By the way, tomorrow afternoon, there's a joint training session for Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw at the Quidditch pitch. Senior Cedric will be looking for seekers, so he will definitely be there. If you wish to express your gratitude, she emphasized the phrase, her eyes implying something significant. Perhaps you could bring some water? The pitch is far hotter than the kitchen. Having said this, she did not wait for Wen Xu's response. Instead, gathering the heavy tomes in her arms and departing with a resolute air, her back radiating an aura of, I'm keeping an eye on you. Wen Xu's gaze followed Hermione as she vanished into the depths of the towering bookshelves, until her fluffy brown hair was no longer visible. The ancient silence of the library enveloped him once again, leaving only the distant rustling of turning pages. The thin veil of confusion and shyness that had adorned his features seemed to dissolve, as if under the effect of an invisibility charm. He reopened the hefty tome titled Medieval Potions Compendium, his fingertips lightly tracing the intricate and esoteric runes, his gaze fixed on the pages, though it felt as if he were peering through the yellowed parchment into a more distant realm. The corners of his mouth subtly curled upward, transforming from the previous gentle shyness into a series of silent ripples, akin to those formed when a stone is cast into a lake. Imbued with a sense of triumph and control. Chapter 14. Senior, shall we go together tomorrow? In the Hufflepuff boys' dormitory, the deep yellow drapes of a four-poster bed were drawn halfway, creating a secluded little haven. On the bedside table, a small magical light orb emanated a soft, steady warm white glow, illuminating Cedric's focused profile. Outside, the night enveloped Hogwarts in a heavy shroud, with only the vague outlines of the Forbidden Forest and the occasional hoot of an owl piercing the stillness. That exquisite pudding box now lay peacefully beside his pillow. The pudding had long been consumed, leaving only the smooth interior of the paper box and the lid adorned with a mischievous, eternally smiling little fox. Cedric's fingers unconsciously traced the outline of the fox on the lid, his mind replaying scenes from the kitchen earlier that afternoon, when Sue's perfectly timed surprise. His almost translucent white hair in the sunlight, the slender wrist extending the pudding spoon, and that softly uttered, Senior Cedric. Each recollection sent a delicate shiver coursing down his spine, igniting a flutter in his heart. He let out a barely audible sigh, his fingertip tracing halted. It was time to put it away. He picked up the box, preparing to tuck it deep within the drawer of his bedside table. However, just as the box was about to be set down, a faint, nearly imperceptible mark, slightly differing in hue from the box itself, flickered at the edge of the bottom. Cedric's movements abruptly stilled. His heart felt as though it had been gripped by an invisible hand, suddenly ceasing its rhythm. He quickly brought the box back to his face, leaning closer to the soft magical light, his fingers anxiously brushing over the bottom of the box. It was no illusion. Near the creased underside, a minuscule, elegantly flowing script was cleverly concealed within the paper's subtle texture. Had the light not struck at just the right angle, it would have been nearly impossible to discern. The words, as if enchanted, were clearly imprinted in his suddenly dilated pupils. "Senior, will you come to the kitchen tomorrow?" The handwriting was neat, seemingly infused with a subtly discernible fragrance of the ink used. The identity of the writer was all too evident. A rush of warmth surged through Cedric, flooding from his feet to the crown of his head, as the sound of blood rushing filled his ears. He stood frozen, maintaining the pose of holding the box near the light source, like a statue petrified by a curse. The small words beneath his fingers radiated a burning heat, causing his fingertips to tremble slightly. "Will you come to the kitchen tomorrow?" A seemingly light inquiry, yet it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, leaving him dizzy and breathless. The earlier tingling sensation exploded into a tidal wave, overwhelming all of his senses and reason. He pressed the box tightly against his chest, as if to calm the frantic heart within, threatening to shatter his ribs. His cheeks burned with a fierce heat. Even the faint warmth of the magical light felt searing. Instinctively, he held his breath, once more directing his gaze to the small script, reading it over and over again, fearful of misreading it, terrified that it might merely be a trick of light and shadow. Yet the elegant cursive and that small question mark remained vividly clear under the illumination. In the stillness of the dormitory, only his heavy, oppressive breaths could be heard, accompanied by the deafening rhythm of his heart, reverberating within the deep yellow curtains, striking against the silence of the night. Chapter 15. Sleepless, utterly unable to sleep. Would he still go to the kitchen tomorrow? The voice of Wen Xu seemed to resonate in his ears, imbued with the warmth of the afternoon sun and a barely perceptible invitation. Cedric felt as if he were ensnared by an all-encompassing binding curse, rendered motionless, with only his heart wildly thrumming within his chest. The image of the silver-haired youth with golden eyes, diligently stirring pudding in the kitchen that afternoon, the accidental brush of fingertips as he handed over the spoon, and that radiant smile which seemed to glow in the sunlight, all fragments of memory surged forth, ultimately converging upon that gentle inquiry. He had received love letters and invitations before. The exceptional Hufflepuff seeker, the courteous and graceful prefect, never lacked attention. Yet, never had a mere line hidden at the bottom of a pudding box thrown him into such disarray, as if the entirety of Hogwarts were spinning around him. Wen Xu, that slender and quiet Slytherin freshman who had fainted during the sorting ceremony, exuded a strange sense of contradiction. The vulnerability he had perceived upon first meeting, the casual familiarity that emerged during their interactions, and now this secretive, mischievous note, like a handful of fresh snow, pure yet possessing an enticing chill. Knowing that proximity might lead to melting, yet irresistibly beckoning one to reach out. What was he to do? To go? Or not to go? Cedric suddenly buried his face into the soft pillow, emitting a muffled groan. What did going mean? Was he truly prepared to confront that earnest and sincere younger student? Not going conjured images of the potential disappointment that might flicker in Wen Xu's clear golden eyes, a vision that tightened his chest, more discomforting than facing 100 bludgers. Tomorrow there was a joint training session with Ravenclaw. The pitch, training. Cedric grasped onto this thought like a lifeline. Yes, training. He was a seeker. One of the captains. He had responsibilities. He must attend training tomorrow afternoon. This rationale was both honorable and indisputable. Wasn't he intentionally avoiding the kitchen? He had a legitimate reason. This notion allowed the tension in his nerves to ease slightly, yet it was soon followed by a deeper entanglement. Was he, perhaps, evading? Using training as an excuse to avoid that afternoon kitchen encounter that might leave him feeling even more flustered? Tomorrow afternoon, training, he repeated softly, as if persuading himself. His gaze fell upon the pudding box once more, the little fox on the inside of the lid still grinning mischievously. He carefully cradled the box as if it were a fragile treasure, his fingertips gently grazing over the searing words at the bottom. Then, he made a decision. He gently lifted a corner of his pillow, carefully tucking the empty box, the one that bore so much unspoken excitement, beneath it. The cool touch of the paper box pressed against the pillow, as if it were close to his cheek. After completing this act, he felt as if he had exhausted all his strength, collapsing back down heavily, pulling the blanket around himself tightly. Training, after training, he murmured to the dark canopy above. Perhaps he could take a peek into the kitchen? This thought rippled through his mind like a small stone cast into a lake of emotions, sending out circles of anticipation that instantly diluted the earlier panic and avoidance. Yes, after training. This way, he fulfilled his obligations while not entirely dismissing Wen Xu's subtle invitation. Cedric took a long, deep breath, slowly exhaling. The almost explosive heat in his chest seemed to have subsided somewhat, though his heartbeat still raced uncontrollably. It was no longer the overwhelming chaos it had been. He closed his eyes, attempting to empty his mind, focusing on the strategies for tomorrow's training, envisioning Ravenclaw's seeker, Xiao Zhang, and her agile flight patterns. Yet, Wen Xu's silver hair tied with a red ribbon, his nearly translucent eyelashes in the sun, the delicate wrist that handed over the pudding, and the line hidden at the bottom of the box. All these images became the most stubborn of dementors, refusing to disperse, instead growing clearer under his deliberate suppression. He could even catch a faint trace of the crisp scent that belonged to Wen Xu, mingling with the sweet aroma of lemon pudding. This night was destined to be long for Cedric Diggory. The deep yellow curtains isolated him from the outside world, yet they could not shield him from the tumult raging within. He felt like a small boat tossed about in a storm, repeatedly lifted and dropped by the waves named Wen Xu. He tossed and turned, the edge of the box beneath his pillow pressing against his cheek, a peculiar, tangible ache reminding him of that secret invitation. His consciousness struggled on the brink of wakefulness and daze, until the inky sky above the forbidden forest was finally pierced by the first faint rays of morning light streaming from the spires of Hogwarts towers. Chapter 16, Longing to See Him. As the first light of dawn struggled to penetrate the thick round glass of the Hufflepuff common room, Cedric was already seated, fully dressed in a chair near the fireplace. Beneath his eyes lay faint shadows, yet his spirit was oddly exhilarated, as if imbued with a stimulant. Before him lay an open copy of Quidditch Tactics, though the pages remained unturned for quite some time. His long fingers absent-mindedly tapped against the hardcover, while his gaze drifted, unfocused, upon the flickering flames in the hearth. "Hey, Ced," Zacharias exclaimed, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he descended the spiral staircase. He paused upon seeing Cedric, clearly taken aback. Merlin's beard. "You didn't sleep a wink, did you? Just to ponder how to deal with Xiao Zhang this afternoon." He moved closer, scrutinizing Cedric with a hint of suspicion. "Or perhaps you're still savoring that lemon pudding." Cedric jolted back to reality, a fleeting embarrassment crossing his face as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. But his good upbringing quickly restored his gentle smile, deftly avoiding Zacharias' inquisitive gaze. "I was merely contemplating the training," he replied. He closed the book and stood, his movements deliberate and poised. It was nearly time to prepare for the pitch. Grasping the broom that leaned against the chair, the deep green handle glimmered with a steady sheen in the morning light. The solid feel of the broom in his hand finally anchored his tumultuous thoughts, offering a sliver of familiarity amidst the chaos of the night. "Let us go?" He called out to Zacharias and a few other early risers, leading the way toward the passage that led outside the castle. Pushing through the fruit still life painting, the cool, damp morning air washed over him, mingling with the scents of grass and earth, invigorating his senses. As he made his way to the Quidditch pitch, the morning mist had yet to dissipate entirely, enveloping the castle and the distant forbidden forest like a delicate veil. Cedric quickened his pace slightly, the tail of his broom lightly brushing against the dew-kissed grass. He endeavored to concentrate on the impending training, mulling over adjustments in formation and player coordination. However, an incongruous image kept flashing through his mind. The small kitchen, bathed in afternoon sunlight, filled with the fresh scent of lemon, and that figure with silver hair cascading down, tied with a red ribbon. After the training, this notion surged uncontrollably once more, accompanied by a secretive thrill that he had yet to fully comprehend. Instinctively, he quickened his steps, as if moving faster would help him bridge the lengthy wait and reach that unresolved moment. The towering outline of the pitch gradually emerged from the morning fog. Cedric inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress all distractions. He straightened his posture, his expression returning to its customary, gentle yet resolute demeanor, the visage befitting the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. He needed to focus, for the team and for the afternoon's joint training. However, as he stepped onto the soft grass at the edge of the pitch, his gaze instinctively sweeping across the stands, a thought struck him like a cunningly elusive quaffle. What if, just what if, after the training session, he could indeed catch sight of those golden eyes glimmering in the sunlight at that place imbued with the aroma of delicious food? This notion caused his fingers, which gripped the broomstick tightly, to involuntarily clench a little more. The morning light fell upon his slightly flushed ears, casting a subtle warmth that seemed incongruous with the serious atmosphere of the training ground. A new day was dawning, and within Cedric Diggory's heart, the secret pertaining to lemon pudding and a clandestine invitation was quietly fermenting alongside the rising sun. Chapter 17, A Delightful Surprise. "Good morning, Captain." Roger Davies, the captain of Ravenclaw, arrived at the pitch with his team, greeting him with a bright smile. Cedric immediately reined in his thoughts, burying that secret thrill deeper within him, and donned the standard, impeccable captain smile in response. "Morning, Roger. The field looks splendid, perfect for training." He surveyed the expansive pitch, the lush green grass stretching out in the morning light, the air crisp and invigorating. The team members began their warm-up, the sound of broomsticks slicing through the air resonating. Cedric clapped his hands to gather the Hufflepuff players, commencing the briefing on the day's training focus, emphasizing the need to bolster their defense and interception awareness against Ravenclaw's adeptness at rapid interplays and precise passing. His voice was steady and powerful, his instructions clear, as he scanned each player to ensure they grasped the tactics. Yet, only he knew how his thoughts occasionally galloped like an untamed night stallion, uncontrollably soaring towards the archway adorned with a still life of fruits, towards the kitchen wafting with the sweet scent of lemons on a sunlit afternoon. In the midst of his explanation, he instinctively paused, his gaze uncontrollably drifting once more to the empty main stands, which were naturally devoid of any spectators, save for the morning breeze brushing against the seats. Thus, we must pay particular attention to the off-the-ball running routes of their chasers. He quickly regained his composure, forcing his focus back to the tactical board, his fingertips gliding over the magical lights representing the players. Yet he felt as though those lights had transformed into a small, dark green pudding box, concealing a line of burning calligraphy at its base. Training officially commenced. The players mounted their broomsticks, soaring into the sky like a flock of vividly colored birds. Cedric hopped onto his beloved Firebolt 2000, pushing off the ground and gracefully ascending into the air. The chilly morning wind enveloped him in an instant, dispersing the lingering warmth from his face and invigorating his spirit. He inhaled deeply, leveling his broom, and began the routine search and acceleration drills for the seekers. Focusing on his flight, his mind finally attained a moment of tranquility. Chasing the training snitch, he felt the air rush past his ears, his body instinctively responding to every turn and dive of the broom, immersing him in a familiar, controllable world. He darted across the pitch like a streak of deep green lightning, his keen eyes scanning every potential hiding spot for the elusive snitch. "Well done," said. Came the cheers from below, as he executed a daring dive at an exceptionally tricky angle, nearly grazing the grass as he snatched the faux snitch that attempted to escape at low altitude. Cedric held the buzzing ball in his hand, a genuine smile of accomplishment gracing his face. He hovered in the air, breathing heavily, beads of sweat trickling down his temples, his heart racing from the exertion. Yet he felt an odd exhilaration. Perhaps, immersing himself in Quidditch like this would allow him to momentarily forget about the person who had been disrupting his thoughts. Just as this thought took flight, it was abruptly interrupted by a faint stir emanating from the entrance of the pitch. This commotion did not appear to arise from the players or coaches, but rather from an unexpected presence in the stands that attracted a few wandering gazes. Cedric instinctively turned towards the direction of those fleeting glances, his awareness heightened in a manner he had not anticipated. At the highest and most remote corner of the main stand, the morning sunlight spilled diagonally over that area, bathing the cold stone steps in a warm golden hue. And in the heart of that glow sat an individual. Silvery hair, even in the morning light, seemed to radiate a soft luminescence, loosely tied back with a familiar red cord adorned with carnelian. A few strands danced with the gentle breeze, entwined with that vibrant hue of red. Dressed in a dark green Slytherin robe, the silver patterns on the fabric shimmered subtly in the sunlight. He tilted his head slightly, seemingly taking a keen interest in observing the entire pitch, his golden eyes illuminated by the sunlight, resembling molten amber. It was Tom Riddle. Cedric felt as though his heart was seized by an invisible hand, then abruptly released, blood rushing to his head before freezing in the next moment. He hovered in the air, his fingers gripping the faux snitch tightening unconsciously, nearly crushing the buzzing ball. The heartbeat that had just calmed during his flight now thundered like a wild drumbeat, more intense than facing 100 quaffles. How could he be here? Was he not supposed to be in the Slytherin common room? Or perhaps in the library? Or waiting for that afternoon rendezvous in the kitchen? Cedric's mind became a tumultuous sea, all strategies and focus shattered in that instant. He even forgot he was suspended several meters above the ground, oblivious to the teammates watching him below. Tom seemed to sense that intensely heated gaze. He slowly turned his head, his eyes piercing through the cool morning air, precisely capturing Cedric's frozen form hovering in midair, appearing somewhat dazed. Their eyes met. Time seemed to be ensnared by the most potent slowing charm. There was no surprise on Tom's face, only a nearly pure, curious concentration. He locked eyes with Cedric, his golden irises curving ever so slightly, the corners of his lips lifting into an exceedingly subtle smile, one that could illuminate the entire gray morning. That smile was clean and gentle, like the first trickle of a stream thawing in early spring, silently flowing through Cedric's chaotic heart. He even raised a hand, effortlessly, as if greeting a friend, and gently waved at the suspended figure in midair. Buzz. Cedric's mind was engulfed in a profound buzzing sound. Tom's smile and wave acted like a silent thunderclap, shattering all his facades and rationality. The heat on his cheeks erupted, coursing down to the nape of his neck, even causing his palms, which gripped the broomstick, to start sweating. He could distinctly hear the sound of his blood rushing, drowning out the wind, the hum of the broom, and the puzzled inquiries of his teammates below. "Captain," said, "are you all right?" Zachariah's voice drifted up from below, laced with confusion. Cedric snapped back to reality, as if pricked by a needle, nearly toppling from his broom. He hastily steadied himself, clumsily shoving the faux snitch into his pocket, his movements stiff as though he were a first-year student riding a broom for the first time. He dared not glance in Tom's direction again, abruptly turning the broomstick around, nearly fleeing as he dove towards the ground at breakneck speed, the rush of wind trailing in his wake. Upon landing, he stumbled a step before regaining his balance, breathless, his heart racing as if it were about to leap from his throat. He kept his head down, hastily wiping the sweat from his face, attempting to conceal his flushed cheeks and flustered demeanor. "Said, what's wrong? What did you see?" Zacharias and the other teammates gathered around. Their curiosity piqued as they followed his gaze to the highest, empty tier of the stands. There, in the fleeting moment of Cedric's panic dive, Wen Xu had already vanished like a wisp of silent morning mist into the shadows of the stone steps, as if he had never existed at all. "No, it's nothing." Cedric's voice carried a barely detectable rasp as he forced himself to lift his head, managing a smile that could only be described as a semblance of calm. Just now, it seemed he had caught sight of a rare bird and had been momentarily distracted. "Apologies, let us continue with the training." He endeavored to make his voice sound normal, yet the tumultuous rise and fall of his chest and the lingering flush of his ears betrayed the storm raging within him. Wen Xu had seen it. He had witnessed Cedric, like a foolish dreamer, suspended in midair, and had even smiled and waved at him. That smile, that wave, Cedric felt his mind descend into chaos. The tactics rehearsed moments prior slipping from his memory entirely. He mechanically mounted his broom once more, ascending into the air. Yet his gaze was uncontrollably drawn to that vacant corner of the stands again and again. There, it seemed, lingered a silvery apparition in that faint, enchanting smile, etched into his retina like an indelible mark. The flutter of anticipation from the afternoon's kitchen invitation had not yet subsided, now compounded by a more intense surge of unexpected impact and lingering embarrassment. The subsequent training became a torment for Cedric. His once prized focus shattered into fragments. Illusory thieves slipped past him several times, his reflexes lagging by a beat. Miscommunication in his teammates' passes led to uncharacteristic blunders. He struggled to concentrate, yet Wen Xu's golden eyes, sparkling with mirth in the morning light, continually intruded upon his thoughts, disrupting his mental clarity. He even began to question whether Wen Xu's presence had been intentional. Was it to see him? This notion sent his heart racing, accompanied by a deeper confusion and an indescribable secret thrill. "Said." Roger Davis approached on his broom, brow furrowed, his tone laced with concern and a hint of discontent. "You're not yourself today? Are you feeling unwell? That last play, you shouldn't have missed it at your level." Cedric snapped back to reality, staring at Roger's serious expression, a wave of guilt crashing over him. He took a deep breath, shaking his head vigorously as if attempting to dislodge the vision of that silver-haired figure from his mind. "I'm sorry, Roger. It's my fault," he replied gravely, his gaze sharpening as he forced himself to channel all his attention back into the training and his opponents. "Let's do it again. This time, I won't make a mistake." He pressed down on his broom, shooting forward like an arrow released from its bow, faster than before, fueled by a sense of cathartic release, attempting to dispel the chaotic fluttering in his heart that Wen Xu had ignited. Yet, that silvery figure and that gentle smile clung to the edges of his consciousness like the most stubborn of specters, silently reminding him of the invitation hidden at the bottom of the pudding box, and of the brief encounter on the stands that had the power to upend all his tranquility. The quicker he flew, the louder the wind roared in his ears. Yet the secret ripples stirred within him only widened. Chapter 18, So Sweet. Wen Xu's golden eyes, glimmering in the morning light, seared into his senses like a brand. He could almost envision him in the kitchen at that moment, tying a red string, his silver hair cascading, adorned with a gentle yet knowing expression, waiting. Or perhaps that was merely his own wishful thinking. By the time training concluded, Cedric felt more exhausted than if he had just caught 10 golden snitches in a row. Sweat dampened his brow, clinging to his skin, muscles slightly aching from overexertion. Yet, it was his heart that bore the greater fatigue. He barely maintained the demeanor of a captain as he bid farewell to the Ravenclaw players, his voice tinged with an imperceptible rasp. "Said, shall we head to the Great Hall?" Zacharias clapped him on the shoulder, excitement bubbling from the training session. "No," Cedric almost instinctively declined, his voice unnaturally rapid. He avoided Zacharias's probing gaze, lowering his head to tidy the grass clippings clinging to his broom. "I need to stop by the restroom first. Something came up." He endeavored to sound casual, but the flush creeping up his ears betrayed him. Zacharias raised an eyebrow, observing Cedric's hasty retreat from the pitch like a startled bird. recalling his distracted demeanor throughout the day and the fleeting glimpse of that rare bird in the morning stands. A bold, somewhat mischievous hypothesis began to form in his mind. He whistled and slung an arm around a teammate's shoulders as they walked back to the castle, deciding to interrogate their dear captain later. Cedric did not head to the restroom. Clutching his Firebolt 2000, he found himself inexplicably drawn toward the secluded corridor leading to the kitchen. His steps guided by an unseen thread. His heart pounded in his chest, more fervently than when chasing snitches, with each step closer to the fruit still life painting. The afternoon's lemon scent and the cool touch of Wen Xu's fingertips as he handed over the pudding spoon became increasingly vivid. He paused before the painting, inhaling deeply in an attempt to calm the thunderous beat of his heart. To go or not to go? The question hidden at the box's bottom hooked all his thoughts. Was that morning encounter merely serendipitous? Had Wen Xu been intentionally waiting for him, or was it just a coincidence? Countless questions swirled in his mind. Ultimately, the desire to gaze into those golden eyes overwhelmed all else. He extended a finger, trembling with almost reverent tension, and gently brushed against the plump pear depicted in the painting. The pear giggled and wriggled, revealing a doorknob. Cedric grasped it, his palm slightly damp, and twisted it firmly. Warm, radiant light, the sweet aroma of baked goods, and the faint sounds of house elves bustling about enveloped him. Cedric's heart leapt to his throat as his gaze eagerly scanned the entire kitchen. And then he saw him. There, near the massive hearth at the cooking counter, stood the familiar figure, back turned to the door. Silver hair was still loosely tied back with a red string adorned with garnet, a few strands cascading down his delicate neck. Dressed in Slytherin's deep green robes, sleeves rolled to the elbows, revealing a smooth, pale forearm, he was slightly bent over, intently stirring a steaming copper basin, the air fragrant with a sweetness even more potent than lemon pudding, infused with warm caramel. As if startled by the sound of the door opening, Wen Xu paused his stirring, slowly turning around. His golden eyes, shimmering in the warm light of the kitchen, resembled melted honey, carrying just the right amount of surprise as they locked onto Cedric, who stood awkwardly at the threshold. Cedric? Wen Xu's voice was clear and gentle, laced with an almost imperceptible smile, brushing against Cedric's eardrum like a feather. You came. Cedric felt his cheeks ignite instantly. The casualness of you came felt so natural, as if he had been expected to answer that hidden invitation all along, reminiscent of a tender wife patiently awaiting her husband's return. He opened his mouth, intending to explain that he had merely stopped by after training or was looking for something to eat. But all his flimsy excuses crumbled under the weight of Wen Xu's all-seeing gaze. Training just ended, Cedric replied, his voice dry and tinged lower than usual. He clutched the broom, resembling a student who had unwittingly trespassed into forbidden territory, standing there somewhat at a loss, yet his gaze lingered greedily on Wen Xu. Tracing the red ribbon binding his hair, the slight tremor of his lashes as he focused on stirring, and finally, those hands dusted with a hint of flour, each joint sharply defined. It seemed that Wen Xu was oblivious to his awkwardness, as his attention naturally fell upon the Lumos 2000 cradled in Cedric's arms. A smile of appreciation curving his lips. You must have had a rigorous training session today, senior. I am preparing caramel pudding, sweeter than the lemon pudding from last time. Would you care to sample it? The caramel sauce is freshly made. He lifted a small bowl filled with a deep amber, bubbling viscous sauce and, using a pristine silver spoon, scooped out a modest amount, extending it towards Cedric with the same ease as he had when offering the lemon pudding that afternoon. Cedric's heart skipped a beat. Once again, he was met with this unguarded, seemingly natural intimacy. He gazed at the spoon emanating an alluring sweetness, shimmering like a jewel under the light, then at Wen Xu's golden eyes, bright with anticipation, making it impossible for him to utter a refusal. Almost holding his breath, he took a small step forward, slightly bowed his head, and accepted the warm caramel sauce on his tongue. Sweet, an exquisite flavor, rich with a hint of bittersweetness, exploded on his palate, spreading through his senses, even overshadowing the dizzying thrill that stirred within him. That sweetness was both assertive and warm, akin to a beam of sunlight piercing through the confusion in his heart, wearied by training yet stirred by Wen Xu's presence. How is it? Wen Xu asked softly, his voice carrying a barely perceptible tension, his golden gaze fixed intently on him, as if his opinion were of the utmost importance. Very sweet, Cedric replied, his voice slightly strained as he licked the residual sweetness from his lips, unable to divert his gaze from Wen Xu's face. Delicious. He felt his cheeks flush as though they could fry an egg, the tingling sensation from earlier surging back, even more intense than before. Wen Xu's proximity, his crisp, clean scent mingling with the sweetness of caramel, ensnared him like an invisible web. Just then, a bright, slightly urgent voice shattered the kitchen's enchanting tranquility. Wen Xu. So, you're here. Hermione Granger burst into the room, her tousled brown curls framing her face, arms laden with thick tomes. Her eyes scanned the kitchen, first landing on Wen Xu, then noticing Cedric standing awkwardly beside him, his cheeks flushed and posture stiff. Hermione paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her bright brown eyes, swiftly replaced by understanding. She recalled her words to Wen Xu the previous day about the pitch being much hotter than the kitchen. Perhaps he could use some water? It appeared that someone had not only delivered water, but had brought it directly into the kitchen. Observing Cedric's demeanor, Hermione sighed inwardly. Hermione? Wen Xu feigned surprise, as if her sudden entrance had interrupted him, naturally retracting the spoon he held, a gentle smile gracing his face. Did you need me? Hermione promptly redirected her gaze from Cedric, striding to Wen Xu's side, subtly positioning herself to shield Cedric. I thought I might find you here. I have some questions regarding Professor Flitwick's assignment for Charms class, but I couldn't locate you in the common room or the library. Her eyes fell on the copper basin and the bowl of caramel sauce before her tone softened. Are you making something delicious? Caramel pudding, Wen Xu replied with a smile, as if the earlier moment with Cedric had never occurred. You're just in time to help me gauge the sweetness. As he spoke, he picked up a fresh spoon, scooping a bit of caramel sauce and offering it to Hermione, his movements fluid and natural, indistinguishable from those he had made towards Cedric moments before. Cedric watched as Wen Xu extended the same small spoon to Hermione, a secret thrill he had felt from their shared moment swiftly replaced by an inexplicable sense of loss. So, he was equally familiar with everyone, offering pudding in the afternoon, and now caramel sauce to Hermione. This natural intimacy was not reserved solely for him. Hermione took a taste, her eyes lighting up. Wow, so fragrant. The sweetness is just right, she exclaimed earnestly, then turned to Wen Xu, launching into a rapid discussion about her paper, her pace clearly indicating her genuine questions. Wen Xu listened patiently, nodding in response, his golden gaze focused on her. Cedric, still clutching the broom, found himself sidelined, feeling like an unwelcome intruder. He observed the effortless camaraderie between Wen Xu and Hermione, the gentle, slightly indulgent smile Wen Xu wore for Hermione, and the sweetness warmed by caramel within him began to cool. He opened his mouth, attempting to speak, perhaps to say he would take his leave or to thank him for the caramel sauce, but his throat felt constricted, silencing him entirely. He could only remain stiffly in place, watching Wen Xu's profile, a strange, subtle emotion swirling in his heart. The kitchen remained warm, the enticing aroma of caramel still wafting through the air, and the house elves busily carried on with their tasks. Yet Cedric felt as if he were isolated by an almost imperceptible distance. Wen Xu was right before him, yet it seemed he was not the sole focus of his attention. Just as this delicate, slightly awkward silence was about to stretch into an uncomfortable expanse, the door adorned with a pear illustration swung open once more. A tall, slender figure appeared in the doorway, carrying the distinct, cool, and serene aura typical of the Slytherin common room. The newcomer had meticulously styled deep brown hair, a handsome yet aloof countenance, akin to finely sculpted ice. His deep blue eyes resembled the calm depths of the ocean, sweeping over the three occupants of the kitchen before finally resting on Wen Xu. It was Theodore Knott. His arrival felt like a refreshing breeze, momentarily halting the warm, sweet air that filled the kitchen. Theodore's gaze flicked over Cedric, who was blushing and holding the broom awkwardly, then scanned Hermione, who was discussing the paper with Wen Xu, her expression now tinged with annoyance at the interruption, before settling back on Wen Xu. His expression remained unchanged, still cloaked in an impenetrable indifference, yet there seemed to be an almost imperceptible shift within the depths of his oceanic blue eyes, lingering on Wen Xu a fraction longer than on the others. Wen Xu, Theodore's voice was low and steady, devoid of emotion, as if merely stating a fact. Professor Snape asked me to remind you that your potions essay requires a detailed analysis of the experimental steps regarding the stability of Moonstone, to be submitted before class tomorrow. His reasoning was impeccable, yet his gaze remained fixed on Wen Xu, imbued with a subtle scrutiny and a kind of silent, frigid attention. Cedric's fingers unconsciously rubbed the handle of the broom. Theodore Knott, a fellow first year, equally talented and from a distinguished family, yet renowned for his aloofness and reclusiveness. Why would Professor Snape send him to relay a message to Wen Xu? What was the nature of their relationship? Hermione also paused her discussion, directing her gaze toward Theodore, her brow slightly furrowed. Her impression of Theodore had always been one of silence and inaccessibility, and the message he bore only seemed to increase Wen Xu's busyness. Yet Wen Xu maintained his gentle smile, as if he had not perceived the subtle tension that had settled in the air. His golden gaze lingered on Theodore's face for a fleeting moment, imbued with an elusive and subtle profundity that was difficult for others to decipher. It soon shifted toward Cedric, his tone delicately laced with just the right amount of apology and a hint of barely perceptible reassurance. I apologize, Cedric, It seems I must first attend to my thesis. He cast another glance at the bowl of caramel sauce, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Once the caramel pudding is prepared, I shall have Annie deliver it to the Hufflepuff common room. This statement acted like a small lifeline, instantly pulling Cedric back from the depths of his despondency. Did he still remember him? That he would specifically send pudding his way? Cedric's heart raced, meeting the warmth of those golden eyes that seemed to harbor galaxies within them. The earlier gloom miraculously dissipated. He nodded vigorously, his voice tight. All right, thank you, Wen Xu. In his haste, he neglected to bid farewell to Hermione and Theodore. Almost frantically clutching his broom as he turned to exit the kitchen, his footsteps quickened, fraught with a complex mix of emotions, a desire to escape the delicate atmosphere, yet buoyed by Wen Xu's final words. The kitchen door closed softly behind him. Wen Xu's smile dimmed slightly as he turned to Hermione, his tone gentle. Hermione, shall we discuss the thesis as we walk? He then glanced at Theodore, his golden eyes calm and serene, as if the earlier reminder about the thesis was merely a routine announcement. I am aware, Theodore. Thank you for the reminder. Though gratitude flickered across his features, it contrasted with the natural familiarity he exhibited towards Hermione, revealing a hint of detachment. Theodore's deep blue eyes scrutinized him silently, unmoving and voiceless, like a silent iceberg that exerted an invisible pressure merely by its presence. In the kitchen, only the subtle sound of the caramel sauce cooling in the copper basin remained, alongside the unspoken undercurrents flowing between the three individuals, each with their own thoughts. Cedric wandered through the empty corridor, broom in hand, his cheeks still flushed and his heart racing. Wen Xu's final soothing glance and the promise of delivering pudding to the Hufflepuff common room stirred ripples in his heart, like stones cast into a tranquil lake. Yet, the familiarity and ease Hermione exhibited, coupled with Theodore's cold, scrutinizing gaze and the implications of Professor Snape's message, intertwined in his mind, casting a shadow over the burgeoning joy and replacing it with a lingering confusion and subtle bitterness. Wen Xu, how many eyes were observing him in such a manner? For the first time, Cedric acutely realized that the silvery-haired boy in the kitchen, tying his hair with a red ribbon and quietly preparing pudding, was far more elusive than he had ever imagined. Chapter 20, Jealous Little Harry. In the kitchen, after Cedric's departure, the sound of the door gently closing seemed to trigger a shift in the atmosphere. The sweet aroma of caramel that wafted through the air now carried a sense of lingering tension. Hermione looked at Wen Xu as he turned to her, ready to resume the discussion on the thesis that had been interrupted, but Theodore's cold, calm voice broke through, clear and precise, overshadowing the bustling sounds of the house elves at work. Professor Snape's specifications regarding the stability of Moonstone are quite detailed. Theodore stepped forward, his gaze still fixed on Wen Xu, as if Hermione were merely an inconsequential backdrop. If you require reference for the experimental records, my notes are available for your perusal. Hermione tightened her grip on her books, her brow furrowing deeper. What was Theodore's intent? Did he consider her invisible? And when had his rapport with Wen Xu become so amicable? Wen Xu's golden eyes flitted across Theodore's face for a brief moment, a flicker of almost imperceptible amusement passing beneath his tranquil demeanor. He was about to respond to Theodore's generosity when the door adorned with pear illustrations was suddenly thrust open with considerable force. This time, the impact was far greater than any prior occasion, the door slamming against the wall with a dull thud. A figure burst in, breathless and exuding an urgency that was impossible to conceal. His disheveled black hair appeared as though it had been tousled by a tempest, and the lightning scar on his forehead stood out starkly in the warm glow of the kitchen light. His emerald green eyes, ablaze with an intensity akin to burning jade, scanned the room, radiating a mix of seething anger and disbelief at the scene before him. Harry Potter. His gaze, akin to a spotlight, first landed on Wen Xu, who stood beside the counter, his silver hair bound with a red ribbon, sleeves slightly rolled up, revealing pale arms. Those golden eyes, which haunted Harry's dreams, now widened in surprise at the sight of him. Then, he noticed Hermione Granger, standing close to Wen Xu with her books in hand. Harry's expression shifted to one of discontent, particularly at the proximity between Hermione and Wen Xu. Finally, his gaze fixed on Theodore Nott. Theodore Nott, the reticent Slytherin whose eyes resembled still water. Why was he here, standing so close to Wen Xu? Lastly, Harry's attention was drawn to the bowl of alluringly aromatic caramel sauce before Wen Xu, along with the spoon that he had yet to set down. Wen Xu. Harry's voice was tinged with restrained fury and a hint of unrecognized hurt as he strode forward, nearly interposing himself between Hermione and Theodore, asserting himself firmly in front of Wen Xu. I've been searching for you everywhere, from the Great Hall to the library, then to the Slytherin common room entrance. You promised to practice the levitation charm with me this afternoon. Have you forgotten? His barrage of questions was rapid fire, his green eyes fixed intently upon Wen Xu, as though he wished to etch every minute expression into his memory. He deliberately emphasized the words promised, and with me, casting a pointed glare at Hermione and Theodore. Hermione, taken aback by Harry's sudden interrogation and forceful demeanor, quickly grew irritated. Harry, what is your attitude? Wen Xu has his own matters to attend to, and we were discussing Professor Flitwick's thesis. She instinctively defended Wen Xu while feeling discontent at Harry's domineering approach. Theodore not remained silent. He merely shifted slightly, his deep blue eyes coldly observing the agitated Harry, exuding an air of aloof scrutiny laced with a subtle disdain, as if regarding a petulant child. Wen Xu regarded Harry, who had barged in like a tempestuous lion, a myriad of complex emotions flitting through his golden eyes. There was exasperation, a desire to soothe, and even an inexplicable intrigue in the power dynamics at play. He gently set down the spoon in his hand, his movements composed, as if the storm Harry brought was merely a gentle breeze. Harry, Wen Xu's voice was melodious and soothing, imbued with an unusual calming force that momentarily relaxed Harry's tense form. I apologize, I lost track of time. He did not directly counter Harry's accusations nor elaborate on his presence in the kitchen. Instead, he humbly acknowledged his oversight. Wen Xu slightly averted his gaze from Harry's intense scrutiny, allowing his eyes to wander over the bowl of caramel sauce, then to Hermione and Theodore, his tone delicately balancing difficulty with a hint of weariness. Hermione, shall we postpone our discussion on the thesis for later? Theodore, I appreciate your kindness. May I collect your notes later? He deftly addressed everyone, soothing Harry, deferring the thesis discussion with Hermione, and graciously accepting Theodore's offer. Yet committing to no immediate course of action, he maneuvered through the situation as a spider dances across a web, each movement touching upon diverse heartstrings. Harry's ire was considerably doused by Wen Xu's gentle apology and the weariness reflected in his sidelong glance. Observing Wen Xu's delicate brows slightly furrowed, the tumult of possessiveness that stirred within him miraculously subsided, replaced by a complex amalgamation of heartache and unwillingness to yield. He pressed his lips together, his emerald eyes stubbornly fixated on Wen Xu, as if silently reiterating, "You promised me." Hermione, witnessing Wen Xu's apparent fatigue and glancing at the overbearing Harry, felt a twinge of discontent but recognized the futility of further entanglement at that moment. Clutching her book, she shot a glare at Harry. "Very well, Wen Xu. We shall discuss this later." However, she cast a pointed look at Harry. Some individuals would do well to learn the value of respecting others' time. With that, she huffily turned and exited the kitchen. Theodore Knott's deep blue eyes lingered on Wen Xu's face for a few seconds before coldly sweeping over Harry, ultimately saying nothing. It was as though he had reached a form of confirmation or found the farce before him utterly mundane. With a barely perceptible nod to Wen Xu, he too turned away, departing the kitchen with silent, indifferent steps. The door swung shut once more, leaving only Harry and Wen Xu. The air was thick with the rich aroma of caramel, still tinged with a lingering tension. Chapter 21. I wish to taste what you have tasted. Harry regarded Wen Xu, a maelstrom of emotions swirling within his verdant gaze, relief at their solitude, resentment at feeling sidelined, and an intense desire to firmly anchor this person within his line of sight. He stepped forward, his voice dropping to a low murmur, laced with a subtle rasp and fervent determination. "Now, may I have your company for practice?" After all, were they not the first to become acquainted? Why, then, was he perpetually surrounded by so many inconsequential others? Why must the attention that was once wholly his be shared with anyone else? First Hermione, then a multitude of unfamiliar Slytherin companions. And now not. So many individuals occupied his thoughts that he had nearly forgotten the promise Wen Xu had made to him. While Harry's mind continued to spiral, his gaze remained firmly anchored on Wen Xu. She lifted her golden eyes, quietly observing him. The clarity of her gaze was both transparent and unfathomable, concealing secrets that Harry could not decipher. She did not respond immediately, instead lifting a hand to gently brush aside a silver strand dampened by sweat from her cheek. This gesture, imbued with an unconscious fragility, struck at the softest recesses of Harry's heart. In truth, Harry understood that he was not the sole focus of Wen Xu's affections. Yet he still yearned for her proximity, longing for that tender and forgiving gaze to linger upon him for an eternity. He remained hopelessly ensnared by his infatuation. "All right," Wen Xu finally replied softly, a faint smile gracing her lips, a subtle curve that sent Harry's heart racing. "However, before we head to the empty classroom, could you assist me in tasting the sweetness of the caramel sauce? Cedric said it was delectable, yet I feel it is missing something." He retrieved the clean silver spoon and ladled a bit of steaming, deep amber caramel. This time, he did not offer it to anyone, but instead brought the spoon gently to his lips. However, just as it was about to touch his mouth, he hesitated, as if recalling something, and looked up at Harry. His golden eyes sparkled with an innocent, yet mischievous glimmer in the warm yellow light. "Harry, would you like to try?" This gesture, this gaze, This question served as a silent invitation, yet also seemed a meticulously crafted trap. It instantly tightened the nerves Harry had just relaxed upon Hermione and Theodore's departure, reigniting the possessive desire he had momentarily quelled, burning with greater intensity than the flames in the kitchen's hearth. Cedric said it was delicious? When Sue had fed Cedric in a similar manner, that thought slithered into Harry's mind like a venomous serpent, deepening the shadows in his eyes. He gazed at the caramel spoon poised at Wen Xu's lips, but not yet consumed, then into her starry golden eyes. A fierce impulse seized him. He desired not merely to taste, but to erase every trace of others that lingered. With a sudden motion, Harry reached out. Not to take the spoon, but to grasp Wen Xu's wrist where she held it. The grip was gentle, yet undeniably resolute. He leaned closer, their bodies nearly touching. Emerald eyes locking onto her golden ones, his voice a hushed whisper. I want to taste what you have tasted. Harry nudged his fluffy head against Wen Xu's hand, gazing at her with a pitiful expression, as if making an utterly reasonable request. In that instant, the air in the kitchen became palpable. The crackling of the fire and the distant snaps of the house elves fell silent. Only the rising warmth between them and the unspoken standoff remained. The smile faded from Wen Xu's face. She regarded the unabashed fervor in Harry's eyes, a heat tinged with a hint of predation, while a whisper of coldness flickered deep within her golden gaze. She did not struggle against his hold on her wrist, but tilted her head slightly, a silvery strand cascading down to brush against Harry's cheek, which was nearly flush against her. Chapter 22. Taming a Little Pup? But who was the master? Harry. Wen Xu's voice remained gentle, like a feather brushing against the skin, yet carried an unmistakable, clear refusal. She shook her head softly, the subtlety of the movement imbued with a definitive denial. Not allowed. The flames in Harry's eyes flickered as if doused with a splash of cold water. Wen Xu continued to gaze at him, her golden eyes profoundly clear, her expression still tender, reminiscent of someone observing a naive child who does not yet grasp the weight of their actions. Be a good boy, she said softly, her tone soothing as if calming a ruffled creature. That's not allowed. The words be a good boy and not allowed acted like an incantation, instantly dismantling all of Harry's aggression and defiance. The fervor of his desire ebbed like a receding tide, replaced by an overwhelming sense of grievance and hurt that threatened to spill over. His fingers, which had held her wrist tightly, slackened but did not fully release. Instead, they slid down her slender arm, wrapping instead around her waist with a gentle tremor. Harry buried his fluffy head deep into Wen Xu's neck, resembling a large dog seeking comfort after being vehemently rebuffed by its owner. A muffled whimper, thick with nasality, emanated from Wen Xu's shoulder as Harry's body trembled slightly, his heated breath cascading over her sensitive skin. How could you forget? You promised me, and I've waited so long. Searched for so long. His voice was thick with the weight of neglect and sorrow. Hermione can discuss papers with you, not with his ice-cold demeanor can draw so close. Cedric has even savored the pudding you made. Harry's voice grew increasingly plaintive, his embrace tightening as if to meld her into his very being. What about me, Master? How could you forget your little pup? The last words, Master and little pup, were murmured with a tone that was almost tearful, muddled with self-deprecation, dependence, and a pathological possessiveness. He had lowered himself to the most vulnerable position, using his friliest self to breach Wen Xu's defenses. He knew that she was more susceptible to gentleness than force, particularly when faced with such a display of weakness and complete reliance. Wen Xu's body stiffened imperceptibly when Harry embraced her waist and buried his head into her neck. The cry of Master and little pup, tinged with a sob, struck a precise chord deep within her heart, piercing through a hidden, twisted corner of her emotions. A surge of mixed emotions welled up within him, the satisfaction of a desire for control, a sense of pity for this distorted dependency, and a barely perceptible irritation. He cast his gaze downward, observing the trembling black head resting on his shoulder, feeling the warmth of tears that seemed to soak into the fabric. Wen Xu lifted the hand not encircled in an embrace, hesitated momentarily, but ultimately let it gently fall onto Harry's furry nape, his fingertips weaving through the disheveled black hair. I haven't forgotten you, Harry. Wen Xu's voice softened to a whisper, imbued with a hypnotic quality, as if soothing a frightened creature. It was merely the timing that was slightly awry. He sidestepped the weighty truths of others' appearances, attributing the fault solely to time. Lemon caramel sauce. Wen Xu paused, his hand resting lightly on Harry's head, giving it a gentle pat, as if coaxing him to look up. It's new. Cedric tried the batch I just made, but this one I haven't tasted yet. He deftly evaded the perilous request of Harry wanting to sample it. Harry's head stirred against Wen Xu's shoulder, seemingly calmed by the explanation, yet still refusing to lift his gaze, muttering in a voice thick with emotion, then feed me. This time, Wen Xu did not immediately decline. He remained silent for a few seconds, sensing the stubborn, trembling grip around his waist, and the dampness at the nape of his neck. Finally, he sighed softly, a sound laced with resignation and an undercurrent of indulgence. All right, Wen Xu acquiesced. He picked up the small silver spoon and scooped a fresh, crystalline, deep amber-colored caramel sauce from the bowl. This time, he did not bring it to his lips, but instead, steadily delivered it to Harry's mouth, still nestled against his shoulder. Open your mouth, Harry. His voice was so gentle it could have dripped with sweetness, yet carried an undeniable command that oddly soothed all of Harry's grievances and anxieties. Harry promptly obeyed, slightly parting his lips like an ever-loyal pet awaiting its master's offering. The warm, richly aromatic lemon caramel slid into his mouth, and the perfect balance of tartness and sweetness blossomed on his tongue, accompanied by a hint of refreshing lemon zest. Sweet, sweeter than I imagined. Yet this sweetness seemed to stem from more than just the sauce itself. Harry continued to keep his gaze downward, swallowing the spoonful of decadent sauce while tightening his embrace around Wen Xu's waist, burying his face deeper into the cool, fragrant crook of his neck, greedily absorbing Wen Xu's warmth and essence. Wen Xu allowed him to cling, his other hand idly stroking Harry's black hair. Golden eyes lowered, he watched this boy, like a large pendant, clinging to him, a tempest of complex emotions swirling within. There resided a satisfaction in controlling everything, an examination of this twisted dependency, and a hint of a subtle fulfillment in being needed and possessed, one he had not even recognized himself. In the kitchen, only the crackling of the fireplace remained, alongside the unspoken tranquility of sweetness and control flowing between them. The aroma of caramel seemed to carry a hint of the flavor of taming. Chapter 23, Late Arrival. Ultimately, Wen Xu left the kitchen alongside Harry. The intensity of Harry's hot tears and the suffocating embrace left a profound imprint on his senses. He had soothed the little lion with a spoonful of lemon caramel sauce and a nurturing embrace, momentarily easing Harry's grievances and possessiveness. Content. Harry followed Wen Xu to an empty classroom to practice the levitation charm, resembling a true large dog, his gaze seldom straying from Wen Xu's face. Each successful incantation rewarded with his sparkling, expectant eyes. Wen Xu patiently guided him, his tone gentle, his fingertips occasionally brushing against Harry's hand to correct his grip on the wand. Each touch sent a jolt through Harry, reddening his ears, prompting him to practice even harder. This heartwarming teaching scene caught the eye of Cedric, who happened to pass by outside the window, piercing his heart like a tiny thorn, contrasting sharply with the joy he felt when he had delivered the message to the Hufflepuff common room. A few days later, in potions class, the underground classroom remained as cold as ever, filled with the mingled scents of various peculiar ingredients. Professor Snape glided silently between the long tables like a massive bat, dispensing venomous critiques. Wen Xu partnered with Theodore. Both were prodigies in potion making, their movements precise, quiet, and efficient. A pale purple potion bubbled steadily, emitting a stable spiral of steam, heralding a perfect brewing state. Moonstone powder, 3.5 clockwise turns, Theodore reminded in a low voice, handing the finely ground powder to Wen Xu. His tone remained flat, but his gaze lingered momentarily on the red ribbon binding Wen Xu's hair as he accepted the powder. Thank you, Wen Xu replied softly, concentrating as he evenly sprinkled the powder into the cauldron. A strand of his silvery hair slipped forward, nearly brushing against the rim of the hot cauldron. In that instant, careful, came a hushed cry from beside him. It was Neville Longbottom. Overly anxious, he trembled, mishandling the hedgehog quills with excessive force, causing a sharp quill to shoot out with a whoosh, heading straight for Wen Xu's wrist, where he gripped the stirring rod. The unexpected turn of events unfolded too swiftly. Wen Xu's entire focus was on controlling the powder's entry and the stirring speed, leaving him no time to react. Theodore's pupils dilated as he reached out, but it was a moment too late. Just as the quill was about to pierce Wen Xu's wrist, a figure darted forward with astonishing speed. It was Harry, without regard for the bubbling cauldron in front of him, like a frenzied young lion. He shoved aside the obstructing stool and lunged toward Wen Xu. Bang! Harry collided heavily into Wen Xu, and they both tumbled to the floor. The moonstone powder scattered everywhere, and the stirring rod flew from Wen Xu's grasp. In his effort to protect Wen Xu, Harry shielded him with his body. The flying quill grazed his arm, embedding itself with a thud into the stone wall behind them. Wen Xu, are you all right? Harry's voice was laced with fear and anxiety, his hands gripping Wen Xu's shoulders tightly, his emerald eyes filled with genuine terror and relief, urgently checking him up and down. The underground classroom fell into a profound silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Professor Snape appeared beside them like a specter, his robes swirling, his expression dark enough to drip with malice. Potter. Snape's voice was as cold as a venomous serpent. Reckless. Foolish. 10 points from Gryffindor for your barbaric charge. His icy gaze swept over the shaken Neville Longbottom, Miscalculation. 5 more points from Gryffindor. Now, immediately, clean up your mess. Potter, tend to your wounds. He flung a vial of healing ointment for scrapes, which landed heavily on the ground beside Harry. Wen Xu remained beneath Harry, momentarily dazed from the fall. He could distinctly feel Harry's rapid heartbeat pulsing through the thin fabric of his robe, and the fingers gripping his shoulders trembled slightly from exertion. In those close emerald eyes, pure fear and the relief of having regained something precious shone without a hint of pretense. I am fine, Harry. Wen Xu's voice trembled slightly as he gently pushed against Harry's chest. You should get up. You're hurt. Only then did Harry seem to come to his senses. Glancing down at the scratch on his arm where the quill had grazed, beads of blood oozing from the wound, yet he seemed utterly unconcerned. He continued to gaze intently at Wen Xu, only exhaling a sigh of relief once he confirmed that the latter was unscathed. His face breaking into a somewhat foolish yet profoundly satisfied smile. I'm glad you're all right. That smile was dazzlingly pure, rendering the earlier peril and Snape's deduction of points trivial in comparison. Theodore stood silently to the side, his deep blue eyes observing Wen Xu, who was tightly held in Harry's embrace, appearing somewhat flustered. He glanced at the injury on Harry's arm and the unabashed emotions that were practically spilling over. He pressed his lips together, his jawline taut, his gaze colder than the stones of the Slytherin dungeon. He bent down, wordlessly beginning to gather the scattered moonstone powder and the fallen stirring rod. Cedric happened to pass by, witnessing the entire scene unfold. He saw Harry recklessly throw himself forward, the instinctual protective stance he assumed as he shielded Wen Xu beneath him, and the look of lingering shock and a hint of dependence in Wen Xu's eyes as he was helped up. Cedric's heart felt as though it were being gripped by an invisible hand, aching dully. Silently, he returned the revitalizing potion he had just prepared for Wen Xu back to the depths of his bag. The concern he had intended to offer, laden with secret anticipation, now felt so grossly out of place. Chapter 24, Cedric's hesitation and retreat after class, in the corridor. Harry, you were too reckless, Hermione called out, clutching her books as she hurried to catch up with Harry, her tone laced with apprehension. What if you had gotten hurt even worse? And Professor Snape deducted so many points. She then turned her gaze toward Wen Xu, her expression filled with concern. Wen Xu, are you all right? Wen Xu gently shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Meanwhile, Harry nonchalantly flicked his hand, which had been treated with a potion and was now no longer bleeding, yet stubbornly held onto Wen Xu's wrist, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. What do points matter? His emerald eyes sparkled, focused solely on Wen Xu. The most important thing was that Wen Xu was unharmed. His tone carried an inherent sense of urgency typical of youth, imbued with a fervent disregard for consequences. Wen Xu, feeling the warmth and slight dampness of Harry's palm through the grip on his wrist, turned to regard the scabbed wound on Harry's arm. A tangle of emotions swirling within his golden irises. He gently tugged at the wrist that Harry held, murmuring, Harry, thank you. But next time, please don't take such risks. His voice was soft, tinged with genuine worry. Don't take risks? Harry halted, turning to face Wen Xu. His green eyes bore into Wen Xu's golden ones, filled with an undeniable seriousness and a nearly obsessive possessiveness. Wen Xu, you know that I consider you the most important person in my life. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of both Wen Xu and Hermione. If I can protect you, then at ISNTA risk. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the bright red hair tie on Wen Xu's wrist. His voice dropping to a hushed tone, layered with a subtle hint of grievance and stubbornness, just like you promised to remember me. To protect you is also my vow. This nearly confessional statement caused Hermione to gasp in astonishment, her eyes widening as she stared at Harry. Wen Xu's mind raced, reflecting on his recent interactions with Harry. The latter's possessiveness, which he had deliberately encouraged, had intensified. Harry had been almost inseparable from him every day, leaving Wen Xu with little time to pursue his own endeavors. He could distinctly sense that Harry's feelings were continuously providing him with strength. Yet recently, that strength had reached a plateau. He needed to seek additional sources of power or elicit a deeper concern from Harry. After all, at this stage, Harry's feelings could hardly be classified as love. It was more of fervent possessiveness over something cherished. For him, it was far from sufficient. However, with Harry's persistent attachment, he had little time to recalibrate their current relationship. The quest for more profound sources of power would require careful deliberation. He observed the unabashed, fervent emotions and possessiveness radiating from Harry's gaze, acutely aware of the weight and potential peril of such feelings. Instinctively, he averted his eyes from Harry, focusing instead on the scar on Harry's arm, his fingertips curling involuntarily. Harry, Wen Xu's voice came out somewhat hoarse, as if unsure how to respond to such a weighty and fervent promise. At that moment, footsteps echoed from around the corner. It was Cedric. He appeared to have just returned from the library, clutching several books. He noticed Harry and Wen Xu holding hands, as well as the complex flush on Wen Xu's face and the conspicuous injury on Harry's arm. Cedric's steps faltered, recalling the scene he had witnessed just minutes prior. His gentle smile stiffened, his eyes flashing with a clear pain and disappointment. He did not approach them, instead maintaining a distance, burying his concerns and attentiveness for Wen Xu deep within himself. He nodded slightly to Wen Xu, a silent greeting, before hurriedly turning away, retreating toward another corridor leading to the Hufflepuff common room, his back tinged with a sense of urgency and disarray. Wen Xu watched Cedric's retreating figure, then lowered his gaze to Harry's stubborn grip on his wrist, recalling Theodore's cold, silent scrutiny after potions class. A new plan was beginning to take shape. Chapter 25. The chaos before Halloween. On the eve of Halloween, Hogwarts was vibrantly adorned with jack-o'-lanterns and floating candles, creating a lively atmosphere. The Great Hall was filled with the sweet aroma of baked pumpkin pies and candied apples, resonating with laughter and joy. Yet, this jubilant ambience was abruptly shattered when Professor Quirrell stumbled in, breathlessly announcing the presence of a troll in the dungeon, leaving the students in a state of panic. Chaos spread like wildfire. The prefects shouted hoarsely to maintain order while the younger wizards frantically surged toward the exits. Wen Xu was swept along by the tide of students, his silver-white hair standing out starkly amid the turmoil. He struggled to remain composed, but the side effects from the aging potion left him feeling slightly weak, his reflexes dulled. Wen Xu. Harry's voice pierced through the din, laden with urgency. He fought through the crowd, his emerald eyes locked onto the silvery figure, desperately pushing his way forward to grasp Wen Xu's hand. However, another hand was quicker. Theodore Nott appeared beside Wen Xu like a specter, seizing his wrist amidst the chaos with a grip that was not forceful, yet unyielding and cold. His deep blue eyes swept over Harry, carrying a hint of warning and indifference, before he deftly maneuvered through the crowd, guiding Wen Xu toward a relatively safe corner. Theodore? Wen Xu was taken aback, feeling the cool touch of Theodore's fingers on his wrist, which seemed to awaken him from his daze. Don't struggle, just follow me. Theodore's voice remained steady, instilling an unusual sense of calm. He shielded Wen Xu from the throngs of panicked students, purposefully heading toward the staircase leading up to the library, a place where there were fewer people and thus safer. Harry watched helplessly as Wen Xu was taken away by Theodore, flames of anger and jealousy igniting in his green eyes. Not. Let him go, he shouted, attempting to pursue them, but the chaos of the crowd knocked him off balance. Harry, over here, Hermione called out anxiously, standing next to a similarly worried Ron. The prefects want us to gather in the Great Hall. Hermione had also seen Wen Xu being led away by Theodore, but the pandemonium left her no time to consider it further. Her priority was ensuring Harry's safety. Harry cast a reluctant glance in the direction where Wen Xu had vanished, only to be forcibly pulled toward the Great Hall assembly point by Hermione and Ron. The atmosphere within the hall was tense, with young wizards huddled together, still shaken. Professor Dumbledore endeavored to reassure the students while the professors departed to confront the troll. Cedric, as the head of Hufflepuff, was actively assisting in calming the younger students. His anxious gaze scanned the crowd for that familiar silvery figure. No, Wen Xu was not in the Great Hall. His heart plummeted. During the chaos, he had distinctly seen Wen Xu nearby. Had he been swept away? Or did he recall that silent, icy Slytherin, Theodore Nott? A wave of intense unease gripped him. I'm sorry, I must step away for a moment. Cedric hastily informed his fellow prefects before moving against the tide of students and quietly exiting the hall. He had to find Wen Xu. Meanwhile, Harry was a bundle of nerves within the hall. His mind was consumed by images of Wen Xu being taken by Theodore and that hand gripping Wen Xu's wrist. What would that cold-eyed individual do to Wen Xu? Would he take him to some perilous location? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, ultimately unable to contain himself. In the astonished gazes of Hermione and Ron, he abruptly stood up, crouching low as he slipped out of the Great Hall. Harry, where are you going? Hermione exclaimed in a hushed tone. The troll. He's going to find the troll. Ron speculated in terror. No, he's going to find Wen Xu. Hermione quickly realized. Feeling a mix of anger and urgency, gritting her teeth, she dragged a reluctant Ron along after him. Chapter 26. The appearance of the troll. Theodore led Wen Xu in silence and haste to a relatively secluded corridor on the second floor, far removed from the underground classrooms, ensuring greater safety. We'll wait here. The professors will handle it, Theodore said, releasing Wen Xu's wrist in a low voice. He positioned himself half a step in front of Wen Xu, serving as a silent barrier, his deep blue eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Wen Xu breathed heavily, leaning against the cold stone wall, his golden eyes observing Theodore's tense profile. The contrast between the icy grip from earlier amid the chaos and his current protective stance created a peculiar dissonance. Just as he was about to speak, a voice, elongated and dripping with derision, echoed from the other end of the corridor. Oh, look who it is. Isn't that our esteemed Not? Accompanied by your, Draco Malfoy sauntered over, wearing his signature haughty expression. His platinum hair remained conspicuous in the dim corridor. His gray-blue eyes scrutinizing Wen Xu and Theodore with a hint of barely concealed displeasure. Crabbe and Goyle lumbered behind him like two hulking masses. While chaos reigns below with the troll, you seem to have the leisure to meet here, Draco's gaze fixated on Wen Xu, his tone thick with condescension. He had long taken note of this new, excessively beautiful Slytherin. Silver hair, golden eyes, and an elegant demeanor had sparked considerable gossip even within Slytherin. Even his father, Lucius, had alluded to the mysterious background of the Wen's family from the east. More importantly, this individual was seen associating closely with Potter, the one with the lightning scar. Now he was alone with the taciturn Not? Theodore didn't bat an eyelid, as if Draco were merely an illusion. Wen Xu frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable with Draco's obviously malicious tone. He was about to explain when a voice filled with urgency and breathlessness shattered the standoff. Cedric. It was Cedric. Following a likely path, he finally spotted the unharmed Wen Xu at the end of the corridor, along with the Malfoy trio blocking his way. Cedric's heart raced as he stepped forward, discreetly positioning himself to shield Wen Xu, his gentle yet authoritative gaze directed at Draco. Mr. Malfoy, now is not the time for provocations. The troll is still in the castle. Please return to the Great Hall to ensure your safety. His status as head of Hufflepuff lent weight to his words. Draco regarded the sudden appearance of Cedric Diggory, the celebrated Hufflepuff prefect, who now seemed to be protecting Wen Xu. A flash of irritation and deeper confusion flickered in his gray-blue eyes. Who exactly was this Wen Xu? Diggory, Draco drawled, feigning a smile. I was merely concerned for the safety of my fellow students. After all, he shot a pointed glance at Wen Xu. Some newcomers seem less than reassuring. Who knows what kind of trouble they might attract? At that moment, a thunderous crash accompanied by a grotesque roar from below shattered the tension, followed by the sound of splintering walls and a girl's piercing scream. The girl's lavatory. Cedric's expression shifted instantly. The troll is in the girl's lavatory. Ron gasped, breathless as he caught up, panic-stricken. Hermione's inside. She just split from me. Harry and Ron's faces turned ashen. They abandoned their quarrel and sprinted toward the source of the screams. Cedric showed no hesitation and quickly turned to Wen Xu. Wen Xu, you and Not, Malfoy stay here. I'm going to check it out. He had to fulfill his duty as a prefect while also worrying about Harry and the others. I'm going to, Wen Xu declared without hesitation, determination shining in his golden eyes. Perhaps due to Harry's constant companionship over the past few days. Wen Xu's bond with him had strengthened, while Ron and Hermione's time together had seen more conflicts arise. The earlier squabbles had been resolved days ago, and he had thought that the impending troll crisis that Hermione faced in the original story would be altered by the butterfly effect. Little did he know that the world's consciousness was so insistent. One might say it was truly a pivotal plot point. Although Wen Xu had not spoken with Hermione for quite some time due to numerous responsibilities, his concern for her remained undiminished. He shook off Theodore's instinctive attempt to restrain him and hurried after Cedric. Theodore watched Wen Xu's retreating figure as he pursued Cedric and the others. His deep blue eyes akin to the turbulent sea before a storm, cold and oppressive. Silently, he followed. Draco stood rooted in place, his expression fluctuating between shades of fury and anxiety. He observed everyone rushing toward danger, particularly Wen Xu's slender form, and a wave of inexplicable irritation and impulse surged within him. TCH. Trouble, he muttered under his breath, barking at Crabbe and Goyle. What are you standing around for? Follow them. Don't let that scarhead die too embarrassingly. He too set off, his gray-blue eyes glinting with a complex array of emotions. Fear of the danger ahead, anticipation for Potter's misfortune, and a hint of concern for that silvery figure that even he was unaware of. Chapter 27. The Troll Crisis. The girl's lavatory was filled with a nauseating stench and clammy humidity. The troll's massive, foul-smelling body nearly filled the space as it swung a hefty wooden club, violently smashing the stalls. Hermione's terrified screams were drowned out by the troll's deafening roars and the thunderous crashes of splintering wood. Harry and Ron charged ahead, and upon witnessing this horrifying sight, Ron's legs turned to jelly, yet Harry, like a completely riled-up young lion, had his emerald eyes ablaze with icy fury. He had faced trolls before. Countless cycles of memory had dulled his fear. Now, what occupied his mind was a different, more fervent emotion. Wen Xu was here. Cedric, that bothersome fellow, remained protectively by Wen Xu's side. You get him, Leviosa. Harry's voice resonated with an unusual calmness, tinged with a hint of chilling precision. His levitation spell struck the heavy club wielded by the troll with uncanny accuracy, causing it to fly from its grasp and spin toward the ceiling. Brilliant, Harry! Ron exclaimed in surprise. Hermione, get out here! Harry shouted toward the stall, yet his gaze was magnetically fixed on the slender, silvery figure at the doorway. Cedric stood tense, shielding Wen Xu while keeping a vigilant eye on the unfolding chaos, wary of any debris that might come flying their way. Wen Xu's complexion was somewhat pale, the side effects of the aging potion seemingly exacerbated by the tension and the foul stench, yet his golden eyes were intensely focused on the troll, his wand poised and ready. Theodore stood like a shadow just behind Wen Xu, his deep blue eyes resembling a frozen lake, betraying no emotion, though the grip on his wand hinted at his underlying concern. Draco, accompanied by Crab and Goyle, lingered at a distance in the doorway, his gray-blue eyes oscillating between fear and schadenfreude. He was primarily there to witness Potter's misfortune, but felt an inexplicable annoyance at seeing Wen Xu shielded by Diggory. After all, he was a Slytherin, so why was he always associating with Hufflepuffs? The troll, having lost its club, became even more enraged. It let out a thunderous roar, clumsily turning, its bloodshot, murky eyes locking onto Harry, the nearest target. It swung its massive hand, a foul wind accompanying its strike. "Harry, watch out." Cedric's pupils dilated, instinctively wanting to rush in to help. However, in that split second, stupefy? A clear and slightly urgent voice rang out. It was Wen Xu. He broke free from Cedric's instinctive grip and stepped forward, the tip of his wand erupting with dazzling red light. The spell struck the troll's thick arm just as it reached for Harry. The red light exploded against the troll's bumpy skin, causing it to howl in pain and momentarily interrupt its attack, staggering back. Its cruel little eyes instantly locked onto the source of its injury, the silvery-haired young wizard. Roar! The troll was thoroughly incensed. It abandoned its proximity to Harry, its massive frame twisting with destructive fury as it turned toward Wen Xu, its colossal fist coming down with crushing force, aimed directly at him. Wen Xu! Cedric's heart nearly stopped, his eyes wide with terror. He was closest to Wen Xu and, without a second thought, he yanked Wen Xu behind him with all his might, raising his wand to cast a shield charm against the impending blow. Time seemed to stretch. Harry watched the troll pivot toward Wen Xu, observed Cedric selflessly positioning himself in front of Wen Xu, bracing for the fatal punch. Deep within his emerald green eyes, the facade shattered in an instant. The shield charm would not withstand a troll tampered with by Quirrell. He had to act. Harry sprang into motion, his actions defying the capabilities of a first-year student. Without reciting a spell or any superfluous gestures, he merely pointed his wand at an exceedingly awkward angle toward the slick, foul mixture of soap and filth beneath the troll's feet. Lubricus. A silent spell was completed in an instant. The revolting concoction beneath the troll's feet became as slick as oil. The troll, caught off guard while lunging forward with its punch, suddenly lost its footing. Its massive body teetered, crashing backward like a toppled mountain with an earth-shattering thud. Its ugly head met the hard end of the enormous club that had been sent soaring to the ceiling by Harry's levitation spell, only to come crashing down again. With a sickening thud, the troll's massive form convulsed, its murky eyes losing all light as it fell utterly still. Silence engulfed the restroom, save for the sound of dripping faucets and the heavy breaths of the onlookers. Cedric remained in a protective stance over Wen Xu, wand raised, the glow of the shield charm flickering out, his face a mask of shock and confusion from their narrow escape. He had almost believed he would perish alongside Wen Xu. Chapter 28, Harry's Minion. Wen Xu, cradled in Cedric's embrace, could distinctly feel the rapid beating of his heart and his slight tremors. His golden eyes peered over Cedric's shoulder to where Harry, having stowed his wand, was slowly straightening up. Harry's head hung low, his tousled black hair obscuring much of his face, rendering his expression unreadable. He lifted a hand to wipe away the splatters of either muck or troll blood that had landed on his visage, then gradually raised his gaze. In his emerald eyes, the usual sunshine or grievance had vanished, replaced by an unfathomable calm reminiscent of a shadowy forest. Beneath that calm lay a chilling intensity, an indifference that commanded control, and a breath-stealing focus akin to that of a predator locking onto its prey. His gaze pierced through the shaken crowd, locking onto Wen Xu, who remained shielded by Cedric's embrace. A chill ran down Cedric's spine as he met Harry's serene, yet terrifying stare. This was not the Harry Potter he knew. That gaze was filled with a coldness born of worldly experience and a sense of inhuman control. He felt that the troll's bizarre fall and its precise demise were anything but coincidental. Under Harry's penetrating gaze, Wen Xu's body stiffened ever so slightly. He clearly witnessed the layers of Harry's facade crumble, revealing a chilling core of icy resolve and an almost obsessive possessiveness that belonged to countless reincarnators. A wave of dread crawled up his spine, yet simultaneously, a deeper, twisted thrill surged within him, as if being targeted by a powerful predator. He gently pushed aside Cedric's protective arm and stood tall. Harry, Wen Xu's voice held a barely perceptible rasp as his golden eyes met Harry's unfathomable green ones. Thank you. Wen Xu. Are you all right? Hermione finally burst from the stall, her face pale. She sighed in relief upon seeing Wen Xu unharmed. But her expression faltered as she beheld the fallen troll in the strange atmosphere. Ron stared dumbfounded at the troll's corpse, then at Harry, stammering, Harry? How did you do that? Theodore's deep blue eyes flicked between Harry and Wen Xu, ultimately resting on Harry's face, where for the first time, his frozen gaze revealed a clear scrutiny and wariness. Draco, lurking in the doorway, was filled with shock and lingering fear. Harry's silent yet precise control of the situation had instilled a profound unease within him. This was not the Potter he knew. This fellow was far too deep beneath the surface. His expression toward Wen Xu grew increasingly complex. The professors finally arrived, Professor McGonagall's exclamations and Snape's icy inquiries shattering the silence. Amidst the chaotic questioning, Harry attributed his success to luck and the collaboration of Ron and Hermione. As the dust settled, and everyone was instructed to return to their respective common rooms, Cedric mustered the courage to say something to Wen Xu. Perhaps to inquire about his well-being or to explain his earlier impulse, however, Harry was a step ahead. He disregarded everyone else and strode directly towards Wen Xu. The chilling coldness and commanding aura that had once enveloped his face now considerably softened, replaced by an expression more befitting his age, tinged with weariness and concern. Yet, the depths of those emerald eyes held a sediment of something foreign and perilous, leaving Cedric with an unsettling sense of danger. Wen Xu, Harry's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in Wen Xu's ears, imbued with an undeniable insistence. I will escort you back. He extended his hand, not grasping Wen Xu's wrist as before, but firmly and assertively clasping his hand. The pressure was not heavy, yet it bore the weight of a declaration of possession. Wen Xu did not resist. He cast a glance at Cedric with golden eyes that conveyed a flicker of apology, a hint of helplessness, but predominantly a profound complexity that Cedric could not comprehend. Then, he allowed Harry to lead him away, turning his back to the crowd. Cedric stood frozen, watching the retreating figures of the two, observing how Harry's hand clutched Wen Xu's with unwavering strength. Noting the slight tilt of Harry's head as he leaned in to whisper into Wen Xu's ear with an air of absolute protection, Cedric felt as if his heart had been crushed by an invisible hand. The courage he had just displayed in shielding Wen Xu was now transformed into a chilling sense of impotence. For the first time, he recognized with stark clarity that in the face of Harry Potter's profound, terrifying, and possessive affection for Wen Xu, his own gentle stirrings appeared pitifully feeble. Harry slightly tilted his head, drawing closer to Wen Xu's ear, his voice a mere whisper meant for their ears alone, laced with an icy warning and a perverse satisfaction. You see, my dear, the little dog keeps his promises. I will protect you and eliminate any obstacles. Next time, do not allow inconsequential individuals to touch you. His fingertips seemingly brushed against the vibrant red hair tie on Wen Xu's wrist. Wen Xu's fingers curled slightly within Harry's palm, offering no response as he allowed himself to be led towards the shadowy entrance of the Slytherin dungeon. The encroaching darkness enveloped them, devouring their figures, as if heralding the commencement of a silent war surrounding Wen Xu, now that Harry had entirely torn away the facade, plunging them into a phase fraught with danger and unpredictability. Meanwhile, Cedric, standing beneath the bright corridor lights, felt an unprecedented chill and sense of loss. Chapter 29, Turmoil. The dungeon's coldness seemed to seep into his very bones. The eerie green torches flickered upon the stone walls, casting shadows that danced across Harry's face. He clutched Wen Xu's hand tightly, an unbreakable grip, leading him in silence towards the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Password, inquired the languid voice of the Medusa statue on the stone wall. Pureblood. Harry's tone was unwavering as he pulled Wen Xu through the slowly opening stone door, ignoring the curious glances from a few younger students in the common room, and headed straight for the direction of Wen Xu's dormitory. Wen Xu followed quietly, his golden eyes cast downward, fixated on the wrist firmly held by Harry. Had Harry not intervened, he would have layered another silent shield charm atop Cedric's protective spell to guard against any unforeseen events. However, Harry had acted, much to his surprise. He could feel the distinct warmth emanating from Harry's palm. Unlike anything before, void of youthful shyness, it was a repressed intensity on the verge of eruption. The side effects of the aging potion left his body somewhat weak, yet his mind remained exceptionally alert. Upon reaching the dormitory door, Harry finally halted. He turned, positioning himself between Wen Xu and the cold stone door, encasing Wen Xu within his protective embrace. In the dim light, Harry's emerald eyes resembled a deep well, clearly mirroring Wen Xu's somewhat pallid face. Just moments ago, Harry's voice had been low, imbued with a deliberate and chilling gentleness, dangerously compelling. His fingertips lifted, gently brushing against the red ribbon binding Wen Xu's hair, an action tender as if caressing a fragile treasure, Yet Wen Xu sensed the absolute power contained within that touch. Cedric Diggory. Harry pronounced the name, his tone devoid of emotion, chilling the air around them. He nearly caused your demise. His gaze locked onto Wen Xu's eyes, scrutinizing for any flicker of emotion. That foolish display of self-sacrifice served no purpose other than to turn you both into mere meat. Wen Xu's heartbeat quickened. Harry was sowing discord, wielding the cold, harsh truths as his weapon. He could not dispute that Cedric's actions in that moment were undeniably reckless, while Harry had resolved the crisis with minimal cost and precise control. This efficiency, bordering on cruelty, was an instinct honed through countless cycles of rebirth. Protecting you is my responsibility. Harry leaned slightly closer, his warm breath brushing against Wen Xu's sensitive ear, his voice a lover's whisper, yet carrying an undeniable command. I am the only one capable of removing all obstacles to ensure your safety. He deliberately emphasized his words, reiterating the twisted dependency between them. Thus, keep your distance from those inconsequential individuals, especially that self-important Hufflepuff. Wen Xu's long lashes fluttered, evading Harry's penetrating gaze, his attention drifting to a slight stain on Harry's robe collar. He neither affirmed nor denied Harry's assertions. Instead, he softly murmured, Harry, I am weary, his voice laced with genuine fatigue and a barely perceptible hint of vulnerability. This was his most effective weapon in this moment, revealing his authentic frailty to exploit Harry's obsessive protectiveness. As anticipated, a ripple of turmoil flickered in Harry's eyes. He regarded Wen Xu's pale face and lowered lashes, the coercive intensity somewhat abated. He released his hold on Wen Xu's wrist, transitioning to delicately caress Wen Xu's icy cheek with his fingertips. Very well. Harry's voice softened, yet the sense of control remained unyielding. You shall rest. However, he paused, his emerald gaze piercing deeply into Wen Xu's golden eyes. Should I see anyone encroaching upon your space again, or should you dare to risk yourself for another? He did not finish his thought, merely allowing a minuscule, yet profoundly chilling smile to grace his lips. The unspoken threat loomed heavier than any words could convey. Wen Xu harbored no doubt that Harry would follow through. He nodded gently, akin to a canary temporarily soothed, yet acutely aware of the cage surrounding him. Harry observed Wen Xu's compliance with satisfaction, finally stepping back to allow passage through the doorway. Good night, Wen Xu. He turned and departed, his silhouette melding into the darkness of the dungeon corridor, akin to a silent specter, heralding an omnipresent surveillance. Wen Xu leaned against the cold stone door for a while before slowly uttering the password and stepping into his confined space. Once the door was closed, severing him from the outside world, he allowed himself to slide down onto the carpet, hugging his knees and burying his face within them. Fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave. The oppressive weight of Harry's presence, the tremors caused by Cedric's reckless bravery, the ensuing guilt, Hermione's relief, and that deeply buried sense of helplessness regarding his own predicament all crashed down upon him. He toyed with the intricacies of the human heart, relishing the control brought forth by ambiguity, yet feared true intimacy and responsibility more than anything. He offered mere fragments of affection, akin to bait cast into a school of fish, solely to extract the nourishment he required, attention, protection, or merely the recognition of his existence in the world. He responded tenderly to each soul that drew near, yet when they sought to venture further, he cunningly retreated into his shell. Was he wicked? Perhaps. He hesitated to invest his heart, terrified of being scorched, more afraid of being entirely consumed by the very affection he yearned for. No, he must not allow himself to falter. He must resolutely persevere. This opportunity is the culmination of the countless trials he and Xiaobai have endured in the punitive realm. He absolutely cannot abandon this endeavor midway. When Su pressed his lips tightly together, his knuckles turning white as he clutched his garments. He must succeed. For himself. And for his system. The image of that white, fluffy creature flitted through Wen Xu's mind. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his thoughts, rendering that white silhouette increasingly indistinct. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. Wen Xu quickly wiped the blood away. He couldn't afford to rush. Fully infiltrating this world was no simple task. He had waited far too long already, and he could afford to be patient for just a little while longer. He leaned against the cold stone door and gradually stood up, his expression returning to a state of calm. Chapter 30, The Fierce Little Dog. In the following days, Hogwarts regained its outward tranquility. The ripples from the troll incident gradually subsided under the professor's firm control. Harry donned his usual sunny, yet occasionally impulsive facade. But the way he occasionally cast a glance at Wen Xu, imbued with possessive intent, kept Wen Xu's nerves taut. Cedric indeed fell into a period of silence. He remained gentle and courteous, fulfilling his duties as a prefect, yet when he encountered Wen Xu in the corridors, he merely nodded from a distance, amidst the crowd. His expression a complex mix of emotions, before hastily departing. In his gaze, there was a hint of disappointment, concern, and a trace of trepidation instilled by Harry's menacing stare, along with self-doubt. He needed time to contemplate his feelings for Wen Xu. The caramel pudding Wen Xu had sent him, delivered by Annie, he accepted silently. Yet he no longer proactively appeared in the kitchen. Wen Xu felt a tinge of guilt, but more than that, he felt a sense of relief. Cedric's temporary withdrawal allowed his frayed nerves to relax somewhat. He dedicated more energy to his studies and to dealing with Harry. The library became his new battlefield. Wen Xu sat in his old spot by the window, a hefty tome on advanced transfiguration theory spread open before him, sunlight streaming through the stained glass, dancing upon his silvery hair. He was engrossed in studying the magical nodes necessary to transform a beetle into a button when a bony hand suddenly reached over and snatched away the parchment beneath his feather quill. Wen Xu looked up to meet Harry's luminous green eyes, sparkling with mirth. That smile was radiant, as though the previous shadows of the dungeon had never existed. Here, the magical output was far too balanced. Harry pointed to a magical node diagram Wen Xu had drawn, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. Professor McGonagall had emphasized that the hardness of the beetle's elytra required a significant breakthrough, while other areas could afford to reduce intensity to conserve magical energy. As he spoke, he naturally picked up Wen Xu's feather quill and fluidly made corrections on the parchment, his movements so familiar they seemed practiced 1,000 times over. Wen Xu observed Harry's precise modifications with an understanding heart. This was no insight typical of a first-year student. It was clearly the accumulated experience of countless reincarnations. He quietly watched, choosing not to point it out. "Thank you." Wen Xu began to express his gratitude, but Harry suddenly leaned closer, lowering his voice, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "So, the reason you declined to discuss the levitation charm with me before was due to the location?" Harry's gaze swept meaningfully across the library's quiet corners. "Let's try the transfiguration classroom next time. After all, it's your favorite subject, isn't it?" His words were light. Yet Wen Xu detected the underlying icy warning, a reminder of the consequences of refusal, and a proposal for a new, more exhilarating rendezvous. At that moment, Wen Xu caught a glimpse of a familiar figure approaching, clutching a stack of books. It was Hermione. Almost simultaneously, a crumpled piece of parchment slipped from Harry's hand, landing at Wen Xu's feet. Instinctively, he looked down to see a letter, elegantly penned, imbued with a faint scent of perfume. The signature belonged to a Ravenclaw girl with whom Wen Xu was not well acquainted. Wen Xu's heart sank. Harry's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold, cruel scrutiny. He watched Wen Xu's expression freeze, bent down to pick up the love letter, and as Hermione drew near, he spoke in a voice that only they could hear, chillingly and deliberately. "I warned you, if you accept something I cannot condone." His long fingers grasped the letter, and before Wen Xu's eyes, he leisurely began to tear it apart, the fragments cascading to the floor like confetti. "I will make you accept things you cannot bear." His voice was soft yet struck like a poisoned dagger to Wen Xu's heart. The act of tearing apart the letter symbolized more than just the destruction of a love note. It shattered the fragile semblance of freedom and dignity Wen Xu had tried to maintain in front of others. He was warning Wen Xu that every move he made was under his watchful eye. Any transgression would invite his merciless retribution. Hermione approached. Noticing the scattered scraps of paper and Wen Xu's pale visage, alongside Harry's suddenly restored gentle smile, and asked with concern, "What is going on? Were you two arguing?" "Nothing." "Hermione," Harry interjected, his smile flawless. "Wen Xu accidentally dropped the scrap of paper, didn't you, Wen Xu?" He turned to Wen Xu, his emerald gaze revealing unmasked threats and control. Wen Xu met Harry's eyes, observing the perfect facade he wore, feeling the icy humiliation brought on by the litter at his feet. A complex swirl of emotions flickered in his golden eyes, anger, fear, and a twisted exhilaration of being pushed to the precipice. He slowly, painstakingly managed to summon a similarly flawless, gentle, and compliant smile under Harry's invisible pressure. It's nothing," Wen Xu softly replied, bending down to gather the fragrant fragments of paper, as if picking up the shards of his shattered dignity. Sunlight fell upon his lowered, long white lashes, casting a delicate shadow. Harry watched with satisfaction as Wen Xu obeyed, a smug smile curling at his lips. He reached out, effortlessly taking the pieces Wen Xu had just collected, rendering them invisible with a silent sweep. "All done with the rubbish," Harry said lightly, as if the earlier threat had never occurred. He resumed his hold on the feather quill, gesturing to the parchment. "Now, shall we continue discussing this note issue?" Wen Xu sat there, the sunlight still warm, the books still open, yet the air in the library felt as frigid as a dungeon. He tenderly responded to Harry's inquiries, his fingertips icy. Chapter 31, The Quiet Little Flower. The shadow of the troll incident gradually faded beneath the ancient stone walls of Hogwarts, yet certain things had quietly shifted. Cedric Diggory continued to fulfill his prefect duties with warmth, though when he encountered Wen Xu in the corridors, a subtle complexity crept into his typically sunlit smile. He would nod slightly, his verdant eyes briefly scanning Wen Xu, tinged with a restrained concern and an even greater sense of distance born from careful contemplation, before he seamlessly blended into the crowd, as if merely passing by a typical younger student. The cranberry cheesecake pudding Wen Xu had sent him, encased in a dark green box, Cedric accepted, and Annie returned with a simple note of thanks, the elegant handwriting devoid of any superfluous words. Wen Xu was not surprised. Cedric's caution and perceptiveness were ingrained in his very being, and the inhuman chill Harry had displayed in the restroom was enough for this astute prefect to reassess the situation and adopt a more prudent stance. This, in turn, granted Wen Xu the space he required, a breath of relief unencumbered by excessive scrutiny or overbearing protection. He was acutely aware of Harry's gaze, which seemed omnipresent. That hound, having traversed countless cycles, concealed its hunting stance even more deeply after shedding its deceptive fangs. Harry donned once more a mask befitting his age, imbued with a hint of shyness and radiance, actively engaging in Quidditch practice, frolicking with Ron, and eagerly raising his hand in class. Yet on occasion, when Wen Xu strolled alone through the corridors or conversed with others for a moment too long, he could feel a gaze, a cold, silken thread, silently adhering to the nape of his neck, imbued with a penetrating insight and unyielding patience. Countering this required a more intricate guise, one more aligned with his carefully crafted persona, subtle in its ebb and flow. The impending Quidditch season presented a splendid opportunity. The clash between Gryffindor and Slytherin enveloped the entire castle in an exhilarating cacophony. As the Seeker, Harry's training hours visibly increased. Wen Xu commenced his planting of seeds. He no longer sought out chance encounters, but rather, after a joint herbology class with Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, found himself among the last to tidy his belongings as the crowd dissipated. Cedric, as the prefect, habitually lingered to inspect the greenhouse. As Wen Xu passed by him, burdened with the hefty tome Magical Herbs and Fungi, the book unexpectedly slipped from his grasp, scattering its pages at Cedric's feet. "My apologies, Prefect Diggory." Wen Xu's voice carried a hint of chagrin as he crouched to gather them. Silver strands of hair cascaded down, obscuring part of his face, revealing only the elegant line of his jaw and his slightly pursed, pale lips. His movements were deliberate yet unhurried, his fingertips gliding over the pages with a focused gentleness. Cedric instinctively knelt to assist. "It's no trouble," his voice remained gentle. Yet his gaze inadvertently lingered on Wen Xu's lowered lashes and the delicate hands diligently collecting the scattered pages. Those hands, fair and distinctly boned, exuded an almost artistic fragility. He recalled that during the troll incident, it was these very hands that had unhesitatingly raised a wand to cast a spell. A blend of admiration and an ineffable sense of regret quietly burgeoned within him. He handed over a few parchment pages, their fingertips inadvertently brushing against Wen Xu's cool fingers. Wen Xu lifted his gaze, his golden eyes crystal clear, suffused with genuine gratitude and a hint of shyness born from being assisted. "Thank you, Senior." As he accepted the pages, his fingers curled slightly, as if that fleeting contact held warmth. He said no more, merely cradling his neatly organized books, offering a slight bow before quietly departing the greenhouse. No puddings, no verbal tests, just the slip of a book, an attentive silhouette, a gentle brush of fingertips, and an utterly ordinary expression of thanks. Like a pebble cast into a placid lake, the ripples were subtle yet sufficient to disrupt the silence. Cedric stood rooted, watching Wen Xu vanish through the greenhouse door, his slender back receding, the sensation of that cool touch lingering on his fingertips, stirring a silent ripple of concern deep within him, long suppressed by reason. The shadow cast by Harry still loomed, but this quiet little flower seemed effortlessly capable of plucking at the most tender strings of his heart. Chapter 32. The Strategy of Winning Hearts First. Draco Malfoy's pride was a hard shell. Wen Xu did not attempt to shatter it, but instead chose to seek out the barely perceptible fissures upon its surface. When Professor Snape assigned the enhancement project for the potion against scabies, gliding ominously between the long tables, Wen Xu deliberately slowed his pace while incorporating the hedgehog quills. His actions remained standard and fluid, imbued with a Slytherin's characteristic, almost indifferent precision. However, his cauldron was situated quite close to Draco's group. Draco, radiating his usual superiority, directed Crabbe and Goyle in their clumsy endeavors, his slate blue eyes critically surveying the surroundings. As Wen Xu grasped the prepared hedgehog quills, poised to add them to the cauldron, Draco's elongated, acerbic voice broke the silence. "TSK, your handling is passable, but the order is wrong." 1. Draco tilted his chin, scrutinizing with his gray-blue eyes. Professor Snape emphasized thrice that the juice of the sleeping draft must be added only after the quills have completely dissolved and a silver spiral appears at the edge of the cauldron. "Are you trying to brew a pot of foul sludge?" His tone dripped with derision, yet his criticism struck with pinpoint accuracy. He relished the thrill of correcting others, particularly this newcomer who seemed perpetually unruffled, yet inexplicably drew undue attention. When Xu halted his movements, he glanced at the hedgehog quills in his hand, then at the swirling potion in the cauldron, a flicker of realization and slight embarrassment crossing his golden eyes. He pressed his lips together, refraining from argument, and quietly set down the quills, instead reaching for the sleeping draft. "Thank you for the reminder, Draco." His voice was low, carrying an earnestness born of correction, entirely devoid of any offense. He even tilted his head slightly, regarding Draco with a sincere gaze, as if expressing gratitude to a true mentor. Draco was momentarily taken aback by this calm acknowledgement and focused gaze. The anticipated retort or embarrassment had not materialized. Instead, the other had accepted his guidance so placidly. This sensation was somewhat novel. He was accustomed to employing sharpness to establish superiority, used to others' anger or cringing. But when Xu's tranquil acceptance and sincere gratitude felt as though he had struck a blow against cotton, leaving him somewhat disoriented, he coughed lightly, turning away to continue reprimanding Crab. Though his ears warmed imperceptibly, he instinctively began to pay closer attention to the quiet yet precise operations of the group beside him. No rare bookmarks, no exposure of family legacy, just a precisely indicated error, a calm acceptance, a heartfelt thanks, and a focused gaze. Wen Xu skillfully exploited Draco's obsession with correctness and his secret need for validation, prying open a minute fissure in the armor of the other's hardened arrogance. Unbeknownst to Draco, his interest in Wen Xu had evolved from mere scrutiny to an inexplicable curiosity. As for Theodore, not any deliberate approach was superfluous. Wen Xu cherished the twilight by the Black Lake. He sat alone on a rock, distanced from the path, with a hefty tome of ancient magical texts spread across his lap. The waning sun bathed his silvery hair in warm gold, delineating a gentle halo around him. He read at a leisurely pace, his fingertips occasionally gliding over the archaic script, his brow furrowed in a tranquility steeped in immersion, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. He did not turn, yet he was keenly aware of a formidable gaze emanating from the shadow of a nearby beech tree. Theodore stood there like a statue, silently observing, his deep blue eyes mirroring the tranquil depths of the sea, reflecting Wen Xu's solitary silhouette under the setting sun. His guardianship was silent, frigid, yet stubborn and enduring. Wen Xu made no effort to disrupt this silence. He merely inclined his body slightly, allowing the evening breeze to accentuate the ends of his tied-back hair, the small red agate catching a hint of twilight's glow. He turned a page of his book, releasing a barely audible sigh, as light as a feather falling to the ground, imbued with a sense of unshared wistfulness amidst the ocean of knowledge. There was no need for verbal communication. A solitary silhouette, an immersed posture, a soft sigh, and a red ribbon fluttering in the wind. These subtle signals were more than sufficient for the perceptive and reticent observer. Theodore, his deep blue eyes subtly flickered at Wen Xu's soft sigh, akin to a fleeting undercurrent in the deep sea. His protective demeanor remained frosty, yet the intensity of his gaze seemed to deepen. He resembled a silent anchor, offering a wordless, frigid yet dependable presence amidst Wen Xu's deliberately crafted solitude. Chapter 33. Undercurrents. When Harry returned to the castle, his body still glistening with sweat and dust from Quidditch practice, his emerald eyes, seasoned by countless reincarnations, keenly detected the subtle anomalies in the air. As Cedric Diggory brushed past him at the entrance to the Great Hall, his gaze no longer intentionally averted from Wen Xu. Instead, it lingered imperceptibly upon the silver-haired figure quietly dining, the previous aloofness fading to reveal a hint of gentle restraint. Draco Malfoy sat at the Slytherin table, scrutinizing Wen Xu's delicate wrist as he cut his steak with an air of mixed arrogance and newfound curiosity. Too soft, typical of someone lacking combat training, he critiqued. Though devoid of pure malice, it bore the semblance of an unconventional flirtation. Such ill-intentioned fellows, Harry mused with a hint of malice. Theodore not occupied a position slightly behind Wen Xu, silently dining, seemingly insulated from the surrounding clamor. Yet, Harry noticed when Goyle clumsily bumped into Wen Xu's chair. Theodore's hand paused momentarily over his fork, his cold blue eyes sweeping over Goyle, a silent warning that made the bulky boy instinctively shrink back. As for Wen Xu himself, he continued to eat quietly, occasionally responding to his classmates' chatter, a habitual gentle smile gracing his lips. He appeared utterly harmless, profoundly engrossed in the ordinary day at Hogwarts. However, Harry sensed a shift. Beneath that serene facade, it felt as though delicate tendrils were silently entwining around his meticulously controlled domain. Wen Xu exhibited no fierce resistance, no deliberate seduction. He merely embodied the essence of his persona, an attentive silhouette, a tranquil demeanor after correction, a solitary shadow at twilight, effortlessly rekindling the flame of protection within Cedric's heart, prying open a crack in Draco's hardened arrogance, and fortifying Theodore's silent barricade. Harry lifted his pumpkin juice, his emerald eyes fixed on Wen Xu at the far end of the long table. He wore a smile that exuded both fatigue and satisfaction from practice, resembling a concerned friend. Yet only he was aware of the icy thrill spreading within him. Very clever. Using your greatest strengths, silence and innocence, to divert my attention, granting yourself breathing space, utilizing their natures instead of forcefully altering them. What a masterful maneuver. Harry raised the sweet pumpkin juice to his lips, swallowing hard, concealing the cold, playful curve at the corner of his mouth. But remember, no matter how intricate the scheme, time is essential, and I possess an abundance of patience. The elusive golden snitch will ultimately be captured, no matter how swiftly it flees. Each piece you've placed upon the board, I shall consume one by one, and you will forever remain the most precious butterfly ensnared in my web. He set down his cup, his expression transforming back to one of gentle harmlessness, as if the icy calculations had never existed. He joined Ron's banter about practice, yet his peripheral gaze remained fixated on that ethereal silver figure, illuminated by the flickering candlelight. The undercurrents beneath the tranquil surface surged with increasing intensity as the Quidditch whistle approached. The true game had only just begun. Chapter 34. The ink umbrella. The Hogwarts Quidditch pitch lay enveloped in a chilling drizzle. The rain fell not in torrents, but sufficiently enough to saturate the air with a damp chill, darkening the green grass to a deeper hue, blurring the colorful umbrellas and cloaks of the little witches and wizards in the stands into a mosaic of indistinct splotches. Harry straddled his beloved Firebolt 2000. Cold rainwater cascading down his disheveled black hair, dripping onto his lightning scar, bringing a tingle of chill. His emerald eyes pierced through the rain curtain, scanning the pitch for that fleeting glimmer of gold. His expression bore no excess emotion, merely an instinctive focus and calm. The experience from his rebirth had accustomed him to competing in various inclement weather, with the rain sharpening his senses, akin to a cheetah lying in wait within the grass. In the stands, Wen Xu held a simple black umbrella, seated in an inconspicuous spot on the Slytherin side, yet one that afforded a clear view of the entire field. The raindrops tapped against the umbrella, creating a delicate patter. He tightened his dark green robes around him, a few strands of silver hair lifted by the wind, clinging to his cool cheek and slender neck, his pallor accentuated under the gray sky, resembling a silent jade sculpture in the rain. Unlike his exuberant classmates around him, he did not cheer but observed quietly, his golden eyes reflecting the figures darting through the rain with serene focus. His very presence served as a silent signal. Cedric sat not far away in the stands, his gaze primarily fixed on the unfolding game, analyzing Gryffindor's strategies. Yet his attention would invariably be drawn to that quiet black umbrella. Wen Xu in the rain appeared almost fragile, yet carried an odd sense of resilience. Like a solitary white lily of the valley amidst the tempest, Cedric recalled the image of Wen Xu intently gathering books in the greenhouse, the coolness of his fingertips lingering in his memory. A gentle surge of protective instinct mingled with pure admiration flowed quietly within him. During a narrow scoring opportunity for Slytherin, as the stands erupted in cheers, Cedric subconsciously glanced toward Wen Xu, checking if he was jostled by the excited crowd. Young Malfoy, enwrapped in an expensive waterproof cloak, occupied the prime position in the Slytherin stands, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. He critiqued Gryffindor's blunders with a mix of arrogance and excitement, particularly targeting the agile Harry Potter soaring through the air. However, when a sudden gust of wind caused Wen Xu to shiver slightly, raising his hand to brush away the damp strands clinging to his neck, Draco's acerbic commentary faltered imperceptibly. His gray-blue eyes glanced at the silver strands, drenched and clinging to Wen Xu's brow, and the delicate neck exposed outside the robe, appearing extraordinarily pale and fragile. An inexplicable irritation coursed through him. He furrowed his brow, impatiently chastising Goyle. "Idiot. Hold the umbrella steady. The rain is splashing everywhere." It was unclear whether he was reprimanding Goyle or subconsciously disturbed by the fragile sight in the rain. Theodore Nott stood a few steps behind Wen Xu at the edge of the stands, unshielded by an umbrella, allowing the drizzle to soak his dark brown hair and shoulders. He resembled a silent rock, his deep blue eyes piercing through the rain curtain, fixated firmly on Wen Xu's silhouette. Water dripped along his chiseled jawline. Yet he remained oblivious. When an exuberant Slytherin student nearby waved their arms in celebration of a score, nearly colliding with Wen Xu's umbrella, Theodore subtly stepped forward, using his body to shield against the potential impact. His guardianship was silent and unassuming, cold yet solid, akin to the deep sea encircling a solitary island. The shrill sound of the broom slicing through the curtain of rain reverberated in his ears, blurring his vision with the relentless downpour. Harry was wholly engrossed in the pursuit of the elusive golden snitch, each dive and sharp turn executed with precision and efficiency. He resembled a streak of deep crimson lightning, carving a fierce trajectory across the somber sky. Yet, even amidst the frenzied chase, his senses expanded like a delicate web. He was acutely aware of Wen Xu in the stands, feeling the weight of that black umbrella, sensing the calm gaze directed towards him. This awareness did not distract him. Rather, it forged an invisible thread that intricately linked his competitive spirit to the presence in the stands. Each successful interception and heart-stopping evasion seemed to carry a silent declaration. Behold, I am in control, I am claiming victory. This sense of connection ignited a twisted satisfaction within his icy heart. In a moment of artistry, after deftly faking out the Slytherin chaser, he seized a fleeting instant to glance towards a specific spot in the Slytherin stance. Through the rain, he could not discern Wen Xu's expression, but that tranquil existence had already become an integral part of his game. Chapter 35, Light Rain. The match had reached a fever pitch. Slytherin, relying on brutal collision tactics and the slick surface of the rain-soaked pitch, continued to score, leaving Gryffindor on the defensive. The atmosphere in the stands grew increasingly tense, as the sounds of rain and shouts intertwined. Just then, one of the Slytherin chasers committed a malicious foul, sending a heavy bludger hurtling towards Harry with a deafening rush. Harry! Gasps erupted around him. In a split second, Harry yanked on the broomstick's handle, the firebolt 2000 shooting upwards at an almost vertical angle. The bludger grazed the tip of his broom, narrowly missing him. The tremendous inertia caused Harry to sway violently on the broom, almost dislodging him. He clung desperately to the handle, his body arcing dramatically in the rain. A profound silence enveloped the stands, broken only by the sound of the rain and the collective intake of breath. Wen Xu's fingers tightened around the umbrella handle, knuckles widening. His golden eyes widened, clearly reflecting Harry's perilous struggle in midair. The worry of that moment felt all too real, overshadowing the calm facade he had meticulously maintained. He leaned slightly forward, droplets cascading from the edge of the umbrella, soaking the hem of his robes, oblivious to it. Cedric sprang to his feet, his emerald eyes filled with grave concern. Draco's expression of schadenfreude froze, a flicker of unacknowledged tension flashing in his slate blue eyes. Theo took a step forward, his body taut like a bowstring ready to release. With every ounce of strength, Harry finally regained his balance before the broom could spiral out of control. He lay flat against the broom, gasping for breath, the cold rain mingling with the sweat on his brow. Lifting his head, his emerald eyes glinted with a fierce, survival-driven resolve as they coldly swept over the Slytherin chaser responsible for the foul. Then, his gaze pierced through the rain, precisely capturing the figure in the stands who leaned slightly forward. Wen Xu gripping the umbrella tightly, his golden eyes brimming with a lingering shock, fixated on him. Their eyes locked. Amidst the tumultuous sounds of rain and the chaos of the pitch, Harry distinctly perceived the raw fear mirrored in Wen Xu's gaze. A fear ignited by him. It was not a facade. This fear surged through him like an electric current, striking deep into the icy recesses of his heart, delivering a sharp pang and an unsettling, twisted sense of fulfillment. A faint, blood-tinged smile curled at the corner of Harry's lips. He turned away from the perpetrator, abruptly redirecting his broom, propelling himself back into the rain like an arrow released from a bow, targeting the corner where a glimmer of gold had just flickered amidst the turmoil. His movements were more rapid than before, fueled by a frigid fury that had been fully ignited and an unwavering, resolute determination. Do you see? Your fear only serves to make me stronger. I will win this match. I will seize the snitch. And then, I will show you that your concerns belong solely to me. Like a vengeful bolt of red lightning, he tore through the dark rain, leaving behind a dazzling streak of light, charging towards that faint glimmer of gold. Wen Xu slowly resumed his seat, his fingertips still icy. He watched Harry's determined silhouette, the depths of his golden eyes churning with complex undercurrents. The fear from that moment was genuine, but now, witnessing Harry's terrifyingly heightened control and the twisted thrill that arose from his fear, a deeper chill and a suffocating sense of being locked in place quietly enveloped him. The gentle rain continued to fall silently, soaking the ancient pitch and each heart in the stands, invisibly tethered by unseen threads. The Quidditch whistle pierced the air sharply. The golden snitch flickered uncertainly in the mist of rain, while the silent psychological battle surrounding Wen Xu, catalyzed by the wind and rain, raced towards an increasingly unpredictable direction. Wen Xu was like a flower's core, attracting bees and butterflies, while Harry was the cold spider, patiently weaving an intricate web, vowing to isolate all who dared to covet the flower's essence. The outcome remained undecided, yet the tendrils of desire had silently intertwined tighter within each heart. When the final whistle blew, regardless of who caught the snitch, Wen Xu's presence had already become an indelible mark in their hearts, impossible to ignore or extricate. Much like the gentle rain, silent yet thoroughly soaking through their garments, penetrating to the very core of their being. Chapter 36. Christmas. Winter at Hogwarts enveloped the castle in a thick blanket of snow, crystalline frost adorning the window panes. The corridors were infused with the mingling aromas of roasted chestnuts, mulled wine, and fresh pine boughs, while the fireplace blazed intensely, dispelling the chill emanating from the stone walls. The spirit of Christmas grew ever more palpable. A touch of warmth had also entered Wen Xu's dormitory. A small Christmas tree perched on the windowsill, adorned with a few twinkling magical ornaments. Secretly gifted by Annie and Bibi, he sat at the edge of his bed. Several beautifully wrapped gifts strewn about his feet. A hefty stack of parchment from Hermione, who believed he would appreciate the supplementary reading list on magical history. An illustrated collection of rare magical plants from Cedric, the title page inscribed with his elegant signature in a brief holiday greeting, and a long, rectangular box tied with dark green ribbon, devoid of any signature, which made Wen Xu furrow his brow slightly. Harry had seemed to have withdrawn considerably of late. After the Quidditch match, which Gryffindor narrowly won, with Harry catching the snitch, yet he merely nodded at Wen Xu through the throng, his expression calm and unruffled. He no longer maintained that incessant vigilance, but rather focused on matters that Wen Xu found somewhat obscure, often huddling with Ron and Hermione in hushed discussions, occasionally bumping into Hagrid and lingering at his little hut for extended periods. Wen Xu relished the tranquility. Yet this anonymous gift felt like a small stone cast into the serene lake of his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he untied the ribbon. Opening the box revealed not the anticipated books or sweets, but a neatly folded piece of fabric. Gently shaking it open, he unveiled a dress, not the heavy robes typically worn by witches, but a light, modified gown imbued with Eastern elegance. The base was a soft moon white, the supple silk shimmering with a pearly luster in the glow of the fireplace. The neckline and cuffs were exquisitely embroidered with silver thread, depicting undulating cloud patterns, while the hem was adorned with varying shades of blue silk thread, reminiscent of cascading waves that seemed to flow with movement. The design is both minimalist and elegant, exuding an understated nobility and an ethereal grace. Wen Xu was momentarily taken aback. A flicker of astonishment danced in his golden eyes, swiftly followed by an intense curiosity. Who could it be? Who would bestow upon him such a dress? He was not entirely oblivious to his own appearance. One of the side effects of the anti-aging potion was this overly exquisite visage, one that even blurred the boundaries of gender. In Slytherin, while no one dared to confront him openly, he was acutely aware of the furtive glances cast his way. This dress felt like a clandestine invitation, a subtle test of his nebulous boundaries, or perhaps merely a gift from someone who appreciated his unique beauty. By some strange impulse, Wen Xu locked the door to his dormitory. The flickering flames of the fireplace cast a warm glow throughout the room. He shed his customary school robe and slipped into the moon-white gown. The silky fabric caressed his skin, imbued with a slight chill that was soon warmed by his body heat. The waist was cinched perfectly, accentuating the slender lines of his youthful figure. The wide, flowing sleeves cascaded down, revealing a hint of his snow-white wrists. Barefoot, he stepped onto the slightly cool carpet and approached the dressing mirror. The reflection momentarily rendered him spellbound. His silver hair spilled across his shoulders, melding seamlessly with the gown's hue. In the warm yellow light, his golden eyes resembled molten amber. The soft sheen of the silk accentuated his skin, making it appear even more translucent. The embroidered cloud patterns and rippling water motifs shimmered with each subtle movement, giving him the ethereal quality of a celestial being emerging from an ancient Eastern scroll, untouched by the dust of the mundane world. The blurred lines of gender, the exquisite purity of beauty, were magnified to a breath-stealing degree by this attire. He gazed at his reflection, his fingertips unconsciously brushing the cloud motifs on the sleeves. A peculiar sensation of both strangeness and harmony swelling within him. Just then, a series of gentle yet rhythmic knocks resonated at the door. Wen Xu's heart skipped a beat. Who could it be at this hour? In a flurry, he attempted to remove the gown, but the silk ties ensnared his fingers in his haste. Wen Xu? Came Theodore Knott's distinctive, deep voice from outside. Wen Xu's movements froze instantly. It was Theodore. How could he? Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure. Panic would only worsen the situation. He quickly adjusted the hem of his gown, striving to sound steady. Come in. He unlocked the magical door. The door swung open, and Theodore stepped into the room, carrying with him the chill of the corridor. He was clad in a well-tailored, dark green velvet robe, his deep brown hair meticulously styled, and his deep blue eyes resembled a tranquil, cold pool, imbued with their usual detachment. The moment he entered, his gaze fell squarely upon Wen Xu. There was no surprise, no shock, not even the slightest flicker of emotion. Theodore's eyes were as calm as if he were appraising a piece of art he had anticipated long ago. His gaze traversed Wen Xu's cascading silver hair, glided over the moon-white gown, lingered on his bare, pale feet resting on the carpet, and finally settled on his softly pursed, pale lips. The air felt as though it had solidified. The crackling of the burning wood in the fireplace was exceptionally clear. Wen Xu could feel his cheeks flush, his fingertips icy. He awaited Theodore's questioning or, at the very least, his bewilderment. Yet, Theodore merely regarded him in silence, his deep blue eyes devoid of judgment, only a nearly pure, cold scrutiny, as if assessing the perfection of an object. Seconds stretched into what felt like an eternity. At last, Theodore moved. He spoke not a word. But from the ample sleeves of his robe, he produced 2 unadorned boxes, devoid of any signature. He placed them on the desk beside Wen Xu, his movements unhurried. Then, he turned his gaze back to Wen Xu, his eyes lingering on the moon-white gown for a brief moment before he subtly nodded. As if to say, "It suits you well." Having completed this, Theodore turned, departing from Wen Xu's dormitory with the same silence with which he had arrived. Closing the door behind him without uttering a single word, Wen Xu stood rooted to the spot, his heart still racing from the earlier tension, the warmth in his cheeks yet to dissipate. He looked at the closed door, then at the 2 newly appeared boxes on the desk. Confusion and a hint of absurdity filling his golden gaze. Approaching the desk, he opened the first box. Inside lay an exquisite silver wig, its strands flowing like moonlight, reaching down to his waist with naturally curled ends. The craftsmanship was so fine that it was nearly impossible to discern any trace of human intervention. Upon opening the second box, he found a necklace and a veil. The necklace was a delicate platinum chain, adorned with a teardrop-shaped pearl that radiated a hazy lunar glow, pristine and untainted by any impurities. The veil was extraordinarily thin, nearly transparent silver fabric, with tiny diamonds along the edges, resembling condensed starlight. As Wen Xu regarded these items, glancing down at the moon-white gown he wore, an almost unbelievable thought began to take shape in his mind. Could it be that the dress was also a gift from Theodore? Had he prepared 2 gifts? An anonymous gown, and now, this equally anonymous wig and jewelry? He had encountered the sight of himself in the gown, and rather than express shock or reproach, Theodore had seemingly completed the ensemble, even offering his approval. The thoughts of Theodore not, that enigmatic figure as silent as an iceberg, were indeed perplexing. Wen Xu picked up the silver wig, its touch cool and silky. After a moment's hesitation, he placed it atop his original silver hair. The wig blended perfectly, its length and color enhancing his already ethereal aura. He then lifted the veil and gently draped it over his face. The sheer fabric rendered his features hazy, while his golden eyes behind the veil appeared even more enigmatic. Finally, he adorned himself with the pearl necklace. The cool pearl nestled against the skin at his collarbone, its lustrous sheen harmonizing beautifully with the moon-white gown. The figure reflected in the mirror had transformed entirely into a dancer of mystical origins, a spirit conjured from moonlight, pure, noble, and untouched by the mundane world. He was breathtakingly beautiful. Just then, a knock echoed at the dormitory door once more. This time, the knocking bore Theodore's characteristic rhythm, neither hurried nor languid. Wen Xu took a deep breath, approached the door, and opened it. Theodore Knott stood outside once again, his deep blue eyes calmly observing Wen Xu in his splendid attire. His gaze lingered on the silver wig, the ethereal veil, and the pearls around his neck for a moment before he slightly bowed, executing an impeccable, ancient gesture of pure-blooded aristocracy. His voice was deep and steady, as if stating an established fact. The Christmas ball. Will you be my dance partner, Wen Xu? There was no inquiry, no explanation. As if the anonymous gift of the gown, the chance encounter, the subsequent offering of the wig, veil, and necklace, and finally, the invitation were all part of a predetermined script, waiting merely for the protagonist to make their entrance. The flickering firelight enveloped the two in a warm glow. Wen Xu gazed into Theodore's unfathomable eyes, which seemed to perceive everything, feeling the exquisite attire that seemed tailor-made for him. A subtle sensation of being intricately woven into a web began to surface. His golden eyes sparkled slightly behind the veil, and at last, he nodded gently. All right. His voice was soft, like snowflakes landing upon a lake's surface. He accepted the silent, yet powerful invitation from the iceberg. The Christmas ball was destined to be anything but tranquil. And Wen Xu, the ethereal sprite woven from moonlight, would step onto the dance floor under Theodore Knott's silent guardianship, becoming the most enigmatic and captivating focus of the evening. Behind this calm acceptance lay either a new scheme or merely a chance alignment with fate. Only Wen Xu truly knew. Chapter 38, The Arena of Carnage. On the night of the Christmas ball, the enchanted ceiling of the Hogwarts Great Hall mirrored a profound galaxy. While a grand Christmas tree adorned with shimmering ice crystals and magical singing birds stood majestically. The air was thick with a blend of mead, gingerbread, and expensive perfume, filled with the fragrances of elegant attire, laughter, and merriment. As Theodore Knott entered the hall, his arm entwined with that moonlight-formed sprite, An ephemeral hush seemed to envelop the bustling venue. Wen Xu, or rather, the figure adorned with silvery long curls, draped in a diaphanous silver veil, and bedecked with moonlit pearls around the neck, became the epicenter of every gaze. Her moonlit gown flowed with a cool luminescence beneath the magical starlight. The delicate silk clung to her slender form, and the flowing sleeves cascaded like mist. The blue waterwave embroidery at the hem seemed to ripple as she moved, creating gentle waves with her almost weightless steps. The veil obscured much of her visage, revealing only the mysterious golden glimmer of her eyes behind the thin fabric and a small portion of her alabaster chin. This beauty transcended gender, merging the elegance of Eastern charm with the pure ethereality of a sprite, fragile as delicate glass amidst the opulence of the ball, yet breathtakingly stunning, rendering onlookers breathless. Theodore remained clad in a perfectly tailored dark green dress robe, his deep brown hair meticulously styled. His deep blue eyes were calm and unruffled, as if the surrounding awe and admiration were mere inconsequential background noise. He merely inclined slightly, adopting an impeccable guiding stance, leading the sprite in his arm toward the center of the dance floor. His protective demeanor was icy and restrained, as though he had quietly erected an invisible barrier around a rare treasure. As the waltz began to play, Theodore's steps were precise and steady, embodying the unique elegance of a pure-blood aristocrat. Under his guidance, Wen Xu twirled, her skirt blooming like a night blooming cereus under the moonlight, light as a feather. Their synergy was nothing short of perfect, a silent harmony prevailing. Theodore's hand rested steadily yet gently on Wen Xu's waist, transmitting a sense of support through the thin silk. Her golden eyes, veiled behind the fabric, drooped slightly, her long silver lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, as if cradled by the wind, resembling a fragment of moonlight. This unspoken understanding, coupled with Theodore's reticent protective stance, drew more attention than any flamboyant proclamation could muster. Draco Malfoy stood within the small circle of Slytherins, his gray-blue eyes fixed intently on the moonlit figure at the center of the dance floor. He recognized that gown. He had caught a glimpse of it when Wen Xu tried it on in the dormitory. A wave of overlooked bitterness churned within him. Theodore not. What right did he have? Draco tightened his grip around the goblet in his hand, his knuckles whitening, yet his gaze remained glued to that fragile, beautiful silhouette. Wen Xu tilted her head slightly to look at Theodore's profile, her trusting demeanor pricking at Draco like a thorn. Beside him, Pansy Parkinson regarded Wen Xu with a mix of jealousy and curiosity, whispering, "Who is that? Where did not find her?" Cedric Diggory stood among the Hufflepuff crowd, his warm smile faltering upon sight of that moonlit figure. That gown was too distinctive. Even through the veil, her calm and fragile aura instantly revealed her identity to him. He watched Wen Xu glide gracefully in Theodore's embrace, observing Theodore's unmistakable protective posture, as an indescribable sense of loss and deeper concern quietly blossomed within him. He wished to approach, but the gentle call of his partner and Theodore's invisible barrier held him back. He could only watch in silence, his emerald eyes reflecting the cool moonlight beneath the starlit sky, tinged with an almost imperceptible pity. Harry Potter lingered at the edge of the raucous Gryffindor crowd. Clad in a brand-new dress robe, his emerald eyes resembled a frozen lake in midwinter, fixated on the center of the dance floor. He had triumphed in Quidditch, caught the golden snitch, and seen genuine fear in Wen Xu's eyes. He believed it to be a mark unique to him, a ripple solely for his own. But now, the one adorned in the gown he had anonymously gifted, meant to bloom only for him, was now submissively nestled in another's embrace, dancing before the eyes of many. Theodore not. That silent Slytherin. Harry's throat tightened, the taste of rust filling his mouth. He saw Theodore securely supporting Wen Xu's waist, catching glimpses of the golden glimmers of confusion in her eyes that occasionally broke through the veil. The venomous jealousy gnawed silently at his heart, far more suffocating than any physical torment. Clenching his fists, his nails dug deep into his palms. The gift he had bestowed had become merely a backdrop for another's display of treasure. This feeling of being robbed ignited his twisted possessiveness to a fever pitch, his icy green depths concealing a molten fury. Chapter 39, Theodore's Possessiveness and Control. As the music concluded, applause erupted, awakening the dreamlike atmosphere. Theodore did not release Wen Xu. Instead, he guided her toward a quieter corner of the hall. He picked up a cup of warm honey lemon tea and offered it to Wen Xu with an effortless grace. "How do you feel?" Theodore's deep voice resonated clearly amidst the cacophony. Wen Xu raised her eyes to meet his through the veil, her golden irises tinged with fatigue and confusion. Her voice, filtered through the delicate fabric, sounded particularly soft. "A bit tired, Mr. Knott." Theodore's deep blue eyes flickered slightly, yet he did not press further. He lifted his own goblet, his gaze nonchalantly sweeping over the myriad eyes still fixated on them. particularly those cold green eyes in the distance that seemed poised to freeze. The curve of his lips was nearly imperceptible. The effect had been achieved. "They are all watching," he said softly, his tone imbued with a knowing calm. "Curiosity, amazement, disappointment, jealousy. These emotions will grow of their own accord." His gaze returned to Wen Xu, carrying a hint of appraisal. "Your beauty itself is the finest catalyst. Simply maintaining it is sufficient." Wen Xu cradled the warm teacup, her fingertips absorbing its warmth. Yet the chill within her heart persisted. She understood Theodore's intent. This meticulously orchestrated debut was designed to use her very existence to sow seeds in the hearts of all who beheld her, especially Harry. Theodore had anticipated Harry's intention behind gifting the gown, and he had foreseen Harry's reaction upon witnessing this scene. He was silently nurturing the poisonous plant of possessiveness within Harry's heart. "Are you using me?" Wen Xu's voice lowered, tinged with an almost imperceptible fragility. Theodore took a sip of his drink, his deep blue eyes resembling a cold pool. "Using? No. This is mutual benefit." His gaze once more swept over the crowd. "Where intense emotions could blind and expose vulnerabilities, what you seek is not fleeting tranquility." Wen Xu silently regarded the swirling steam rising from her cup. She felt as though she were a meticulously polished piece of porcelain displayed on a pedestal, while Theodore was the one arranging the showcase, utilizing her brilliance to attract onlookers and observing their reactions. And Harry, Wen Xu recalled those green eyes filled with fear during the rain. And now those eyes ablaze with icy fury. Theodore was right. Harry was ensnared by the flames he had ignited within himself. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall. Professor McGonagall's serious voice resonated through the hall with an enchanting authority. "Please maintain order." Silence. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to her. At that moment, Hagrid's colossal figure appeared at the doorway, his form smeared with mud and dark stains. Cradling a writhing object delicately in his enormous hands, which were carefully wrapped in thick canvas. His face bore an unusual gravity, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of fear. Following closely behind was Professor Dumbledore, his sharp blue eyes, concealed behind half-moon spectacles, scanning the room with unprecedented seriousness. "A serious disturbance has been detected at the edge of the Forbidden Forest." Professor McGonagall's voice brooked no dissent. All students, under the guidance of their prefects, promptly returned to their respective common rooms in an orderly fashion. The ball was prematurely concluded. The previously joyous atmosphere was abruptly extinguished, doused by the icy waters of tension and unease. Whispers erupted like startled crows taking flight, filling the air with frantic chatter. Wen Xu instinctively glanced toward Theodore, her golden eyes flickering with a fleeting trace of alarm behind her veil. Theodore narrowed his deep blue eyes, peering over the chaotic throng to pinpoint Harry Potter, who had also turned to look. The jealousy and anger that had previously marred Harry's expression were swiftly replaced by a deeper, more complex amalgamation of vigilance and a dawning realization that something significant had arrived. Their gazes clashed momentarily in the frigid air, as if an invisible tension had been drawn taut between them. Theodore averted his eyes, murmuring to Wen Xu, "It's over." He set down his goblet with deliberate calmness and began to return to the common room. "Stay close," he commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. This unexpected disruption had violently severed the ball's enchanting narrative and temporarily stifled the undercurrents stirred by Wen Xu. Yet beneath this forced interruption, the seeds sown by Theodore, exploiting Wen Xu's beauty, remained unscathed. Harry's violent possessiveness, Draco's bitter resentment, and Cedric's tender concern did not vanish. Rather, they lay dormant beneath the surface, like roots beneath frozen earth, drawing sustenance and awaiting the moment to break free. The unknown shadows lurking at the edge of the Forbidden Forest loomed like a boulder cast into the lake of fate, sending ripples that would inevitably engulf everyone. The second half of the first-year semester commenced against the backdrop of the Christmas ball's dreamlike grandeur and the sudden, blood-stained gloom, ushering in a more enigmatic and unpredictable chapter. Chapter 40, Theodore's Machinations and Schemes. Observing the fleeting vulnerability in Wen Xu's eyes, Theodore felt a barely perceptible flicker of possessiveness stir within him. Naturally, he yearned to claim her beauty as his own, to sequester it in an unseen chamber, solely for his appreciation. Yet, more compelling was a deeper, almost instinctual urge, to protect her, to enable her to flourish, to let her radiate, facilitating her beauty, bestowing her with wigs and jewelry, inviting her to be his dance partner, was not merely a means to wield her allure as a pawn. Theodore understood the preciousness of Wen Xu's ambiguous gender and transcendent beauty and astutely perceived the latent recognition and yearning for this uniqueness deep within her. Perhaps even unbeknownst to herself, allowing her to blossom in the grandest of occasions, in the most perfect manner, was Theodore's silent offering. This beauty did not belong to anyone. including Theodore himself. It belonged to Wen Xu, deserving of admiration from all, even if such brilliance might attract envy. The sensitivity and insecurity ingrained in Wen Xu due to her experiences were not lost on Theodore. The web he wove appeared to exploit Wen Xu's beauty to intensify others' emotions. Yet its deeper purpose was to craft an invisible protective net. He directed Harry's jealousy, transformed Draco's resentment into clumsy attempts at provocation, and maintained a distance between Cedric's tender concern and Wen Xu. These strong emotions, all directed toward her, were variables that Theodore could observe, predict, and manipulate. He meticulously assessed the threat levels each individual posed to Wen Xu and preemptively strategized to mitigate potential harm. He did not require Wen Xu to know these machinations. He only needed her to exist safely within his line of sight. His desire was to balance the competing forces, relishing the sight of Wen Xu being admired and desired. This cherished feeling among the masses would solidify Wen Xu's standing at Hogwarts, causing those who coveted her to tread cautiously. However, Theodore would not allow any faction to monopolize her attention, disrupting this precarious equilibrium. Harry's twisted possessiveness needed to be curbed and exploited. Draco's juvenile claims of ownership required thwarting. Cedric's gentle proximity must be obstructed by an invisible barrier. He was like a composed gardener, pruning back the overly vigorous or misshapen branches that could harm the delicate blossoms, maintaining the subtle balance beneath the garden's vibrant surface. He reveled in this sensation of control, more so in the way Wen Xu, amidst the scrutiny of many, displayed a reliance and closeness to him, even if born of circumstance. He showcased and celebrated Wen Xu's beauty, yet would not permit excessive proximity from others. Of course, Theodore firmly believed he was distinct from the rest. He saw through Wen Xu's facade, comprehending the ambition and fragility that lay beneath her beautiful exterior, even permitting and subtly guiding her own schemes. He knew that Wen Xu could not entirely don the guise of gentle innocence in his presence. The occasional glimpses of confusion, fear, and even fatigue after her own calculations were uniquely his to behold. This insight and indulgence constituted a secret sense of superiority within Theodore. He did not require Wen Xu to verbalize her understanding. He merely needed her to recognize that in this intricate game of chess, he was her sole ally, the only one with whom she could briefly lower her defenses and find substantial refuge. This unique connection, built on insight and strategy, satisfied Theodore's cold yet proud possessiveness far more than any fervent declaration could. Chapter 41. The Crisis in the Forbidden Forest. Amidst the throng, Wen Xu stumbled slightly. Theodore, ever perceptive, did not turn back, but subtly slowed his pace, using his broader shoulders to shield her from the pushing crowd. Wen Xu took a gentle breath to steady herself, unconsciously drawing closer to Theodore's side. This minute act of reliance flickered a faint glimmer of satisfaction in Theodore's deep blue eyes. See, she instinctively knew whom to approach. Wen Xu, a voice laced with suppressed anger and urgency, pierced through the cacophony. Draco Malfoy struggled through the crowd, his platinum hair somewhat disheveled, his slate blue eyes fixed intently on Wen Xu, and the minuscule yet glaring distance between her and Theodore. Come with me. The Slytherin group is over there. He extended his hand, attempting to grasp Wen Xu's wrist, aiming to pull her away from Theodore's side. Theodore did not even glance at Draco, merely shifting slightly to interpose his body between Draco's outstretched hand and Wen Xu. His movements were fluid and natural, as though he were simply adjusting his stance. His voice calm and unyielding. The prefect is organizing the Slytherin group, Malfoy. You should return to your team. He emphasized the notion of returning to the group, framing Draco's actions as reckless and out of place, rather than an assertion of ownership over Wen Xu. Draco's hand froze midair, his face flushing with indignation. He looked at Wen Xu, who, veiled, met his gaze with a hint of reassurance in her golden eyes, gently shaking her head. Her voice filtered through the thin fabric. Remain steady. Draco, please return to the common room. She did not explain why she was following Theodore, simply stating the safest option. This tranquil refusal struck Draco with a sense of frustration and helplessness far more profound than any passionate resistance could have. He glared at Theodore, teeth clenched, and was reluctantly ushered away by Crabbe and Goyle, who surged forward from behind. Theodore's gaze swept across the chaotic throng, precisely capturing the gaze directed from another direction. Harry Potter stood at the edge of the Gryffindor crowd, his emerald eyes glinting like shards of ice from the depths of hell, locking onto Theodore and the figure of Wen Xu beside him with an unyielding intensity. Harry's expression remained inscrutable, only exuding an extreme coldness and a tempest of suppressed emotions. He perceived Draco's defeat, and more importantly, he witnessed the almost submissive demeanor of Wen Xu under Theodore's protection. The dress he had offered, which he believed would secure his gaze, had now become a mere prop for Theodore not to flaunt his dominion. This realization corroded Harry's rationality like venom. He remained motionless, imprinting this scene silently with his frost-bitten green eyes. Theodore feigned ignorance to Harry's stare, or perhaps it was precisely the effect he sought. He leaned slightly closer, whispering to Wen Xu in a tone only they could hear, "Potter is watching." His voice was devoid of emotion, as if merely commenting on the weather. Wen Xu's body trembled almost imperceptibly, his lips tightening beneath the veil. He could feel the palpable pressure of that icy gaze, like a thorn digging into his back. Theodore offered no words of comfort, but instead positioned himself more firmly to shield Wen Xu from that direction, urging him onward. This silent protection, amidst the current turmoil and the weight of that frigid gaze, carried an extraordinary significance. When they finally traversed the crowded corridor and stepped onto the comparatively empty, cold stone stairs leading to the dungeon, the surroundings quieted slightly. The dim light of the wall sconces flickered across the damp stone walls. Theodore halted, turning to face Wen Xu. His deep blue eyes appeared even more inscrutable in the subdued light. He extended his hand, moving with a deliberate slowness that bore an almost ritualistic quality, gently tucking a stray silver strand of hair, dislodged by haste, behind Wen Xu. His fingertips inadvertently brushed against Wen Xu's cold ear. "Well done." Theodore's voice was low, imbued with a strange, almost approving undertone. "The panic did not consume you." His gaze fell upon the pearl at Wen Xu's neck, emanating a hazy lunar glow. A necklace he had personally selected. Wen Xu lifted his eyes, golden irises meeting Theodore's from behind the veil. Within them resided a bewilderment born from survival, a hint of lingering fear, and an intricate, unspoken dependence on the person before him, along with a subtle undertone of inquiry. "What transpired in the Forbidden Forest?" he whispered. Theodore withdrew his hand, casting his gaze toward the dark entrance of the dungeon, as though he could penetrate the heavy stone walls to glimpse the chaotic night beyond. An unknown threat loomed. The presence brought by Hagrid bore ominous tidings. His tone regained its customary calmness. "Dumbledore's direct involvement denotes the gravity of the situation. The castle will not see tranquility in the coming days." He looked back at Wen Xu, his expression solemn, almost entrusted. "Stay vigilant, Wen Xu. Remain in the common room. Do not venture out alone." He paused, adding with a barely perceptible hint of his own awkward concern, "Your safety is paramount." This statement transcended the mere advice of a strategist. It echoed a possessive proclamation, a declaration that Wen Xu must remain unscathed within the bounds of his guardianship until the moment he deemed appropriate arrived. Wen Xu gazed into Theodore's unfathomable eyes, feeling the chilling touch of the pearl around his neck and the complex implications woven into Theodore's words. The shadows of the Forbidden Forest loomed over Hogwarts, and the intricacies of the game surrounding him, in the silence preceding the storm, deepened further due to Theodore's unique, fulfilling possessiveness. He nodded slightly, his golden eyes lowered behind the veil, obediently responding, "I understand, Mr. Knott." Chapter 42, The Slytherin Common Room. The fire in the Slytherin Common Room blazed brightly, dispelling the damp chill of the dungeon, yet failing to dissipate the weighty atmosphere laden with hushed whispers. Disturbing revelations from the edge of the Forbidden Forest had rapidly spread among the students, each rumor more exaggerated and terrifying than the last. The prefects maintained a stern demeanor to uphold order, yet their eyes betrayed an undercurrent of unease. Wen Xu nestled in the shadow of a high-backed armchair by the fireplace, still enveloped in the heavy emerald robe, as if seeking to absorb some warmth. He had removed the wig and veil, revealing his original silver hair. Yet the pearl necklace radiating a soft lunar glow remained, shimmering in the firelight and contrasting sharply with his pale complexion, enhancing his fragile appearance. He lowered his eyelashes, golden eyes fixated on the flickering flames, the long lashes casting a small, fan-shaped shadow beneath his eyes, quiet as an exquisite porcelain figure, utterly out of place amidst the surrounding clamor. Theodore Knott sat nearby at a desk intricately carved with serpentine patterns, a hefty tome spread before him. His deep blue eyes seemed to focus intently on the pages, yet his peripheral vision remained fixated on the slender figure by the fireplace. He relished the vulnerability Wen Xu displayed at that moment. It was not a facade. The side effects of the aging reversal potion and the earlier chaos had indeed drained Wen's energy. Yet Theodore understood more profoundly that this fragility, akin to a mollusk slightly ajar, was both bait and a trap. He tacitly permitted and even encouraged this state, as it would attract prey and engender greater reliance on the sanctuary he provided. He reveled in Wen Xu's authenticity, revealed only within the confines of the safe haven he had constructed. The warmth of the fire enveloped Wen's back, yet his thoughts remained remarkably clear. He was acutely aware of Theodore's intentions. That fulfilling possessiveness, the contradiction of placing him under the spotlight while attempting to control the angle of the light, was precisely the leverage he could exploit. Did Theodore wish for him to feel affection? Very well. He was more than willing to play the role of the endearing figure. If Theodore considered himself unique, so much the better, for it implied that Theodore would tolerate and even accommodate his little antics, as long as they did not disrupt the uniqueness he cherished. He lowered his eyelashes, concealing the calculating glint that flickered briefly in his golden irises. Vulnerability was his weapon, beauty his bait, and the delicate balance that Theodore meticulously maintained was the stage upon which he would stir the winds of change. "Hey, Wen Xu," Draco Malfoy's voice, tinged with a barely perceptible awkwardness, shattered the tranquility by the fireplace. He strode over, his platinum hair gleaming in the firelight, his gray-blue eyes fixed intently on Wen Xu, sweeping over his pale complexion and the slender neck swathed in the robe. "Are you all right? It was so chaotic just now." His tone attempted to retain the typical Malfoy arrogance, yet the inflection betrayed genuine concern. Wen Xu slowly lifted his head, golden eyes meeting Draco's, revealing a hint of lingering bewilderment and fatigue, akin to a startled creature yet to fully recover its senses. Draco, his voice was soft, slightly hoarse, brushing against the heartstrings like a feather. "I'm fine, just a bit cold." He instinctively tightened his robe around him, the subtle gesture exposing his slender frame. Draco's throat bobbed slightly. Observing Wen Xu in such a state, the anger and resentment from the earlier ball dissipated significantly, replaced by a more potent impulse to draw near and protect. He approached Wen Xu's chair, awkwardly extending a hand, as if to test his forehead for warmth, but hesitated, his hand hovering awkwardly in the air. Wen Xu seemed oblivious to his discomfort, tilting his head slightly, golden eyes casting a look of dependence and confusion toward Draco's suspended hand. This unconscious, questioning gaze instantly dissolved Draco's final reservations. With a sudden resolve, he grasped Wen Xu's wrist, encircling the robe with a somewhat brusque concern, intending to wrap him tighter. A sharp intake of breath escaped Wen Xu, his body jolting as if struck by an electric current. Draco was taken aback by the astonishing delicacy of the wrist he held. Its skin was cool and smooth, while the warmth of his palm seemed to sear the other. He distinctly felt the pulse beneath his fingers quicken, its rapid thrum palpable through the thin fabric. The golden hues of Wen Xu's eyes glazed over with a sheen of moisture, his long lashes quivering violently, and a faint blush crept across his cheeks. Instinctively, he attempted to withdraw his hand, but the effort was feeble, akin to a kitten's struggle. Draco found himself momentarily stunned, loosening his grip unconsciously, yet failing to entirely release it. He observed the flush at the corners of Wen Xu's eyes and cheeks, felt the frantic pulse and slight tremor beneath his palm, a potent surge of mixed compassion and a clandestine thrill coursing through him. Was he truly this sensitive? Just from a mere touch on his wrist? "Your hands are so cold." Draco's voice tightened, striving to mask his own tumult of emotions, deliberately elevating his tone to one of reproach. Yet, his fingers, still clasping Wen Xu's wrist, clumsily brushed against the icy skin, as if attempting to impart warmth through his touch. This action elicited another subtle shiver from Wen Xu, his golden eyes shimmering with a hint of accusation as they met Draco's gaze. "Draco," Wen Xu's voice trembled, laced with a note of vulnerability and helplessness. Draco felt his heart clench at the sound, a surge of inexplicable protectiveness and possessiveness rising within him. He completely disregarded Theodore's presence nearby, consumed by the desire to envelop this fragile and excessively sensitive individual, to conceal him away from any further contact. "Foolishness. You can't even keep warm." Draco's voice rose further, attempting to conceal his disarray and burgeoning affection with a gruff tone. He hastily unwrapped his exquisite silver-green wool scarf, emblazoned with the Malfoy crest, and clumsily draped it around Wen Xu's neck, endeavoring to cocoon him like a chrysalis. "Are you still cold?" he inquired as he wrapped the scarf, his gray-blue eyes fixated on Wen Xu's flushed cheeks and glistening golden gaze, eagerly anticipating his response. Wen Xu felt slightly breathless from the rough texture of the scarf against his sensitive neck, provoking a cascade of tingling sensations. He instinctively tilted his head back slightly, exposing the delicate curve of his slender neck, his golden eyes now veiled in a misty sheen, resembling amber shrouded in fog. He nodded gently, his voice barely a whisper. "Much better, thank you, Draco." The dependency and submission born from such enforced care perfectly satiated Draco's desire for control, causing an immediate swell of hidden satisfaction within him. Theodore not continued to peruse his book, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama around him. However, the subtle pause of his fingers turning the pages betrayed a flicker of interest. Within the depths of his deep blue eyes, a cold scrutiny flashed momentarily. He clearly observed the slight tremor of Wen Xu's body when Draco held his wrist, noted the crimson bloom on his cheeks, and the sudden glimmer of moisture in his eyes, each physiological response strikingly genuine. He also discerned how Wen Xu effortlessly manipulated this innate sensitivity to stir Draco's juvenile, yet fervent possessiveness and protective instincts. Theodore's lips barely twitched downward before returning to their neutral line. He harbored no objections to Wen Xu's use of Draco. In fact, he welcomed it. Draco's impulsiveness and bluntness served as an excellent buffer against Harry's uncontrollable ferocity. The sight of Wen Xu's reaction reignited Theodore's sense of superiority. Observe how this genuine fragility and shyness, born from sensitivity, could only emerge, unguarded and momentarily, in this safety he tacitly permitted. What Draco encountered was merely the surface of a physiological response. Theodore not, on the other hand, was the one who comprehended everything, controlling the rhythm and allowing this vulnerability to exist. This realization soothed Theodore's cold, proud possessiveness far more than Draco's fleeting sense of fulfillment. Wen Xu savored the warmth and breath emanating from the scarf, along with Draco's unabashed, fervent gaze. He lowered his lashes, concealing the flicker of understanding that passed through his golden eyes. Excellent. Draco had taken the bait. The genuine response evoked by his sensitive nature, coupled with the carefully performed timidity and helplessness, was sufficient to plant deeper seeds within Draco's heart. He tilted his head slightly, inadvertently letting his gaze drift toward Theodore, who appeared engrossed in his book. To Wen Xu, Theodore's calm profile was riddled with flaws. How much longer could he endure? What if he drew a little closer to someone else? Chapter 43, A Declaration of Possession. At that moment, the heavy stone door of the common room swung open, ushering in a rush of cold corridor air. Harry Potter's figure emerged in the doorway, his emerald gaze akin to a spotlight of ice, sweeping across the entire room before freezing with pinpoint accuracy on the scene by the fireplace. Draco nearly bent over Wen Xu, who was ensconced in Draco's scarf, revealing only a small portion of his flushed face and the overly intimate distance between them. Wen Xu, startled by the commotion at the entrance, turned slightly, his golden eyes reflecting a lingering confusion and residual moisture as he gazed at Harry. That innocent and fragile look seemed to convey complete ignorance of the fury blazing in Harry's eyes. Instinctively, he inched closer to Draco, seeking refuge. This subtle movement ignited a spark in an already volatile situation. Harry's hand clenched around his wand, the knuckles cracking ominously under the pressure, his emerald pupils narrowing dangerously. Draco immediately sensed Harry's hostility, his gray-blue eyes defiantly meeting Harry's glare, brimming with provocation and a triumphant assertion of ownership. Theodore finally closed his book with a soft sound, rising slowly, his deep blue eyes calmly assessing the nearly uncontrollable Harry, the tense Draco, and the pitifully caught Wen Xu in between. At the storm's eye, Wen Xu sensed Draco's taut form and the palpable threat radiating from Harry, a flicker of near pleasure glimmering in his golden eyes as they dipped momentarily. Theodore stepped forward, advancing toward a climax of a chess game he had tacitly approved and eagerly anticipated. The air in the common room seemed to solidify into glacial ice. Harry's hand, pressed against his wand, bulged with tension, his green pupils reduced to dangerous pinpricks, the fury roiling within him threatening to ignite. Draco stood unwaveringly before Wen Xu, his gray-blue eyes shooting forth flames of defiance, the Malfoy scarf still tightly encircling Wen Xu. Caught between them, Wen Xu's golden eyes shimmered with unshed tears, his complexion pale as paper, his body trembling slightly, resembling a delicate flower stem on the verge of breaking in a tempest. Harry's concern and heartache surged within him. Malfoy. Harry's voice was low and husky, like a chilling wind from the depths of hell. Get your filthy hands off him. Why should I, Potter? Draco scoffed, deliberately inching closer to Wen Xu, nearly obscuring him behind his own form. This is Slytherin territory. You should be the one to leave. He felt Wen Xu trembling more heavily behind him, fear amplifying his protectiveness and twisted satisfaction. The steady gait of Theodore not resonated like a precise drumbeat, shattering the tension-laden standoff. He averted his gaze from the two adversaries poised for conflict, directing his piercing deep blue eyes squarely at Wen Xu, imbued with an unmistakable command. Wen Xu, come here. His voice, though not loud, possessed an extraordinary penetrating quality and an icy authority. Wen Xu, as if receiving a decree of clemency, instinctively broke free from Draco's subconscious restraint, stumbling toward Theodore. His silvery hair was disheveled, and his golden eyes brimmed with genuine terror, while his slender fingers clutched the emerald green fabric of Theodore's robe, cold to the touch. Theodore instinctively shielded Wen Xu behind him, using his body to completely obstruct Harry's predatory gaze. He met Harry's seething emerald eyes with an unwavering calm, his voice devoid of any tremor. Potter, this is the Slytherin common room. Your outburst is not only futile, but will also invite unnecessary trouble. Harry's chest heaved violently as he observed Wen Xu cling to Theodore's sleeve like a fledgling seeking refuge, watching the latter's unyielding protective posture with a jealousy and fury that threatened to unravel his sanity. The very person he thought he could possess was now relying on another man's protection. The humiliation and desire for destruction surged within him like never before. Trouble? Harry's voice twisted into a chilling laugh, laced with a sinister coldness. Not, do you truly believe you can always shield him? Do you think you amount to anything? The tip of his wand began to shimmer menacingly. Wen Xu. The desperate cry escaped as Wen Xu peered out from behind Theodore, his golden eyes filled with fear and pleading. He gazed at Harry, his voice fractured and soft. Please, don't. This display of vulnerability acted like a precise splash of ice water, momentarily extinguishing the magic gathering at the tip of Harry's wand. Harry, witnessing the pure terror in Wen Xu's eyes, felt his heart constricted by an icy grip, yet found himself powerless to act. Theodore keenly detected the subtle shift in Harry's demeanor, a flicker of cold realization passing through his deep blue gaze, no longer regarding Harry. He turned to Wen Xu, who still clutched his sleeve, and spoke in a low, commanding tone. Return to the dormitory. Now. Wen Xu, visibly shaken, nodded obediently, releasing Theodore's sleeve and hurrying towards the boys' dormitory with a hesitance that betrayed his relief at having survived. Draco, watching Wen Xu depart, then glancing between the confronting Harry and Theodore, felt a wave of sickly pallor wash over him. He recognized himself as a complete fool. His earlier meager attempts at protection and possession were rendered laughable in the face of Theodore's absolute control and Harry's terrifying threat. He shot Harry a fierce glare and cast a complicated glance at Theodore before, reluctantly pulled back by Crabbe and Goyle's concerned nudges, retreating into the crowd of Slytherins. Harry's gaze remained fixed on the vanishing figure of Wen Xu before slowly shifting back to Theodore. In his emerald eyes, fury settled into a deeper, more dangerous coldness. We'll see. Not. He left that venomous whisper hanging in the air, pivoting sharply, the dark hem of his robe slicing through the stillness as he strode out of the Slytherin common room. The heavy stone door slammed shut behind him, sealing off the chilling air outside and momentarily quelling the storm ignited by Wen Xu. Theodore stood rooted in place, his deep blue eyes tracing the direction Harry had departed, his fingertips unconsciously fidgeting with the fabric of his sleeve where Wen Xu had grasped it, as if lingering traces of coldness and a faint tremor still resided there. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Chapter 44, Potions Class. As the door closed, the fearful and fragile expression on Wen Xu's face receded like a tide, replaced by an icy calm. He approached the dressing mirror, gazing at the reflection of himself, red-rimmed eyes and disheveled hair, with Draco's silver-green scarf comically entangled around his neck. With an expressionless demeanor, he raised a hand, irritation evident in his movements, tearing the expensive scarf from his neck and casting it aside, as if discarding refuse. The earlier display of vulnerability and fear was partially genuine, yet predominantly performative. The effect was remarkable. Harry was subdued, Draco's impulsiveness temporarily quelled, and Theodore, Wen Xu recalled his unassailable protective stance and that final command. Theodore relished this sense of control, enjoying the dependence that emerged in Wen Xu after being shielded. Perfect. This was precisely what he desired. He strolled to the window, peering into the impenetrable darkness that loomed over the forbidden forest. The peculiarities of Hagrid's recent acquisitions and Dumbledore's grave demeanor hinted that the final days of the first year would not unfold quietly. Chaos, indeed, served as the ideal cover for him to navigate the murky waters and hasten the advancement of his plans. The tension from the interrupted Christmas ball lingered, yet life at Hogwarts continued, albeit with a barely perceptible heaviness in the air. Whispers of the anomalies in the Forbidden Forest gradually gave way to the pressures of impending final examinations. However, for some, an even greater storm brewed beneath the calm facade. The dank potions classroom in the dungeons remained as cold as ever, saturated with the peculiar aromas of various concoctions. Professor Severus Snape glided silently between the long tables like a black bat, his cloak swirling around him, icy eyes scrutinizing the bubbling liquids in each student's cauldron. When he paused before the table of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, his piercing gaze seemed capable of freezing them in place. Potter, Snape's voice slithered like a serpent. Tell me, what will result from the addition of daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion? His inquiry bore an unmistakable edge of malice, a classic prelude to deducting points from Gryffindor. Harry pressed his lips tightly together, suppressing the fury simmering in his emerald depths. As someone who had been reborn multiple times, he certainly knew the answer, yet he was acutely aware that Snape anticipated nothing less than humiliation. Just as he prepared to respond with a stiff retort, his attention was involuntarily drawn to a figure slightly ahead of him. Wen Xu was quietly tending to his cauldron, clad in a loose Slytherin robe, his silvery hair held back with a simple dark green ribbon, exposing a delicate neck. His movements were precise and fluid, the slender fingers deftly wielding a silver knife to prepare daisy roots, exuding an almost artistic elegance. The potion in his cauldron shimmered with a perfect, clear pale gold, precisely matching the standard hue for a calming draft as prescribed in the textbook. Snape's gaze fleetingly acknowledged Wen Xu's flawless potion. The elixir of life, Professor, Harry ultimately replied. His voice dry, though his gaze remained fixed on Wen Xu. He noted the slight tension in Wen Xu's shoulders as Snape approached, witnessing the barely perceptible anxiety that accompanied his focus. This vulnerability, born of the professor's oppressive presence, oddly captivated Harry's attention, even dulling some of his ire towards Snape. Snape emitted a discontented huff, clearly displeased that Harry had answered correctly, yet he chose not to pursue Harry further, instead redirecting his scrutiny toward Wen Xu. Mr. Wen Xu, his voice elongated deliberately. Such an impeccable calming draft. You must have mastered its essence entirely. Therefore, please enlighten us. Why is it necessary to remove the cauldron from the fire before adding moonstone powder and to stir clockwise 7 times? His question was even more intricate, touching upon the critical details of potion stability. Instantly, all eyes in the classroom converged upon Wen Xu. He tightened his grip on the stirring rod. A flicker of just the right amount of tension and uncertainty flashing in his golden eyes, reminiscent of a fawn caught in the spotlight. He slightly lowered his head, his voice soft yet distinctly clear as he replied. The cold lunar energy contained within the moonstone powder reacts violently with the essence of sun grass in the base liquid at high temperatures, leading to instability in the potion and even potential explosions. Disengaging the heat source and stirring clockwise 7 times simulates the trajectory of lunar phases, gradually guiding the cold lunar energy to achieve a dynamic equilibrium with the sun essence, Professor. His response was not only accurate, but also elucidated the underlying principles, rendering it textbook-worthy. Snape's dark eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Wen Xu, seemingly assessing the wisdom behind his words. Ultimately, he merely stated coldly, "At least you possess some knowledge." 5 points to Slytherin. His tone left ambiguous whether it was praise or something else. He refrained from further challenging Wen Xu and glided towards his next target, typically Neville Longbottom. Wen Xu exhaled softly, refocusing on his cauldron as if the earlier tension had merely been an illusion. Harry observed his calm profile, a complex glimmer swirling in the depths of his emerald eyes. He loathed Snape. Yet Wen Xu's display of vulnerability intertwined with intelligence under pressure struck a resonant chord within him. Chapter 45. The conclusion of the first year. Whispers had not entirely subsided. One afternoon, while Wen Xu was perusing materials on ancient alchemical symbols in the restricted section of the library, he inadvertently overheard a snippet of conversation between Madame Pants and another professor. Filch heard it again on the 4th floor, down the west corridor. That sound, like claws scraping on stone. Dumbledore has reinforced the protections, but, Minerva, that thing is becoming increasingly agitated. I fear for the defenses of the Forbidden Forest. Sure, not here. Wen Xu's heartbeat quickened slightly. The west corridor on the 4th floor? That was precisely where the Philosopher's Stone was stored. The disturbance brought back by Hagrid? Was this related to the stone? He immediately recalled the unusually aggressive giant spiders and the wounded unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, the lingering dark aura on their wounds resonating eerily with the faint traces of dark magic surrounding Quirrell. He discreetly noted the information while paying closer attention to Professor Quirrell's movements. Quirrell remained stammering, wrapped in his ridiculous scarf, yet in moments of inadvertent revelation. Wen Xu caught a fleeting glimpse of the coldness and greed lurking beneath his timid exterior. The final exams unfolded in a stifling atmosphere of trepidation. The practical exam for defense against the dark arts was particularly nerve-wracking. Quirrell had devised a challenge where a boggart would continuously transform within a confined space. When it was Wen Xu's turn, the boggart morphed into a gigantic, hissing serpent before him. His complexion instantly paled, his body trembling slightly, and his grip on his wand faltered. "Ah, ridiculous." His voice quivered, the spell's incantation barely illuminating. The boggart merely donned a ludicrous top hat, maintaining its menacing presence as it slithered closer. Quirrell stood nearby, the corners of his mouth beneath the scarf curling into an imperceptible smirk. Just as Wen Xu staggered backward in panic, a calm voice resonated. "Ridiculous." The spell was precise and forceful. Theodore Nott had appeared at the doorway, his deep blue eyes tranquil. The boggart instantly transformed into a writhing, multicolored rubber snake, eliciting laughter from several students. Quirrell's expression darkened momentarily. Theodore offered no glance towards Quirrell, simply advising the shaken Wen Xu, "Watch your step, Wen Xu," before turning to leave as if he were merely passing by. Wen Xu cast a grateful look towards Theodore, his pallor still evident, appearing thoroughly shaken. Harry, observing from a corner, clenched his fists, feeling both disdain for Quirrell and irritation towards Theodore's timely display of heroism. In the dead of night following the final exams, a violent surge of magical energy erupted within Hogwarts Castle, emanating from the 4th floor restricted area. This was soon followed by a deafening explosion and Professor Quirrell's terrified, anguished scream. Students were roused from their slumber, panic spreading like wildfire. Professors swiftly intervened, sealing off the fourth-floor area. The following day, the news was partially disclosed. Professor Quirrell had attempted to steal important items safeguarded by the school and had violently resisted upon being discovered, ultimately being subdued. He sustained severe injuries and was transported to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. During breakfast, Headmaster Dumbledore made a brief statement, commending several students for their courage in protecting the school's property, his gaze sweeping over Harry, Ron, and Hermione, but omitted any specifics. The entire incident remained shrouded in mystery. Wen Xu calmly sat at the Slytherin table, delicately savoring his pudding. His golden eyes were cast downward, concealing a deeper understanding. Just as he suspected, Quirrell was indeed Voldemort's puppet. Harry's scar pain, the unicorn's death in the Forbidden Forest, Quirrell's peculiar behavior, all threads woven together. The crisis surrounding the Philosopher's Stone had been averted, and Voldemort's first attempt at resurrection had failed. The greatest storm of the first year concluded in this thrilling yet enigmatic manner. As the Hogwarts Express whistle sounded on the platform, students, laden with luggage and mixed emotions of anticipation for summer and the recent harrowing events, surged towards the train. Wen Xu, carrying his simple suitcase, which held his successfully brewed aging potion and that thornwood wand, stood in a relatively quiet corner of the platform. His silvery hair fluttered gently in the summer breeze, and his golden eyes gazed at the ancient castle, carrying a subtle hint of relief at having completed this phase of his mission. Draco Malfoy, urged by his parents towards the first-class compartment, paused momentarily as he passed Wen Xu, his gray-blue eyes casting a complex glance in his direction, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but ultimately chose to arrogantly lift his chin and hurried away. Cedric Diggory offered a gentle nod to Wen Xu, wishing him a pleasant summer. His gaze remained filled with concern. Theodore Nott stood not far off, his deep blue eyes quietly observing Wen Xu, uttering no farewell, merely inclining his head slightly, as if signifying a silent pact. Though the game had paused, it was far from over. Harry Potter, flanked by the Weasley family and Hermione, approached the train. His emerald eyes scanned the crowd, locking onto Wen Xu in the corner with pinpoint accuracy. The tempest of emotions had subsided. The anger of the finals and the jealousy following the ball had vanished, leaving only a cold, unfathomable determination. He directed a faint smile towards Wen Xu, a slight curve to his lips imbued with an endless chill, silently mouthing a few words. Wen Xu understood clearly. Wait for me. The train set off, billowing white steam, carrying the students towards summer, along with unresolved mysteries, complex emotions, and new conspiracies, heading into the next academic year. Wen Xu gazed at Harry's cold green eyes through the train window, feeling the cool touch of the pearl necklace around his neck, his golden eyes narrowing slightly in the sunlight. Summer had begun. He needed to utilize this time to completely shed the constraints of his disguise and restore the power of his adult form. As for second year, the encounter at Flourish and Blots and the shadows of the Slytherin chamber awaited them all. Beneath the calm of the holiday, undercurrents had begun to gather strength for a new storm. Chapter 46, Riding the Tide. The tail end of summer in London was thick and bustling. The cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley gleamed under the feet of the throngs of people, while the massive poster for Gilderoy Lockhart's autobiography, Magical Me, nearly covered the entire exterior wall of Flourish and Blots. The ostentatious golden lettering and Lockhart's dazzling grin shimmered in the sunlight, dazzling to the eye. Harry Potter felt as though he had been thrust into a jar filled with clamorous mandrakes. The Weasley family surrounded him and Hermione with palpable excitement, while Ron animatedly gestured towards a thrilling moment from the Quidditch World Cup. Hagrid's immense form loomed like a moving hill, striving to carve a path through the throng. Amidst this suffocating cacophony, a cool silhouette pierced through the chaos like moonlight breaking through clouds, seizing Harry's full attention. It was Wen Xu. He stood in the relatively tranquil classical literature section of Flourish and Blots, not clad in his school robes. Instead, he wore an exquisitely tailored silken shirt of pale moonlight hue, its light and soft fabric clinging to his tall, slightly slender frame. The collar was unbuttoned at two places, revealing a delicate and pale neck, as well as the familiar moonlit pearl necklace that Harry had gifted him. The necklace's lustrous sheen shimmered under the warm yellow lights of the bookstore, yet it pierced Harry's eyes like an icicle. Wen Xu had replaced Theodore's necklace with his own. What froze Harry's blood was the figure beside Wen Xu, Lucius Malfoy. His platinum blonde hair was meticulously tied back, and his gray-blue eyes bore the habitual arrogance mixed with a subtle, predatory calculation. In his hand, he wielded the blackthorn wand adorned with a serpent's head, the tip casually resting atop a worn, indistinguishable diary, which was cradled in the arms of a flustered Ginny Weasley. Even more infuriating to Harry was Draco Malfoy. The Slytherin he loathed above all, smugly standing beside Wen Xu, his gray-blue eyes provocatively sweeping over Harry before finally landing on Wen Xu, exuding a sense of ownership. As if to declare, he belongs to our world. Harry's gaze was riveted on Lucius's cuff. A uniquely designed opal cufflink glimmered with a cold bluish-green sheen against the black velvet sleeve. That cufflink emitted an exceedingly faint, yet unmistakable magical aura of tracking magic. One that Harry, as a Reborn, could keenly perceive. And the magical essence bore a striking resemblance to that of Wen Xu. It was a gift from him. Wen Xu had bestowed a present upon Malfoy. The magical resonance from Lucius's cufflink formed a horrific, treacherous connection with the pearl necklace around Wen Xu's neck in Harry's perception. Oh, is that not the illustrious Harry Potter? Lucius drawled, his tone laced with icy mockery. The golden-headed serpent wand appeared to casually lift, its tip nearly brushing against the hem of Wen Xu's shirt. How fortuitous. It seems the savior of Hogwarts could benefit from a touch of Professor Lockhart's, literary enlightenment? Draco emitted an unabashed snicker. Wen Xu's gaze calmly traversed Harry's contorted face, twisted by rage and jealousy, ultimately settling on the serpent wand that encroached upon his garment. A flicker of understanding passed through his golden eyes, barely perceptible. Lucius's seemingly casual movement was, in fact, a deliberate attempt to draw attention to the old book pile in Ginny's arms. He then bestowed upon Harry a faint, almost formulaic smile. His voice as clear as a spring yet tinged with a chilling detachment. "Good day, Mr. Potter." Mr. Potter. This address pierced Harry's heart like a poisoned dagger. All the secretive probing, the forceful closeness, the self-righteous claims of possession over the past year appeared utterly ludicrous beneath that cold, formal salutation. Jealousy, the fury of being duped, and a profound sense of betrayal consumed Harry's reason in an instant. He could almost hear the sound of his teeth grinding together, and his right hand instinctively reached for his wand. "Harry, no!" Hermione's exclamation and Ron's pull timely halted him. At that moment, Lucius elegantly turned to the side, the tip of his serpent wand inadvertently pressing and prodding at the pile of Ginny's old textbooks. Ginny stumbled, the books tumbling to the ground, with the worn diary artfully blending into the chaos. Lucius feigned a look of contrived apology. "Oh dear, my apologies, young lady. Age has rendered me less steady." Yet his gray-blue eyes were fixed upon Wen Xu, bearing an unspoken chill. Draco's laughter grew even more piercing. Hagrid's colossal form materialized just in time, shielding the on-edge Harry and the irate Weasley family from the frigid gazes of the Malfoys. Amidst the chaos, Wen Xu's eyes traversed the crowd, briefly locking with the deep blue eyes hidden in the shadows of the second-floor columns. Theodore Knott loomed like a silent specter, observing the farce he had orchestrated below. A nearly imperceptible smirk curled at the corner of his lips, a mockery of omniscience and indifference to the unfolding drama. The pearls around Wen Xu's neck, Lucius's cufflink, Harry's fury, and Draco's pride, all were pieces on his chessboard. Chapter 47, Provocation. The Hogwarts Express billowed white smoke, ushering the students back to the familiar castle. However, that familiar castle was shrouded in an invisible haze. The atmosphere of the opening feast was far less fervent than usual, and Headmaster Dumbledore's address carried a subtly discernible gravity. Fear coiled around the castle like a cold vine, tightening its grip as Halloween approached. The Halloween feast was abruptly interrupted by a chilling scream. Filch's beloved cat, Mrs. Norris, had been petrified in an exceedingly bizarre manner. Rigidly suspended from a torch bracket, her tail stood straight up and her eyes bulged wide, filled with the terror of her final moments. What was even more spine-chilling was the message scrawled in blood on the damp stone wall beneath her. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." The crimson letters flowed under the dim firelight, exuding a heavy scent of blood and a foreboding curse. Panic erupted among the students like a plague, screams, cries, and shoving blending into chaos. The professors wore ashen faces, and Dumbledore's hawk-like gaze behind his half-moon glasses was sharp as an eagle's. Wen Xu stood beside the Slytherin long table, his silver hair fluttering slightly in the chaotic air, his golden eyes fixated on the bloodied words, his expression perfectly balancing terror and pallor, while his slender fingers unconsciously gripped the tablecloth, knuckles whitening. Yet, within those seemingly startled golden eyes, there lay a cold calmness, even a hint of understanding, as the true horror began. Simultaneously, Harry Potter began to hear a voice in his ear. It was not human language, but a cold, slippery hiss, reminiscent of scales scraping against stone. Hiss, blood, fresh blood, tear apart, mark the enemies. Only he could comprehend it. Parseltongue. This ability clung to him like a parasite, reminding him of his loathsome connection to Voldemort. Hermione dove into the library, frantically searching for accounts of the Chamber of Secrets and the heir of Slytherin. Ron, meanwhile, cast worried glances at his sister Ginny. who had been acting dazed since the start of term, her face alarmingly pale, her eyes evasive, as though burdened by a colossal secret. The potions classroom was as perpetually cold and damp as ever, suffused with the acrid scent of various bizarre ingredients. Professor Severus Snape glided through the long tables like a dark bat, his black robe swirling, his icy gaze sweeping over each bubbling cauldron. Today, they were concocting a notably challenging calming potion. Harry was restless. The bothersome snake tongue, hiss, corner, dark, wait, made it difficult for him to concentrate. When Snape ghosted behind him, he remained oblivious. Whether distracted or through a miscalculation, Wen Xu seemed to tremble slightly while handling a seedling of the deadly venomous tentacula. The verdant, spiny seedling instantaneously seemed to be imbued with life, springing forth with vigor, its slender, thorn-laden tendrils coiling around his exposed, delicate wrist like a venomous serpent. A sharp gasp of pain escaped Wen Xu's lips, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. The virulent sap quickly penetrated his skin, and his wrist erupted with alarming red welts and a multitude of tiny blood spots at a visibly alarming rate. The excruciating agony made his body convulse violently, and a veil of physiological tears clouded his golden eyes, his long lashes trembling violently, nearly causing him to falter. The underground classroom fell into a profound silence. Even the bubbling of the cauldron seemed to fade into oblivion. Harry's heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by a frigid hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to rush forward, only to be rooted in place by Severus's gaze, which bore the weight of death itself. Draco's expression of schadenfreude froze, genuine panic flickering in his slate-blue eyes as his hand instinctively reached for his wand. Theodore not moved, positioned at the workstation beside Wen Xu. His deep blue eyes locked onto the target the moment Wen Xu cried out in pain, exuding a chilling calm, devoid of any hesitation. The tip of his wand glimmered with a frosty light, glacius, the freezing charm. The precise incantation instantly encased the frantically writhing vine in ice. Without waiting for the frost to fully envelop it, Theodore's right hand shot forward with lightning speed, revealing a gleaming silver dagger, intricately engraved with the Knot family crest. With a swift and decisive motion, he severed the poisonous tendril entwined around Wen Xu's wrist. His actions were rapid, accurate, and ruthless, imbued with an undeniable forcefulness. Ignoring Severus's suddenly darkened expression and the class's astonished gazes, he stepped forward, grasping Wen Xu's trembling wrist with an unyielding grip. With his other hand, he deftly retrieved a vial of emerald-green antidote from his robe's inner pocket, uncorked it, and without a moment's hesitation, even with a hint of insistence, poured it into Wen Xu's slightly parted mouth, which trembled with pain. Breathe, slowly. Theodore's voice resonated low and steady, carrying an irresistible command. His fingers pressed firmly on several key acupressure points on Wen Xu's wrist, attempting to slow the spread of the venom and alleviate the excruciating pain. Simultaneously, his right hand steadied Wen Xu's wavering form, nearly cradling him in his embrace. Wen Xu was compelled to lean against Theodore's solid chest, his rapid, pained breaths brushing warmly against Theodore's neck. Theodore could distinctly feel the tremors coursing through Wen Xu's body and the frantic pulse of his wrist. A genuine response to the dual torment of the potent toxin and overwhelming fright. His deep blue eyes fell upon Wen Xu's furrowed brows, glistening with tears, fluttering golden lashes reminiscent of butterfly wings, and his pallid, tightly pressed lips. A fierce blend of possessiveness, protectiveness, and a profound satisfaction in safeguarding what was his surged within him like a warm current, soothing his icy heart. He had successfully, in the eyes of all, once again enveloped Wen Xu under his protective wing, becoming the sole guardian he could rely upon, the only one permitted to draw near. He half-supported, half-cradled Wen Xu, disregarding Severus's frigid warning glare and the class's frozen atmosphere, striding directly towards the cellar door. As he passed Harry, Theodore's gaze briefly swept over Harry's ashen face. His clenched fists, and the barely contained fury and helplessness in his eyes, along with Draco's expression, which was a tumultuous mix of fear, jealousy, and bewilderment. Theodore's gaze remained tranquil, yet it resonated as the loudest declaration. Chapter 48, Distorted Offering. The castle's panic escalated. The attacks had not ceased. Another Muggle-born student was petrified, and the chilling sight of a cold stone statue being carried away deepened everyone's fear. Blood warnings reappeared on the walls. Terror shrouded Hogwarts like a dense fog. Ginny Weasley's condition deteriorated further. Her complexion was nearly transparent, dark circles under her eyes, her gaze vacant and drifting, like a shell stripped of its soul. She clutched her tattered diary tightly, as if it were her sole salvation. In the dead of night, the embers of the common room's fire flickered weakly. When Sue returned late from the library, and in the dimly lit corridor leading to the dormitories, he encountered a disoriented and unsteady Ginny. The girl clutched the diary. As though it were her last piece of driftwood, her eyes vacant, murmuring something incoherent. Miss Weasley? Wen Xu halted, his voice gentle and imbued with just the right amount of concern. Are you all right? You look dreadful. His golden eyes shone with pure worry under the dim light. Ginny, like a startled rabbit, abruptly lifted her head, and upon seeing Wen Xu, a wave of terror surged in her eyes. She recoiled as if confronted by a great beast. Her grip on the diary tightening, knuckles whitening, her body trembling violently. No, don't come near. Don't look at me. Her words were a disjointed whisper, hoarse and filled with despair. Wen Xu did not advance, remaining in place, his expression one of confusion and innocence. I merely wish to help you. Do you need to go to the hospital wing? His kindness acted as a catalyst, causing Ginny's fear to reach its zenith in an instant. She emitted a stifled sob, clutching the diary, stumbling back toward the girl's dormitory as if pursued by demons. Wen Xu stood still, the gentle concern on his face ebbing away like a receding tide, leaving only a chill of calm. He could keenly sense the malevolent soul vibrations emanating from the diary in Ginny's grasp, greedy, cunning, and cold. That resonance stirred a faint echo of the punitive power within him. A clumsy Horcrux, Wen Xu scoffed internally, his golden eyes glimmering in the darkness. Drawing strength from the life force and soul of a young witch. How utterly repulsive. He turned, silver hair glinting faintly in the shadows. The assaults escalated once more, targeting Harry's most astute friend. Hermione Granger was petrified in the library. When discovered, she stood rigid beside a tall bookshelf, clutching a torn page from powerful potions. The hastily sketched image of a monstrous, serpentine creature loomed large on the page, accompanied by frantic scrawlings, evidently penned in a state of extreme urgency and fear. The pipes. The sound. The deadly gaze. The mirror. Use the reflection. The rooster's crow is its bane. The basilisk. Basilisk. Ron's voice trembled with terror. Harry's heart ached as he gazed at the grotesque illustration and Hermione's familiar scrawl, his anguish palpable. This was the monster from the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione had, with her intellect, left them a crucial clue in her final moments. Yet, as Harry and Ron seethed with rage and sorrow over Hermione's fate, the chilling, slippery voice of Parseltongue echoed once more in Harry's mind, now clear as a command. SSS. Come, Potter, to the depths. SSS. The grievances, Slytherin's chamber, to conclude. SSS. Bring the offering, the silver-haired, offering. Offering. A chill coursed through Harry, as if his blood had instantaneously frozen. Voldemort's target was Wen Xu. Those cold, serpentine eyes were fixated upon Wen Xu. An overwhelming terror gripped Harry's heart, more suffocating than the chamber itself. Immediately following, that fear was usurped by a more ferocious, twisted sense of possessiveness and fury. Wen Xu was his. No one could take him away, not even Voldemort. Voldemort ought to have met his demise long ago, Harry thought coldly. Repeatedly contemplating his adversaries, it appeared that the time had come to set the plan into motion. If he could not even achieve his own goals, then all his lives would have been in vain. Chapter 49, Schemes. Following the clues left by Hermione, Harry and Ron focused their attention on the abandoned girls' lavatory on the second floor of the castle. It was home to the Weeping Myrtle, a ghost who perpetually cried due to the mockery of her peers. Myrtle's intermittent and bitter lamentations confirmed their suspicions. It was here that she had met her tragic end, having witnessed a pair of enormous, yellow eyes before her demise. Guided by Myrtle's ethereal presence, they discovered the pivotal sink. At the edge of the sink, an unassuming brass tap bore the intricate carving of a small, coiled serpent. Taking a deep breath, Harry suppressed the tumultuous waves of anxiety that the word sacrifice invoked within him, focusing intently on the serpentine carving. He hissed in a chilling semblance of Parseltongue, open. As the words left his lips, a thunderous roar erupted from the sink. The entire lavatory trembled. The sink swirled and sank like a living creature, revealing a bottomless chasm that exuded a cold, damp aura. The slick, dark walls of the pipe seemed like a portal to the underworld. As Harry gazed into the abyss, thoughts of Hermione's petrification, Ginny's disappearance, and the ominous phrase about the silver-haired sacrifice raced through his mind, causing his heart to pound violently. He gripped his wand tightly, poised to leap into the void without hesitation. Potter, stop! A freezing voice, laced with fury, rang out from the entrance. Harry spun around, his wand instantly directed towards the source of the voice. Theodore Knott stood there, his expression unusually grim, with cold fury burning in his deep blue eyes. He held the pale, terrified figure of Wen Xu by the hand. Your foolishness will endanger us all. Theodore's voice cracked like ice, striding forward with purpose, his gaze sharp as it swept over the gaping void. Ginny Weasley is down there, along with that creature. Do you think you can resolve this with reckless bravery? His eyes shifted sharply to the reluctant Wen Xu, his tone a command that brooked no argument, yet betrayed a thread of taut anxiety. Stay close to me. Do not stray an inch from my side. Your safety is paramount. Do you understand? Wen Xu's golden eyes flickered in the dim, dilapidated lavatory, akin to a frightened glass ornament. He glanced at the foreboding darkness of the chasm, then down at Theodore's hand, which gripped his arm with trembling force. Had Theodore dragged him into this perilous maelstrom to protect him, or merely to use him as bait to lure out the air? Or was it that he could not bear to see Harry Potter claim the glory of saving Wen Xu for himself? Beneath the guise of protection lay a profound desire for possession, or perhaps a chilling calculation. However, Wen Xu still harbored a hope that this would provide him with more opportunities to draw upon the world's consciousness. He feigned fear, pondering the depth of Theodore's true intentions. Harry observed Theodore's firm grip on Wen Xu's hand, noticing the expression of terror on Wen Xu's face as he was shielded by Theodore. Rage surged within him, nearly bursting forth. But this was not the time for infighting. He inhaled deeply, quelling the tumult of emotions, his emerald eyes fixed resolutely on the chasm. Ginny is down there. We must descend. Theodore scoffed, refusing to look at Harry again. Instead, he tightened his hold on Wen Xu's arm, embodying both protector and captor, and led the way toward the shadowy abyss. Follow closely, Ron Weasley. If you wish to survive, keep an eye on our rear. His voice regained its usual icy tone, but bore the determination of one stepping onto a battlefield as he ventured into the heart of Slytherin's long-buried secrets. Chapter 50. Inverted Circumstances. The cold, slick, and foul-smelling tunnel, reminiscent of a beast's gullet, swallowed the four of them whole. Ron held Harry's wand, its tip barely illuminating the endless darkness, barely enough to light the slippery stones beneath their feet, coated in an unknown viscous substance. Fawkes perched on Harry's shoulder, his golden plumage the sole source of warmth in the depths of despair. Theodore not led the way, like a vanguard. He gripped Wen Xu's icy wrist with an unyielding force, as if to embed his flesh into his own. With his other hand, he held his wand steady, its glow brighter and steadier than Ron's. His sharp blue eyes scanning every corner and shadow ahead, assessing potential traps and the possible emergence of the basilisk. His body was taut, like a bowstring ready to unleash. Each breath measured and restrained, as he kept Wen Xu securely behind him, forming an unassailable barrier. Wen Xu, ensnared by Theodore's grip, traversed the nauseating tunnel passively. The pain and sense of confinement in his wrist were starkly clear, Theodore's warmth seeping through his skin, contrasting sharply with the tunnel's chilling dampness. He could distinctly hear Theodore's steady heartbeat, feel the tension in his muscles as they coiled in vigilance, and sense the undeniable will to protect emanating from his straightened spine. This forceful guardianship, imbued with absolute control, brought a twinge of icy mockery to Wen Xu's heart, yet strangely offered a fleeting illusion of safety amidst peril. His golden eyes flickered with complex emotions in the dark, obediently following like a meticulously guided marionette, while internally calculating the risks and rewards of each step. Harry followed closely behind, his green eyes burning like ghostly flames, locked onto the hand that Theodore held Wen Xu with. The sight was blinding, a display of absolute possession that corroded his nerves like venom. He could almost hear the voice of jealousy gnawing at his reason. What pained him more was that Wen Xu did not resist. He even slightly lowered his head, silvery strands cascading down to obscure his profile, appearing almost dependent under Theodore's protection. Harry's fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, the pain failing to quell the tumult of rage within. He had to rescue Ginny, but more importantly, he must reclaim Wen Xu from Theodore Not. Wen Xu was his. He could only be his. Ron trailed behind, his face pale, his wan hand slightly trembling. The glow illuminated the immense fear and concern for his sister etched upon his features. He listened to the oppressive breaths ahead, felt the icy rage emanating from Harry, and sensed the suffocating aura of protection that Theodore exuded, making the tunnel feel like a direct passage to hell. Time stretched endlessly, until at last, they emerged into a vast, heart-stopping underground chamber. The glow of the spell expanded, revealing towering stone columns supporting a ceiling adorned with colossal serpentine reliefs, the frigid air seemingly frozen for a millennium. At the far end, a massive stone effigy of Slytherin loomed over the intruders, its gaping maw leading to even deeper darkness. At the center of the icy stone chamber, upon a stone pedestal, lay the small, lifeless form of Ginny Weasley. "Ginny!" Ron cried out in anguish, rushing forward. "Don't move," Theodore barked, his wand sharply pointing to the ground. Hominum revelio. An invisible ripple spread, yet no other living presence was detected. His gaze, hawk-like, vigilantly scanned the shadows of every stone column and the gaping mouth of the Slytherin statue. The serpent beast could emerge from the shadows at any moment. At that very instant, a strikingly handsome, yet almost otherworldly young apparition materialized slowly from the very air beside Ginny. Tom Riddle, adorned with his signature, duplicitous yet charming smile, hovered in midair. His gaze swept over the four individuals with keen interest, ultimately settling on Wen Xu, his eyes betraying unabashed greed and appraisal, as if he were admiring an extraordinary treasure. "Welcome, Harry Potter, and to you, unexpected guests." Riddle's voice flowed like silk, smooth yet laced with an icy chill. His gaze flickered over Theodore, who tightly grasped Wen Xu's hand, the corners of his mouth curling into a sly smirk. "It seems my offering is quite popular?" The word offering ignited the atmosphere like a spark on a powder keg. "Stay away from him." Harry and Theodore erupted in unison, their voices infused with fury. Harry's wand instantly pointed at Riddle, the tip radiating a perilous crimson glow. Theodore yanked Wen Xu behind him, his wand precisely aimed at the core of Riddle's apparition. His deep blue eyes resembling a frozen abyss, exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. The fuse, named Wen Xu, was ignited at that moment. Riddle's smile turned abruptly cold and cruel. How touching, but alas, he raised his hand gracefully, as if conducting a grand symphony. "Come forth, my servant. Let these uninvited guests experience the true power of Slytherin." A chilling, serpentine hiss echoed from the gaping maw of the Slytherin statue. Following that, two immense eyes, glowing like yellow lanterns in the darkness, emerged. The cold, emotionless serpent eyes, imbued with the essence of death, locked onto their prey below. The basilisk. A towering wave of terror engulfed everyone. "Do not look into its eyes," Harry shouted, abruptly shutting his eyes, rolling to the side by instinct and memory. Fawkes let out a clear, melodic cry, soaring towards the basilisk, attempting to peck at its eyes. Ron, paralyzed by the horrifying scene, instinctively hurled a rusted tap lock towards the creature. "Take this, you ugly beast." The lock clattered against the basilisk's hard scales, causing no damage, yet successfully diverting the creature's attention. Theodore exhibited remarkable composure and combat prowess. One hand still gripping Wen Xu's wrist, he shielded him behind, his body astonishingly agile and anticipative as he evaded the colossal tail sweeping towards them. Simultaneously, his wand danced like a living entity, Protego Maxima. A formidable shield of iron armor sprang forth, narrowly blocking the basilisk's corrosive venom. De primo. Harry's precise incantation struck the basilisk's thick body, attempting to coil around them. Though it did not shatter the scales, it succeeded in repelling it. Incendio. Wen Xu drew his wand, hastening the chaotic battle's conclusion, a searing wall of fire igniting between him and the basilisk, temporarily obscuring their line of sight. Meanwhile, Theodore's movements flowed like water, each dodge and spell cast meticulously calculated to protect Wen Xu behind him while restraining the basilisk. His sharp blue eyes, keen as an eagle's, sought out vulnerabilities and the location of the diary amidst the firelight and serpent shadows. Wen Xu, shielded behind him, felt every taut muscle as Theodore exerted force, each evasive maneuver resonating with a steady heartbeat, exuding an overwhelming sense of protection and an odd allure amidst the peril. Wen Xu subtly raised an eyebrow, contemplating that perhaps thrusting Theodore into the forefront might prove more advantageous than Harry, for he was adept at strategizing, likely to be more useful in the forthcoming plans. Meanwhile, utilizing Fawkes' distraction and the momentary attention diversion from Ron and Theodore, Harry rolled and maneuvered between the stone pillars, evading the deadly gaze while searching for the diary and Ginny's location. There it was. The diary lay on the stone floor, not far from Ginny. Just then, calamity struck anew. The basilisk seemed thoroughly enraged by Theodore's precise defenses and counterattacks. It emitted a deafening roar, its massive head whipping around, a thick, foul-smelling venom spraying forth like a high-pressure water cannon, targeting Harry, who was concealed behind the stone columns. The angle was too sharp. The speed was too swift. Harry had no time to fully evade. "Harry!" Ron screamed in terror. In that split second, Wen Xu, tightly shielded by Theodore, stumbled over a loose stone fragment. He let out a brief gasp, his body uncontrollably lunging forward, his shoulder colliding heavily with Theodore's elbow, who was straining to maintain the protective shield. Ugh! Theodore was caught off guard, a jolt of pain radiating through his left arm, causing a minute, almost imperceptible disturbance in the gathered magical energy. The impenetrable shield, which he took pride in, developed a minuscule crack due to this unexpected collision from the one he was protecting. The lethal venom surged through the fissure like a viper, finding its way through a crevice. Its target, Wen Xu. Wen Xu. No. Harry's eyes widened in horror. He witnessed Wen Xu tumble into Theodore, watched as the fatal venom pierced through the defenses aimed at Wen Xu. The pent-up fear, rage, twisted affection, and the ultimate terror of losing Wen Xu erupted within him like a volcano ignited. An indescribable torrent of raw magical energy erupted from his being. This power did not target the basilisk, but bore the intent to annihilate everything, crashing down upon the aged diary on the ground. Simultaneously, he leaped like a lion, fiercely protective of his companion, throwing himself toward Wen Xu, who had been exposed at the edge of the basilisk's line of sight. Bang! Harry's magical surge struck the diary with tremendous force. Almost simultaneously, Fawkes let out a mournful cry, a single crystalline tear from the phoenix cascading down like a meteor, precisely landing upon the diary. Oh! Tom Riddle's handsome apparition twisted and contorted, emitting a wail so harrowing it was beyond human comprehension. Black smoke billowed forth, the diary igniting as if consumed by invisible flames, rapidly charring, curling, and reducing to ash. Riddle's apparition dissipated in desperate screams. On the other side, Harry collided with Wen Xu like a cannonball. They crashed heavily onto the cold, hard stone floor. Harry used his entire body as the most steadfast shield, desperately protecting Wen Xu beneath him. His back was fully exposed to the basilisk, the tremendous impact eliciting a muffled grunt from him. The basilisk, plunged into madness by the demise of its master, writhed in agony, crashing through stone pillars, ultimately collapsing amidst Fawkes' continuous cries and the ensuing chaos, falling silent. Dust filled the air, debris scattered. A profound stillness enveloped the stone chamber that had just borne witness to a life-and-death struggle. Theodore stood rooted, his left arm still aching from the impact, his deep blue eyes fixated intently on the intertwined figures below, Harry Potter resembling a dragon guarding its treasure, his body shielding Wen Xu, who lay beneath him, revealing only a pale profile and a few disheveled silver strands. A bone-chilling cold instantaneously froze Theodore's blood. He had painstakingly constructed a protective circle, one he took great pride in controlling, only to have it utterly shattered by Harry Potter in such a barbaric, reckless, and utterly unreasonable manner. Moreover, Wen Xu's seemingly unintended stumble and fall were executed with a precision that was appalling. Theodore's fingertips dug deeply into his palm, almost piercing the skin. He watched Harry pinning Wen Xu down, observing the slight tremors of Wen Xu's body. As a tempest of unprecedented emotions surged within his deep blue eyes, rage, the frigid sting of betrayal, and a hint of panic he was reluctant to acknowledge. He had lost his absolute grasp on the situation, and at that moment, his most cherished treasure was being possessed by another in the most primal of ways. Wen Xu stealthily patted Harry's back as a gesture of comfort. Indeed, compared to a venomous serpent, a lion cub seemed far more endearing, at least in the current predicament. It was Harry who provided him with the most strength. One could not help but admire the protagonist. Harry's significance allowed the very fabric of the world to endow him with greater power to integrate into it. Yet, it was still insufficient. Chapter 51, The Dust Settles. The dust settled. Ginny had been rescued, albeit weak and unconscious. Ron wept uncontrollably as he held his sister. The massive carcass of the basilisk lay like a small mountain within the stone chamber. Fawkes alighted on Harry's shoulder, gently grooming his disheveled black hair with his golden beak. Harry struggled to rise from atop Wen Xu, agony coursing through his back and arms, but what startled him more was the eerie silence of Wen Xu beneath him. He glanced down to meet Wen Xu's slowly opening golden eyes. Those eyes resembled a lake after rain, clear and fathomless, reflecting a hint of bewilderment and an almost imperceptible curiosity born from survival. "Are you all right?" Harry's voice was hoarse, laced with an unrecognized tension and a trace of lingering ferocity. His hand instinctively shielded the side of Wen Xu's neck, feeling the subtle pulse beneath the cool skin. Wen Xu gently shook his head, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'm fine, thank you, Harry." This time, he was no longer the cold Mr. Potter. The utterance of Harry felt like a warm current, instantly dissolving all of Harry's pain and fatigue, even allowing him to overlook Theodore's nearly paralyzing icy gaze. His emerald eyes brightened as he clumsily attempted to assist Wen Xu in rising. The hospital wing was filled with the unique scent of antiseptic mingled with herbs. Harry lay on a bed near the window, his back and arms bandaged, succumbing to slumber from the exhaustion of magical exertion and battle. Even in unconsciousness, his brow remained furrowed, as if peace eluded him even in dreams. Wen Xu stood quietly at his bedside. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a silvery glow upon his silvery hair and delicate profile, as if he were draped in a veil of ethereal light. The crescent pearl necklace around his neck shimmered with a gentle luster under the moonlight. He gazed down at Harry's unsettled face in slumber, fixating on the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. He leaned down slowly, his movements as gentle as a feather falling. Cool, soft lips, akin to the melting of the first snow, lightly pressed against the scar on Harry's furrowed brow. It was a kiss that was chilling, devoid of warmth. "Sleep well, Harry." Wen Xu's voice was a mere whisper, imbued with an almost enchanting tenderness, weaving its way into Harry's dreams, your love, fervent, reckless, and utterly unrestrained, is indeed a power to behold. He distinctly observed that even in profound unconsciousness, Harry's lashes quivered slightly at his icy touch, and his head instinctively tilted towards him. An action filled with reliance. A cold, satisfied smile curled upon Wen Xu's lips. Harry's love was both a shackle and a blade. He had successfully transformed this twisted emotion into a weapon of considerable lethality in his grasp. Outside, in the thick shadows the moonlight could not penetrate, Theodore Knott stood like a silent statue, leaning against the cold stone wall. His deep blue eyes pierced through the glass of the infirmary, capturing the scene of that chilling kiss. Moonlight illuminated half of his face, its lines sharp and chiseled, while the other half remained shrouded in darkness, mirroring the tumultuous emotions roiling within him. He did not storm in with fury nor utter a sound. He merely stood there, his deep blue eyes resembling a deep pool encased in millennia of ice, all emotions firmly encased beneath a calm facade. Only his tightly clenched fist, knuckles white from exertion, betrayed the storm raging within. The Chamber of Secrets had been sealed, the basilisk vanquished, and one of the Horcruxes reduced to ashes. Yet, the war surrounding Wen Xu had not concluded. Instead, it tore away all semblance of warmth, plunging into a more raw and perilous chapter. Theodore Knott gazed at Wen Xu's ethereal silhouette in the moonlight, a cold and resolute vow forged silently within his heart. He would not relinquish his grasp. Whether Wen Xu was fragile glass or a poisoned blade, he would reclaim control of the chessboard in his own way. The curtain on the second year fell amidst the cold light of pearls and frozen gazes. While the secret of the Horcruxes had begun to unveil its grotesque visage to Wen Xu, the strategist from another realm. Chapter 52, Stirring Conflict. The tempestuous aftermath of the Chamber of Secrets incident had yet to completely abate, yet Hogwarts must inevitably return to its everyday rhythm. The castle's atmosphere of dread dissipated slowly, like a receding tide, replaced by the tense ambience of final exam preparations and the anticipation of the impending summer break. However, within the Slytherin common room, perpetually tinged with a hint of damp chill, the undercurrents surrounding Wen Xu never ceased to surge. In the evening, the flames in the fireplace roared fiercely, dispelling the chill of the dungeon and casting dancing shadows upon the deep green tapestries and silver serpentine embellishments. Wen Xu sat alone in a large, comfortable emerald velvet armchair by the fire. He had shed his school robes and donned a soft, cream-colored turtleneck sweater, which accentuated his porcelain complexion. While his silvery hair was loosely braided and hung over his chest, he cradled a hefty tome, a study of ancient magical texts, his lashes lowered in focused reading. The warm yellow light tracing the soft contours of his exquisite profile, rendering him a vision of tranquility, reminiscent of a medieval oil painting. Upon his left wrist coiled several pristine white bandages, a lingering mark from the events in the Chamber of Secrets, and the unspoken focal point of the moment. Theodore Knott sat at a slightly distant position across from him, a complex astrological chart and parchment filled with calculations sprawled out before him. The warm light flickered upon his short, deep brown hair, imbuing it with a subtle sheen, while his deep blue eyes appeared to be intently fixed upon the star chart. Even as his peripheral gaze remained ensnared by Wen Xu, particularly the glaring white bandage on his wrist, the air was thick with the crackling of burning firewood, the rustling of parchment, and an unspoken, taut tension. Theodore set down his quill with elegant precision and gracefully reached for the silver teapot on the small table beside him, pouring steaming cups of tea for both himself and Wen Xu. The ruby-hued tea filled the delicate bone china cups, releasing a rich aroma of bergamot. He lifted his cup, gently blowing away the steam, before his deep blue gaze finally rose, precisely landing on Wen Xu's wrist. "Does your wrist still ache?" Theodore's voice was low and steady, as if stating an objective fact, devoid of excessive emotion, yet his eyes bore an undeniable scrutiny. Wen Xu's fingertips hesitated momentarily on the pages of his book. He slowly raised his gaze, his golden eyes meeting Theodore's, momentarily reflecting a hint of bewilderment at being pulled from his reading, which swiftly transformed into a placid obedience. "Much better, Theodore. Madame Pomfrey's potion is quite effective." He subtly shifted his wrist, encircled by bandages, executing the motion with a deliberate gentleness, as though to affirm his condition was unscathed. Theodore did not avert his gaze. He set down his teacup, the fine porcelain clinking crisply against the tray. Rising to his feet, his tall figure elongated in the flickering firelight, exuding an intangible sense of pressure as he approached Wen Xu. Wen Xu remained motionless, quietly observing Theodore's approach, his golden eyes revealing no discernible emotion, akin to the tranquil surface of a lake. He could sense the mingling aromas of crisp pine and faint parchment scent drawing closer. Stopping beside Wen Xu's armchair, Theodore leaned slightly forward. He did not pose a question, but extended his hand directly towards Wen Xu's bandaged wrist. His fingers were long and strong, bearing an air of undeniable authority. For a fleeting moment, Wen Xu's body tensed almost imperceptibly, his fingertips instinctively curling inward. Yet, he did not retreat. He merely tilted his head slightly, his long lashes casting shadows over the complex light that momentarily flickered in his eyes. He allowed Theodore to gently lift his bandaged wrist, inspecting it with a cold, professional demeanor, as if examining an object. Through the thin bandage, Theodore's fingertips discerned the delicate outline of Wen Xu's wrist and the subtle pulse beneath the skin. His touch was gentle, as if fearing to shatter something fragile, yet the intensity of his scrutiny bore a heavy weight. He meticulously assessed the tightness of the bandage, searching for any signs of seepage, his deep blue eyes akin to the most precise of scanners. Madame Pomfrey had stated that the venom had been expunged in a timely manner, sparing any deep tissue or nerve damage. Theodore's voice resonated in Wen Xu's ear, close enough that the warmth of his breath brushed against his earlobe, but the recovery period necessitated rest and avoidance of strain. His fingertips pressed lightly against the edge of the bandage, inquiring, "How does it feel here?" Wen Xu sensed Theodore's cool touch through the bandage, a distinct sensation that brought a slight, ticklish discomfort. He inhaled softly, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible huskiness. "There's a bit of tightness, but it no longer hurts." Theodore's deep blue eyes scrutinized the profile of Wen Xu's lowered face, noticing the slight tension in his neck as he drew near. He could perceive the rigidity of Wen Xu's body and the silent submission that accompanied it. This vulnerability, manifesting under his control, greatly satisfied Theodore's cold, proud possessiveness. Maintaining his bent posture, he did not immediately release Wen Xu's wrist. Instead, he used his fingertip to slowly, almost evaluatively, caress the bandage. This gesture was overly intimate and assertive. Wen Xu's breath seemed to momentarily still, his golden lashes quivering as if startled, reminiscent of a frightened butterfly's wings. He instinctively wished to withdraw his hand. Yet Theodore's grip remained steady, neither too forceful nor too gentle. "Do not move." Theodore's voice was low, imbued with a commanding tone, yet curiously laced with an almost imperceptible note of reassurance, as if to ensure the bandage remained smooth. He offered a seemingly rational explanation, yet both were acutely aware that it served merely as a pretext. At that moment, the heavy stone door of the common room swung open, ushering in a cool breeze from the corridor. Draco Malfoy's platinum blonde head peeked in, his gray-blue eyes instinctively scanning the direction of the fireplace, searching for Wen Xu's presence. He spotted them, Theodore not, leaning in an almost intimate manner beside Wen Xu's armchair, one hand firmly gripping Wen Xu's bandaged wrist. Wen Xu tilted his head slightly, silvery hair cascading down to obscure half his face, rendering his expression unclear. Yet the stiffened posture and lowered lashes painted a picture of coercion and confinement in Draco's eyes. A surge of mixed emotions, anger, jealousy, and offense, flooded Draco's mind. Not again. He was always this way. With his cold, superior demeanor, he brazenly monopolized Wen Xu. Not. Draco's voice erupted, laden with suppressed fury as he strode forward, the sound of his expensive dragonhide boots thudding heavily against the plush carpet. "What are you doing to Wen Xu? Let him go?" Theodore slowly straightened, his deep blue gaze calmly shifting to Draco, devoid of any ripples, as if merely observing an intruder. He did not immediately relinquish Wen Xu's wrist. Instead, he gripped it with even greater certainty, as though to declare, "I am checking his injury." Theodore's voice remained flat and unperturbed, as if stating the most mundane of occurrences. "Malfoy, your concern is always such a ruckus." His tone carried a hint of barely perceptible mockery. Draco's face flushed crimson, his gray-blue eyes nearly ablaze with fury. "Does checking an injury require you to be this close? To hold onto his hand so tightly? I see you." His words were interrupted by Wen Xu's soft voice. "Draco." Wen Xu spoke gently, his tone tinged with fatigue as he finally raised his head, golden eyes meeting Draco's, infused with reassurance yet tinged with a faint resignation. "Theodore is merely confirming the condition of the bandage. He means no harm." He subtly moved the wrist held by Theodore, indicating he was fine. Only then did Theodore seem to reluctantly release his grip, elegantly adjusting his meticulously tailored cuffs. His deep blue eyes briefly scanning the faint red marks left on Wen Xu's wrist, and then turning to Draco, his gaze icy and laden with warning. Draco observed the glaringly white bandage on Wen Xu's wrist, then glanced at Wen Xu's slightly pale complexion and the hint of fatigue in his eyes. His overwhelming anger felt as though it had been punctured like a balloon, deflating rapidly, leaving behind only bitter reluctance and a sense of frustration with no outlet. He quickly approached Wen Xu, extracting a delicate crystal vial from his pristine dragonhide bag, filled with a verdant, cooling ointment. "Here." Draco thrust the vial into Wen Xu's uninjured right hand, his tone still carrying that characteristic Malfoy awkwardness. This is a specially formulated snake venom scar cream from the Malfoy family. 100 times more effective than Madame Pomfrey's nonsense. It prevent any unsightly scars. His gray-blue eyes fixated intently on Wen Xu. A flicker of barely perceptible anticipation and nervousness evident within them. Wen Xu gazed at the cool crystal vial in his hand, then lifted his gaze to meet Draco's faux-gruff expression, which betrayed genuine concern. A faint smile, akin to the first thaw of spring, blossomed in his golden eyes as he replied softly, "Thank you, Draco. I will use it." This brief smile and the utterance of Draco's name illuminated the shadows of Draco's mood, akin to sunlight piercing through clouds. He straightened his posture, a renewed spark of pride igniting in his gray-blue eyes, casting a challenging glance at Theodore. Theodore, expressionless, observed the scene unfold, his deep blue eyes resembling a frozen lake. He raised the now tepid cup of red tea to his lips, the cold liquid coursing down his throat, imbued with a distinct bitterness. The carefully curated moment of examination, meant solely for him and Wen Xu, had been thoroughly disrupted by Draco's brash intrusion. The flickering firelight continued to dance, illuminating the subtly intricate atmosphere among the three in the common room. Wen Xu lowered his gaze, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the cool crystal vial, his golden eyes cast down, concealing the fleeting glimmer of cold satisfaction that flickered beneath the surface. The ointment gifted by Draco, the residual pressure from Theodore, and the unspoken tension between the two, under his silent guidance, all became nourishment for the myriad possibilities upon his chessboard. Chapter 53, Blaise Zabini. In the early autumn at Hogwarts, sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting a warm glow upon the ancient oak tables of the library, the air thick with the scent of parchment and the dust of old tomes. Wen Xu occupied a seat by the window, his silver hair glimmering softly in the sunlight. His fingertips gently traced the pages of a hefty tome on ancient protective spells, his expression one of focused serenity. His very presence resembled a captivating painting, drawing the admiring or infatuated gazes of passing students. With his exceptional grades, impeccable manners, and a unique aura that blended fragility with intelligence, he had garnered an outstanding reputation across all four houses, attracting numerous admirers while also inciting envy from the shadows. One such envious figure was a first-year Slytherin named Avery Caro, hailing from a notorious branch of a pure-blood family, inheriting their arrogance and unscrupulousness. In his twisted perception, Wen Xu's transcendent beauty, untouched by gender, became a rare gem he felt compelled to possess. Lacking the calm strategic prowess of Theodore or the clumsy approach of Draco, he resorted to the basest of means, amortentia, the love potion. The opportunity arose on a Friday afternoon when Professor Slughorn hosted a small gathering for his favorite students, with Wen Xu naturally among them. The refreshments were abundant and the atmosphere relaxed. Seizing the moment, Avery stealthily dripped a few drops of a colorless, odorless liquid, shimmering with a peculiar nacreous sheen, into Wen Xu's half-finished glass of mead while he engaged in discussion with a Ravenclaw upperclassman about ancient ruins. He withdrew nervously, his heart racing, fantasizing about how Wen Xu's beautiful golden eyes would brim with obsession for him once the potion was consumed. Wen Xu was not entirely oblivious. One of the side effects of the age-reversing potion he had taken was an acute sensitivity to magical fluctuations. As Avery's fingers neared his cup, a faint yet nauseating magical ripple, laden with coercion and distortion, like a cold spider's web, instantly jolted Wen Xu's nerves. A fleeting glimmer of icy displeasure flickered in his golden eyes, yet his demeanor remained gentle, as if unaware of the impending poison. He did not touch the drink, instead using the opportunity of conversing with the upperclassman to subtly push the cup away. However, a frustrated Avery was unwilling to let his plan unravel and pretended to accidentally jostle the table. The cup tipped, and the amber mead threatened to spill onto Wen Xu's pale, white shirt sleeve. "Careful!" A voice, laced with a languid magnetism, rang out. A hand shot forward like lightning, steadying the tipping cup and saving Wen Xu from the impending humiliation. It was Blaise Zabini. Blaise, with his dark skin and eyes that always seemed to twinkle with mirth, was renowned throughout Slytherin and beyond as a charming rogue. He was never without female companions, moving with an effortless grace and wit that left a favorable impression on all. At that moment, he steadied the cup, his fingers inadvertently brushing against the rim, catching the remnants of the potion-laced liquid. Unaware, he flashed Wen Xu a charming smile. "Caro, clumsiness is hardly the Slytherin way." His tone was light, yet carried an undercurrent of subtle warning. Wen Xu looked up at Blaise, gratitude and a hint of fear reflected in his golden eyes. "Thank you, Mr. Zabini." His voice trembled just enough to convey genuine surprise at the recent mishap. Avery's complexion shifted to a ghastly pallor under Blaise's seemingly casual, yet imposing gaze, and he awkwardly muttered an apology as he slinked away. Blaze's attention turned to Wen Xu's startled visage and the delicate, unblemished skin of his wrist that had narrowly escaped disaster. He was not entirely unfamiliar with the scent of the love potion, combining Avery's unusual nervousness with the faint, aberrant magical ripple emanating from Wen Xu's cup. He understood instantly what had transpired. A wave of intense loathing surged within him. While he was known for his playful demeanor, he had his own unbreakable principles. Coercion and manipulation, especially against someone as pure as Wen Xu, were abhorrent to him. There's no need for thanks, Wen Xu. Blaze's voice dropped, imbued with an unusual seriousness. He lifted the tainted glass of mead, with a natural motion, and poured it into a nearby pot of thriving devil's snare, which writhed violently, seemingly disapproving of the taste. He then retrieved a fresh glass of pumpkin juice from a waiting tray and offered it to Wen Xu. Drink this, it's much safer. His gaze was open, devoid of ulterior motives or claims to glory, merely conveying a silent offer of protection and respect. Wen Xu accepted the cup, their fingertips briefly brushing against one another. His golden eyes met Blaze's always smiling ones, which, at that moment, held nothing but pure concern and a flicker of lingering anger. This display of reliability and respect, transcending Blaze's roguish persona in a moment of crisis, evoked a strange sensation within Wen Xu, albeit fleeting. A bolder plan quickly took shape in his mind. Chapter 54, The Hero Saves the Damsel. In the days that followed, Wen Xu pondered Blaze's figure thoughtfully, realizing it was indeed Blaze who had come to his aid. And he expressed his gratitude accordingly. Since that day of heroism, Wen Xu's demeanor towards Blaze underwent a subtle yet significant transformation. He began to inadvertently encounter Blaze in the corridors, his golden eyes sparkling with a mix of shyness and joy upon meeting his gaze, before quickly averting his gaze. As if too timid to look directly, he sought out complex questions regarding the history of magic or potion making to consult Blaze. Despite his own expertise far surpassing that of his peer, after Blaze's explanations, sometimes even incorrect ones, he would display a look of enlightened admiration, genuinely exclaiming, "So that's how it is. Mr. Zabani, you know so much." In the common room, he would choose seats near Blaze to read. When Blaze engaged in light-hearted banter with others, Wen Xu found his gaze drifting uncontrollably towards him, filled with an affectionate focus. As if the entire world had narrowed down to that one person. When Blaze noticed his gaze and looked back, Wen Xu would instinctively dart his eyes away like a startled deer, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks, his grip on the pages of his book tightening unconsciously. He even began to mimic some of Blaze's little habits, such as lightly tapping his fingers on the table while deep in thought, mirroring the action while engrossed in his reading. All these changes did not escape Theodore Knott, whose deep blue eyes seemed to perceive everything. One evening, Wen Xu happened to be at the top of the astronomy tower, a favorite spot of Theodore's, seeking solace. Theodore silently approached him, his gaze falling upon Wen Xu's profile, which was turned towards the starry sky, yet clearly distracted. "You are thinking of Zabani." Theodore's voice was calm and steady, more a statement than a question. Wen Xu's body reacted with a subtle tremor, as if his secret had been uncovered. He did not deny it. Instead, he withdrew his gaze from the stars. Looking down at his fingertips and speaking softly, almost like a sigh, "I don't know, Mr. Knott. That day he saved me. He was so close. So steady as he held the cup, and his gaze was different." He paused, seemingly struggling to find the right words. A mixture of confusion and excitement evident in his voice. "Before that, I only felt a typical classmate's regard for him. But ever since that day, whenever I see him, my heart races, and I find myself wanting to draw closer to him. This feeling is so unfamiliar, and yet so chaotic." He lifted his golden gaze to meet Theodore's, filled with genuine confusion and helplessness. "Mr. Knott, is this love? Or is it merely a reaction to the fear I felt that day?" He shrouded the implications of the suspension bridge effect in sheer bewilderment, casting it perfectly towards Theodore. Theodore's deep blue eyes bore into Wen Xu's, as profound as a frigid abyss. He could clearly discern the emotional fluctuations within Wen Xu's gaze that arose from Blaze. Jealousy, like a venomous serpent, silently gnawed at his heart. He understood Blaze. That fellow, while seemingly flirtatious, harbored unassailable principles and boundaries deep within. The fragile and innocent affection exhibited by Wen Xu at this moment resembled an uncut gem, falling into the hands of someone like Blaze, who appeared harmless, yet was deeply perceptive of human nature. Theodore felt an unprecedented sense of loss of control. Fear and gratitude can sometimes blur one's perception. Wen Xu. Theodore's voice was deep and steady, imbued with the calm of a guide. Blaze merely performed an act that any morally upright person would undertake that day. He deliberately emphasized basic morality, attempting to downplay Blaze's heroic aura. Such intense emotions resulting from unforeseen events may not necessarily equate to genuine admiration. You require time. A period of calm observation, rather than being led astray by fleeting feelings. He paused, drawing forth an ancient parchment tied with a dark green ribbon. The principles of stabilizing nodes in ancient magical circles. Professor Binns mentioned your keen interest in ancient runes. Perhaps focusing on knowledge itself could help settle your tumultuous thoughts. He pressed the parchment into Wen Xu's hand with an air of insistence, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against Wen Xu's cool fingers, sending a slight electric thrill through him. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to inquire. Chapter 55. The Script of Infatuation Rejected. Wen Xu's script of infatuation did not merely unfold before Theodore. With Draco Malfoy, he opted for a more direct and candid approach. After a potions class, Draco was fuming as he packed his belongings, irritated by Snape's blatant favoritism towards Gryffindor. After much hesitation, Wen Xu mustered his courage and approached him. Draco, may I have a word with you? Wen Xu's voice carried an almost imperceptible tension, his fingers nervously twisting the strap of his bag. Draco's gray-blue eyes met his. What is it? Crabbe and Goyle were still waiting outside, yet his movements to gather his things noticeably slowed. Wen Xu led him to a relatively quiet corner, inhaling deeply as if steeling himself for a significant declaration. His golden eyes reflecting anxiety and confusion. I think I might have developed a bit of a crush on Blaise. What? Draco's voice shot up instantly. Akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his gray-blue eyes wide with disbelief. Blaise Zabini. That peacock. Wen Xu, has a troll stomped on your brain? His chest heaved violently, a surge of bitterness and anger flooding to his head. Theodore was one thing, but now that Zabini, who was always courting attention, had taken precedence. Wen Xu shrank back in fear of his intense reaction, his eyes glistening with tears, his voice tinged with helplessness. I don't know. It's just that day he helped me, and afterward, whenever I see him, my heart races. Draco, I've never liked anyone before. What does this feeling mean? Is it good or bad? What should I do? He articulated his infatuation in a naive and jumbled manner, akin to a child utterly befuddled by matters of the heart. Casting the decision back to Draco. Draco observed the redness in Wen Xu's eyes and the vulnerable reliance on his opinion, and his anger deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving behind only a blend of sorrow and a pang of exclusion. He raked his platinum hair in frustration, his tone still sharp, yet lacking its previous edge, now tinged with a kind of exasperated affection. What to do? Keep your distance from him. What kind of person is Blaise Zabini? He changes partners faster than he changes ties. He treats you well? Who knows if it's a fleeting fancy, or if he has ulterior motives. His gray-blue eyes fixated intently on Wen Xu, revealing an urgency he himself was unaware of. You're so foolish, and so he faltered, seemingly at a loss for words to encapsulate Wen Xu's allure, ultimately resorting to an exasperated conclusion. In any case, you must not seek him out. Do you understand? Keep your distance. He is unworthy of even being your friend. That phrase, unworthy of you, rolled around in his throat, but ultimately failed to escape, morphing into a more tempestuous declaration. If you dare to date him, I'll tell my father. I'll have him write to Dumbledore. This incoherent, possessive, and somewhat childish warning perfectly revealed Draco's inner turmoil of bitterness and panic. He could only resort to such bluster, attempting to claim Wen Xu as his own, isolating him from Blaise's influence. Wen Xu flawlessly embodied a youth bewildered by nascent feelings, propelled by the suspension bridge effect. He oscillated between Theodore's scholarly guidance and Draco's domineering prohibitions, yet remained unable to suppress his bashful and infatuated gaze as he pursued Blaise's silhouette. However, Blaise Zabini was not as nonchalant as he appeared. He astutely sensed the shift in Wen Xu's demeanor. Initially, he presumed this was merely a closeness born out of gratitude, but soon, the increasingly evident and nearly pure admiration reflected in Wen Xu's eyes unsettled him. He recognized that gaze all too well. The girls briefly captivated by his charm often began with such glances. Yet, in Wen Xu's eyes, there was a lack of calculation and desire, replaced by a purity of tenderness that was disconcerting. This rendered Blaise's situation rather complicated. He reveled in life's games, but never toyed with genuine feelings, especially not with someone as innocent and sensitive as Wen Xu. One day in the library, Wen Xu fortuitously found himself sitting directly across from Blaise. When Wen Xu gently nudged a book about Mediterranean mythical creatures, one Blaise had casually mentioned, toward him, accompanied by an expectant and bashful smile, Blaise set down his quill. The mirth in his almond-shaped eyes faded, replaced by a rare intensity and inquiry. Leaning slightly forward, he lowered his voice to ensure only the two of them could hear. Wen Xu, his tone was soft, carrying a barely perceptible warning. Gratitude is one thing, but do not mistake it for something else. What transpired that day was simply what any decent person would do. His gaze locked onto Wen Xu's golden eyes, as if attempting to pierce through the tender veil of confusion. Blaise Zabini may have a tarnished reputation, but I have never needed, nor do I deign to employ, any special means to win others' favor, particularly yours. The emphasis on yours was direct and unwavering. Wen Xu's blush instantly faded, leaving him somewhat pallid. A flicker of hurt and panic flashing in his golden eyes, as if Blaze had seen through to his innermost secrets. He lowered his head, his long silver lashes trembling, his voice barely a whisper. I didn't mean to. He seemed to lose the ability to defend himself, enveloped in a sense of being misunderstood. Blaze observed Wen Xu's fragile demeanor, feeling a twinge of compassion, yet he knew he must establish boundaries. He softened his tone, yet his stance remained resolute. You are a remarkable person, Wen Xu. You deserve better, purer affections, not a fleeting illusion born from an accident. Do not squander your time and emotions on me. Having said this, he picked up his book, refraining from looking at Wen Xu again, and departed, leaving behind a somewhat resolute silhouette. Wen Xu sat alone in silence, his head bowed, shoulders slightly slumped, as if burdened by immense disappointment. Yet beneath the veil of his lowered lashes, a glimmer of cold, almost gleeful light flickered in the depths of his golden gaze. Blaze's vigilance and refusal not only failed to disrupt his plans, but instead propelled the situation into a more intricate and intriguing direction. Theodore's guardianship became increasingly urgent. Draco's jealousy surged with greater intensity, and Blaze himself found himself more deeply ensnared in the emotional tempest that centered around him, a mere pawn in the game. On the chessboard, beneath the surface, tumultuous currents surged forth, with each piece being subtly maneuvered along the predetermined path. This farce, ignited by the potion of infatuation, was evolving into a meticulous chess match testing the human heart and desires. Chapter 56. What is love? Theodore Knott's academic remedial therapy was nothing short of ingenious. He continually recommended obscure and profound ancient magical scrolls, lost alchemical notes, and even unique magical diagrams preserved by the Knott family to Wen Xu. The astronomy tower, the most secluded corners of the library, and even the hearth in the Slytherin common room became venues for him to guide Wen Xu in refining his thoughts. His deep blue eyes resembled those of the most patient of mentors, unraveling each complex rune for Wen Xu, elucidating the intricacies of every magical circuit, endeavoring to drown the minuscule ripple named Blaze Zabini in the vast ocean of knowledge. Wen Xu's cooperation was nearly flawless. He cradled the ancient scrolls, his golden eyes intently following Theodore's explanations, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation, other times experiencing epiphanies, his questions always incisive, displaying an astonishing perceptiveness. It seemed as though he were genuinely immersed in the mysteries of magic, temporarily oblivious to the tumult within his heart. However, Theodore astutely detected that when Blaze Zabini's figure appeared within view, a subtle fissure would crack the otherwise perfect mask of focus on Wen Xu's face. His gaze would drift uncontrollably, even if just for a mere fraction of a second, his fingertips curling slightly as he turned the pages, and even as he listened to Theodore's explanations. A flicker of an exceedingly delicate, unnoticeable glow would flash within the tranquil depths of his golden eyes, an illumination that only emerged when gazing upon Blaze. This inescapable favoritism, akin to a fine thorn, had deeply embedded itself within Theodore's cold and proud heart. He could tolerate the various parties coveting Wen Xu's position on the chessboard, endure Draco's childish possessiveness, and even accept Harry's distorted obsession, but he would not permit Wen Xu's heart to waver in the slightest. Blaze Zabini, that seemingly innocuous libertine. How dare he? An unprecedented sense of losing control seized Theodore. He required a new variable, one capable of shattering Wen Xu's special attention towards Blaze. His gaze pierced through the chill of the Slytherin dungeon, landing upon Cedric Diggory at the Hufflepuff long table, gentle, upright, and seemingly holding a significant position in Wen Xu's heart. Theodore's leak of information was executed with remarkable cunning. He refrained from directly revealing the entirety of the affair involving the infatuation potion and Wen Xu's fluttering heart to Cedric. Instead, after a joint history of magic class, he casually expressed concern about Wen Xu's state, hinting at some immature emotional turmoil, hoping that Cedric might encourage him to see clearly and return to the right path, while vaguely mentioning Blaze Zabini's name. These fragments of information rippled through the Hufflepuff house like pebbles cast into a pond, eventually reaching Cedric's ears, filled with concern and confusion. Cedric's emerald eyes instantly brimmed with worry. Wen Xu had developed feelings for Blaze Zabini, the notorious heartbreaker? Had something transpired that he was unaware of? Unable to remain still, Cedric understood Wen Xu's purity and was increasingly apprehensive about his potential harm. An opportunity arose on a tranquil afternoon. Sunlight slanted through the towering shelves of the library, dust motes dancing in the beams. Wen Xu was on tiptoe, attempting to return a hefty tome, the bestiary of medieval magical creatures, to a high shelf. Just as his fingertips grazed the spine of the book, a hurried Ravenclaw student accidentally bumped into the shelf. With a crash, several heavy volumes tumbled from the shelf above, poised to crash down upon him. "Watch out!" A gentle yet urgent voice rang out. Cedric Diggory, swift as a cheetah, darted forward, wrapping one arm around Wen Xu's shoulders, pulling him protectively into his embrace, while the other hand deftly caught the book that was about to fall upon Wen Xu's head. In the chaos, Wen Xu instinctively grasped Cedric's arm to steady himself, while Cedric's other arm remained around his shoulders. Their bodies were in close proximity, allowing Wen Xu to inhale the fresh scent of sunlight and grass emanating from Cedric. More crucially, Wen Xu's fingers resting on Cedric's arm inadvertently overlapped with Cedric's fingers reaching for the book on the rough leather cover, if only for a fleeting moment. The warmth of their fingertips, slightly calloused, transmitted a subtle electric current, causing Wen Xu to tremble ever so slightly, like the wings of a startled butterfly. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his golden eyes colliding with Cedric's close, emerald ones, filled with concern and a hint of fear. "See, Cedric?" Wen Xu's voice trembled with residual shock. His cheeks flushed with a natural hue, his golden eyes reflecting genuine surprise and a barely perceptible delight. "What a fortunate coincidence. Thank you." Cedric, too, felt his heart race at this unexpected intimacy, his ears warming slightly. He quickly released his hold on Wen Xu's shoulders, steadied the book, and stepped back half a pace, his expression radiating gentle apology and concern. "Are you all right, Wen Xu? Did I startle you? These books are placed too high." His voice remained steady, yet his gaze involuntarily lingered on Wen Xu's flushed cheeks and his clear, bottomless golden eyes. "I am fine, thanks to your timely intervention." Wen Xu shook his head, accepting the books Cedric offered, their fingertips brushing once more, sending a wave of subtle tingles coursing through him. Clutching the book, he appeared somewhat flustered. "I was just about to return it. Let me assist you." Cedric naturally took the few books from Wen Xu, effortlessly placing them back on the high shelf. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting a reliable and warm glow upon his upright figure. Once the shelves were organized, a subtle silence and awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. Wen Xu, cradling his book, seemed to contemplate departing yet hesitated. Observing his quiet demeanor coupled with a hint of dependence, Cedric recalled the rumors he had heard, and a renewed sense of worry and responsibility surged within him. Wen Xu, Cedric cleared his throat, his voice gentle and imbued with an elder brother's concern. "If you're not in a hurry to leave, I happen to be reviewing some materials on ancient runic protective charms. Perhaps we could discuss them together? I recall you have quite a bit of knowledge in ancient runes." He found the perfect excuse, gesturing toward an empty table by the window, bathed in sunlight. Wen Xu's golden eyes brightened, revealing a glimmer of joy and a touch of shyness. "Really? That would be wonderful. I've been looking into related books recently, but there are many aspects I find unclear." He followed Cedric to the sunlit table, like a small creature that had found a companion. For an entire afternoon, the two were immersed in the mysteries of ancient runes. Cedric, possessing vast knowledge, explained with clarity and patience, displaying none of the airs of a senior. Wen Xu, in turn, showcased his intellect, often posing questions that sparked deeper contemplation. The sunlight radiated warmth, while the scent of books enveloped the atmosphere in serene tranquility, creating a harmonious and comfortable ambience. It was not until the evening bell tolled that the two of them began to gather their books in preparation for departure. As they traversed the corridor leading to the auditorium, the setting sun elongated their shadows. Cedric pondered his words carefully before finally steering the conversation towards the troubling subject that weighed heavily on his mind. "Wen Xu," he began, his voice soft and laced with cautious inquiry. "How have you been lately? I mean, in every aspect." He scrutinized Wen Xu's expression closely. Wen Xu hesitated momentarily, his fingers tightening around the books he held. With his head bowed, silver strands of hair cascading down, he murmured, tinged with a barely perceptible sadness, "I'm all right. It's just that sometimes I feel a bit overwhelmed inside." Cedric's heart tightened at his words. He halted, turning to face Wen Xu, his verdant eyes filled with genuine concern. "Is it because of Blaise Zabini?" he asked directly, his tone devoid of judgment, only laced with worry. Wen Xu's head shot up, his golden eyes wide with surprise and a hint of flustered vulnerability, his cheeks flushing instantly. "Senior, how did you?" "Don't be anxious," Cedric quickly reassured him, his voice becoming even gentler. "I harbor no ill intent. I merely heard some things and grew a bit concerned for you." As he observed the authentic confusion and helplessness in Wen Xu's gaze, his suspicions were further solidified. "Wen Xu, emotions can be beautiful, yet they sometimes cloud our judgment with intense feelings, such as gratitude or a sense of dependency born from a special moment. These feelings are real, but they may not constitute true love." He spoke carefully, as if guiding a wayward younger brother. Genuine love should be founded upon lasting understanding, mutual respect, and shared values. It ought to be warm and stable, rather than leaving you feeling anxious and uncertain. He paused, noticing Wen Xu's contemplative expression, before continuing. Blaze has his own way of life. I'm not suggesting he is bad. It's just that his world may not entirely align with someone as pure-hearted as you. Protecting yourself and discerning your true feelings is paramount. Do not rush to conclusions, nor make decisions driven by fleeting emotions that you might later regret. In the fading glow of the sunset, Cedric's words flowed like a warm stream, imbued with the sincerity and compassion characteristic of Hufflepuff, gently cascading into Wen Xu's ears. Wen Xu, with his head lowered, had long lashes casting a fan-shaped shadow beneath his eyes, as if he were earnestly contemplating Cedric's insights. After a prolonged silence, he finally lifted his head, his golden eyes still bearing a trace of confusion, yet the earlier panic seemed to have settled, replaced by a sense of gratitude and relief. Thank you, Senior Cedric, he spoke softly, his voice tinged with a gentle weight of release. You are right, I may have truly confused some things. I need to reflect on this. He offered Cedric a sincere smile, imbued with a sense of reliance and appreciation, akin to the purity of melting snow. Cedric gazed at his smile, feeling a significant portion of his worry dissipate, and returned it with a warm grin. That's the spirit. Whenever you wish to talk, feel free to seek me out. Chapter 57. Blaze's distress. Wen Xu began to delve into his thoughts more deeply. He no longer chanced encounters with Blaze, nor did he pursue his shadow with shy, admiring glances, and he ceased finding excuses to consult him on various matters. In potions class, he sat quietly at his desk, diligently focused on his cauldron, as though the boy who once blushed at Blaze's mere smile had never existed. Initially, Blaze Zabini felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had successfully drawn a line, averting potential harm. Wen Xu's clarity reassured him that he had made the right choice. However, this sense of ease was short-lived. He found himself unconsciously casting sidelong glances at Wen Xu's usual seat. During meals in the Great Hall, he instinctively sought out the silver-haired figure. When Slytherin and Hufflepuff attended Care of Magical Creatures class together, he observed Wen Xu and Cedric Diggory standing side by side, quietly discussing the habits of tree frogs. Wen Xu wore a calm, focused smile, while Cedric listened attentively. A fleeting, subtle feeling brushed against Blaze's heart, a sensation he could not fully comprehend. It did not quite resemble jealousy. Rather, it was a gentle pang of exclusion, a soft sorrow at being left out. What unsettled him further was that Wen Xu's surroundings had not grown desolate. Instead, they had become more tightly knit. Draco Malfoy, resembling a victorious general, arrogantly occupied the space beside Wen Xu, bringing a variety of exquisite confections procured from honeydukes or elegantly crafted pastries baked by his mother, Narcissa. He would complain about Snape awarding points to Gryffindor while animatedly recounting tales of the newly arrived magical fountain at Malfoy Manor that performed backflips or some peculiar magical item from his father's collection, all in an effort to amuse Wen Xu. His steel blue eyes sparkled with unabashed pride and satisfaction as he regarded Wen Xu, as if to proclaim, "See, I'm the most reliable. It's best to steer clear of those untrustworthy types." Meanwhile, Theodore not guarded his territory in a more silent, yet assertive manner. In the common room, he would discreetly replace Wen Xu's cool tea with warm honeyed milk. When Wen Xu read for too long and rubbed his eyes, Theodore would expressionlessly hand him a vial of eye relief potion. On their way to the library or classroom, he would naturally position himself on the outer side of Wen Xu, shielding him from the bustling crowd. His deep blue eyes rarely met Wen Xu's directly, yet they seemed to be ever present, accurately capturing every subtle need of Wen Xu and fulfilling it in an unrefusable, natural manner. Their exchanges often required only a glance or a minuscule gesture, their rapport so harmoniously ingrained that it felt as though it had existed for millennia. Blaze sat at the opposite end of the Slytherin table. His almond-shaped eyes narrowed as he watched Draco animatedly showcase a singing chocolate frog to Wen Xu, observed Theodore effortlessly slide a portion of fruit pudding towards him, and noted Wen Xu's reluctant yet indulgent smile towards Draco, along with a slight nod of gratitude to Theodore. That smile and nod conveyed familiarity with Draco and trust in Theodore, yet it lacked the pure, heart-stirring admiration that had once been directed at him. An indescribable sense of disparity washed over Blaze, akin to icy tides silently creeping into his heart. He lifted his glass of red wine and took a sip, the sweet liquid unexpectedly tinged with bitterness. It suddenly dawned on him that the Wen Xu who once gazed at him with eyes filled with affection seemed to have truly drifted away. And he realized, perhaps, he did not remain as indifferent as he had believed. He watched Wen Xu, now surrounded by Draco and Theodore, and for the first time, he felt distinctly that he was isolated from a warm circle. The once charming Blaze Zabini found himself stirred by the absence of one person, a ripple of concern blossoming in his heart. This feeling was foreign enough to unsettle him. Chapter 58. Confrontation. Blaze Zabini's despondency was akin to a small stone cast into the depths of the Slytherin Black Lake. The ripples had yet to spread before being engulfed by deeper currents. Wen Xu no longer chased after his shadow. Those golden eyes, once brimming with innocent affection, now gravitated more towards the novel confections Draco had brought, or were intently following the intricate movements of Theodore Knott's fingers as they traced the ancient scrolls. He was closely shielded by Malfoy's childish possessiveness and Knott's silent, formidable barrier. As if an invisible wall had been erected, severing him from all external temptations, including the budding concern from Blaze, which even he had yet to fully comprehend. However, this wall could not deter a reborn soul, consumed by jealousy and a sense of grievance, from breaching its confines. The night enveloped Hogwarts like thick ink, saturating the castle with its darkness. The characteristic chill and dampness of the Slytherin dungeons permeated the quiet corridors. A slender figure, draped in Harry's invisibility cloak, glided soundlessly past the cold stone walls like a true specter. Harry Potter's heart raced within his chest, a tumultuous blend of anger, anxiety, and a near self-destructive urgency. He deftly navigated around the patrolling Filch and Madame Pants using the Marauder's map, his destination clear, the flickering dot on the map representing Wen Xu. Nestled deep within the Slytherin common room, his private dormitory, the door slid open effortlessly with a silent, unlocking charm. Harry slipped inside, swiftly shutting the door behind him and pulling off the invisibility cloak. A crisp, invigorating scent, redolent of cedar and ancient parchment, enveloped him instantly. The room was modest in size, its minimalist decor exuding an air of elegance. Dark green drapes cascaded down, while several clusters of ethereal blue flames danced atop a silver serpent candlestick, casting flickering light upon the bookshelf brimming with tomes and a four-poster bed adorned with silver-gray silk sheets. On a small round table by the window lay a hefty tome of magic, its feather quill resting beside an inkpot, as if its owner had just stepped away. Harry's heart tightened further. Here he was, breathing in the very air that Wen Xu breathed, standing within his intimate space, waiting like a hunter poised for its prey. Restlessness and grievance grew like rampant vines in the stillness. Why was he avoiding him? Why did he seem so close to those duplicitous Slytherins? Malfoy? Not. And that Zabini? Did he truly believe that someone like Draco Malfoy was more worthy of his time? A faint click echoed as the door lock turned. Harry spun around, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. Wen Xu stepped inside. He appeared to have just returned from the library, a bag slung over his shoulder, his silvery hair shimmering under the ethereal blue candlelight like moonlight. A hint of fatigue graced his features, and his golden eyes were cast downward as he raised a hand to unfasten the silver serpent-shaped button at the top of his dark green robe. Then, he spotted Harry standing in the center of the room. His motion froze instantly. Wen Xu seemed petrified, his golden eyes widening in shock, reflecting the image of Harry, angry, aggrieved, reckless from trespassing into forbidden territory, and stubborn like an injured beast. The air thickened. In the oppressive silence, only the candle flames crackled softly. Mr. Potter? Wen Xu's voice was barely above a whisper, laced with disbelief, shattering the suffocating quiet. He instinctively took half a step back, his back pressed against the cold door, fingers gripping the strap of his bag tightly, knuckles turning white. The usual warmth and tranquility had vanished, leaving only utter astonishment and a flicker of panic at the invasion of his space. This panic ignited the long-suppressed powder keg within Harry's heart. Mr. Potter? Harry's voice rose sharply, tinged with biting sarcasm and uncontainable anger as he stepped forward. In your eyes, am I merely Mr. Potter? Wen Xu. He uttered the name with a pained intensity. You are avoiding me. You are dodging me like I am the plague. Why? Is it because of that day in Diagon Alley? Because of the Malfoys? Or is it that you now find someone like Theodore Knott or Blaze Zabini more deserving of your time than this reckless Gryffindor? His barrage of questions was like a rapid-fire assault, laden with the weight of neglect and unrecognized fury. His tone was aggressive, even carrying an undertone of excess that he himself was oblivious to. Do you even know how much I? Harry's voice faltered as he struggled to express the depths of his concern, to articulate the pain he felt seeing Wen Xu with them, but all that emerged was reproach. Do you realize how unfair it is for you to vanish without a word, mingling with others so fervently? What do you take me for? Your dog? Or some plaything you can summon at will? The last two words, like poisoned ice picks, pierced sharply. Wen Xu's body jolted violently, as if struck by an invisible hammer. He bit his lip hard, his already pale cheeks draining of color. Those clear, golden eyes, like fractured glass, quickly became clouded with tears. His long, butterfly-like golden lashes trembled violently, unable to contain the surge of overwhelming grief and sadness. A crystalline tear fell unexpectedly. Then came another and another. The tears silently streamed down his smooth, pale cheeks, cascading like pearls from a broken string, landing on the dark green robe in deep, circular stains. He stood there, his white hair contrasting starkly against his flawless skin, golden eyes brimming with shattered light. His green robe making his figure appear so slender that it seemed a gust of wind could topple him. The sight of him, silently weeping, was as fragile as a pear blossom ravaged by a storm, embodying a breathtaking, suffocating beauty and sorrow. He stubbornly refrained from making any sound of sobbing, merely biting his lip as the tears flowed freely, his silent lament more heart-wrenching than any cries. All of Harry's anger, all his questions, all his grievances extinguished in an instant upon witnessing Wen Xu's tears, like a bucket of ice water dousing him, leaving only an abyss of panic and heartache. Wen Xu, no, please don't cry. Harry's voice cracked, filled with confusion and helplessness. His earlier intemperate words came back to haunt him like a boomerang, inflicting pain so severe he could hardly breathe. How could he bear it? How could he possibly endure seeing Wen Xu weep? Watching the glistening tears cascade down that porcelain face, observing the delicate shoulders tremble as they fought against the urge to sob, Harry felt as though his heart was being crushed by an invisible hand, twisted and fragmented into countless pieces. The questions, the grievances, the Malfoys, the knot, the Zabini, all were cast aside into oblivion. He only wished for his tears to cease. Harry nearly lunged forward, his movements betraying a clumsy urgency. He extended his arms, cautiously yet resolutely enveloping that trembling, weeping form in his embrace. Wen Xu's body stiffened momentarily at his touch, then seemed to lose all strength, collapsing softly against his chest, his forehead resting on his shoulder. Harry could distinctly feel the subtle tremors of the body within his arms, the warmth of tears soaking through his clothing, and the muffled, stifled sobs finally escaping the tightly pressed lips, echoing like the whimpers of a wounded creature, each sound striking painfully at his heart. I'm sorry. Wen Xu, I was wrong. Harry's voice was low and hoarse, imbued with unprecedented tenderness and panic as he clumsily stroked Wen Xu's slender back, like soothing a frightened child. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have scolded you. I shouldn't have barged in. I'm a fool. I should be damned. Please stop crying. I can't bear to see you cry. He incoherently offered apologies, repeatedly uttering I'm sorry and don't cry, as his warm breath brushed against Wen Xu's hair. He tightened his embrace, attempting to dispel the chill of sorrow with his own warmth. Yet, Wen Xu continued to weep silently, his body trembling with soft sobs, warm tears and subtle shivers transmitting through the thin fabric, causing Harry's heart to ache in tandem. Never before had he felt so acutely the weight of another's grief, pressing down on him with such palpable intensity. Time flowed slowly amidst the quiet sobs and Harry's clumsy attempts at comfort. The fireplace's ethereal blue flames danced quietly, casting flickering shadows of the two entwined figures upon the wall. After an indeterminate period, the sound of sobbing gradually diminished and the taut body relaxed, though it would occasionally tremble with the remnants of emotion. Harry gently loosened his hold and looked down. Wen Xu's long golden lashes were damp with tears, clinging to his lower eyelids, forming two fragile little fans. His porcelain-like face bore traces of tears, with his nose and the corners of his eyes tinged with a pitiable flush. He lay with his eyes tightly shut, his breathing shallow, and even, had he fallen asleep? The exhausted visage, akin to a small boat that had finally found harbor, relinquished all defenses, leaving only a heart-wrenching vulnerability and dependence. In an instant, Harry's heart softened profoundly. All his previous agitation and resentment were washed away by this unguarded sleeping face, leaving only a deep well of tenderness and a heavy sense of responsibility to protect. He carefully lifted Wen Xu, cradling him as though he were the most delicate treasure in the world. Wen Xu instinctively nuzzled against him, emitting a faint, kitten-like whimper, yet remained asleep. Harry gently placed him on the bed, draped with silver-gray silk sheets, and with great care, removed the exquisite dragon leather boots and unfastened the buttons of the dark green robe, peeling it away. Beneath, he found a soft, off-white silk shirt that rendered Wen Xu even more slender. Gazing at the unshed tears on Wen Xu's face, Harry's heart twisted again. He stepped into the adjoining washroom, moistening a clean, plush towel with warm water, and returned to the bedside with gentle movements. He cautiously wiped the tear streaks from Wen Xu's face, avoiding his closed eyelashes, the warmth of the towel gliding over his delicate, cool skin. In his slumber, Wen Xu seemed to find comfort, his brow slightly unfurling. After completing this act, Harry pulled the cool, smooth silver-gray silk quilt over Wen Xu, tucking it gently beneath his chin. Seated on the edge of the bed, illuminated by the soft blue candlelight, he quietly gazed at the serene yet fragile sleeping face. The words Wen Xu had choked out echoed clearly in Harry's mind. His sorrow stemmed from the belief that Harry did not genuinely consider him a friend, that he was indifferent to Wen Xu's feelings and lacked respect for him. Harry was bewildered. When had he ever behaved in such a manner? He cared for him deeply, striving to draw closer, consumed by jealousy. Yet, a sudden weight pressed down on his heart. A cold chill creeping up his spine. He reflected upon his actions. After his rebirth, he had repeatedly intruded into Wen Xu's life. Driven by a prophetic advantage and an overwhelming possessiveness, always approaching, protecting, and claiming, yet never truly inquiring about Wen Xu's desires or whether he accepted such proximity. He had unconsciously assumed the role of a reborn savior, believing he possessed the right understanding and the ability to protect, thus justifying his approach as correct. He had overlooked Wen Xu's feelings. He had neglected to recognize Wen Xu as an independent individual with his own thoughts and boundaries, rather than merely an entity to be labeled as belonging to Harry Potter. Wen Xu was sensitive, nuanced, and emotionally rich. His need for respect and his yearning for equitable communication far exceeded what Harry's somewhat roughened soul, tempered by hatred and responsibility, could easily comprehend. What Harry perceived as protective and close might, in Wen Xu's eyes, be irrefutable evidence of disrespect and disregard for his feelings. Harry shut his eyes in anguish. He had professed care, yet had never truly learned to respect. Wen Xu's tears did not accuse him of a lack of love, but rather of the manner in which he loved, selfishly and brutally. Taking a deep breath, the cold air pierced his lungs, bringing a sense of painful clarity. He observed the slight furrow of Wen Xu's brow in sleep and the moisture lingering on his lashes, and an unprecedented resolve silently blossomed within him. He could no longer continue down this path. He needed to change. He must learn to genuinely respect Wen Xu, to honor his wishes, to acknowledge his space, and to regard him wholly as an independent being. Bending down, he moved with the utmost gentleness, placing a kiss upon Wen Xu's smooth forehead, devoid of any carnal desire, filled only with infinite compassion and regret. Wen Xu's skin was cool, tinged with the salty scent of tears. "I'm sorry," he whispered silently, his voice hoarse like a sigh. "I will change, Wen Xu. I swear." He stood and took one last, deep look at the sleeping figure, as if to engrave this moment of tranquil fragility into his heart. Then, donning the invisibility cloak once more, he slipped away silently from the Slytherin dormitory, which was steeped in the lingering sense of cold, tears, and unspoken accusations. Merging into the profound darkness of Hogwarts night, leaving behind the peacefully sleeping individual and the faint, lingering sorrow in the air, alongside the heavy burden of growth and determination that resided in Harry's heart. Chapter 60, the end of the second year. The Hogwarts Express exhaled white steam, resembling a great silver serpent, quietly coiling at Hogsmeade Station. The platform buzzed with life, a cacophony of rolling suitcases, owl calls, and excited discussions among students about the impending summer holiday. Sunlight streamed through the towering glass dome, casting dappled shadows amidst the bustling crowd. The shadows of the chamber had dissipated, yet the marks left upon the heart remained indelible. Ginny Weasley had recovered under Madame Pomfrey's attentive care. Though her complexion still bore a hint of pallor, her eyes regained their sparkle, though occasionally, when scanning the crowd, a flicker of lingering terror would surface in their depths. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood together, their bond seemingly strengthened by their shared ordeal. Hermione was fervently planning her summer reading list, while Ron eagerly eyed the chocolate frogs being sold on the platform. The Slytherin students congregated in their own group, characterized by their distinctive reserve and aloofness. Wen Xu stood near the edge of the platform, his silvery hair shimmering in the sunlight with an almost translucent sheen. He had shed his robe, now wearing a well-tailored light blue linen shirt that accentuated his fair complexion, exuding a calm demeanor. His golden eyes scanned the bustling crowd with tranquility, as if in search of something, or perhaps merely bidding a quiet farewell. Draco Malfoy strode over with purpose, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, like two moving hills. His platinum hair was meticulously styled, and a brand-new, custom travel trunk glimmered in the sunlight. "Wen Xu." Draco's voice rang with its usual bravado, his slate blue eyes fixed intently on him. "Remember to write to me over the summer. The Malfoy Manor Owl is always at your service. Furthermore," he cast a fleeting glance at the trio of Harry not far away, lowering his voice with a hint of pride. "Stay away from those, lively spots. And keep in touch." He extended his hand as if to pat Wen Xu's shoulder, but the motion awkwardly halted halfway, ultimately transforming into an emphatic command to maintain contact. His gaze betraying an unmistakable possessiveness and an impending sense of parting. Wen Xu offered him a faint and gentle smile, nodding lightly. "I will, Draco. Have a pleasant holiday." His voice rang clear, akin to a mountain spring, effectively soothing Draco's minor annoyance at their impending separation. Satisfied, Draco hummed in response, holding his head high as he strode towards the direction of the box with his entourage in tow. Just a few steps away, Theodore Nott appeared silently by Wen Xu's side like a specter. His deep brown hair shimmered in the sunlight, and his deep blue eyes resembled a tranquil cold pond, revealing little emotion towards the farewell. He presented Wen Xu with a palm-sized, flat box wrapped in dark green velvet. The box felt cool to the touch, exuding a metallic quality. As Wen Xu accepted the box, his fingertips brushed against the softness of the velvet and the cold hardness of the box, his golden eyes turning to Theodore with a questioning look. The analysis of ancient runes from Gringotts. Theodore's voice was low and steady, as if stating the most commonplace of facts. If you have some leisure during the summer, take a look. The library at Knot Manor will be open to you upon your return to school. His words, though succinct, were laden with profound implications, a treasure trove of invaluable resources, and the privilege of access to Knot Manor. It was a silent invitation, a declaration: you belong to my domain. My resources are at your disposal. His gaze lingered on Wen Xu's face, bearing an undeniable sense of guidance and control, as if Wen Xu's summer itinerary had already been woven into his plans. Thank you, Mr. Knot. Wen Xu held the cool box, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the velvet surface, his voice remaining gentle, his golden eyes revealing no particular ripple of emotion. I will study it diligently. Theodore inclined his head almost imperceptibly, his gaze seemingly drifting toward Harry, who was looking over from a distance, a flicker of cold indifference flashing through his deep blue eyes before he turned away, merging into the crowd of Slytherins. His silhouette tall and solitary. Blaise Zabini leaned casually against a nearby pillar, hands tucked into his pockets, his dark skin glowing healthily in the sunlight, his almond-shaped eyes carrying their habitual lazy smile as he watched Wen Xu. He approached neither with the eagerness of Draco nor with the tangible task of Theodore. He merely observed, watching Wen Xu surrounded by Malfoy's juvenile possessiveness and not drawing invisible circles in the name of knowledge. When Wen Xu's gaze inadvertently met his, Blaise's lips curled into a playful smirk. He then turned with nonchalance, heading towards another group of jovial Slytherins, as if that brief exchange had merely been a casual diversion. At last, Wen Xu's gaze finally met Harry Potter's across the throng. Through the sea of heads and amidst the clamor, their green and golden eyes quietly converged. Harry's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, tinged with the melancholy of parting, lingering concerns, and the painful reflections and resolve that had settled after that night. No longer did he approach with the intense possessiveness that characterized him before. He simply stood there, gazing deeply at Wen Xu. He noted Draco's approach, Theodore's gift, and Blaise's amused glance. His fists clenched slightly at his sides before slowly relaxing. Ultimately, he offered Wen Xu a gentle nod. That subtle gesture seemed to carry a weight of unspoken words, an apology for that night, a promise of personal change, a silent farewell, and a form of respect akin to letting go. Wen Xu responded in kind to Harry, nodding gently. His golden eyes remained calm and untroubled, like the placid surface of the black lake under the sun, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, yet unfathomably deep. There were no complaints or overtures of intimacy, only a kind of distant, a strange tranquility. It was as if the tears and grievances of that night, the heartbreak and embraces, were merely a breeze passing over the lake's surface, leaving no trace behind. The whistle of the train sounded long and clear, urging the lingering passengers to board. Wen Xu withdrew his gaze, choosing not to look at anyone further. Grasping his simple luggage, his silver figure shimmered like moonlight cast into water, he boarded the Hogwarts Express quietly. Vanishing at the carriage door, on the platform, the sunlight remained bright, and the clamor continued, yet the figure that had drawn countless gazes had already departed. The surface of the Black Lake shimmered with fragmented silver light in the distance, silently witnessing this departure, each with their own thoughts. Chapter 61, Third Year. The Hogwarts Express traversed the vast autumnal hues of the Scottish Highlands, where the mountains donned a veil of early frost and the lakes mirrored the leaden sky. Within the carriage, the din of the new school year felt as if muffled by a layer of frosted glass, indistinct and blurred. Harry Potter sat by the window, his gaze fixed on the fleeting scenery, his fingertips unconsciously tracing a line of moisture on the cold glass. The summer's silence, the shadow of Sirius Black's escape, and Wen Xu's deliberate distance following that night settled in his heart. He adhered to his silent promise, refraining from intruding abruptly. The Slytherin with silver hair and golden eyes lingered like an elusive moonbeam, quietly suspended at the edge of his perception. Hermione Granger sat opposite him, a thick tome of intermediate transfiguration resting on her lap, yet her gaze would occasionally drift from the pages, betraying a hint of distraction, as if searching for a long-lost figure. Ron was enthusiastically examining a chocolate frog trading card. At that moment, the light in the carriage abruptly dimmed. Warmth instantly froze, and a chilling air rushed in as if it were a tangible entity filling their lungs. Thick frost rapidly crept across the window, sealing them off from the outside world. All sounds, the laughter, the chewing, the rustling of pages, were swallowed by a suffocating silence. A despairing chill, emanating from the depths of their souls, spread silently, freezing their blood. Harry's body tensed suddenly. That bone-deep terror, the nightmare he had deliberately locked away in the recesses of his memory after his rebirth, was violently awakened. The piercing laughter of a woman, the blinding green light, and the cold despair loomed like a colossal wave crashing down upon him. His hand, resting on the window, clenched into a fist instantaneously, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, his nails digging deeply into his palm. He gritted his teeth, the line of his jaw tightening like a blade. Forcing himself to resist the dark echoes threatening to tear apart his consciousness and the suffocating sensation of his soul being wrenched away. Cold sweat trickled down his brow. "Harry?" Ron's voice emerged as if from the depths of the ocean, trembling with fear. Hermione shot up, her face as pale as paper, her teeth chattering. Her gaze fixed intently on the direction of the carriage door. That, outside, a tattered cloak silently blocked the entrance. Beneath the hood lay an endless, light-devouring darkness. Withered hands, glimmering with an ominous gray light, reached out, greedily seizing the fear permeating the air, especially the palpable despair emanating from Harry. Just as consciousness seemed on the brink of being entirely consumed by darkness, a serene yet overwhelming silver light erupted from the far end of the carriage corridor like a silent tsunami. The light was not blinding, but radiated an unparalleled warmth and protective resolve. It was not an attack, but a declaration. Where the light reached, the biting cold melted away as swiftly as snow meeting the blazing sun. The thick frost on the window melted into droplets that cascaded down, and light flooded back into the carriage. The decayed gray hand reaching towards Harry recoiled suddenly, as if seared by an invisible flame, spasming in its retreat. The Dementor at the entrance twisted silently in a violent display of agony and loathing, its massive form forced back by the pure silver light, dispersing like foul smoke caught in a fierce wind, hastily retreating into the shadows at the end of the corridor. Warmth and light returned, enveloping the compartment in a profound stillness. The students, still shaken, exchanged bewildered glances. Harry gasped for breath, his chest heaving, beads of cold sweat matting his hair to his skin. He abruptly lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the remnants of the silver glow like a drawn sword, precisely directed towards the source of the radiance. In the center of the corridor stood a solitary figure. Silver-white hair glimmered under the carriage lights, cascading with a cool sheen, with a few strands delicately framing his smooth forehead. The dark green travel robes adorned with silver embroidery accentuated his slender frame, reminiscent of a frail pine branch after a snowfall. He inclined his head slightly, golden eyes veiled beneath long lashes, betraying no discernible emotion, only a tranquil, unfathomable depth akin to a serene lake. His complexion bore an almost translucent pallor, reminiscent of fine porcelain. In his hand, he held a wand, the tip still glimmering with faint, nearly imperceptible silver dust, slowly dissipating. It was Wen Xu. The protective Patronus charm that had banished the darkness and brought warmth originated from him. Hermione's gasp was barely audible, her brown eyes wide with shock and a complex mix of nostalgia, forcibly pulled back into memory. She regarded the figure as if truly recognizing for the first time the old acquaintance who had quietly shared corners of the library with her, his smile gentle. Harry's gaze remained fixed upon Wen Xu. Wen Xu slowly lifted his head, his golden eyes calmly surveying the panicked crowd in the corridor, his gaze gliding over them like a breeze skimming the surface of a lake, leaving no ripples. His eyes lingered briefly on Harry's damp forehead and taut jawline. A fleeting moment so swift it felt like an illusion, as if merely confirming a fact. Then, his expression returned to its accustomed aloofness and gentleness. He offered a slight nod, his movements graceful and measured, as though merely acknowledging the resolution of a minor disturbance. He did not glance back at Harry or anyone else. Turning instead, his silver hair tracing a cool arc through the air, his figure quietly merging into the depths of the compartment where Slytherin students congregated. Vanishing into the shadows behind the door, that slender silhouette, amidst the interplay of light and shadow in the corridor, appeared both solitary and imbued with an undeniable strength. Whispers began to ripple through the compartment. "Harry, are you all right?" Ron's voice trembled with trepidation. Harry did not respond. He maintained his posture, gazing into the depths of the corridor, his chest rising and falling slowly, a tumult of unarticulated emotions swirling in his green depths. The icy grip of despair was receding from his limbs, leaving behind an odd emptiness that was being filled with something hotter and more complex. The train thundered towards the spires of Hogwarts. Harry withdrew his gaze, idly stroking the cold surface of his wand. Love is not impulsive or possessive, but rather a silent journey of respect and understanding. He must learn to exercise restraint. Chapter 62. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, you remain graceful. The silhouette of the castle emerged in the twilight, its lights resembling stars embedded in ancient stone, although the shadows of the Dementors were left behind. The bone-deep chill still lingered in the hearts of some students like an invisible mist. Harry Potter descended from the carriage, the crisp autumn wind tousling his unruly black hair, revealing a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. His green eyes were calm as they swept over the bustling throng. The silver light from the express train had stirred ripples in his heart, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, the echoes of which had yet to settle. The light's owner, Wen Xu, was surrounded by a throng of Slytherin students. Draco Malfoy walked almost inseparably beside Wen Xu, his platinum hair strikingly bright under the castle lights. He spoke in an exaggeratedly boastful tone, recounting how the Malfoy estate had effortlessly dealt with the Ministry's unreasonable search, yet his slate-blue eyes occasionally darted towards Wen Xu. Gauging his reactions, between his long fingers, a uniquely designed silver brooch glimmered on Wen Xu's deep gray robe before Wen Xu subtly brushed it aside, unperturbed. Draco's lips pursed slightly in displeasure, yet he quickly regained composure with a nearly imperceptible nod from Wen Xu, continuing his verbose discourse. Theodore Nott walked on Wen Xu's other side, maintaining a half-step distance. His presence was less ostentatious than Draco's, yet he remained an unmissable shadow beside Wen Xu, calm and resolute. When the crowded throng surged forward, Nott's arm naturally extended, creating an undeniable barrier of space for Wen Xu. His deep blue eyes gazed straight ahead as if it were a casual gesture. Yet the precision of his anticipation and the unspoken understanding made this protection seem entirely natural. He did not glance at Wen Xu, simply placing a small round copper pot, emitting a faint herbal fragrance and warm to the touch, silently into Wen Xu's cool palm. Harry's gaze lingered on Wen Xu's face for a moment. Under the castle lights, that face still bore an almost translucent pallor, his silver-white hair accentuating the refinement of his features, golden eyes downcast, long lashes casting small shadows beneath them. His expression one of habitual gentleness and distance, as if the breathtaking light from the train was merely a figment of others' imagination. He quietly listened to Draco speak, occasionally responding to Theodore's actions with an almost imperceptible, knowing smile. Blaise Zabini leaned against a nearby stone pillar, his dark skin sharply defined in the play of light and shadow. A habitual, slightly teasing smile played at the corners of his lips, his peach blossom eyes keenly observing Draco's territorial proclamations and Theodore's silent encroachment, before eventually settling on Wen Xu, who was enveloped by the two. His gaze lingered on Wen Xu's calm profile for a moment, then, with a barely there smile, shifted to Harry, who also watched from a distance, before lazily straightening up and flowing with the crowd towards the direction of the Slytherin dungeon. Hermione Granger stood beside Harry, her gaze also fixed on Wen Xu, her brow furrowed in a mix of scrutiny and lingering confusion, as if encountering a long-lost friend. The powerful Patronus charm from the train and the serene, gentle youth now surrounded by Slytherin nobility presented a disconcerting dichotomy that she struggled to comprehend. She opened her mouth, seemingly about to say something to Harry, but ultimately only released a barely audible sigh. Harry withdrew his gaze, his fingertips unconsciously gliding over the smooth surface of his wand. The cold touch of the Dementor had long since been dispelled by the surge of magic within him. "Let us go?" Harry's voice was steady, devoid of overt emotion. He stepped forward, ascending the steps leading to the castle's grand entrance. Ron and Hermione hurried to catch up. The feast was as sumptuous as ever. Yet the atmosphere at the long table felt markedly different from previous years. The news of the Dementors guarding the school gates hung over them like an invisible shroud. Headmaster Dumbledore's address was brief yet grave, emphasizing safety and vigilance. From his position, Harry could clearly see the Slytherin table across the room. Wen Xu sat quietly between Draco and Theodore. Draco was pushing a plate of evenly sliced, honey-drizzled baked apple pie towards Wen Xu, chattering incessantly about how it represented a flavor that Hogwarts house elves could never replicate. Meanwhile, Theodore silently replaced the cool pumpkin juice beside Wen Xu with a steaming mug of milk, generously infused with double the honey, his actions seamless as if it were expected. Wen Xu bestowed a polite smile upon Draco, refraining from touching the pie before him, instead lifting his cup of milk to sip delicately. His golden eyes cast downward, the long lashes flickering in the dancing candlelight like resting golden butterflies, obscuring the true emotions concealed within. Blaise sat at a slightly greater distance, languidly swirling his glass of red wine, his gaze flickering toward Wen Xu with an air of knowing amusement. He occasionally engaged in conversation with his neighbor, yet a portion of his attention seemed perpetually drawn to the quiet figure across the table. Cedric Diggory, as the head of Hufflepuff, was gently reassuring a few anxious younger students from his house. His gaze roamed the hall, pausing momentarily at the silver-haired figure at the Slytherin table, where pure concern glimmered in his brown eyes before he moved on, continuing to fulfill his duties. Harry quietly sliced into his steak, his movements precise and steady. The Reborn's gaze acted as an invisible net, capturing every subtle interaction along the long table. Draco's almost childish eagerness for possession, Theodore's silent yet impenetrable guardianship, Blaze's feigned nonchalance, and Cedric's warm sincerity, these gazes intertwined like invisible threads around the seemingly delicate and gentle youth. Wen Xu existed quietly at the center of this swirling vortex. Akin to a star pulled by multiple gravitational forces, enveloped in an impenetrable shroud of gentle detachment. He accepted the goodwill surrounding him while skillfully maintaining a distance, as if merely participating in an unspoken performance. The stark, silent silver light on the train collided with the gentle, compliant scene before Harry, forming an overlapping image in his mind. Chapter 63, Boggett. A sunny day. The old classroom on the third floor of the castle was suffused with the scent of mothballs from an aging wardrobe. Professor Remus Lupin stood behind the podium, his worn robe sleeves revealing pale wrists, his voice gentle yet penetrating fear. His gaze swept over the class, lingering briefly on Harry's tense shoulders, glancing at Hermione's focused eyes, and finally landing on Wen Xu's serene profile. The true danger lies in allowing it to take root. Today, we confront it. He pointed to the violently shaking old wardrobe at the back. Inside is a boggett. It will transform into your deepest fear. The weapon to defeat it is laughter, ridiculous. With willpower, twist fear into absurdity. Neville Longbottom, encouraged by Lupin, was the first to step forward. The wardrobe door swung open, revealing Professor Snape in his grandmother's old dress. Approaching with a sinister grin and a grotesque handbag, Neville's face turned pale, his wand trembling, but finally, under Lupin's guidance, he shouted the incantation. Bang! Snape donned a hat adorned with stuffed vulture specimens, stumbling to the ground. Amidst the uproarious laughter, Neville's mouth gaped in shock. The atmosphere lightened. Parvati turned a oozing mummy into a slipping clown, and Ron's giant spider donned roller skates, its 8 legs tangled, each success dissipating the heaviness in the air. It was Draco Malfoy's turn. He stepped forward with his head held high, his gray-blue eyes reflecting his customary arrogance. When the wardrobe door opened, instead of a figment of failure or despicable creature, there lay Lucius Malfoy, sprawled in a pool of blood, his platinum hair disheveled. The color drained from Draco's face. His arrogance evaporated, leaving only sheer horror and helplessness. His wand froze in midair, lips moving soundlessly. Just as the terrifying illusion threatened to consume Draco, a clear voice rang out from behind, not loud, but unmistakably clear, ridiculous. Wen Xu did not advance, but stood firm, his wand's tip directed at the bloodied scene. Bang! The dying Lucius was instantly replaced by the real Lucius Malfoy himself, clad in a lace-adorned lilac ballet dress, a tilted swan headpiece perched upon his head, awkwardly attempting to pirouette on one toe amidst a gaggle of quacking rubber ducks. The absurdity of the spectacle ignited a thunderous wave of laughter, even causing a few Slytherins to snicker. Draco whirled around, his gaze fixed on Wen Xu, his chest heaving with intense emotion. The tumult of mortification and the complex feelings of being publicly rescued surged within his gray-blue eyes. Wen Xu calmly retracted his wand, his golden eyes sweeping over Draco's pale face, devoid of any triumph or mockery, only a profound stillness, as if brushing away a speck of dust. Noticing Draco's gaze, he inclined his head slightly, a hint of apology gracing his features. Theodore Nate stood diagonally behind Wen Xu, his deep blue eyes resembling a frozen lake. As the laughter subsided, he naturally stepped forward, his broad shoulders subtly blocking a few Gryffindor students who were drawn closer by curiosity. His movements were smooth and silent, his gaze not lingering on Wen Xu, but rather surveying the classroom coldly, like the most silent yet steadfast barrier. He picked up Wen Xu's copy of Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection with an ease that resembled breathing. Blaise Zabini leaned casually against the wall, the familiar playful curve to his lips remaining, yet when his peach blossom eyes turned toward Wen Xu, a trace of subtle, uncharacteristic focus and admiration flickered within. He appreciated the dramatic shift in Draco's expression, casting a glance at the icy Theodore, and finally returning his gaze to Wen Xu's tranquil profile. In his signature, lazily magnetic tone, he remarked, devoid of his usual flamboyant teasing yet tinged with an imperceptible seriousness, "That was a splendid blow, Wen Xu. Young Malfoy owes you a personal favor, though he is likely wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide in right now." His words retained a hint of jest, yet the concentration hidden within his eyes revealed much more. Harry stood at the edge of the crowd, his green eyes locked firmly onto Wen Xu. He observed as Theodore silently and assertively encircled Wen Xu, noticed the unusual focus in Blaise's eyes, and saw the complex emotions of shame and anger flitting across Draco's features. a fierce sense of possessiveness entwined within him like creeping vines, almost breaking through his restraint over his emotions. He took a deep breath, his knuckles paling from gripping his wand too tightly, as curiosity, confusion, and a feeling of exclusion from Wen Xu's true world surged within his emerald depths. He had to maintain control, to avoid repeating past mistakes. He must learn to approach in a manner that Wen Xu could accept. Hermione pressed her lips together, her brown eyes flitting between Wen Xu and Professor Lupin. Wen Xu's demeanor reminded her once more of the silver light on the train, and of the gentle boy who once shared snacks with her and quietly transcribed ancient magical texts in a corner of the library. But now, with new friends and new pursuits, their connection had gradually waned. Professor Lupin timely closed the restless wardrobe, applause dispelling the gloom. An excellent start. He smiled, pausing for a moment longer on Wen Xu, his gaze imbued with both approval and deeper scrutiny. Remember, laughter is the antidote to fear, and will is the reins of magic. In the next lesson, we will meet the enthusiastic guide, Hinkapunk. The class bell rang. Draco departed in silence, his face ashen, striding quickly away with Crabbe and Goyle clumsily trailing behind. Theodore silently gathered Wen Xu's books, walking by his side. The unspoken familiarity and guardianship between them as natural as breathing. Blaise straightened, flashing Wen Xu a smile that retained his characteristic charm. Yet deep within his gaze lay a unique appreciation, stripped of its usual frivolity. As Wen Xu exited the classroom amidst the throng, his silver hair glimmered softly under the dim corridor lights. His golden eyes bore a casual smile, as if the recent tumultuous events held no relevance to him. Harry stood rooted to the spot, the chill of the stone walls penetrating through his robes. The lingering cold from the boggart's wardrobe seemed to burrow deep into his heart, intertwining with the tumultuous curiosity and restrained possessiveness within him. Chapter 64, Quidditch. The afternoon sun of Hogwarts generously bathed the expansive Quidditch pitch in light, yet it could not dispel the crispness of early autumn in the air. A breeze swept through the stands, carrying with it the rustling leaves from the forbidden forest and the clamor of the training ground. The Gryffindor team was engaged in rigorous preseason training, their vibrant red uniforms standing out vividly against the lush green grass and the clear blue sky. Harry Potter soared on his brand-new firebolt, gliding through the air like a hawk, his sharp green gaze surveying the entire field. However, his attention was not solely focused on the elusive quaffle or the movements of his teammates. In the shadow near the entrance to the Slytherin stands, a figure leaned quietly against the stone railing, with long, silvery white hair gently tousled by the breeze, glimmering almost transparently in the sunlight. A few strands brushed softly against his smooth forehead. He wore a slightly oversized dark green cardigan, accentuating his slender frame, as if a strong gust could sweep him away. His golden eyes were fixed on the figures darting through the sky, radiating a gentle, untainted admiration, akin to witnessing a splendid dance. Sunlight caught on his long eyelashes, casting delicate, fan-shaped shadows, rendering his face exquisitely fragile. His presence silently drew numerous gazes. Draco Malfoy sat a tier above with Crabbe and Goyle, his slate blue eyes initially scrutinizing Harry's firebolt with their customary disdain, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, seemingly poised to critique Gryffindor's lackluster performance. Yet, when his gaze inadvertently flicked to the silvery figure at the edge of the pitch, the mockery froze in an instant. He rose abruptly, striding down the steps with purpose, his destination unmistakably set on Wen Xu. His gait, marked by the Malfoy family's characteristic poise, was nevertheless imbued with an unusual urgency. "What's so captivating about Harry Potter?" Draco declared, his voice intentionally raised, laced with a feigned arrogance, as if his earlier haste had never transpired. His critical gaze swept over the muddy splatters on the field, the dust thick enough to choke one, dismissing the scene as mere chaos among a group of trolls wielding brooms. Despite his words, the corner of his eye remained fixed on Wen Xu's slightly pale profile, a hint of barely concealed concern lurking in the depths of his gray-blue irises. "You don't look well. The wind is strong here," he added awkwardly, as if complaining about the weather while justifying his presence. He produced a small box tied with a silver-green ribbon, emanating a faint sweetness, and unceremoniously pressed it into Wen Xu's cool hand. "Here. It's the new sugar-free gingerbread from Honeydukes. It's far better than facing the wind on an empty stomach." The action bore an undeniable assertiveness, although a faint blush crept to his ears. Theodore Knott, like a shadow, appeared on Wen Xu's other side, arriving a moment later but closer. He remained silent, his deep blue eyes calm as water, glancing at Wen Xu holding the gingerbread box, then settling on his slightly furrowed brow. Theodore quietly retrieved a thumb-sized crystal vial from his dragon hide bag, containing a clear, pale golden liquid. He twisted off the cap, and a refreshing herbal aroma wafted into the air. He brought the small vial to Wen Xu's lips with an ease that was almost instinctual, his gaze devoid of inquiry, exuding a sense of unwavering protection that was unquestionable. Blaze Zabini lounged against a higher stone pillar, his dark skin gleaming healthily in the sunlight. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he assumed a relaxed posture, a familiar enigmatic smile playing on his lips. His gaze did not directly settle on Wen Xu, but rather flitted with interest between Draco's awkward concern, Theodore's silent assertiveness, and Wen Xu's gentle acceptance. When Wen Xu obediently drank the potion from Theodore's hand, the tension in his brow eased, and a trace of nearly appreciative light flickered in Blaze's almond-shaped eyes. He let out a soft click of his tongue, just audible enough for those below to hear. His voice laced with his signature lazy magnetism. It seems that our seeker's charm pales in comparison to a few drops of revitalizing elixir and a piece of gingerbread. His jest seemed directed at Harry, yet his gaze bore a playful warmth toward Wen Xu, akin to admiring a vivid painting, imbued with a focused intensity that was anything but frivolous. Cedric Diggory, as the head boy of Hufflepuff, was leading a group of younger students past the pitch towards the greenhouses. His gentle voice explained the characteristics of mandrakes, but when his gaze inadvertently caught sight of the familiar figure in the shadows of the stands, surrounded by the eclectic Slytherins, a flicker of pure concern flashed in his brown eyes. Noticing Wen Xu's slightly pallid complexion and fragile frame, he instinctively paused. The younger students followed his gaze, whispering curiously among themselves. Cedric quickly reined in his momentary distraction, offering the students a reassuring smile, gently urging them to continue, though before departing, he cast one last glance back, his expression warm yet tinged with a subtle, unspoken worry for the silver-haired boy encircled by attention. High above, Harry's firebolt executed a flawless halt in midair. He had just feigned past a menacing bludger, but found his gaze irresistibly drawn back to the edge of the pitch. He absorbed the domineering forcefulness with which Draco had shoved a gingerbread at Wen Xu, Theodore's familiar act of offering potion, Blaze's languid teasing, and Cedric's gentle glance. Wen Xu stood there, enveloped by the varied concerns of different individuals, graciously accepting their attentions, his golden eyes radiating warmth and sincere gratitude, yet also appearing to be shrouded by an invisible, polished veneer, softening and filtering all the fervor, leaving only an air of tranquility that was almost unattainable. He caught sight of Wen Xu's slight nod towards Draco, the corners of his lips lifting into a barely perceptible smile, observed him obediently drinking from Theodore's vial, his profile appearing especially serene in the shadows, and even noticed the gentle blink he offered in response to Blaze's teasing, his long lashes fluttering like delicate butterfly wings, exuding an almost naive innocence that only deepened the amusement on Blaze's face. Just then, Captain Oliver Wood's voice erupted like thunder. "Potter, what are you daydreaming about? The bludger's right behind you." Harry jolted back to reality as a fierce wind rushed up from behind. With the instinct of a seasoned Quidditch player, he instinctively pressed down hard on the broomstick. The firebolt emitted a sharp cry as it narrowly skimmed beneath the roaring bludger. The violent gust tousled his hair, revealing the lightning scar, starkly visible in the sunlight. He steadied himself, his heart racing from the near miss. Forcing his gaze away from the edge of the pitch, he redirected his focus to the swirling space where the elusive golden snitch might appear. Yet, the image he had just glimpsed remained indelibly etched in his mind. Wen Xu, surrounded by the attention of others, blossomed like a solitary Adumbra under the moonlight, beautiful, gentle, attracting every moth drawn to its glow while exuding an aura of aloofness and sanctity. That blend of fragility and serenity formed an invisible barrier, akin to a silent invitation. He gripped the firebolt's cold handle tightly, his knuckles whitening. Control. He must maintain control. Approaching that sliver of moonlight required not the fervor of raging flames, but the patience of tranquil waters. Harry inhaled deeply, propelling his broom into the very heart of the training session, momentarily shoving aside the tumultuous thoughts and the silent, silver figure at the edge of the pitch that beckoned to his mind. The cacophony of Quidditch reclaimed his senses. Chapter 65, Buckbeak. The twilight at the edge of the forbidden forest always descended with peculiar swiftness. The gnarled branches of the towering ancient trees filtered the sparse light into fragments of gold leaf, casting them upon the damp ground, thickly carpeted with decaying leaves. A chill mist seeped from the depths of the woods, silently coiling around the students' ankles, bringing with it the cool scent of earth and rot. Rubeus Hagrid's massive form loomed like a moving hillock in front of a small cluster of third-year students, his rough, booming voice resonating with an almost innocent enthusiasm amid the stillness. "Hippogriff," he proclaimed proudly, patting the strong forelimbs of the colossal creature covered in steel-like feathers. Buckbeak's amber eyes scanned the crowd with an innate pride. "Do you see? What a magnificent creature. Remember, the first thing you do when approaching them is to bow. Be sincere. Once it reciprocates, bow your head like this to show respect." Harry Potter stood near the front of the throng, the memories of his past life casting a subtle weight upon his heart as he beheld Buckbeak. He was acutely aware of the proud creature's destined path. However, his gaze did not linger excessively on Hagrid or Buckbeak, but rather drifted beyond the throng of heads to a figure leaning quietly against the rough trunk of an ancient oak. Wen Xu appeared somewhat blurred in the twilight and shadow, his slender form not clad in a heavy cloak, but rather a simple, light shirt with a slightly unbuttoned collar that revealed the graceful line of his neck, appearing somewhat fragile in the cooling air. His silver hair flowed freely, with a few strands gently lifted by the breeze, shimmering with a near-translucent glow in the fading light. He tilted his face slightly upward, his golden eyes fixed intently on the towering Buckbeak, exuding an almost pure, gentle curiosity, as if he were studying an exquisite, ancient picture book. That focused expression lent his delicate profile an ethereal tranquility against the darkening backdrop. Draco Malfoy stood a few paces behind Wen Xu, attempting to maintain the demeanor of a Slytherin prince by straightening his back and lifting his chin, yet the taut line of his lips and the way he edged backward, nearly stepping on the toes of his heeled shoes, betrayed his frayed nerves. His gaze, as if tethered by invisible threads, involuntarily flitted from the menacing hippogriff to Wen Xu's attentive and gentle silhouette. Each shift of his attention deepened the furrow between his brows, a mix of intense displeasure at Wen Xu's interest in such a savage beast and an unarticulated anxiety, fearing the creature might suddenly lash out. When it was Malfoy's turn to demonstrate, he reluctantly approached Buckbeak, forcing himself to bow in a perfunctory manner, the gesture laced with obvious disdain, stiff and hurried, as if evading a contagion. Buckbeak's sharp amber eyes fixed on him, emitting a disgruntled rumble from its throat. Its enormous wings flapped impatiently, stirring a whirlwind of earth and grass, tousling Draco's pale blonde hair. Malfoy, bow. Take it seriously, Hagrid bellowed, his large hands fidgeting anxiously. Draco flinched at the gust created by the wings, his complexion draining of color. The humiliation and fear surged, breaching the dam of his rationality. And he shot his gaze upwards, his gray-blue eyes igniting with venomous fury, his lips moving as if to unleash a sharp retort. Draco, a clear, gentle voice emerged from behind him, akin to a droplet of fresh water falling into hot oil, instantly piercing through Draco's clouded mind. Wen Xu had not approached Buckbeak, merely standing upright from where he had been leaning against the tree. His golden eyes met Draco's with calmness, devoid of reproach or command, offering only a gentle and lucid reminder, like moonlight illuminating a chaotic path. He subtly nodded toward Draco, urging him to bow once more. Draco collided with Wen Xu's tranquil gaze. That gentle yet undeniable reminder acted like a beam of light, momentarily dispelling the tempest within him. He perceived Wen Xu's insistence and felt the weight of surrounding eyes upon him. The sense of humiliation still burned within him. Yet another sharper feeling, a refusal to completely unravel before Wen Xu, gripped him with greater force. He inhaled a breath of cold air laced with the scent of decaying leaves, forcibly suppressing the venomous words that surged within him, and stiffly bowed once more to Buckbeak, deeper than before. Though his movements remained begrudgingly rigid, he at least completed the necessary ritual. Buckbeak scrutinized the human who had bowed anew, emitting a low grunt before finally lowering its noble head in return. Hagrid let out a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Draco straightened up, his complexion still ghastly, akin to a coat of white paint, though a barely perceptible flush crept up his ears, hidden beneath the twilight. He cast a hasty, almost frantic glance at Wen Xu, his expression a tumult of emotions akin to a spilled palate: shame, anger, residual fear, a hint of embarrassment at being saved publicly, and an unexamined, faint dependence on that timely guidance. He nearly fled back to the edge of the crowd, where Crabbe and Goyle clumsily surrounded him, attempting to shield his discomposed visage. Wen Xu observed Draco's safe retreat, his golden eyes once more descending into tranquility, long lashes casting delicate shadows beneath. He gently adjusted his sleeves, slightly chilled by the wind, his figure appearing especially ethereal and frail against the deepening twilight, as if the earlier gentle reminder had merely been a whisper of breeze through the treetops, leaving no trace behind. High above, a late-returning raven soared over the treetops, emitting a hoarse call. Harry remained silently observant throughout the unfolding events. He witnessed how Wen Xu's gentle yet precise reminder had swiftly reigned in the spiraling Draco, and noted the fleeting complexity of emotions that flickered within Draco's eyes. Wen Xu's tenderness flowed like a silent stream, effortlessly smoothing the sharpest edges, even taming Malfoy-like arrogance. This strength, independent of spells, was equally formidable. He gazed at Wen Xu's calm profile, the twilight casting a soft halo around his refined features. The chill of the forbidden forest seemed to bypass him. leaving only an arresting serenity in its wake. Harry tightened his grip on his wand, the cold wood pressing against him. Approaching this beam of moonlight. Perhaps what was required was not brute force, but the kind of patient subtlety that permeated the twilight. Hagrid's booming explanations continued to resonate, while the silhouette at the forest's edge quietly imprinted itself upon Harry's mind. Chapter 66. Solitude in the Kitchen. The nights at Hogwarts were not always dominated by the musty scent of parchment in the library or the crackling warmth of the common room. Deep within the castle, adjacent to the bustling kitchen of the house elves, lay a secluded stone chamber privately referred to by students as the Little Kitchen. This space was well equipped with stoves, yet devoid of the clamor of house elves, save for the occasional crackling of wood burning in the fireplace and the cool moonlight seeping in from outside, infused with the mist of the Black Lake. At that moment, this tranquil stone chamber was suffused with a sweetness distinctly divergent from the usual atmosphere of the magical world. Not the robust richness of butterbeer, nor the fragrant allure of pumpkin pie, but rather a more refined and subtle aroma, mingling the steamy essence of rice with a hint of elusive floral nectar. This was the scene that unfolded before Cedric Diggory as he pushed open the heavy oak door. With his back to the entrance, Wen Xu stood before a broad oak dining table, adorned in a simple linen apron whose ties hung loosely, accentuating his slender waist. His silver hair cascaded freely, a few strands gently brushing against his gracefully sculpted shoulders as he focused intently on the dough in his hands. The flickering light from the fireplace and the warm yellow orbs hovering above the table cast a soft halo around him. He bowed his head slightly, his golden eyes fixated on the mixture, while his long, pale fingers, almost translucent, were dusted with a fine white powder, kneading and shaping the dough with a rhythm that was pleasing to the eye. His movements were unhurried, imbued with a tranquil gentleness, as if he were not crafting food, but engaging in a sacred artistic endeavor. With deft fingers, he wrapped the delicate, gossamer-thin, blush-hued dough around a filling, artfully pinching it into the form of a budding lotus flower, the layers of petals exquisitely defined, as if they were poised to unfurl in the warmth of the moment. It reminded Cedric of that day, the day they first met. "Apologies for my tardiness," Cedric's voice, imbued with warmth and a hint of mirth, shattered the serene ambience. He removed his heavy school robe, draping it over a chair, revealing a snug cream-colored sweater that accentuated his broad shoulders and erect form. His brown eyes sparkled with unabashed admiration, taking in Ngu's concentrated profile and those nimble hands, as well as the nascent lotus flowers that were beginning to take shape on the table. "It seems I have missed the most splendid part? Truly, this is beautiful," he remarked with genuine awe, his tone suffused with wonder and tenderness. Wen Xu, upon hearing the voice, did not turn immediately. He carefully adjusted the final petal, ensuring its angle was just right before lifting his gaze. As he turned, his golden eyes shimmered like flowing honey under the warm light, clear and inviting. A gentle smile naturally graced his lips, akin to a stone thrown into a still lake, sending ripples across Cedric's heart. "Not too late, Cedric," he replied, his voice clear and serene, reminiscent of a mountain spring, carrying an air of gentle tranquility. "I am merely attempting to create some simple pastries. The steps are few, but they require a modicum of patience." He gestured towards the ingredients on the table, a small bowl of clear honey, several dishes of natural color powders, and a fragrant red bean paste. "Would you care to assist? Try shaping this flower heart." Cedric eagerly stepped forward, positioning himself beside Wen Xu. The distance between them was just right, allowing them to feel each other's warmth. Cedric carried the refreshing scent of sun-drenched grass, while Wen Xu exuded a unique fragrance of cool cedar mingled with a hint of sweetness. Wen Xu handed Cedric a small piece of pale yellow dough, taking another piece for himself. "Like this, roll it into a ball, flatten it slightly, and place it in the center," he demonstrated, his fingers moving with a gentle precision. As he leaned in closer to guide Cedric on the placement, a stray silver lock of hair fell, nearly brushing against Cedric's arm where he had rolled up his sleeves. The cool touch of the hair was almost imperceptible, yet it made Cedric's heart skip a beat. He instinctively held his breath, his gaze drawn to the silken strand before returning to Wen Xu's focused and serene profile. The firelight danced upon his long, dense golden eyelashes, casting small, fan-shaped shadows. "Like this?" Cedric steadied himself, gently placing the shaped flower heart in the center of the pale pink petal, his movements imbued with the characteristic diligence of a Hufflepuff, tinged with a subtle nervousness. His fingers, long and strong, were unusually cautious at this moment, fearing to mar the delicate beauty before him. "Very well done," Wen Xu affirmed with a gentle smile, picking up a small brush and dipping it delicately into the clear honey, applying a tiny glimmer to the tip of the lotus petals. "A touch of honey will make them shine a bit more when steamed." He leaned in closer, the elegant sweetness of his handiwork enveloping Cedric's senses. Wen Xu tilted his head slightly, his golden eyes fixated on the droplet of honey, long lashes almost grazing the petals. That focused expression, the unguarded proximity, and the soft curve of his lips illuminated by the warm light stirred something within Cedric. He felt a dryness in his throat, his fingers tightening around the dough. Forcing himself to look away, he focused on the wisps of steam rising from the steamer. Yet Wen Xu's silver form and concentrated profile were etched in his mind like a brand. Wen Xu appeared oblivious to the turmoil within Cedric. He carefully placed the last lotus pastry, covering the steamer with its lid, his movements smooth and fluid. He approached a nearby basin, methodically washing the flour from his fair fingers, the water gliding over his slender knuckles, droplets refracting light like tiny stars. He slightly turned, using a clean cloth to dry his hands, every motion imbued with a leisurely elegance. When he lifted his gaze towards Cedric again, his smile remained gentle and clear. "We shall have to wait a while longer," he said, moving to the small stove, pouring 2 cups of freshly brewed tea from a slender copper kettle. The tea leaves unfurled in the hot water, releasing a refined aroma. "Shall we enjoy a cup of tea? Patience is needed as we await the flowers to bloom." He handed a cup to Cedric. As their fingers brushed briefly during the exchange, a fleeting, cool touch sparked like a tiny current, racing from Cedric's fingertips to his heart. He accepted the cup steadily. Yet his fingers lingered with the memory of that delicate sensation. The warm cup cradled in his palm was soothing, calming the quiet tumult within. "All right," Cedric replied, his voice a shade deeper than usual, carrying a hint of huskiness. His brown eyes delved into Wen Xu's, soft as the moonlight spilling through the window, filled with the warmth of the steam rising from his cup. He took a sip of the warm tea. The liquid glided down his throat but did little to quell the turmoil stirred by the silvery hair, the focused profile, and the unintentional brush of their hands. The steam swirled silently in the stone room, carrying the sweetness of the pastries and the fragrance of the tea, enveloping the unspoken warmth and budding intimacy between them. Quietly fermenting, Wen Xu stood quietly by the window, cradling his teacup. Moonlight streamed through the high window, casting a soft glow on his silver hair and delicate features, as if draping him in a veil of ethereal mist. He gazed out at the dark surface of the lake, his golden eyes reflecting the scattered moonlight, radiating a serene gentleness, seemingly unaware of the deep gaze and the simmering feelings growing beside him. He simply waited, patiently observing as the flower he had shaped with his own hands began to unfurl, tenderly revealing itself in the embrace of warmth. Outside the stone chamber door, in the shadows of the corridor, a tall figure stood silently. Harry Potter's hand lingered on the cold doorknob, his green eyes peering through the slightly ajar door, clearly witnessing the scene bathed in warmth, steam, and tenderness within. The cool silhouette of Wen Xu by the window, and Cedric's unabashedly affectionate gaze upon him. A sharp pang of bitterness seized Harry's throat, more piercing than the chill of a dementor. His fingers, gripping the doorknob, turned pale with pressure before he finally, slowly, and silently released his hold. He did not push the door open. Instead, he cast a lingering glance at the silver-haired figure gently enveloped by the moonlight, then turned away, silently merging into the castle's profound night, leaving behind the sweet aroma and quiet warmth that filled the small kitchen. The ajar door seemed to separate 2 distinct realms. Chapter 67, Ominous Prophecy. At the pinnacle of the castle's towering western tower, at the end of a spiraling staircase, a distinctly different atmosphere lingered. Heavy, oddly fragrant purple drapes hung low, blocking most of the light. The air was thick with the potent scent of aged tea leaves, cheap incense, and dust, inducing a slight drowsiness. Light filtered through stained glass windows, transforming into murky reds and blues, casting a mysterious and hazy ambience upon the swirling smoke within the room. Professor Trelawney sat behind a massive crystal ball, swathed in layers of sheer scarves. Behind the magnifying lenses of her oversized glasses, her enlarged eyes appeared particularly dreamy as she interpreted the patterns formed by the tea leaves at the bottom of a cup with a voice that seemed to drift from distant stars. Harry and Ron were squeezed together at a small round table draped with a tasseled cloth. Harry's position allowed him to catch a glimpse of another table slightly askew in front of him, where Wen Xu sat quietly. The dim light seemed to bestow its exclusive favor upon him. Wen Xu had his head slightly bowed, silver hair cascading gracefully, catching the faint glow of the colorful light. His long, pale fingers delicately held a petite, gold-edged bone china teacup, his movements as graceful as a flower's bloom. Unlike the other students who anxiously scrutinized the bottom of their cups, he quietly observed the remaining dark brown tea, his golden eyes appearing calm and profound amidst the hazy light, long eyelashes casting soft shadows beneath his eyes, his profile both elegant and focused. Occasionally, he would subtly rotate the saucer, his fingertips moving with an innate rhythm, as if conducting a silent ritual. Ron leaned closer to Harry, lowering his voice in complaint. attempting to dispel the monotony of the class. Honestly, this is even worse than Snape's potions class. Look at the bottom of my cup, this heap of rubbish leaves. Trelawney insists it resembles a crooked-necked, crumple-horned snorkack, foretelling that I shall be attacked by some thorny tail. Merlin's beard. I just want to know how this relates to my OWL's results. Why doesn't Tishi predict whether I'll have fried chicken for breakfast tomorrow? However, Harry's gaze remained fixed on the serene silver figure before him. He watched as Wen Xu gracefully set down his teacup, his fingertips gliding along the rim. Observing how his golden eyes occasionally lifted, calmly scanning Professor Trelawney's exaggerated gestures through the mist. Ron's voice buzzed like distant murmurings. So, mate, do you think I should prepare a pair of thick-soled dragonhide boots? Just in case that cursed tail? Harry only caught the latter part of Ron's muddled words. Prepare. Boots? He instinctively and absent-mindedly replied, his eyes still glued to Wen Xu. No need to bring them. They won't be necessary. Ron abruptly halted, spinning around with wide eyes, incredulous as if Harry had sprouted horns. What? No need. They won't be necessary? Harry, I was talking about the thorny tail. The crumple-horned snorkack. An attack. I need to prepare boots for defense. What do you mean they won't be necessary? Do you think that tail will just vanish, or is it my fate to be stung? His voice rose in pitch, filled with shock and confusion, drawing the attention of several nearby students, with Parvati even hissing in discontent. It was then that Harry snapped back to reality, realizing the enormity of his blunder. He awkwardly cleared his throat, feeling his face flush, quickly glancing toward Wen Xu, who seemed undisturbed by the commotion, still gazing quietly at his teacup. Relieved, he lowered his voice to explain to Ron. Sorry, Ron, I just zoned out. You mentioned crumple-horned snorkacks? Yes, perhaps I should prepare boots. He was merely deflecting the conversation, his thoughts once again drawn like an invisible thread to the tranquil silhouette shrouded in the mist of colored light. Ron, noticing Harry's distracted demeanor and glancing at Wen Xu, rolled his eyes dramatically, resignedly muttering as he resumed studying his cup of crooked crumple-horned snorkack. At that moment, Professor Trelawney's ethereal voice suddenly rose, sharp enough to pierce through the smoke, instantly capturing everyone's attention. A portent, an ominous portent. She abruptly rose from behind the crystal ball, her layers of scarves and beaded necklaces swaying violently with her movement. Her magnified eyes were fixed intently on Wen Xu, or more precisely, the gold-edged bone china teacup before him. The classroom fell into an immediate hush. Even the kettle's whistle on the fire seemed to fade away. All gazes, including Harry's tense stare, converged upon Wen Xu. It appeared Wen Xu sensed the sudden scrutiny. He slowly lifted his head, his golden eyes meeting Professor Trelawney's filled with mysterious dread, his expression devoid of panic. Only a hint of perfectly measured, compliant curiosity. His pale fingers resting on the table's edge remained steady. Professor Trelawney, as if in a trance, wobbled around several tables. Approaching Wen Xu directly, she leaned down, her oversized glasses nearly touching the delicate teacup. Smoke swirled around her, and the colored light danced across her face. Child, her voice took on an ethereal, gravelly tone, as if emanating from some profound cavern. Behold this pattern, how clear, how foreboding. Her bony finger trembled as it pointed to the deep brown stains at the bottom of the cup. Look here, the winding path, the entangled thorns, and this dark center. A mark shrouded in heavy mist, her breath quickened, her chest rising and falling violently. It points to you, young traveler. You tread here. Yet you are not of this place. Your path is cloaked in fog. Your very existence is a deep, profound fissure. Her voice escalated, carrying a piercing resonance. The answers you seek will unveil the roots of your fears. The light you yearn for shall ultimately lead you into the deepest darkness. Child, I see a great shadow creeping forth. It has caught the scent of that which does not belong to this realm within your soul. When the stars reverse, and the whispers of the ancients resurface, it shall be the day your journey home is severed. The final words fell like cold stones upon the silent classroom. Professor Trelawney seemed to expend her last vestiges of strength, staggering back with a long, ethereal sigh as if it emanated from the depths of her soul, before gently collapsing backward, caught by the quick hands of the young witches and wizards. The classroom was enveloped in a profound silence. Students exchanged glances, stunned into speechlessness by the sudden, pointed prophecy, their gazes toward Wen Xu filled with fear, curiosity, and an almost imperceptible detachment. Wen Xu remained seated, the colored light casting playful reflections upon his silver hair. He lowered his eyelids, long lashes concealing his golden eyes, obscuring any visible emotions. His fingers, resting upon the table's edge, curled slightly, grazing the rough tablecloth, leaving subtle marks behind. In the midst of the surrounding uncertainty, his demeanor appeared remarkably serene, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible fragility, as if the terrifying prophecy had merely whispered past him like a fleeting breeze. Harry's heart raced wildly within his chest. He gazed as Wen Xu slowly raised his eyes, the golden orbs calmly surveying the surrounding bewildered expressions, ultimately resting upon Professor Trelawney, who appeared to have succumbed to a brief faint, being supported by others. His lips were pressed tightly together, a manifestation of restrained, almost stoic tranquility. Then, with exquisite slowness, he rose to his feet, his movements graceful as ever, seemingly unaffected by the chaos around him. He uttered no words, merely inclined his head slightly towards the young witches assisting Professor Trelawney, signaling for them to take charge, before quietly retrieving his book and gliding through the still air and myriad complex gazes towards the exit of the spiral staircase. His silhouette, shrouded in the ethereal interplay of light and swirling mist, appeared stark and solitary, as if enveloped by an invisible, ominous fog. The echoes of prophecy clung to every corner of the tower classroom like frigid spider silk. Harry watched the silvery figure vanish at the staircase, a tempest of intense curiosity, worry, and an acute sense of exclusion from the unfathomable mist roiling within his emerald eyes. Though Professor Trelawney's prophecy may seem absurd, it pointed with uncanny precision towards Wen Xu, highlighting the enigmatic quality that Harry had sensed yet could not grasp, cold and alluring like moonlight. He instinctively clenched his fists, knuckles widening. Chapter 68, Disparate Treatment. Professor Trelawney's prophecy fell into Hogwarts like a stone cast into the Black Lake, its ripples swiftly drowned out by the din of daily life, further veiling Wen Xu's already mysterious persona. Countless young witches and wizards continued to rally around him, drawn to his presence. He remained quietly engaged in lessons, his silver hair shimmering in the library's light, golden eyes focused and serene amidst the steam of potions class, as if the harrowing warning had never occurred. Once more, it was time for divination class. The incense in the tower classroom seemed more potent, the smoke swirling so thickly that the faces across the room became obscured. Professor Trelawney swayed before the crystal ball, her enormous glasses reflecting murky light. Harry sat in a corner, his fingertips unknowingly tracing the cold patterns of his wand, while his thoughts drifted far away. Wen Xu occupied a seat slightly ahead, his profile faintly discernible through the haze, resembling a dreamlike painting. Suddenly, a piercing gasp escaped Professor Trelawney. Her body arched backward violently, as if struck by an unseen force, the layers of veils and beads swaying wildly. Her emaciated hand gripped the edge of the desk tightly, knuckles turning white from exertion, and a chilling, bone-rattling sound emanated from her throat. The classroom fell into a profound silence. Even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. Everyone froze, eyes wide with terror, fixed upon her. "I see." Her voice transformed, shedding its usual ethereal quality for a chilling, hoarse resonance, as if echoing from the depths of hell. Imbued with an unsettling clarity, servant of the Dark Lord, bound by chains, struggling in the darkness, gasping. Her body shook violently, and behind the massive lenses, her eyes widened with inhuman fear. Before midnight, the icy voice suddenly escalated, slicing through the still air like a blade. "He shall break free, rise, embark on his journey, and return to his master." The final syllable landed like a heavy hammer, causing Professor Trelawney to collapse limply into her armchair, emitting a long, pained groan, as if all her vitality had been expended. The frigid stillness brought forth by the prophecy seeped through the classroom. Students turned pale, exchanging glances, whispers swelling like a tide. "Dark Lord, servant, midnight." However, this gravity did not linger long, as a heated argument erupted from the corridor, shattering the tense atmosphere. "He's a lunatic, an evil, furry executioner." Ron Weasley's voice boomed, nearly shaking the ceiling, his face flushed, tightly clutching the trembling, toe-less Scabbers, fingers shaking as he pointed at the innocent-looking Crookshanks at Hermione's feet, who was licking his paws. Hermione Granger's brown curls seemed to explode, her chest heaving, her voice rising in pitch. "Crookshanks just wants to play. Scabbers is too cowardly and suspicious. He lurks in your pocket all day, who knows if he's playing." Ron's voice cracked with fury. He almost swallowed Scabbers whole. "Look at his claws. Look at the way he looks at Scabbers. He's clearly hungry." The two resembled two irate lions, glaring at each other in the corridor, their quarrel attracting a crowd of onlookers. "Harry, you tell him." Ron spun around, seeking a mediator. "Isn't Crookshanks insane? Isn't he trying to kill Scabbers?" "Harry, Crookshanks is just a cat. Scabbers is overreacting." Hermione immediately turned her gaze towards their mutual friend for justification. Harry Potter stood at a distance by the window, his back to the tumult, his tall figure sharply outlined by the afternoon sunlight. He lowered his head slightly, all his attention focused on the palm of his hand. A plump, snow-white creature, round and fluffy like a soft rice cake, sat obediently in his grasp. It was no larger than Harry's thumb, its feathers astonishingly soft, shimmering under the sunlight like pearls. Most striking were its round, golden eyes, clear and innocent, untouched by the world. At that moment, it gently pecked at a pinch of crushed nuts held between Harry's fingers, emitting faint, satisfied chirps. Harry's expression was one of unprecedented focus and gentleness, a warmth seeming to fill his emerald eyes, melting away all sharpness and depth in the presence of this small, snowy creature. His fingertips moved with utmost care, delicately controlling the amount of food, fearful of disturbing the treasure in his palm. When the little creature tilted its head, gazing trustingly at him with those pure golden eyes, a subtle, genuine smile tugged at the corners of Harry's lips, imbued with a near-reverent satisfaction. Was it any wonder that this was his pet? They were truly alike. "Harry, did you hear that?" Ron urged, pressing forward with Scabbers in his arms. "Hermione's cat is a murderer." Harry seemed momentarily startled by Ron's loud voice, furrowing his brow slightly, yet his gaze remained glued to the soft creature in his palm. Only half listening as he caught a few vague words. "Murderer? Who?" He did not lift his head, instinctively responding as if soothing the little bird in his hand, and also as though brushing off his friends behind him. Not really. It's so small. Who could it kill?" He referred to the tiny, innocuous fluffball that couldn't even break through his fingernail. "Ron? Hermione." The fury on their faces was instantly replaced by incredulity and absurdity. Ron's mouth fell open, as if he could fit a flobberworm inside, while Hermione forgot her anger, her brown eyes widening in disbelief as she glanced between Harry's tender profile, watching the little bird, and the pitiful mouse in Ron's arms, now missing a toe. Chapter 69, The First Encounter with Snowball. Harry," Ron stammered, pointing at Crookshanks, then at Scabbers. "I'm talking about Crookshanks. That cat. It wants to kill my Scabbers." "You say it's small? Who could it kill?" He was beginning to doubt if both his ears and eyes were malfunctioning. Only then did Harry, taking his time, finally shift his gaze away from the fluffy creature in his palm for a brief moment, glancing at the frenzied Crookshanks and the pitiful mouse in Ron's arms. A flicker of annoyance, disturbed and fleeting, passed through his emerald eyes, swiftly replaced by a robust conviction that I am engaged in something of greater importance. He cleared his throat, and, in a tone that attempted to smooth over the situation yet was palpably distracted, remarked, Crookshanks, it might be, well, just a bit unruly. However, Scabbers does seem quite lively." His gaze, now uncontrollably drawn back to the plump little creature nestled in his palm, softened once more as he observed it clumsily preening its pristine white feathers with its tiny paws. He added gently, "Don't be too anxious, Ron." With that, he entirely disregarded Ron's indignant expression of, "Am I anxious?" Scabbers nearly perished, and Hermione's silent reproach of, "See, I told you so." Bowing his head again to delicately tap the fluffy little bird's head with his fingertip, his voice lowered to a tender whisper. "Take your time eating. It's all yours." This little fluffball, known as Snowball, had been entrusted to him not long ago by Wen Xu at the entrance of the library. At that time, Wen Xu had just emerged from the restricted section, cradling several hefty tomes, beads of perspiration clinging to a few strands of his silvery hair against his smooth forehead. Upon seeing Harry in the corridor, his golden eyes held a hint of gentle apology as he approached. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, casting a soft glow upon him. "Harry," his voice crystalline and imbued with an almost imperceptible gentleness, "could you do me a favor?" From the ample folds of his sleeve, he carefully revealed the small creature, curled into a warm, fluffy ball, fast asleep. "This is Snowball. I found it by the Black Lake a few days ago." It was startled and is rather hesitant to forage for itself. He gently placed the warm, soft life into Harry's open palm, their fingertips briefly grazing, sending a cool sensation across Harry's wrist. "I may have some matters to attend to, rendering me quite preoccupied. I recall you and Hedwig get along splendidly. Would you mind taking care of it for a few days? I would greatly appreciate it." In that moment, Harry felt as though his heart had been lightly scratched by the little furry paw. He looked at the ball of snow white in his hand, watching as it opened its pure, golden eyes, so reminiscent of Wen Xu's, and curiously surveyed him, then lifted his gaze to Wen Xu's gently pleading face. This was the first time Wen Xu had actively sought his assistance. Was it trust? A signal of intimacy? Or merely because of Hedwig? Regardless of the reason, it was enough to make Harry's heart feel as if it were steeped in the sweetest butterbeer from the Honeydukes. He nodded almost instantly, without a hint of hesitation, his voice unexpectedly deep and solemn. "Of course, leave it to me." He didn't even inquire what had rendered Wen Xu so preoccupied. It was inconsequential. What mattered was this snowball of a creature with its golden eyes, nestled comfortably in his palm. This was Wen Xu's charge to him, a living link connecting him to that sliver of moonlight. He had to care for it, with 100-fold more dedication than he would show to his firebolt. Thus, at this moment, Any terrifying prophecies from Trelawney or any grand debates between Ron and Hermione regarding cats and mice paled in comparison to ensuring that this little fluffball named Snowball was well-fed and comfortably nestled. Gently rubbing its head against his fingers, he cautiously used his fingertip to smooth its fluffy feathers, a secret satisfaction, laden with an intense possessiveness, swirling in the depths of his green eyes. This feeling was akin to a mischievous little dog finally clutching its master's most treasured toy. Though it could not monopolize its owner, the temporary guardianship of this beloved object was enough to make its tail wag like a windmill, gleefully scheming how to extend this period of custody. As for Ron and Hermione's quarrel, well, that large cat did seem a bit fierce, but Snowball needed some water. Harry retrieved a delicately crafted, magically shrunk water dish, embellished with sapphires, something he had meticulously sourced from Hogsmeade, and gently placed it on the windowsill. Chapter 70, Harry's Bird Nest. On an autumn afternoon at Hogwarts, the sun had shed its midday fierceness, transforming into a warm and generous embrace. The surface of the Black Lake was no longer the leaden gray of the morning, but was now adorned with shimmering golden scales, gently rippling in the breeze, casting a comforting glimmer. The grass along the shore remained soft, imbued with the warmth of sunlit days. Harry Potter and Wen Xu strolled leisurely along the lakeside. Beneath their feet lay a thick carpet of sun-kissed grass, while the trees at the edge of the forbidden forest whispered softly in the warm breeze. The air was a delightful blend of the lake's faintly briny freshness, the fragrant grass, and a hint of the crisp cedar scent that seemed to emanate from Wen Xu. Harry's signature, perpetually unruly black hair served as an exceptionally important role at that moment, becoming a warm and cozy nest. The plump little Snowball, round and fluffy as a rice dumpling, had nestled itself perfectly atop Harry's tousled hair. It appeared utterly content in this lush habitat, its small body rising and falling gently with Harry's steps, its pure, golden eyes half-closed in bliss, emitting faint, satisfied coos from its throat, akin to a pearl that breathed, napping in the sunlight. Harry found himself walking with his head tilted slightly upward, his movements noticeably more delicate. Fearful of disturbing the dreams of this small deity perched atop his head, a nearly foolish, satisfied smile graced his face, his green eyes sparkling brightly in the sunlight. Wen Xu walked beside Harry at a slight distance, his silver hair shimmering in the golden light reflected from the lake's surface, exuding a nearly translucent warm golden hue. A soft, light gray sweater accentuated his slender figure, the sleeves gently rolled up to reveal his pale, delicate wrists. His hands rested casually in the pockets of his beige trousers, his demeanor relaxed and gentle. The golden depths of his eyes gazed calmly across the shimmering lake, while a gentle breeze tousled a few strands of silver hair against his elegantly defined jawline. "It seems it quite likes your hair." Wen Xu's voice, crisp and gentle, broke the serene silence by the lake. He tilted his head slightly, his golden eyes glimmering with a light-hearted smile as he regarded the small white creature atop Harry's head. That smile rippled through Harry's heart like a stone cast into the center of a pond, creating concentric waves. Harry's heartbeat skipped a beat, his ears warming as he struggled to maintain the stability of his head, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible pride and satisfaction. "Yes. It probably finds this place warmer and safer." He cautiously extended a finger to gently tap Snowball's fluffy little head. At that precise moment, the Snowball atop his head seemed to awaken. It first stretched lazily, flapping its tiny wings, dislodging a few of Harry's obstinate stray hairs. Then, its pure golden eyes darted around before locking onto Wen Xu. "Cheap," came a crisp, short chirp, brimming with unabashed exuberance. In the next instant, Snowball unhesitatingly abandoned Harry's warm, fluffy nest, transforming into a small white flash, gracefully soaring toward Wen Xu and landing securely on his slender shoulder. Harry's outstretched finger froze midair, his smile instantly faltering, and that small flicker of pride within him deflated like a popped balloon, leaving only a lingering sense of emptiness and bitterness. That ungrateful little creature. Chapter 71. You would make a wonderful husband. Wen Xu evidently had grown accustomed to Snowball's affection. He slightly tilted his head, his golden eyes filled with gentle indulgence. He raised his hand, his long, pale fingers, almost translucent, extending gently toward Snowball. The little creature affectionately nuzzled its coral-colored beak against Wen Xu's fingertips, emitting soft, cooing sounds, its round body rubbing against Wen Xu's shoulder in a display of unwavering affection. "It appears it prefers you after all." Harry's voice was muffled, tinged with a hint of unnoticeable grievance, yet his gaze remained fixated on the tender scene unfolding on Wen Xu's shoulder. As Wen Xu playfully teased the little Snowball on his shoulder, the tender smile that naturally graced his lips was more dazzling than the shimmering waves of the Black Lake. His attention seemed entirely devoted to the small creature, oblivious to the subtle emotions tinged in Harry's tone. while gently grooming the snowball's fluffy feathers with his fingertips. He casually remarked, his voice imbued with a soft sincerity, "You take such good care of it, Harry. Just look how lively it is, its coat gleaming." He paused momentarily, his fingers continuing their delicate task, his gaze still tenderly fixed upon the snowball, speaking with a naturalness akin to discussing the weather. With such patience and gentleness, he would undoubtedly make a commendable husband and father in the future. Cough, cough, cough. Harry was caught off guard, choking on his own saliva in a shocking manner. He bent over abruptly, coughing violently, his face instantly flushed crimson, the heat radiating down to his neck. Even the tips of his ears felt as if they were ablaze. His mind felt as though 100 golden snitches were careening chaotically within, buzzing frantically. Husband? Father? Those words struck him like a scorching brand, imprinting themselves unexpectedly onto his tumultuous thoughts. In an instant, a series of uncontrollable images galloped through his mind like wild horses. The scene shifted from the sunlit meadow by the Black Lake to a warm, luminous room. The crackling flames in the fireplace provided a comforting backdrop. A tiny infant, adorned with silvery soft down and possessing a pair of clear, pure golden eyes, was being cradled carefully in his arms. The baby's small hand gripped one of his fingers tightly, offering him an innocent smile. Beside him sat Wen Xu, clad in soft loungewear, his silver hair casually tied back, with a few strands cascading down his forehead. His face bore an expression of serene contentment, a gentle smile that Harry had never seen before. As he gazed with his beautiful golden eyes at Harry and the child in his embrace, filled with tranquil affection. "Harry, are you all right?" Wen Xu's concerned voice pulled him back from the tumultuous storm of his imagination. Harry straightened up abruptly, the flush on his face still unyielding, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. He dared not meet Wen Xu's gaze, instead lowering his head in embarrassment, flailing his hands awkwardly as his voice cracked from the coughing and overwhelming mortification. "And no, I'm fine. Just choked. The wind. It's a bit strong." He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into or plunge into the Black Lake to cool down. Wen Xu tilted his head slightly, his golden eyes reflecting a pure innocence and concern, akin to a fawn unacquainted with the world. Sunlight filtered through his long eyelashes, casting delicate, fan-shaped shadows. The snowball on his shoulder also tilted its small head, its pure golden round eyes curiously observing Harry, emitting a puzzled chirp. Wen Xu extended a finger to gently stroke the snowball's little head, his gaze remaining sincere and gentle as it lingered on Harry's flushed face. Seemingly unaware of the tempest his offhand remark had stirred within him. "Are you really all right? Your face is quite red." Wen Xu's voice remained gentle and clear, imbued with genuine concern. Harry felt increasingly flustered under the scrutiny of those pure, untainted golden eyes, which were now intently focused on him. The fragments of warm familial scenes continued to flash uncontrollably in his mind, intertwining with the breathtakingly handsome visage of Wen Xu before him, creating an overwhelming impact. He could only nod vaguely, his gaze drifting toward the distant lake, attempting to cool himself with thoughts of the icy waters. His voice hoarse as he awkwardly shifted the topic. Really, I'm fine. The snowball. It seems hungry? I brought some nuts." He fumbled in his pocket for the sapphire-embedded dish, his movements stiff as if he were a newly walking giant. Wen Xu observed his flustered demeanor, the gentle smile at the corners of his lips deepening slightly, like a spring breeze caressing the newly thawed lake surface. He did not press further, merely nodding gently, his golden eyes still radiating a tranquil warmth, as if his earlier words were nothing more than a sincere compliment regarding the care of a little bird. The gentle ripples of the Black Lake swayed softly, elongating their shadows. The snowball nuzzled contentedly against Wen Xu's shoulder, emitting tiny purring sounds. Harry's heart continued to race erratically, the warmth on his face lingering long after. He cautiously stole glances at Wen Xu's serene profile, the chaotic fantasies in his mind intertwining with the unassuming gentleness of the person before him, like a cup of strong liquor sweetened with honey, leaving him both dazed and entranced. Chapter 72. Chirp Chirp. The gentle breeze by the Black Lake seemed to still carry the warmth of the sun, as well as the residual heat from the tumult in Harry's heart. Wen Xu's offhand remarks about being a husband and father were like stones cast into a tranquil pond, sending ripples through Harry's innermost thoughts that lingered long after. As he walked back to the castle, his steps felt somewhat unsteady, the heat at the back of his ears yet to dissipate, the uncontrollable fragments of warm, almost surreal visions continuing to flicker in his mind. The snowball had returned to the top of Harry's head, seemingly regaining trust in this moving nest, contentedly grooming its feathers while emitting soft chirps. Wen Xu walked beside him, his silver hair gently tousled by the wind, his profile appearing calm and gentle in the evening glow. He seemed entirely unaware of the storm his casual words had stirred within Harry, his golden eyes gazing placidly toward the castle spires. as if their conversation by the lake had merely been a fleeting breeze that left no trace. This unawareness of his own impact only heightened the sensation within Harry, as though he were being gently scratched by the paw of a kitten, evoking a restless itch intertwined with a secret sweetness. The clamor of the castle soon shattered the tranquility of the lakeside. The corridors were filled with students pouring out of classes, laughter, the clatter of books, and the flapping of owls intermingling in a lively cacophony. Harry had to be even more cautious in protecting the snowball atop his head, while simultaneously striving to suppress those ill-timed visions deeply within his heart. The rationality of the Reborn reminded him that such warm familial fantasies were but illusions, while the pressing concern remained the chilling prophecy from Trelawney pointing toward Peter Pettigrew. In the ensuing days, a subtle tension began to weave through the seemingly tranquil atmosphere of Hogwarts. The Quidditch season was approaching, and the training intensity for the Gryffindor team surged dramatically. Harry soared through the air on his firebolt, his sharp green eyes scanning every inch of sky for the elusive golden snitch. However, during breaks in practice, he would often find himself instinctively searching for that familiar silvery figure in the stands. Sometimes, Wen Xu would sit quietly in a corner with Theodore, engrossed in a book. Other times, Draco would try to draw his attention with a newly acquired broom model, and occasionally, Blaise would lazily lean nearby, his gaze drifting toward that direction. The snowball seemed to have adapted to the lively atmosphere of the pitch, often clutching Harry's hair tightly during his rapid flights, chirping excitedly, becoming an unusual background sound amidst Wood's booming commands. The library had become Hermione Granger's battlefield, with towering piles of books surrounding her, nearly burying her beneath a mountain of parchment scrolls. She bore faint dark circles under her eyes, and the chain of the time-turner was barely visible beneath her collar. Ron, meanwhile, found himself embroiled in a deeper conflict with Crookshanks, the cat's increasingly refined antics leading Ron to harbor a growing resentment toward Hermione's ginger feline. The low-pressure atmosphere between the two often permeated the Gryffindor common room, with arguments escalating from whether the cat desired to eat mice to who cared less for the well-being of their friends' pets. At such moments, Harry would always cradle Snowy in his arms, seated in a corner slightly distant from the fireplace, absent-mindedly feeding the little bird crushed nut fragments with his fingertips while maintaining a facade of casualness. Fong appeared quite lively, and Crookshanks might just be curious. However, his thoughts had already drifted far away, contemplating how to ensure that Pettigrew could not escape before midnight without alarming anyone. Snowy had become a warm and peculiar anchor in Harry's life. Caring for this little creature with golden eyes bestowed upon him a sense of almost childlike satisfaction. He meticulously prepared the softest of nests, sought the finest shelled nuts in Hogsmeade, and even pondered during potions class whether adding a drop of nutrient potion to Snowy's drinking water would be feasible, a notion that cost him 20 points upon discovery by Snape. Each time he saw Snowy nuzzling against his fingers, gazing up at him with those pure golden eyes, Harry would recall the gentle apology and barely perceptible trust in Ron's eyes when he entrusted the creature to him. This association felt like a potent injection to a hidden yearning deep within his heart. Chapter 73, The Dementors Affect the Match. One afternoon, Harry returned from the Ollery with Snowy in his arms, encountering Ron and Theo just as they emerged from the potions classroom on the spiral staircase leading to the dungeons. Ron held several rolls of parchment, his silver hair shimmering faintly in the dim light of the stairwell, his face showing signs of post-class fatigue. Theo walked silently beside him, his deep blue eyes scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Upon seeing Ron, Snowy immediately began to leap excitedly in Harry's palm, chirping incessantly, her small wings flapping eagerly, her round golden eyes sparkling. Ron looked up at the sound, and upon seeing Harry and the lively little ball of fluff in his hand, a gentle smile broke across his face, akin to a warm current beneath the ice. "Looks like Snowy has missed me." His voice was clear, tinged with a soft teasing tone. Harry's heart raced uncontrollably, and he struggled to maintain his composure, raising his palm slightly. "She's always like this. She gets especially excited when she sees you." Ron extended a finger, and Snowy instantly hopped onto it, nuzzling against his fingertip and emitting a satisfied purr. Ron gently stroked her fluffy feathers with his fingertip, his movements tender and focused. Theo stood nearby, his deep blue gaze lingering for a moment on Ron's profile as he played with the little bird, and then quickly shifting away, retreating into his usual cold silence, though subtly edging a step closer to Ron. "You've done well, Harry." Ron lifted his head, his golden eyes meeting Harry's, brimming with sincere gratitude. "She's thriving under your care. She's put on some weight." That focused gaze and unabashed praise enveloped Harry in a warm glow, causing the back of his neck to heat up. He forced a calm smile and shook his head. "It's nothing. She's been very good." At that moment, an urgent and chaotic sound of running echoed from the depths of the corridor, accompanied by Ron's exasperated shout. Hermione, control your cat. Fong has vanished again. She must have scared him away. Hermione's voice followed closely, filled with anger and indignation. I did not. Crookshanks has been in the common room the whole time. Ron, you're just looking for excuses. The quarrel rapidly approached. Ron furrowed his brow slightly, a trace of gentle exasperation flickering in his golden eyes. He gently placed Snowy back into Harry's palm, his movements soft. It seems another war is about to break out. We should take our leave. He gave Harry a slight nod and affectionately patted Snowy on the head before quietly descending another staircase leading to the Slytherin dungeons alongside Theo, their figures swiftly disappearing into the shadows. That gentle detachment served as a switch, instantly severing Harry from the impending commotion at the other end of the corridor. Harry remained rooted in place, cradling the chirping Snowy as she called out toward the direction Ron had vanished. His heart filled with warmth yet tinged with a sense of exclusion. He glanced down at the little creature in his palm and sighed softly. Snowy seemed to sense his despondency, nuzzling against his thumb, her golden eyes brimming with trust. The day of the Quidditch match had finally arrived. Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff. The sky bore a heavy, oppressive iron gray, the biting cold wind slicing against his face like a knife. The stands were packed with students bundled in thick scarves and hats. Colorful banners flapping in the wind, cheers intermittently carried away by the gusts. Harry rode his firebolt, suspended high in the air. The frigid air filled his lungs, sharpening his mind. The Seeker's gaze scanned the field with keen alertness, searching for the elusive golden snitch while remaining wary of any anomalies in the sky. Trelawney's prophecy and Sirius's warning echoed in his mind like a persistent alarm. He spotted Ron and Hermione in the stands, fervently waving the lion banner and cheering. The two were temporarily in a truce, and caught sight of a hint of silver amidst Slytherin's cool hues. Ron sat quietly, wrapped in a thick, dark green scarf, strands of his silver hair peeking out, unmistakably vibrant against the gray sky. He seemed disinterested in the match itself, his golden eyes calmly surveying the field as if savoring the silence before a storm. The match was fiercely contested, with both sides locked in a tight score. Bludgers whizzed past, and the quaffle collided with players amidst Wood's shouts. Harry's focus was razor-sharp, the firebolt beneath him alive like a bolt of lightning. Suddenly, and all too familiar, bone-chilling cold swept across the entire field without warning. It was as if an invisible giant hand had instantaneously snatched away all light and warmth. The sky darkened further, and the gale carried a haunting wail that sent shivers down the spine. The cheers from the stands morphed instantly into terrified screams. Harry jerked his head up. Before him loomed three tall figures shrouded in tattered cloaks, exuding an overwhelming aura of despair, gliding silently from the forbidden forest toward the center of the pitch. Dementors. More than one. They had disregarded Hogwarts protections and breached the Quidditch pitch. An icy wave of hopelessness engulfed Harry instantly, more intense than that which he had felt on the train. The shrill laughter of a woman, blinding green light, and the deepest nightmares, accompanied by biting cold, seized his heart. He felt as if all the blood in his body was freezing, his hand gripping the broomstick paralyzed and unable to move. Consciousness teetering on the edge of despair. The firebolt spiraled out of control, beginning to plummet erratically. Harry, Ron and Hermione's cries were heart-wrenching. Chaos erupted in the stands. Panicked students jostled each other in a frantic attempt to escape. Draco Malfoy went pale, his gray-blue eyes fixated on Harry as he fell uncontrollably from the sky, then abruptly turned to the side, where Ron had already risen. His slender figure stood out starkly amidst the frightened throng. The dark green scarf whipped in the wind, and his silver hair flailed wildly in the chilling despair. His golden eyes were no longer calm, but locked onto Harry's descent. Just as Harry was about to plunge completely into the icy abyss, the firebolt dangerously close to the ground. A silent, yet overwhelming silver light erupted from the stands, akin to dawn piercing through leaden clouds. This light was more concentrated and vast than before, carrying a resolute and compassionate will to protect, sweeping across the entire field like a physical torrent of light. Where the light reached, the bone-chilling cold melted away as if meeting the sun, and the shadows of despair were forcibly dispelled. Three Dementors surged towards the Quidditch pitch, emitting a silent and agonizing distortion that was rife with pain and hatred. Their tattered cloaks fluttered in the silver light like burning scraps of paper, violently swept away by that pure and formidable force, tumbling helplessly into the depths of the forbidden forest. The silver glow lasted but a fleeting moment, extinguishing abruptly like a burnt-out star. Harry was yanked back from the abyss of despair. His consciousness sharpened instantly. Almost instinctively, he yanked the broomstick handle, and the firebolt let out a piercing shriek as it skimmed perilously close to the ground, scattering a flurry of grass clippings. Trembling, he hovered in the air, gasping for breath, icy sweat soaking the back of his Quidditch robes. He abruptly looked up towards the stands where the silver light had erupted. There stood Wen Xu, his silvery hair and emerald green scarf whipped by the wind. One hand gripped the railing of the stands for support, while the other, holding his wand, hung limply at his side, trembling slightly. His face, drained of color after the silver light dissipated, appeared as pale as parchment, as though the force of that blow had siphoned all strength from his frail body. The remnants of terror lingered in his golden eyes, with long lashes quivering violently. His slender frame swayed precariously in the wind, as if on the verge of collapsing, exuding a heartbreaking fragility. Theodore not rushed to his side, supporting him with his body. His deep blue eyes filled with icy fury and profound concern, fixed intently on the vanishing Dementors. The entire pitch fell into a hush. Everyone was paralyzed by the sudden upheaval and that earth-shattering silver light. Fearful gazes shifted from the fallen Dementors to the unusually weakened boy with silver hair and golden eyes in the stands. Harry hovered in the air, gazing across the howling cold wind and chaotic crowd, locking eyes with Wen Xu from afar. He saw the lingering fear within Wen Xu's gaze. The Quidditch match had long lost its significance. Beneath the iron-gray sky of Hogwarts, only that fragile yet resplendent silver figure on the stands remained, deeply etched in the minds of every witness, much like the most searing brand, indelibly marking Harry Potter's heart, destined for turmoil after his rebirth. Chapter 74, Blaze's Unprompted Overture. The turmoil of the Quidditch pitch resonated through the castle like a boulder thrown into the Black Lake, the ripples lingering for an extended period. After a brief respite in the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey diagnosed him with magical exhaustion and extreme mental strain, Wen Xu gently declined further observations and returned to the quiet confines of the Slytherin dungeon. The tremendous blow that dispelled the Dementors also drained the already fragile strength from his body, and it took several days for his pallid complexion to regain a hint of its former luster. That gentle aloofness remained, though occasionally, in solitude, a trace of barely perceptible fatigue would flicker in his golden eyes. In the depths of night, Hogwarts Castle shed its daytime clamor, leaving only the soft whispers of the wind through the stone walls and the faint snores of portraits. Draped in a thick, deep blue velvet cloak, Wen Xu ascended alone to the highest astronomy tower. The brisk night breeze enveloped him instantly, carrying the unique chill of the heights, dispersing the heavy scents of herbs and stone that lingered in the dungeon. He craved this tranquility, this vast and boundless starry sky, to soothe the tumultuous waves of anxiety and dread that had surged within him for days. The immense dome opened up, revealing the deep blue velvet canopy before his eyes without reservation. The Milky Way sparkled like a ribbon, the brilliant diamonds scattered like confetti, twinkling with a cold and eternal glow. A resplendent full moon hung in the center of the celestial expanse, its silvery light cascading like a waterfall, gently flowing over the ancient stone balustrade and Wen Xu's silvery hair, bestowing upon him a misty, almost sacred sheen. Leaning against the cold stone railing, his golden eyes gazed up at the vast sea of stars, a look of focus and serenity gracing his features, long lashes casting gentle shadows beneath his eyes, while his profile appeared both cool and soft in the moonlight. Do you require a celestial cartographer? Although I possess little knowledge regarding why Sagittarius is missing a star in its hoof, a languid, magnetic voice broke the absolute silence atop the tower. Wen Xu, hearing the voice, did not turn but allowed a hint of gentle surprise to flicker in his golden eyes. Blaze Zabini leaned casually against the archway leading to the tower's summit, his dark skin glowing softly in the moonlight. He was not dressed in robes, but rather in a tailored deep burgundy velvet shirt, its collar casually unbuttoned, exuding his characteristic air of effortless elegance, as if he were indifferent to everything around him. Yet, in that moment, the usual playful mirth in his peach blossom eyes appeared unusually profound, reflecting the starry river above, as well as the solitary silver figure by the stone balustrade. Mr. Zabini. Wen Xu's voice remained clear and crisp, carrying a trace of the night wind's coolness, yet devoid of rejection. You've come to stargaze at such a late hour? The moonlight is lovely, far more interesting than listening to Goyle snore in the dungeon. Blaze stepped closer, his movements silent, akin to an elegant panther. He halted beside Wen Xu, maintaining just the right distance, neither overly intimate nor excessively aloof. Mimicking Wen Xu's posture, he rested his elbows on the cold stone railing. Yet his gaze did not immediately turn to the stars, but lingered on Wen Xu's finely chiseled profile, illuminated by the moonlight. The silvery hair resembled moonlight, while the golden eyes held the vastness of the cosmos, focused and tranquil. Under the moonlight, Wen Xu shed some of his usual aloofness. The innate gentleness and serenity within him seemed magnified, radiating an astonishing, untainted beauty. Moreover, Blaze's voice softened, shedding a rare warmth that tempered his usual levity. I heard someone just spent a few days in the hospital wing, yet couldn't wait to venture out for some fresh air. Someone ought to keep an eye on you, lest Madame Pomfrey once again roams the castle with a potion bottle in hand. His words retained a trace of his characteristic teasing, yet the concern flowed naturally, like moonlight, devoid of artifice. Wen Xu's lips curved into the faintest of smiles, akin to the rippling of small waves from a pebble cast into a lake. It's just a bit stifling, he replied softly, finally withdrawing his golden gaze from the vast starry sea to meet Blaze's, his expression warm and clear. Thank you for your concern. Concern? Blaze arched an eyebrow, a hint of his habitual, inscrutable mirth resurfacing in his peach blossom eyes. Yet, beneath that mirth lay a seriousness. I merely think that if a valiant soul capable of repelling 3 Dementors with a Patronus were to catch a cold from a chilly breeze, that would indeed be Hogwarts' greatest loss. He paused, his gaze returning to Wen Xu. As the moonlight imbued his eyes with a focus as if he sought to engrave Wen Xu's present visage into his memory. That blow was exquisite, and quite astonishing. He ultimately chose the word astonishing, stripping away all frivolous embellishments to express his awe candidly. Wen Xu lowered his eyelids slightly, the long lashes casting deeper shadows beneath his eyes. He gathered the collar of his cloak, a subconscious gesture of near-fragile self-protection. It was instinct, he murmured, his voice light, dissipating into the night wind, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. Blaze's gaze lingered momentarily on Wen Xu's delicate fingers, which seemed almost translucent in the moonlight. He averted his gaze, looking up at the starry sky, as if that brief moment of scrutiny had been unintentional. Instinct or strength, it matters not. The mere fact that you stood before everyone at that moment is remarkable, he said, his tone reverting to its usual languid cadence, though softer and more subdued than usual. Not everyone possesses such courage, or, rather, such a tender instinct that disregards all else. He pointed towards a band of dense stars stretching across the firmament. Look, that is the Milky Way. Muggles say that it is the chasm that separates the cowherd and the weaver girl. His tone bore an odd, distant quality. And sometimes one might feel that between individuals, there could exist such a celestial river. It appears to be in close proximity, with starlight reflecting off one another, yet, in truth, it remains profoundly unattainable. His gaze, almost imperceptibly, swept over the tranquil silhouette of Wen Xu once more, a flicker of complex, indefinable light shimmering in his peach blossom eyes before it vanished beneath a lazy smile. Nevertheless, there is something delightful about standing beneath the same starry sky, gazing at the same moon, is there not? Wen Xu followed his gesture towards the resplendent Milky Way, his golden eyes mirrored the flowing starlight, enveloping him in serene gentleness. The night breeze stirred his silver hair, with a few strands softly brushing against his smooth forehead and elegantly sculpted chin. He did not respond to Blaze's musings about the distance of the galaxy, but simply reveled in this rare, unspoken tranquility. Under the moonlight, he emanated a pure calmness and warmth, akin to an invisible force, drawing those around him irresistibly closer, yet they feared to disturb this beauty. Blaze fell silent, standing quietly beside Wen Xu, both gazing up at the timeless heavens. On the tower's summit, only the sound of the wind, the glow of the stars and moon, and the silent flow of an odd tacit understanding and peace lingered between them. He reigned in all his jaded facades, the contours of his profile appearing particularly profound in the moonlight. Occasionally, his peach blossom eyes would shift from the starry expanse to Wen Xu's focused and gentle profile. His gaze no longer curious or playful, but rather imbued with a pure, almost admiring tenderness. He had encountered numerous individuals, either fervent or cunning. Yet none had struck him as Wen Xu did, whose gentleness resembled moonlight upon their first encounter. Later, as Wen Xu ceased to initiate contact, he began to realize that his usual calmness was akin to a deep pool of water. Only through careful observation did he discover that Wen Xu's purity was like the first snowfall, resolute enough to unleash a brilliance that could tear through the darkness. This unique beauty, akin to an uncut gem radiating inner brilliance, captivated him, prompting for the first time in his life to suppress all desires of conquest and simply wish to quietly safeguard this rare tranquility and fragility. Time passed unnoticed until a thin veil of cloud drifted by, momentarily obscuring the brilliance of the full moon, causing the light atop the tower to dim slightly. The wind picked up. Wen Xu spoke softly, his voice carrying a barely perceptible nasal tone, his slender figure appearing particularly cool in the suddenly darkened light. Blaze replied, effortlessly unfastening his own hefty, dark green velvet cloak, evidently prepared for such an occasion, and with an irresistible yet exceptionally gentle force, draped it over Wen Xu's shoulders, tightening the original cloak around him. His fingers brushed fleetingly over Wen Xu's cool neck skin while adjusting the collar. That slight chill caused Wen Xu's body to imperceptibly shiver. He raised his eyes, his golden irises reflecting a hint of pure astonishment as the moonlight pierced through the clouds once more, gazing at Blaze. Blaze had taken a half-step back, the familiar, enigmatic smile returning to his peach blossom eyes. Yet within that smile lay a calm seriousness. The patient must exhibit awareness of their condition, Wen Xu. I would prefer not to be pursued by Madame Pomfrey with a cauldron tomorrow. He gestured towards the spiral staircase leading down from the tower. Shall we descend? Or linger a while longer? I brought some home-baked gingerbread man, said to ward off the cold. Wen Xu felt the warmth emanating from the heavy cloak on his shoulders. Imbued with Blaze body heat and the faint scent of cedar, he glanced at the small paper bag, tied with silver-green ribbon, that Blaze had conjured up at some point. Under the moonlight, Blaze's smile retained its unique charm, yet the tenderness hidden in his eyes was as visible as the moonlight flowing in this moment. He tightened the collar of the cloak, a soft and genuine smile blooming in his golden eyes, akin to a warm spring emerging beneath the ice. All right, Chapter 75, Werewolf. The brief exchange under the moonlight atop the astronomy tower was like a stone thrown into a deep pool. The ripples within Blaze's heart had yet to settle when the routine of Hogwarts was swept in by a new chill. For several consecutive days, the podium for defense against the dark arts stood empty. Whispers of Professor Remus Lupin's illness circulated among the students, bringing a touch of unsettling speculation. When Professor Severus Snape, his presence heavy with the chill of the dungeons and clutching the weighty tome Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, entered the defense against the dark arts classroom with an impassive expression, the air thickened with tension. Lupin, Snape's voice slithered like a cold serpent across the stone surface, dripping with unmasked sarcasm, as if he had unfortunately encountered some recurrent, debilitating ailment. His jet-black eyes swept across the classroom, lingering for a moment on Harry. The gaze akin to a poisoned silver dagger. During his absence, I shall be taking over his duties. Put away those useless trinkets and turn to page 394. The heavy thud of the book hitting the podium resonated like a death knell. An oppressive silence enveloped the classroom. Harry pressed his lips tightly together. The memories of his past life revealing the truth of Lupin's condition, a complex emotion flickering in the depths of his green eyes. He unconsciously cast a glance toward Slytherin, where Wen Xu quietly turned the pages of his book, his silver hair cascading softly, golden eyes downcast, long lashes casting gentle shadows beneath. His side profile, calm and focused, appeared almost like a painting amidst the cold, hard atmosphere brought by Snape. Harry forced himself to retract his gaze, pinching the palm of his hand beneath the table. Control. He must maintain control. He could not, as before, recklessly cling to him. Snape did not elaborate on the contents of the page. He paced to the front of the podium, his black robes swirling ominously like a foreboding storm cloud. His pale fingers struck the table, coldly cutting to the heart of the matter. Today, we shall discuss a dark and dangerous creature, the werewolf. The word hung in the air like a chilling incantation, instantly lowering the classroom's temperature. Snape, with his monotonous yet penetrating voice, began detailing the physical characteristics of werewolves, the agony of transformation, and their deadly weakness to silver. Emphasizing the lowly, filthy, and uncontrollable nature of werewolves with each adjective falling like icy stones. His gaze operated like a searchlight, scanning the students' faces, pale with fear. When his eyes inadvertently brushed over Wen Xu's direction, the focused, gentle silhouette seemed to cause him to pause imperceptibly before he coldly shifted his gaze away, offering no further lingering or reflection. Snape's treatment of Wen Xu was limited to that of a talented student in potions, professional yet distant, devoid of malice or particular attention. However, it seemed that Harry Potter had grown quite close to him. Thus, recognizing a werewolf was of utmost importance. Snape's voice suddenly rose, warning against the reclusive, pale-faced individuals who often fell ill around the full moon. They often concealed danger. His serpent-like gaze swept pointedly across the classroom, but the target was evidently not Wen Xu, rather alluding to Lupin. Draco Malfoy's slate-blue eyes flashed with sharp displeasure. He abruptly turned, his gaze filled with evident protectiveness and dissatisfaction, glaring directly at his godfather on the podium. As Snape's gaze swept across the classroom once more, Draco instinctively straightened his back, his slate-blue eyes brimming with discontent towards the professor's insinuations, as if he himself had been offended. He even slightly angled his body, attempting to shield Wen Xu from any potentially suspicious glances directed his way. Crabbe and Goyle gazed at their leader in bewilderment. Wen Xu remained quietly seated in his place, his head slightly bowed, golden eyes intently focused on the open textbook before him, long eyelashes fluttering delicately like butterfly wings. When Snape uttered words such as pale, reclusive, and ill, his slender fingers, which held the quill, imperceptibly paused, the tip leaving a minuscule ink upon the parchment. He did not raise his gaze, rather his fair, porcelain-like profile, bathed in the dim light, appeared to be enveloped in a fragile glow. He gently pressed his lips, which were as pale as cherry blossom petals, before returning to his diligent note-taking, his movements so gentle as if he feared to disturb something. The subtly tense line of his slender shoulders and the barely perceptible tranquility behind his lowered eyelids exuded an aura of innocent frailty. This delicate focus resembled a solitary Adumbra flower blooming under the moonlight, silently drawing the attention of many in the classroom. Several Ravenclaw girls exchanged concerned glances, while murmurs arose from the Hufflepuff side, primarily regarding Wen Xu's apparent discomfort, the frightening nature of Professor Snape's words, and his serious demeanor, as well as the beauty of his notes. At that moment, Hermione Granger raised her hand, her voice imbued with indignation and a steadfast pursuit of knowledge. Professor Snape. The textbook clearly states on page 395 that werewolves, in a non-full moon state, are no different from ordinary humans. They cannot control their transformations, and this is not their intention. Furthermore, the wolf's bane potion, Miss Granger. Snape's voice sliced through the air like an icicle, abruptly cutting off Hermione. He spun around sharply, his dark eyes fixed on her with a chilling fury. I assume that in my classroom, your unsolicited and self-righteous additions are unnecessary? Or do you possess an inexplicable sympathy for such creatures that transcends the textbook? Gryffindor, for contradicting the professor, loses 10 points. And for attempting to exonerate dark creatures, another 10 points deducted. Hermione's face flushed crimson, her brown eyes brimming with tears of humiliation. Wen Xu's fingers tightened around the quill, the pressure causing a faint blush to appear at his fingertips. He lifted his gaze, his golden eyes directed towards Hermione, filled with a genuine concern. He inhaled softly, a subtle motion imbued with a heart-wrenching vulnerability that elicited more pronounced expressions of worry from the surrounding students. Snape turned away from Hermione, coldly assigning homework. To deepen your understanding, I require an essay detailing how to identify and eliminate werewolves. Requirements: no less than 2 rolls of parchment, with a focus on the efficacy of silver weapons and the necessity of eradicating such creatures for the purification of wizarding society. Due next Monday. This cruel and extreme assignment hung heavy in the air, making it difficult to breathe. Many students, including some Slytherins, furrowed their brows. Wen Xu's shoulders subtly shrank, akin to a flower branch buffeted by a cold wind. He lowered his head, his long eyelashes concealing all emotion, continuing to write on the parchment, the sound of the quill gliding across the paper soft and focused. His demeanor of meek endurance and quiet suffering, combined with his naturally endearing aura, stirred greater ripples of concern in the hearts of many students who held affection for him. However, in truth, Wen Xu harbored no objections. After all, this assignment posed no significant challenge for him. Theodore Nott, seated slightly behind Wen Xu, with deep blue eyes resembling an icy abyss, coldly locked onto Snape at the podium. His hands, concealed beneath the desk, subtly flickered with a hint of cold light from his wand. As Snape concluded the assignment, Theodore ever so slightly adjusted his posture, leaning closer to Wen Xu, forming a silent yet steadfast barrier. The class bell rang. Draco immediately stood, his movements tinged with irritation. Without a glance at Snape, he strode to Wen Xu's desk, his voice still carrying a hint of the Malfoy drawl but deliberately softened. Hey, let us go. His gray-blue eyes swiftly scanned Wen Xu's somewhat pale face and his fragile, lowered lashes, his brow furrowing slightly, his tone betraying a hint of awkward concern. He seems to be getting worse, Draco pondered. Hearing his voice, Wen Xu obediently lifted his head, offering Draco a faint, albeit weary, yet still gentle smile, akin to the soft light after a rain. He replied softly, his golden eyes radiating unguarded warmth and trust. He carefully gathered his books and parchment, his movements tender as if handling fragile treasures, then quietly stood, with Draco naturally falling into step beside him. Harry watched as Wen Xu was shielded by Draco, observing the gentle yet vulnerable expression on his face, his heart feeling as though it had been clawed at by tiny kitten paws, a mix of ache and longing. A powerful desire surged within his chest. He yearned to rush over, to push past Draco, to nuzzle Wen Xu's arm like a true puppy, resting his head on his shoulder, complaining in a voice only the two could hear, even wishing to lick away the non-existent moisture born of grievance from his face. Yet the rationality of the Reborn held this impulse in check. He clenched his fists, nails digging painfully into his palms. No, he could not repeat the past. He had promised to change, to respect his space. This overwhelming possessiveness and longing for closeness must be locked away in the cage of restraint. He could only watch as Wen Xu departed, his green eyes swirling with suppressed urgency, deep affection, and a sense of grievance akin to a puppy yearning for closeness, yet forcibly restrained. He took a deep breath, forcibly averting his gaze. and silently left the classroom alongside the still trembling Hermione and the disgruntled Ron. Chapter 76, The Marauder's Map. Fred and George Weasley, like two jubilant crimson whirlwinds, intercepted the hurried Harry in the quiet corridor leading from Gryffindor Tower to the library. Both wore identical mischievous grins that sparkled with the thrill of mischief. "Hey, Harry, look what we've discovered," Fred whispered conspiratorially, while George scanned the surroundings with practiced vigilance. Fred produced a seemingly blank, worn piece of parchment from his robes, thrusting it into Harry's hands without preamble. "Keep it safe, brother," Fred winked. "This is our secret to success," George added proudly. "But for now, Weavy had a fresh burst of inspiration, so we won't be needing it for a while. Just tap it with your wand and say, 'I solemnly swear I am up to no good.'" Fred leaned close to Harry's ear, his voice laced with excited temptation. "Then you'll see all of Hogwarts' secret passages, along with every little dot moving around the castle, each labeled with a name." Real time. Harry's heart raced. The memories of his past life surged forth. The Marauder's Map. He clutched the seemingly ordinary parchment tightly, feeling its rough texture beneath his fingertips, a fiery light igniting in his green eyes. This was a stroke of serendipity. He had been troubled by how to monitor Peter Pettigrew's movements without raising suspicion. "Thank you." Harry's voice trembled with suppressed excitement. "No problem." The twins chimed in unison, patting Harry's shoulder as though completing a grand handover, before dashing away like a gust of wind, leaving the corridor echoing with their triumphant chuckles. That evening, the crackling fireplace in the common room filled the air with warmth, while Ron and Hermione continued their hushed argument regarding Crookshanks and Scabbers' feud. Harry curled up in the dimmest corner of the armchair by the fireplace, cloaked by the weighty tome of History of Magic. He held his breath, the tip of his wand gently tapping the Marauder's Map, whispering in a barely audible breath, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." In that instant, delicate ink lines, seemingly alive, blossomed from the point where his wand made contact, swiftly unfurling to outline the intricate blueprints of every floor, every corridor, and even the hidden passages of Hogwarts Castle. Countless ink dots danced across the map, each clearly labeled Argus Filch, Madame Pomfrey, Peeves, and, in a corner of the Gryffindor boys' dormitory on the 8th floor, beside a stationery dot, the name Peter Pettigrew stood out unmistakably. In the following days, Harry became utterly enchanted, seizing every free moment to study the Marauder's Map. He traced the movements of Peter Pettigrew, who mostly remained settled within Gryffindor Tower, nearly overlapping with Ron Weasley's. However, in the stillness of night, that tiny would occasionally veer away from Ron's trajectory, briefly appearing in obscure corners, near the trophy room, outside the abandoned girls' lavatory, and even in a deserted corridor close to the entrance of the Slytherin dungeons. Each anomalous movement resonated like a tolling bell in Harry's mind. What was Peter investigating? What was he searching for? Or was he, perhaps, conveying messages? This intense focus ultimately led to trouble. One late night, as Harry was deeply engrossed in the map's depiction of Peter's strange movements in a secluded corridor, a chilling voice floated eerily from behind him. "Mr. Potter." Out past curfew, clutching a suspicious piece of parchment, plotting some new rule-breaking adventure? Harry spun around, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. Severus Snape seemed to materialize from the shadows of the wall, his towering figure blocking the path, his black robes swirling in the moonlight, his pale face devoid of expression, save for those pitch-black eyes, cold as a deep abyss, scrutinizing him and the Marauder's Map he held aloft, revealing a multitude of names and passages. "Professor," Harry stammered, his mind racing to concoct an excuse. Snape's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, immediately locked onto the parchment emanating faint magical vibrations. "What is that?" His voice was low and laden with menace, carrying an undeniable authority, as a pale hand reached out. Harry instinctively sought to conceal the map behind him, but Snape's movements were swifter. His icy fingers, akin to iron claws, effortlessly snatched the crucial parchment from Harry's rigid grasp. "It appears the Weasley twins' inheritance has fallen into your hands," Snape remarked, his tone tinged with a frigid understanding and palpable disdain. He didn't spare Harry another glance, merely rolling the map carelessly and tucking it into the inner pocket of his robe. "Confiscated for wandering the corridors during curfew and possessing highly suspicious items. 50 points from Gryffindor." His cold decree rang out, and then, like a moving shadow, he vanished silently into the depths of the corridor, leaving Harry rooted in place, his heart heavy with despair, fists clenched, knuckles whitening with rage and frustration. Chapter 77. Have you heard of the privileges of parentage? The blow of losing the map left Harry in a state of agitation for several days. Even more vexing was the sight he encountered that evening while on his way to the library, from across the courtyard's arches. He caught a glimpse of Wen Xu and Theodore Knott. They stood beneath a towering beech tree, its leaves beginning to turn crimson. Wen Xu tilted his head slightly, seemingly listening intently to Theodore's low murmurs. The distance rendered their words inaudible. His silver hair danced softly in the cool evening breeze, and his golden eyes appeared serene and focused in the twilight. His slender form was enveloped in a billowing robe, revealing only his elegantly contoured chin and a small stretch of his fair neck. Theodore Knott stood close beside him, his deep blue eyes cast downwards, his gaze fixed on Wen Xu's profile, radiating a sense of attentiveness and protectiveness that seemed particularly striking in the encroaching dusk. The remnants of the sunset bathed the pair in a soft golden glow, creating a scene imbued with tranquility, understanding, and an almost impenetrable intimacy. A wave of sour jealousy surged within Harry, mingled with a sense of helpless frustration. He felt a fierce urge to rush over like a puppy robbed of its bone, to whisk Wen Xu away with a multitude of excuses. He forced himself to avert his gaze, trudging heavily towards the library. Yet the image of Theodore gazing at Wen Xu lingered in his mind, like a thorn pricking at his composure. It wasn't he until he returned to the common room that evening, seeing the exquisitely crafted basket by the fireplace, draped in thick velvet and radiating a warm magical glow, that he found a glimmer of solace. Snowball was curled up inside, transformed into a fluffy little snowball, sleeping soundly, his small belly rising and falling with each breath, while above his closed, pure golden eyes, two adorable white eyebrows rested. A thought struck Harry like a bolt of lightning, dispelling the shadows of jealousy clouding his mind. He carefully, almost breathlessly, cradled the slumbering snowball. The little creature let out a disgruntled chirp, rubbing its tiny paws over its eyes, groggily opening its clear, golden gaze, and stared blankly at Harry. "Hey there, little snowball." Harry's voice was low and soft, laced with a coaxing tone, his green eyes sparkling with the thrill of a mischievous plan. "Would you like to go see Wen Xu?" He gently tapped Snowball's tiny head. "Chirp." Snowball tilted its little head, seemingly responding to the name. "Yes, Wen Xu." Harry's smile widened, tinged with a hint of playful pride. "I'm sure he has been missing you. Shall we go find him?" He offered no chance for protest, though Snowball seemed entirely unbothered, carefully placing it atop his disheveled hair, feeling the warm, fluffy body nestle into a comfortable spot among his strands. "Let us go. I'll take you to see your mom," Harry murmured softly, brimming with a secret, impending glee. Striding confidently out of Gryffindor Tower, his destination set towards the Slytherin dungeons. He paid no heed to the lateness of the hour. After all, he had the perfect excuse. Snowball missed him. Okay, so it was he who missed Snowball. But it was a good way to address that touch of jealousy. The restraint of a reborn was essential. Yet occasionally employing a bit of puppy-like cunning to retrieve his cherished treasure from someone else's side couldn't be too excessive, could it? With that warm little Snowball perched atop his head, Harry moved with a light step, his green eyes shimmering under the dim corridor lights. Chapter 78. Harry's remarkable pretense of nonchalance. The corridor near the entrance to the Slytherin dungeons always felt a touch cooler than the rest. The air perpetually infused with the damp scent of stone walls and a faint aroma of potions. As evening descended, the torches mounted on the walls flickered with ethereal blue flames, casting shadows that stretched and shrank. With his signature tousled hair, now adorned with a fluffy white ball, Harry turned the corner with a buoyant stride. His eyes immediately fell upon the two figures standing beneath the towering serpent-shaped stone sculpture adjacent to the beech tree. The twilight deepened, casting the corridor in dim light, yet Wen Xu's silver hair continued to emit a gentle radiance, flowing with a soft glow. He tilted his head slightly, his golden eyes intently focused on Theodore Knott, seemingly listening with rapt attention. Theodore stood before him, closer than one might typically converse, his deep blue eyes cast downwards, his calm gaze resting on Wen Xu's face as he spoke in hushed tones. That scene, shrouded in the corridor's darkness, exuded a tranquility, focus, and an almost palpable exclusivity. Harry's footsteps momentarily faltered, a flicker of jealousy that had just been suppressed by the presence of Snowball resurfacing within him. Yet, he quickly straightened his posture. A bright smile adorned with a hint of innocence and urgency illuminating his face, his green eyes sparkling in the dim light as he strode purposefully toward them. "Wen Xu." Harry's voice, imbued with just the right amount of surprise and a touch of breathlessness, shattered the tranquil atmosphere between the two. Both Wen Xu and Theodore turned to face him simultaneously. Wen Xu's golden eyes softened into a warm and genuine smile upon spotting Harry, especially when they fell upon the excited, chirping white fluffball perched atop his head, fluttering its tiny wings. "Harry? Snowball?" His voice was clear, tinged with a natural fondness. In stark contrast, Theodore Knott's deep blue eyes turned icy the moment Harry appeared, as if a frozen lake had suddenly solidified. His expression remained unchanged, that ever-present aloofness intact, yet the aura surrounding him grew palpably heavier. He did not divert his gaze. Rather, his attention upon Wen Xu appeared to deepen, exuding an oppressive intensity. "It's making quite the ruckus," Harry declared as he approached, completely disregarding Theodore's frosty demeanor, his green eyes solely focused on Wen Xu. Wearing a mix of exasperation and affection for the little creature, he leaned slightly forward, allowing Wen Xu to see Snowball perched atop his head. "It hasn't he stopped chirping, scratching at my hair, and even attempted to fly to your usual spot in the library. I suspect it's been yearning for you and is insistent on finding you. No amount of coaxing will quiet it down." His tone was filled with playful complaint about Snowball's capriciousness, yet his eyes sparkled with pride and excitement. Snowball responded enthusiastically, chirping even louder, its round body bouncing excitedly in Harry's tousled hair, its bright golden eyes fixated on Wen Xu, little wings fluttering eagerly, embodying a charming plea for affection. Wen Xu's heart melted instantly. Naturally, he extended his hand, palm upward, his voice gentle enough to soothe. "Come here, Snowball." The little creature promptly transformed into a streak of white lightning, diving into Wen Xu's palm without hesitation, affectionately nuzzling against his pale, slender fingers, emitting a contented purr, as if it had found a long-lost sanctuary. Watching this scene, Harry's minor pang of jealousy was overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Success. Wen Xu's attention had been captivated. He gazed brightly at Wen Xu's tender profile as he playfully interacted with Snowball, observing the indulgent and content smile gracing his lips, feeling that brief moment of jealousy was truly worthwhile. "It seems it really misses you." Harry's voice softened further, laced with a hint of self-congratulation. "I'm utterly at its mercy." Wen Xu gently stroked Snowball's fluffy feathers with his fingertip, lifting his gaze to meet Harry's, his golden eyes twinkling with gratitude and warmth. "Thank you, Harry, for taking such good care of it." That focused gaze and sincere praise enveloped Harry like a warm sunbeam, causing his ears to flush slightly, his heart dancing with delight. "Ah, it's nothing," Harry replied, feigning composure as he endeavored to suppress his rising smile, his gaze inadvertently flicking to Theodore, who stood like a statue of ice, before naturally suggesting, "It seems it hasn't had enough fun yet. How about taking it for a stroll by the Black Lake? A bit of fresh air? It appears quite lively in your hands." His green eyes sparkled with anticipation, intent on whisking Wen Xu away. Chapter 79, Theodore's subtle plea. Wen Xu regarded Snowball, who was energetically pawing at his fingers, and then turned to Harry, who wore a hopeful expression akin to a puppy. A flicker of gentle resignation crossed his golden eyes. He truly could not bear to refuse Snowball, or rather, he found it hard to decline Harry, who seemed to have invisible dog ears flapping above his head in eagerness, as he was about to nod in agreement. At that moment, Theodore Nod, who had remained silent like a mere backdrop, made the slightest of movements. His action was so swift it seemed almost illusory, graceful and restrained. He did not speak, nor did he raise his eyes to meet Wen Xu's. Instead, with an air of nonchalance, as if merely brushing against a fallen leaf, he delicately pinched a small portion of the dark green fabric at the cuff of Wen Xu's robe with his long, slender fingers. The pressure was so light it was barely perceptible, yet the warmth of his fingertips seeped through the thin material, exuding an undeniable presence. His fingers did not fully close but merely hovered, conveying an ineffable sense of reluctance to let go. This motion was so subtle it was nearly undetectable in the dim light. Yet, Wen Xu acutely sensed the faint tug at his sleeve. His foot was poised to step forward but halted, his golden eyes reflecting a pure and innocent confusion as he slightly turned to glance at Theodore. Theodore remained stooped, his deep blue eyes cast downward, fixated on the small gathered fold of fabric between them. His profile, illuminated by the ghostly blue flames, bore sharp lines, his thin lips pressed tightly together, devoid of any expression, yet radiating an oppressive silence akin to the deep currents of the sea, filled with unspoken longing. He uttered not a word, but his gently gripping fingertips and the tightly closed line of his lips silently conveyed a singular message: "Do not leave." The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Harry's smile abruptly stiffened, his green eyes dulled as if doused in icy water, losing their luster to reveal a chilling vigilance and a hint of provoked ire. He fixed his gaze on Theodore's intrusive fingers clutching Wen Xu's sleeve, and on Wen Xu's face, which bore a look of confusion tinged with softness, feeling a surge of anger rise to his head. Wen Xu's gaze flitted between Theodore's silent, yet pleading fingertips and Harry's suddenly rigid, visibly disappointed and jealous expression. A glimmer of understanding mixed with gentle resignation flickered in his golden eyes. He let out a soft sigh, the sound as light as a feather's touch. He did not immediately pull away from Theodore's grasp. Instead, with his free hand, he gently patted Harry's arm, the motion tender as if soothing a petulant child. "Harry, When Su's voice remained warm and clear, possessing a soothing magic, Snowball seems a bit overly excited today. If we take it outside now, I fear it might catch a chill. He glanced down at the little creature pecking at his fingertips, his gaze softening. How about you take it back to Gryffindor Tower for now? Let it rest properly. Tomorrow, after potion class, I'll come to fetch it, all right? He lifted his eyes, his golden gaze meeting Harry's, imbued with genuine negotiation and a subtly calming essence, as if to convey, I understand your intentions. But let us handle it this way for today, shall we? Harry felt as if an invisible hand had tightened around his heart, both sour and bittersweet. He looked at Wen Xu's gentle yet resolute gaze, at Theodore's still, stubbornly gripping fingertips, and then at Snowball in Wen Xu's palm. Blissfully oblivious and solely focused on seeking affection. A wave of profound grievance and disappointment washed over him. He resembled a small dog that had been momentarily set aside by its owner, still clutching its toy and unwilling to let go. His green eyes brimmed with reluctance and accusation, yet he dared not defy Wen Xu's wishes. He opened his mouth, wanting to voice something, but ultimately only managed a muffled, nasal that was barely audible. Wen Xu seemed to sense his discontent, the gentle smile on his lips deepening slightly. He instinctively extended Snowball toward Harry, his action tender. Come, little Snowball, it's time to go back to sleep with Harry. We'll play again tomorrow. The Snowball seemed to comprehend the notion of sleep, emitting a dissatisfied chirp. Nevertheless, it obediently leaped back into the palm of Harry's outstretched hand, curling up into a ball and gazing at Wen Xu with its golden, round eyes filled with a sense of grievance. As Harry accepted the Snowball, he could still feel the lingering coolness from Wen Xu's palm at his fingertips. He looked upon Wen Xu's gentle visage, then glanced at Theodore, whose hand, now fully released yet still clenched into a fist at his side, stirred a sense of unease in Harry's chest. He cast a final, profound glance at Wen Xu, his gaze laden with countless unspoken words, grievance, jealousy, reluctance, and a possessive yearning that was forcibly suppressed, before he turned away in silence, cradling the now drooping Snowball. He strode down the corridor, which was steeped in unspoken tension, his retreat marked by a sense of disarray and deep-seated resentment. It was only when Harry's footsteps faded at the corridor's end that Theodore's tightly clenched fist subtly relaxed, his deep blue eyes fixed on Wen Xu, reflecting an unfathomable tranquility, as if the earlier silent plea had never transpired. Wen Xu gently adjusted the slightly wrinkled cuffs that Theodore had inadvertently creased, his movements tender and natural. He raised his gaze to Theodore, whose golden eyes shimmered like tranquil lakes in the dim light, devoid of reproach, filled solely with gentle clarity. He refrained from questioning the significance of the earlier gesture and softly suggested, "Shall we return as well?" Theodore imperceptibly nodded, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction, akin to a crack upon ice, passing through the depths of his deep blue eyes. He walked silently beside Wen Xu, his tall figure once more becoming a silent, yet formidable barrier in the shadowy corridor. The chill of the cellar enveloped them anew, while the fleeting yet intense struggle surrounding the silver-haired youth dissipated like ripples from a stone cast into a deep pond. Chapter 80. Agitation. Harry nearly dashed back to Gryffindor Tower, his footsteps swift enough to stir a breeze, leaving behind the fat lady's complaints. The warm glow of the hearth and the raucous laughter in the common room greeted him, yet they felt as if separated by a thick pane of glass, failing to dispel the chill and bitterness that clung to his heart. He burst into the boys' dormitory, slamming the door with a resounding thud to shut out the world. The room was empty. Ron was likely still in the common room, engrossed in wizard chess. Leaning against the cold door, Harry breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, his green eyes swirling with resentment, grievance, and an almost primal darkness of suppressed possessiveness that threatened to break free. The Snowball in his palm let out a startled chirp, evidently shaken by his abrupt movements and tense emotions, its small body trembling slightly. Harry abruptly lowered his gaze to the innocent, furry creature nestled in his hand. Its pure golden eyes looked up at him timidly, filled with complete trust and a hint of fear. Those eyes resembled Wen Xu's, yet were distinctly different. A surge of intense frustration and self-loathing seized him in that moment. What was he doing? Venting his anger upon an innocent little being? All because Wen Xu chose not to walk with him? He shut his eyes tightly, inhaling deeply in an attempt to quell the tumultuous emotions within. The rationality of the reborn soul clamored for restraint and respect, yet the beast of jealousy within his chest roared wildly, tearing at his nerves. Theodore not, that taciturn fellow. What right did he have? What right to retain Wen Xu in such a manner? That subtle tug at his sleeve, the silent plea behind lowered lashes, precise, implicit, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of possession. It was more maddening than Draco's boastfulness, Blaze's flirtations, or even Cedric's tenderness. It was a wordless declaration, a closeness built upon a long-standing rapport and mutual understanding. No words were necessary, a mere delicate gesture, and when Xu understood, even acquiesced. Harry's eyes flew open. Green depths ignited with icy flames. He approached his four-poster bed, nearly rudely shoving the snowball back into its plush, warm, custom-made nest. The little creature let out a distressed chirp, burrowing deeper into the soft padding, revealing only its two white brows and a pair of timid golden eyes. Harry ignored it. Pacing the confined space of the dormitory like a caged beast, his mind racing with images of Theodore's indifferent, expressionless face, Wen Xu's calm and focused gaze upon Theodore, and that damned, subtle tug at the sleeve, all replaying in his mind like a silent film, each iteration a dull knife slicing slowly through him. He walked to the window. The night over Hogwarts deep and somber, the Black Lake shimmering dimly in the distance. The cold night breeze brushed against his flushed face, yet it could not cool the burning ache in his heart. Restraint, respect. Harry murmured these two words softly, as if casting a bitter spell. He thought he had played his part well, using the snowball as an excuse, portraying himself as a helpless owner of a pet rather than a man consumed by possessiveness. He had even managed to suppress the impulse to confront Theodore. But what was the result? He felt like an exiled jester, clutching his wilting snowball, awkwardly fleeing the scene. And Theodore, that damned knot, didn't even need to utter a word to successfully keep Wen Xu by his side. A sharp pain pierced through Harry's anger. Leaving behind a deeper sense of helplessness, he realized that the silent, seemingly effortless rapport between Theodore and Wen Xu was a barrier that neither his cunning nor the foresight of a reborn soul could easily dismantle. It was a trust and familiarity cultivated over time. He raked his fingers through his already disheveled hair, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. The frustration of having the Marauder's map confiscated, the anxiety over Peter's whereabouts, and the worry for Sirius's fate were all drowned in the potent jealousy and anger at his own impotence. He needed the map. He had to reclaim the map. Only by grasping Peter's movements could he seize control of the situation. Could he prove his worth, prove that he could protect Wen Xu better than Theodore not. This thought flickered like a beacon in the darkness, igniting the remnants of his nearly submerged rationality. Harry abruptly turned, no longer gazing at the cold night outside. He walked to his bed, retrieving a blank piece of ordinary parchment that had been confiscated by Snape and subsequently altered. He had made a backup using a duplication spell in advance. Though it had lost its magic, it was better than nothing. He stared at the blank sheet, his green eyes ablaze with unyielding determination and a near-obsessive resolve. Theodore not. Tonight's victory is but temporary. He gritted his teeth, silently declaring to the air, the advantage of the Reborn is not merely in foresight. What he has lost, he will reclaim twofold, whether it is the map or his place beside Wen Xu. He lowered his gaze to the bird's nest, where the snowball lay curled up, its breathing gradually steadying. That small, pure white bundle was the most fragile thread connecting him to Wen Xu. Harry extended a finger, gently touching the soft head of the snowball, his expression a complex tapestry of guilt over exploiting the innocent creature, longing for Wen Xu, and an unshakable obsession. The moonlight outside spilled in coldly, illuminating the boy's tightly pressed lips and the abyss of his eyes, mingled with jealousy, ambition, and the cold determination of a reborn soul. Chapter 81, Resolution. The snowball emitted a faint, satisfied purr beneath Harry's gentle touch, its little head unconsciously nuzzling against his cool fingertips, completely entrusting itself to this warm darkness. This pure dependency pierced through the turbulent sea of Harry's anger like a delicate needle, releasing a glimmer of guilt named remorse. He had exploited this innocent little life, using its attachment as a pretext to approach Wen Xu, and then venting his frustration upon it due to the failure of his plans. The pride and dark side of the Reborn nearly drowned him in a self-indulgent rage. However, the unreserved trust of Xu Rong, along with those golden eyes, reminiscent of Wen Xu's yet purer in their essence, served as a refreshing splash of cold lake water that momentarily roused him from his madness. "I'm sorry, little one." Harry's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with a weariness born from self-loathing. He gently combed through Xu Rong's fluffy neck feathers with his fingertips, chastising himself for having raised his voice. Xu Rong seemed to sense his master-esque contrition, or perhaps it was simply the comfort of being groomed. As it emitted a louder purr, its small body completely relaxing as it sank deeper into the warm, plush bedding. Observing this innocent creature, devoid of guile, which knew only how to love and be loved, Harry felt the pent-up anger within him gradually dissipate, replaced by a more profound and chilling resolve. Envy and jealousy were toxic, capable of eroding his judgment. What he required was action, strength, the genuine ability to seize control of the situation and safeguard his treasures, rather than flailing about in impotent rage as he had done tonight. The name Theodore not echoed in Harry's mind, his green eyes glinting with a ghostly light under the moon's glow. That silent Slytherin's triumph this evening had been built upon a foundation of long-standing tacit understanding and trust with Wen Xu. Such a silent bond was indeed disquieting. Yet, this did not signify that Harry would retreat. The rebirth he had undergone had bestowed upon him not merely memories, but a will forged through countless failures and struggles. He released his hand from Su Rong's feathers and refocused his gaze upon the blank, powerless piece of parchment in his hand. His fingertips unconsciously grazed the smooth surface, as if hoping to siphon some form of strength from it. A cold smile crept upon Harry's lips. He was certainly aware of the peril inherent in infiltrating Snape's office and the gravity of the consequences. However, when weighed against the helplessness of losing control and the sharp pain of seeing Wen Xu's space occupied by another in silence, what was this risk? He had faced death, endured horrors far worse than detention, point deductions, or even expulsion. A bold and meticulously crafted plan began to take shape swiftly in his mind. He needed an opportunity. A moment when Snape would undoubtedly be absent from his office. The potion's master's movements were not without pattern. He needed to observe, to exercise patience. Furthermore, Harry's gaze wandered to the hefty tome on the bedside table, Advanced Potion Making. Perhaps a little extra assistance would be beneficial? He recalled some less than glamorous but exceedingly practical recipes, some of which he had stumbled upon in the chaos of his former life. Just then, the dormitory door swung open abruptly, accompanied by Ron's boisterous voice. "Harry, what are you hiding here for?" Fred and George got their hands on a new batch of Weasley's whimsies and nearly blew up the common room table. "Percy's face is as green as a goblin. Ha ha ha." Ron's laughter came to an abrupt halt as he caught sight of Harry standing by the window, the moonlight framing the taut lines of his profile. Harry quickly shoved the blank parchment back beneath his pillow, his expression swiftly shifting back to one that appeared slightly fatigued, yet relatively normal. "Nothing, just a bit tired," he replied, turning around and forcing a smile. Su Rong was quite the handful, but I finally managed to lull him to sleep. Ron scrutinized the fluffy white ball nestled in its nest, its little tummy rising and falling in slumber, then glanced back at Harry, whose pallor suggested something was amiss. "Are you sure? You look like you've just had a brawl with those Slytherin snakes." "It's just thinking about the map," Harry replied vaguely, cleverly utilizing Ron's concern. "It got confiscated by Snape, and I'm really not pleased about it." This was not entirely a lie. "Oh, that." Ron's attention was effectively diverted, his face contorting with indignation. "That old bat. Fred and George said they couldn't do anything about it. Snape must have locked it up tight, maybe even cursed it. Don't dwell on it. Harry, we'll get it back when we have the chance." "Yeah, we'll talk about it later," Harry interrupted, not wanting to delve deeper into the subject. He needed to process the frustrations of the evening and the brewing plan alone. "I think I'll get some sleep." He approached his bed, shedding his outer robe with an air of deliberate calm, though the shadowy flame within his eyes remained unextinguished. Ron scratched his red hair, feeling that Harry was acting strangely tonight, unable to pinpoint exactly what was off. He muttered a few disparaging remarks about Snape before climbing into his own bed. Chapter 82, Midnight Invitation. Silence enveloped the dormitory, punctuated only by Ron's soon-to-be audible snores and Su Rong's deep breaths. Harry lay on his four-poster bed, eyes wide open, staring at the deep red canopy above. Outside, from the direction of the forbidden forest, a long, mournful cry of a night creature echoed, distant and haunting. Theodore Knott's deep blue eyes, akin to an icebound lake, Wen Xu's gentle yet perplexed golden gaze directed at Theodore, and the fingers, delicately gripping the dark green sleeve. These images remained vividly etched in his mind. Yet this time, the tumult within Harry's heart was no longer a tempest of uncontrollable jealousy. The bitterness and anger were supplanted by a colder, more rigid resolve. A hunting instinct awakened in the Reborn, imbued with an insatiable desire for control. He would no longer charge forth like an impulsive pup, clenching what he believed to be his bone, only to be silently thwarted by a more skilled hunter. He would learn, would lie in wait, and would leverage every advantage available to him. If Theodore's camaraderie was an advantage, then he would discover the means to shatter that bond. The map was locked away, then he would find a way to pry open Snape's lock. Harry's fingertips brushed lightly against his lightning-shaped scar in the darkness, a familiar, icy sting coursing through him. This pain served as a reminder of all he had lost while forging the determination he now possessed. He closed his eyes, envisioning not the blinding scene of the dungeon corridor, but the intricate pathways of Hogwarts, the heavy oak door of Snape's office, the moving ink spots on the Marauder's map symbolizing Peter, and Wen Xu's gentle smile illuminated by the moonlight. Harry's green eyes slowly opened in the dark, gleaming with a light akin to that of tempered stars. The bluish torches of the dungeon corridor elongated and shortened the shadows, the air still carrying remnants of Harry's lingering discontent, as well as the profound stillness of Theodore, both gradually receding behind their footsteps. The unique scent of the Slytherin common room, a blend of aquatic flora and the coolness of ancient stone walls, washed over him. The fireplace crackled with a ghostly green flame, illuminating several students engaged in hushed conversations or engrossed in their books. Theodore silently followed Wen Xu, maintaining a respectful distance, like a loyal shadow. It was not until Wen Xu approached the spiral staircase leading to the dormitory that he paused at the foot of the stairs. Under the dim green glow, his deep blue eyes appeared even more inscrutable. He uttered no words, merely inclined his head slightly, his gaze lingering on Wen Xu's face for a fleeting moment, as if confirming something, before turning to depart toward the boys' dormitory. His exit was as silent as his earlier insistence, yet it carried an unmistakable sense of boundaries. Wen Xu ascended the cold stone steps alone, his silver hair cascading behind him with a faint sheen. The gentle calmness that typically graced his visage remained intact, yet deep within those molten gold eyes, there flickered a barely perceptible trace of helplessness, akin to ripples upon water. He was not oblivious to the silent tension that had just transpired in the corridor. The jubilance and pride that had sparkled in Harry's striking green eyes upon Su Rong's arrival. Akin to a puppy finally grasping a bone and eager to flaunt it before its master, bore an almost primal possessiveness. Theodore, with an instinctive touch reminiscent of the deep-sea silence, gently detained him with his fingertips. Wen Xu could distinctly perceive the subtle tug of the message conveyed, unmistakably urging him to remain. He softly pushed open the door to his dormitory. The room was bathed in soft light, adorned with the silver and green elements of Slytherin. While the air was laced with a faint aroma of cedar and cold spring, his usual choice of incense. He settled down at the desk by the window, refraining from immediately lighting the candles, allowing instead the shimmering reflections from the depths of the Black Lake to illuminate his exquisitely refined profile, akin to flowing mercury. Extending his fingers, he unconsciously caressed the cuff of his robe, where Theodore had gently grasped moments earlier. The fabric lay smooth, seemingly devoid of any trace. Yet, his fingertips seemed to linger with the cool, resolute pressure that Theodore's touch had imparted. And then there was Harry. Wen Xu paused momentarily. The memory of Harry's eyes, mingling with a sense of grievance, disappointment, and suppressed jealousy as he left, resembled a drenched puppy, desperately wagging its tail, yet confined outside. The image was indelibly etched in his mind. He sighed softly, the sound resonating in the stillness of the room, deepening the helpless tenderness in his golden eyes. At that moment, a delicate paper crane, inscribed with silver ink, silently slipped through the crack beneath the door, fluttering its wings before landing gracefully on his open potion textbook. Wen Xu was momentarily taken aback. The paper crane was intricately folded, emanating a faint magical aura, evidently crafted by a Slytherin. He reached out, gently tapping the crane's head. It instantly unfurled, revealing a familiar, elegantly flowing script. Dear Wen Xu, the long night stretches on, and sleep eludes me. Perhaps the starlight from the astronomy tower is more intriguing than the stones of the dungeon? A cup of hot red wine, I assure you, merely to warm the body, awaits someone who can appreciate its rich aroma. Eagerly anticipating your breaking of the silence, BZ. It was Blaise Zabini. A flicker of understanding passed through Wen Xu's golden eyes, soon replaced by that familiar, gentle helplessness. After their heartfelt conversation in the astronomy tower, Blaise seemed to have tempered much of his usual frivolity, yet this literary invitation remained his earnest expression of affection. Should he go? Wen Xu's gaze drifted to the flowing, dark waters of the lake outside. Harry's unwilling expression, Theodore's silent touch, and Blaise's poetic invitation all served as reminders of how precious and fragile his current tranquility was, how easily it could shatter. He was not oblivious to the emotional undercurrents swirling around him. Harry's fervent, straightforward passion carried the weight of rebirth. Theodore's silent guardianship was imbued with a deep-sea possessiveness. Draco's haughty protection bore the imprint of his lineage. Blaise's earnestness emanated a focused gentleness after his usual levity. Cedric's warmth exuded the reliability of age. Each emotion was distinct, each carried its own power. And he, like a feather at the center of a vortex, was gently tugged by different currents. Though he had willingly stepped into this tumult, he still had to maintain appearances. Ultimately, a faint smile graced the corners of Wen Xu's lips, subtle, yet capable of dimming the moonlight. That smile bore a gentle understanding of everything, coupled with a serene detachment. He did not immediately respond to Blaise's paper crane, but instead folded it carefully and placed it in the corner of his desk. Rising, he approached the window, his silver hair flowing like moonlight in the dim glow. He required a moment of solitude to untangle the chaotic emotions within him. However, perhaps the starlight from the astronomy tower truly offered a broader perspective than the confining thoughts of the dungeon. Furthermore, he did not wish to disappoint Blaise's earnest anticipation following his tempered frivolity. Wen Xu turned, gracefully picking up the thin cloak draped over the chair, his movements silent and elegant. He did not glance back at the paper crane. Instead, with that innate, tranquil purity, he gently pushed open the door to his dormitory, melding into the shadows of the common room. As he passed by, several Slytherin students, engaged in hushed discussions about potion essays, instinctively ceased their chatter, their gazes drawn to the ethereal silver figure until it vanished into the entrance leading to the upper corridor. That unintentional allure, the desire to approach yet hesitance to intrude, once again permeated the atmosphere. Wen Xu remained oblivious to it all. He walked quietly through the castle's silent hallways, moonlight streaming through high windows, casting a soft silver sheen upon him. His golden eyes remained tranquil in the night, seemingly capable of encompassing all the emotions projected onto him, yet clear enough to reflect no possessive desires. The unintentional allure of an enchanting figure often ensnares one's heart more willingly than a meticulously crafted trap, and the silent contest for his affection and protection had yet to abate with his departure, quietly extending towards the higher stars with his light steps. Chapter 83, Bravely Entering Snape's Office. Atop the astronomy tower, the night breeze carried the early autumn chill, caressing Wen Xu's silver hair as if it were flowing moonlight. Blaise Zabini leaned against the cool parapet, his dark eyes, under the canopy of stars, shedding their usual levity, revealing only a gentle focus. In his delicately crafted crystal cup, a warm red wine, redolent with fruity and cinnamon notes, barely filled the bottom, serving more as a symbol of ambience than a drink. The starlight here, Wen Xu, reminds me of your eyes, Blaise remarked, his voice lower than usual, imbued with a magnetic quality born of deliberate restraint. Not a cold light, but a warm golden hue that can encompass all. He inclined his head, his gaze unabashedly resting on Wen Xu's serene profile, the focus reflecting the seriousness he had shown Wen Xu after their conversation in the astronomy tower. Wen Xu cradled a similarly warm cup, feeling the coolness of the crystal against his fingertips. His golden eyes were fixed on the distant, undulating black outline of the forbidden forest, as well as the faint lights of Hogsmeade further away, responding to Blaise's praise with a gentle, polite smile. Thank you, Blaise. The view here is indeed splendid. His reply was sincere, yet an invisible barrier formed, gently keeping Blaise's tentative closeness at a safe distance. He savored the tranquility of the starlit sky, yet his thoughts swirled like the night breeze beneath the tower, difficult to quell entirely. Harry's disappointment, Theodore's silence, and the clear affection shining in Blaise's eyes at that moment all rippled gently within the depths of his heart, akin to tiny ripples in a lake. He was not indifferent. Rather, these tumultuous emotional undercurrents felt like precious treasures belonging to others, needing careful handling, rather than summons to which he could respond easily. He sought to derive the essence of the world through them, and his very approach bore complexities. Some harm was inevitable. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit, secluded corridor beneath Gryffindor Tower, Harry held his breath, his heart racing within his chest, nearly shattering his ribs. He pressed himself against the cold, rough stone wall like a gecko, his eyes fixed intently on the shadowed area just ahead, the heavy oak door of Snape's office. Utilizing his familiarity with the layout of Filch's office, thanks to countless nocturnal escapades in his previous life, and a rather obscure disorienting spell that temporarily disrupted magical detection in specific areas, he patiently awaited the opportune moment when Snape would be called away by Dumbledore. The intricate protective enchantments on the office door glowed with a dark purple light, akin to a venomous snake poised to strike. Harry's green eyes sparkled with a daring glint in the darkness. He was unconcerned about detention, point deductions, or even the risk of expulsion. The Marauder's map was his only hope for turning the tide. The silent triumph of Theodore not that night pierced his heart like a venomous sting, while Peter lurked in the shadows of the castle like a parasite, and Sirius bore the weight of unjust accusations. All of this bore down on him like a heavy millstone. He had to reclaim the map. Drawing a deep breath, he recalled the fragmented snippets of information regarding the map's password that he had extracted from the twins, merging them with his understanding of spells from his past life. He raised his wand, channeling all his willpower and magical energy towards the door, silently uttering a complex and convoluted counter-curse, a fusion of a powerful unlocking charm and mental interference. The tip of his wand erupted in blinding white light, crashing against the door in an instant. The clash of purple and white light was fierce, biting, and emitted a grating hiss that made one's teeth ache. Harry felt his entire magical essence being violently siphoned away, his vision darkening. The seconds of stalemate stretched on like centuries. Finally, with a faint click, a barely audible mechanism disengaged. The heart-stopping purple glow on the door receded like a tide, leaving only a weak green light at the lock, signifying that the physical lock had been released. Success! A wave of immense elation and fatigue surged through Harry simultaneously. He paid no heed to the cold sweat on his forehead, thrusting the heavy door open and slipping inside like a shadow, swiftly closing it behind him. The office was assailed by the pungent aroma of potions and a chilling atmosphere. He disregarded the jars containing horrifying organs, purposefully advancing towards Snape's massive ebony desk, cluttered with parchment and quills. His gaze swept over the surface like that of a hawk. No, the drawers. He swiftly opened one after another, his movements quick and light. At last, within the lowest drawer, secured with additional protections, he felt the familiar, peculiar texture of the blank parchment. As his fingertips brushed against the map, an indescribable thrill and sense of control flooded through him. He quickly tucked the map into his robes, as if clutching a searing iron, yet held it with utmost reverence. There was no time for detailed examination. He immediately turned and, as silently as he had arrived, slipped out of the office, reapplying a simple locking charm before hastening away from this perilous zone. Chapter 84. The Truth from Years Ago. On the Astronomy Tower, Blaise was attempting to bridge the gap with a sonnet about star paths and destiny. Wen Xu listened quietly, his golden eyes reflecting the starlight, occasionally nodding politely. Just as Blaise recited the most pivotal line, a sharp cry echoed, "Cheap, cheap, cheap." A flash of pure white lightning, accompanied by a familiar and frantic call, surged up from the spiral staircase of the tower. It was Snowball. Its small body trembled from rapid flight, its golden eyes wide with unprecedented panic and urgency. Completely ignoring Blaise, and like a tiny cannonball, it collided directly into Wen Xu's embrace. Snowball? Wen Xu was taken aback as he caught it, immediately sensing the little creature's abnormal tension and trembling. Its tiny claws clutched tightly at his front, its beak pecking urgently at his fingers, emitting sharp and fearful cheeps. As its small head desperately turned towards a direction beneath the castle, towards the whomping willow at the edge of the forbidden forest. Wen Xu's golden eyes suddenly deepened in seriousness. Snowball had never acted this way before. It was an extraordinarily sentient magical creature, and such behavior could only indicate that something had happened to Harry, or perhaps. Blaise's poetic musings were interrupted, his brow furrowing slightly. But upon seeing Wen Xu's suddenly grave expression and the bird's abnormal behavior, he too realized that something was amiss. What is happening? Wen Xu did not respond. He soothingly stroked Snowball's ruffled feathers, feeling its frantic heartbeat beneath his fingertips. He raised his gaze towards the direction indicated by Snowball, and for the first time, a clear ripple of concern washed through the depths of his calm golden eyes. "I'm sorry, Blaise." Wen Xu's voice remained clear but carried an undeniable urgency. "I must go see." Cradling the still trembling Snowball, he had no time to fix his wind-blown silver hair and turned briskly towards the spiral staircase of the tower, leaving Blaise standing beneath the starry sky, holding a cup of nearly untouched hot red wine, his expression complex as he watched Wen Xu's swift departure. Meanwhile, at the edge of the forbidden forest, near the agitated whomping willow, Harry, Ron, and Hermione huddled together, shaken, in the narrow, dust-laden, spider-web-clad, shrieking shack. The cold floor was painfully hard beneath them, and the air was thick with a musty odor and the scent of wild beasts. They had just endured a nightmarish chase. Armed with the recently reclaimed Marauder's map, Harry had clearly seen the small that representing Peter Pettigrew sneak towards the whomping willow, disappearing beneath the tree. He immediately called to Ron and Hermione, who were still arguing about Crookshanks and Scabbers. Ron had shouted, "Scabbers wants to go commit suicide under the willow. I have to save it," and, guided by the map, they discovered the secret to pressing the knot that would still the willow, and slipped into the passage beneath its roots. They then encountered the massive black dog, the gaunt yet ferocious Sirius Black, who had transformed into a gigantic canine. The enormous dog blocked the only exit, baring its gleaming white fangs and growling threateningly, its sunken eye sockets burning with madness and hatred, fixated on the terrified, squeaking, struggling rat in Ron's arms. Scabbers. Fear gripped their throats. Hermione's wand trembled at the ready. Ron's face drained of color as he clutched his rat. While Harry felt a surge of concern, he needed to calm his godfather down. "Stand down, you beast," Harry yelled with all his might, pointing his wand at the black dog. A red light shot forth, but the dog moved like a wraith, easily dodging, and instead advanced a step closer, its growl growing more menacing. Despair began to creep in. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a weary yet familiar voice rang out at the door. "Stop, Sirius." The light of a wand illuminated the entrance, revealing the figure of Professor Remus Lupin, clad in tattered robes, pale-faced, and with a complex expression. He raised his wand, his gaze quickly sweeping over the terrified students, finally landing on the frenzied black dog, his voice heavy and sorrowful. "Enough, Padfoot. Release them, and that rat as well." His gaze was as sharp as a knife, piercing into the trembling rat clutched in Ron's arms. "For, we finally found you, didn't we, Wormtail?" A deathly silence enveloped the shack. Only Scabbers, Peter's, desperate, faint squeaks echoed like the prelude to a funeral toll. Harry exerted every ounce of strength to suppress his tremors. He knew that the truth, sealed for 12 years and steeped in blood, was about to be unveiled within this haunted shack by Professor Lupin's own hand. And his godfather, Sirius Black, whose deep-set eyes were filled with pain and injustice, was fixedly staring at the rat that had disguised itself for 12 years. The eye of the storm had finally shifted to that long-overdue judgment. Chapter 85, True Family. Professor Lupin's words fell like cold stones into still waters, stirring suffocating ripples. Ron's arms, holding Scabbers, froze, his face drained of color, leaving only an expression of incredulous terror. Old rat? Professor Lupin, what are you saying? This is Scabbers. My rat. The fat rat in his arms trembled even more violently, emitting desperate squeaks as if on the brink of death, its pea-sized black eyes filled with sheer terror, desperately trying to burrow deeper into Ron's clothing. Hermione gasped, her wand still aimed at the black dog, but her gaze had sharpened. Turning to the rat she had always loathed. Her astute mind rapidly connected the dots. Lupin's words, Harry's warning, Scabbers' unusual longevity, and Crookshank's inexplicable hostility towards it. Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew? Her voice quivered with shock. The enormous black dog, Sirius Black, emitted a mournful whimper that mingled pain with ecstasy, no longer attempting to attack. His deep-set eyes fixed intently on the plump rat, as though he could eviscerate it with his gaze. Indeed, Ron, Lupin's voice was weary and heavy, imbued with a sense of somber finality. He stepped forward, the light from his wand illuminating the swirling dust in the shed and every astonished face. What you hold in your arms is no ordinary rat. It is an animagus. One who, in a desperate bid for survival, betrayed friends, sold out James and Lily Potter, and framed another friend, condemning him to 12 years of torment in Azkaban. Peter Pettigrew. No, it can't be. Ron screamed, instinctively clutching Scabbers tighter. But at that moment, the rat, which had been trembling in his embrace, suddenly erupted with astonishing strength. It wriggled free from Ron's grip, and, like a filthy, gray ball of flesh, hurtled towards the narrow gap at Lupin's feet by the door. Stop it! Harry shouted fiercely, raising his wand instinctively. Lupin was quicker. Immobilis. A beam of blue light struck the fleeing gray figure with precision. A piercing scream echoed, high-pitched and distorted. The plump rat froze midair, then thudded heavily onto the dust-covered floor. It ceased to tremble, no longer feigning innocence. The tiny black eyes now reflected only the raw terror of being exposed and the seething malice within. Then, a horrifying transformation began. Under the horrified gaze of all present, the rigid rat started to swell, twist, and reshape. Its gray fur shed, revealing pale, slack skin, its short limbs elongated into bony human arms and legs. The long tail vanished, replaced by a diminutive, balding man with sparse gray hair, whose face bore an indelible expression of servility and fear. Peter Pettigrew, clad in tattered clothing. He maintained the disheveled posture from being petrified, his small, darting eyes filled with desperation and a frenzied will to survive. Peter. Ron gazed at the man who had once been his beloved pet, his stomach churning violently, his complexion shifting from pale to green, nearly retching. Hermione covered her mouth, her eyes wide in disbelief. Harry's breath grew heavy, his green eyes ablaze with fury, fixated on the traitor who had caused his parents' demise. 12 years of hatred found its most concrete target in that moment. Lupin. Pettigrew's voice was shrill and quivering, tinged with a weeping tone, as he tried to turn his only movable eye towards Lupin. My old friend, listen to me explain. It was Black, he forced me. He used the Cruciatus curse. He threatened to kill my mother. You know me, Remus. I'm not as brave as you all. He babbled incoherently, grasping at the last threads of hope. Enough, Wormtail. Sirius Black roared, his voice akin to that of a wounded beast. His tall figure surged forward, and in the light of the wand, his gaunt form began to twist and swell, the black fur receding to reveal a pale, haggard face lined with stubble. The depths of his eyes burned with pain, hatred, and a glimmer of madness, a flicker of hope at last seen. He reverted to human form, though ragged and emaciated. The defiant contours of his face and the unwavering fire in his eyes bore a resemblance to the spirited Gryffindor of yore. He staggered, yet propelled by a reckless momentum, lunged at the betrayer on the ground. You killed James. You killed Lily. You ruined my life. You filthy, despicable traitor. His voice was hoarse and shattered, laden with 12 years of grievances and corrosive hatred. Lupin acted swiftly, intercepting the nearly uncontrollable Sirius, positioning himself between him and Pettigrew. Calm down, Padfoot. Killing him now serves no purpose. We must turn him over to the Dementors, to the Ministry of Magic. Let him face justice. Let the truth be revealed before all. Lupin's voice held an undeniable weight, and he turned his pained gaze to Harry. Harry, he is innocent. Sirius Black is your godfather. He has been wronged. The one who betrayed your parents is this. He loathly pointed his wand at the rigid Pettigrew, a cowardly cur. Godfather. Harry repeated the word in a murmur, recalling the countless lifetimes he had lived, where only his godfather's unwavering affection had remained unchanged, forever fervent, sincere, and selfless. Tears streamed down his face, falling onto the dust-laden floor of the screaming shed. Chapter 86. A Reflection of Illusions. Sirius's gaze transcended Lupin's shoulder, like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, fixated greedily on Harry's face. Those eyes, once ablaze with the fervor of vengeance and bone-deep hatred, now shimmered with a delayed, almost desperate love and sorrow as tears washed over them. Harry, James, his cracked lips moved, syllables choking in his throat, only to be drowned by the torrential flow of hot tears, carving clear paths down his weathered cheeks. He struggled, attempting to break free from Lupin's grasp, yearning to inch closer to that face reminiscent of his dear friend. In that moment, woven with anguish and elation, nearly solidifying the very air itself, a voice emerged, crystalline as a mountain spring and tranquil as an ancient moonlit pond, possessing an extraordinary clarity that shattered the suffocating silence of the screaming shed. In the wake of that voice, a pure, warm light, akin to the first snow reflecting the morning sun, burst forth. This radiance was not blinding but bore the strength to cleanse impurities, to soothe souls, instantly dispelling the chilling darkness, decay, and suffocating despair that enveloped the room. Amidst the light and shadows, a creature elegantly coalesced. It was not a formidable stag but a white fox, its entire form shimmering with a lunar glow. Slender and graceful, its fluffy tail seemed to shimmer with stardust, swaying with each step. Beneath its silver coat flowed an ethereal aura, pristine and untainted. Its golden eyes, serene and clear, held the wisdom and compassion to perceive all, seemingly capable of quelling the most turbulent of tempers. It silently entered this chaotic realm, its delicate paws brushing the decaying floor. Where it stepped, filth appeared to be cleansed by invisible means, radiating warm ripples of comfort. At the source of the light, a figure stood silhouetted against the dilapidated doorframe. Silver hair cascaded in the radiance of the guardian's aura, flowing like a river of moonlight, gently swaying in the breeze. The hem of his dark green robes was speckled with the dust of nocturnal travels, but did nothing to diminish his unparalleled elegance. His gently rising chest revealed the marks of haste. A faint blush graced his pale cheeks, yet his molten gold eyes remained as tranquil as the ageless stars. Clearly reflecting the heart-stirring tableau within the shed, the petrified Pettigrew, the agitated Lupin, the tear-streaked Sirius, the astonished Ron and Hermione, and Harry, who gazed at him with an extraordinarily complex expression. The warm gaze swept over everyone like a gentle breeze, finally settling upon Harry, confirming his safety. The faint trace of concern in his eyes dissipated like morning mist, returning to its habitual softness and calm. The tip of his wand, where the brilliant silver light slowly coalesced back into invisibility. I apologize for the disturbance. His voice flowed like clear spring water, breaking the frozen silence wrought by the weight of the immense truth. The snowdrop has been quite anxious, worried for Harry. He spoke softly, his gaze drifting to the tousled hair atop Harry's head. A small, snow-white creature, pure as freshly fallen snow, had quietly settled there, its delicate claws nervously clutching at Harry's strands, while its round, golden eyes remained fixed intently on Wen Xu. The guardian spirit, a white fox, gracefully returned to Wen Xu's side, slightly lowering its elegant head, and with its softly glowing nose, tenderly nudged against the pale back of his hand, exuding an affectionate and cherished demeanor. In an instant, it transformed into countless shimmering silver stars, akin to fireflies dancing under the moonlight, silently dissipating into the air, leaving behind a serene ambience that soothed the heart. Wen Xu's arrival, accompanied by his formidable guardian spell capable of dispelling chaos, was like a stabilizing anchor cast into the center of a tumultuous whirlpool. Amidst the blood-stained ruins, he, together with the snow-white creature, resembled a deity descended from the Moon Palace, becoming the most tranquil yet captivating focal point within the eye of the storm. The overwhelming emotions of the wronged snow dwellers, as well as the terror of those betrayed, were, under the gentle caress of that pure, untainted silver glow, subtly drawn back to the shores of rationality. However, this fleeting yet invaluable tranquility was ultimately but an illusion. Chapter 87. The Appearance of Snape. Just as the last trace of silver light from the white fox was about to vanish entirely, a cold, slick voice, steeped in malice and self-satisfaction, slithered through the thick shadows at the entrance like a venomous serpent gliding over dry leaves. What a poignant reunion this is, Remus. And you, Black. Severus Snape's figure slowly emerged from the darkness, his greasy black hair clinging to his pale cheekbones, and beneath his hooked nose, his thin lips curled into a twisted, frosty smile, the victorious pose of a hunter who had finally ensnared his prey. His wand was as steady as a rock, pointed with precision at the isolated and defenseless Lupin and the gaunt figure of Sirius, his black robe billowing in the wind, eyes sharp as poisoned icicles. "Tonight's catch truly exceeds my expectations," he remarked, his voice low and slippery, imbued with the cruel satisfaction of having finally grasped his quarry by the throat. A werewolf. A repeat offender. A traitor risen from the grave. Not to mention a group of ignorant youngsters who flout the rules and trespass into forbidden territory. He deliberately elongated his words, each one dropping like a cold stone into still waters. "I can only imagine how gratified the Dementors of Azkaban will be with this fine gift." The words fell like ice blades. The last vestige of color drained from Lupin's face, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The most shameful secret he had guarded for half his life was now laid bare before the very person he loathed the most, in such a cruel and humiliating manner. Exposed to all, a desperate chill enveloped him, freezing him in place. Snape's icy words seeped into the air like venom, and the atmosphere within the shack plunged to an unbearable low. Lupin's face was devoid of blood, his body swayed slightly, and his lips pressed into a pale line. Sirius's eyes, once shimmering with tears, were now filled with rage as he struggled, hoarsely roaring, "Slug! You filthy rat! The truth is right before you." "Truth?" Snape sneered, his wand unwavering. "All I see is a band of lawbreakers and a madman who needs to be returned to Azkaban. As for that rat," he cast a disdainful glance at the stiff form of Peter on the ground, "he's merely another piece of evidence that requires judgment. Now, everyone, wands down and follow me." Harry's green eyes anxiously darted between Wen Xu, Lupin, and Sirius, realizing that Professor Lupin's secret had now become a sword hanging over them. "Professor Snape," he attempted to interject. "Sirius is innocent. Peter is the traitor. Professor Lupin, he Potter." Snape interrupted sharply, his voice cracking like a whip. "Your list of infractions is long enough to circle Hogwarts. Speak another word, and I won't hesitate to let you experience the delights of Azkaban ahead of schedule. Now be silent. Follow." Ron and Hermione's faces turned pale. Hermione looked worriedly at Lupin, while Ron fixed a complex gaze on the motionless Peter on the ground. Wen Xu stood quietly to the side, his golden eyes scanning the scene, making no argument, but smoothly returning his wand to his sleeve. The snow-white creature shifted anxiously upon his shoulder. The situation was dire. Under the threat of Snape's wand, everyone was forced to comply. Lupin controlled the still petrified Peter with a levitation charm, the small man's rigid face now solely reflecting terror. Sirius, bound by Snape's binding spell, staggered forward, his sunken eyes fixed intently on Harry, filled with anguish and defiance. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Wen Xu found themselves caught in the middle. Chapter 88, Peter ran. The group silently exited the shrieking shack, stepping into the cold, damp night at the edge of the forbidden forest. The Whomping Willow had resumed its frenzy, its branches clawing at the night wind, adding to the eerie atmosphere. The cold moonlight filtered through the sparse clouds, barely illuminating the muddy path beneath their feet. The distant lights of Hogwarts Castle felt unreachable. Snape led the group, vigilant at the forefront, his black robes billowing ominously in the wind. Occasionally, he would poke the floating Peter with his wand, as if to confirm the integrity of this piece of evidence. The atmosphere was stifling, only heavy footsteps and Peter's occasional suppressed whimpers filled the air. Remus, Sirius's hoarse voice broke the silence, filled with guilt and pain. "I'm sorry, I never meant to drag you into this." Lupin did not turn back, merely shaking his head wearily, his voice low. "There's no point in saying that now, Bigfoot. I just hope that Dumbledore." His words trailed off, but the deep concern hung heavily in the air. Harry's heart tightened. He gazed at Professor Lupin's increasingly pale and weary profile in the moonlight, then at his godfather, bound yet glaring fiercely at him. A potent wave of helplessness and anger surged within him. The truth was right before them. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The body of Peter, controlled by the levitation charm, suddenly convulsed violently, as if trying to break free from the spell. "What?" Lupin gasped, quickly intensifying his magical output in an attempt to stabilize him. But it was too late. Peter's diminutive form began to swell and contort under the moonlight, as if inflated like a balloon. The gray, sparse fur erupted wildly, covering his skin, limbs shortening and twisting, his face elongating into a sharp point. He was forcefully attempting to break free from the petrifying curse, transforming back into his rat form. This required immense willpower and magic. Clearly, Peter was making a final desperate struggle. "He wants to run. Stop him," Harry shouted urgently, drawing his wand. However, faster than Harry, Snape reacted. His wand shot forward like lightning, aimed at the writhing Peter, Petrificus totalis. A beam of blue light shot forth, But just as the blue light was about to strike its target, a piercing, agonizing howl, utterly unhuman, erupted from Lupin's throat. The sound was filled with primal ferocity and heart-wrenching agony. Everyone turned in shock. There stood Professor Lupin in the midst of the group, doubled over in pain, clutching his head tightly with both hands. The exposed skin beneath his surface bulged with veins as if alive, bones cracking with a nauseating sound, as if being forcibly stretched and contorted. His eyes, under the moonlight, turned murky yellow, pupils narrowing into slits, the gentle expression replaced by a savage, beastly visage. Pain twisted his features, as the moonlight served as a catalyst, ruthlessly igniting the fatal curse within him. The full moon. The unshielded full moon. Under the shadows of the shed and the trees, he had barely managed to suppress the turmoil within him, but now, exposed to the radiant light of the open field, the wolf poison could no longer be contained. No, Remus. Sirius's eyes widened with desperation as he struggled to rush forward, only to find himself ensnared by the binding curse. Professor Lupin. Hermione's scream pierced the air. Snape's petrifying spell veered off course due to Lupin's transformation, grazing Peter as he began to morph, striking a nearby tree trunk. A sharp, piercing squeak echoed. In that moment of utter chaos, the once plump rat, Scabbers, fully reverted to his true form, plummeting from midair. Upon hitting the ground, he immediately transformed into a gray streak of lightning, darting into the depths of the nearby dense thicket of stinging nettles, vanishing without a trace. Peter has escaped, Ron shouted, both shocked and furious. Damn it! Snape cursed vehemently, his wand turning with alarming precision toward the agonizingly transforming Lupin, his gaze cold and vigilant. Back away. Everyone retreat. At that moment, Lupin's transformation was nearly complete. His back arched, muscles bulging beneath his robes, his face cloaked in dark fur, fangs protruding from his lips. A low growl emanated from his throat. His eyes, now fully animalistic, brimmed with chaos, pain, and primal bloodlust, sweeping over the terrified faces of those present. Ultimately locking onto Sirius, who was closest and bound, rendered immobile. The werewolf unleashed a deafening roar, propelling himself with powerful hind legs. A gust of rancid air surging toward the helpless Sirius. His massive claws glinted ominously, aimed directly at Sirius's throat. No. Harry's heart raced, his wand instinctively raised, his mind blank. He had no time to contemplate which spell to use. In that critical moment, a pure, gentle, yet potent silver light flared anew expecto patronum. A clear, resolute voice rang out. The enormous, elegant silver-white fox Patronus materialized instantly, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, gracefully positioning itself between the lunging werewolf and Sirius. It did not attack. Instead, it unfurled its fluffy, cloud-like tail, radiating a warm and formidable protective glow, forming an invisible barrier. The werewolf, Lupin, crashed violently against the silver light, the force causing the barrier to ripple, the fox momentarily flickering, yet it stood firm. Its golden eyes gazed calmly at the frenzied, tormented werewolf, emitting a low, soothing sound, the pure light striving to permeate and soothe the werewolf's raging turmoil. The werewolf, thwarted, let out an enraged roar, its claws frantically scratching at the barrier, attempting to tear apart this obstruction. Yet the Patronus's luminescence remained steadfast, securely shielding Sirius behind it. Seizing this precious moment, Snape did not hesitate to aim his wand at the werewolf blocked by the fox. Stupefy. A red beam struck precisely at the werewolf's flank. The enormous body stiffened abruptly, emitting a reluctant whine, the wild bloodlust in its eyes replaced by an involuntary stupor. Its massive form swayed and then crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The transformation was forcibly interrupted, leaving him lying there, restored to human form, albeit in tattered clothes, drenched in sweat and dirt, unconscious. The crisis was temporarily averted. The glow of the fox Patronus gradually receded, and Wen Xu's complexion paled slightly, clearly fatigued from casting such a powerful spell continuously. He took a gentle breath, his golden eyes surveying the unconscious Lupin and the shaken Sirius, before glancing toward the dark thicket where Peter had vanished, his brow furrowing slightly. Snape strode forward, first binding the unconscious Lupin securely with several powerful binding spells, then turning his dark gaze towards the direction Peter had fled, casting a glance at the others before finally fixing his gaze on Wen Xu, his expression inscrutable. Coldly, he remarked, devoid of discernible praise or reproach, "Your Patronus charm is commendable." He paused, his voice growing colder, "But the troubles of this night are far from over. The traitor has escaped. The werewolf is out of control. Everyone, return to the castle with me at once. Dumbledore must be informed of everything." With a flick of his wand, the unconscious Lupin levitated. He no longer regarded anyone else. leading the way towards the castle with Lupin and the bound Sirius in tow. Under the moonlight, his silhouette appeared particularly grim. Harry gazed towards the direction Peter had vanished, then at the unconscious Lupin and the restrained Sirius, before finally resting his eyes on Wen Xu, whose complexion was pale, yet whose gaze remained serene. Feeling a heavy weight in his heart, filled with frustration and uncertainty about the future, the truth seemed tantalizingly close, yet once again slipped into the abyss of the unknown amidst the howls of the full moon and the traitorous rat-s flight. The snow owl gently pecked at Wen Xu's earlobe, emitting a concerned chirp. Chapter 89. What? Not even the birds are spared. Snape marched at the forefront, escorting the unconscious Lupin and the bound Sirius as if they were dangerous criminals. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Wen Xu followed silently behind, the atmosphere heavy with tension. The reality of Peter's escape during the chaos loomed like a boulder upon everyone's hearts, especially Harry's and Sirius's. Upon returning to the castle, they were directly led to the headmaster's office. Uncharacteristically, the fat lady did not obstruct them on the spiral staircase, as Dumbledore had evidently been awaiting their arrival. The office was brightly lit, and Dumbledore's sharp, calm blue eyes scrutinized the disheveled group through his half-moon spectacles. Snape, with his characteristic icy tone laced with personal bias, succinctly recounted the events: Harry's unauthorized actions, Sirius's attack, the revelation of Lupin's werewolf identity, and Peter's opportunistic escape, placing particular emphasis on the student's recklessness and his own timely intervention to halt the werewolf's rampage. When he mentioned Wen Xu's Patronus, his tone bore a trace of barely perceptible, almost reluctant acknowledgement. Dumbledore listened intently, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. Once Snape finished, he turned to Harry. Harry, do you have anything to add? Harry immediately became animated, his words tumbling out in a rush as he unveiled the truth. The Marauder's map, Peter's true identity, Lupin's innocence, Sirius's unjust plight, and the explanations given by Lupin in the Shrieking Shack. Hermione and Ron fervently nodded in affirmation beside him. Wen Xu stood quietly, refraining from interjecting, merely nodding in acknowledgement when Dumbledore's gaze fell upon him. Dumbledore then turned to Sirius, his expression softening. Sirius, my dear boy, you have endured a great deal over the years. This statement brought forth the tears Sirius had been restraining, and he choked up, unable to speak, only able to nod vigorously. Ultimately, Dumbledore rendered his judgment. Sirius Black is innocent, and the Ministry of Magic will withdraw all charges, though Peter's escape complicated the process. It was clear Dumbledore had his means. The matter of Professor Lupin's identity needs to be handled judiciously, but Dumbledore promised to do his utmost to protect him. As for the students, although their actions were reckless, they were understandable, and their merits and faults would balance. Snape let out a disdainful huff, his expression darkening. Snape was instructed to depart first to attend to the castle's safety. Evidently, the headmaster needed to address a few matters privately. As the heavy oak door closed behind Snape, the tense atmosphere in the office eased significantly. The binding spell on Sirius was silently lifted by Dumbledore. He flexed his stiff wrists and immediately stumbled towards Harry, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Harry, my child, James, Lily, he wept inconsolably. The 12 years of grievances, anguish, longing, and the euphoric joy of reunion erupting in that singular moment. Harry embraced this emaciated yet profoundly warm man tightly, tears soaking the tattered garments of Sirius Black. Ron and Hermione watched from the side, their eyes glistening with emotion. Wen Xu quietly stepped back, granting space to the pair of godfather and son who had endured so much. The little creature, Snowball, seemed to be swept up in the tide of emotions as well, fluttering from Wen Xu's shoulder to perch upon Harry's disheveled black hair, cocking its tiny head to observe the tightly entwined figures. After a prolonged moment, Sirius managed to regain some composure, releasing Harry and wiping his face with a grimy sleeve, revealing a smile that, though weary, shone with a brilliance that reflected his true essence, a light of survival. He vigorously tousled Harry's hair, exclaiming, "Good lad, just like your father. What courage!" His gaze swept across the office, landing on Wen Xu, who stood serenely by the window, and the plump white bird on his shoulder, busily preening its feathers. Instantly captivated, Sirius exclaimed, "Hey!" His eyes sparkled with delight as if he had discovered a new toy. The remnants of sorrow seemed to vanish into thin air. With a cautious but unsteady approach, he leaned closer to Harry, his focus now on the fluffy little snowball atop Harry's head. "What is this adorable creature?" he mused, lowering his voice, infused with childlike curiosity and a hint of mischief, as he extended a finger to swiftly poke Snowball's fluffy rear. Cheep! Startled by the unexpected assault, Snowball fluffed up, resembling a startled dandelion, flapping its tiny wings in indignation and turning its pure golden eyes to glare at the disheveled giant before it. "Haha, what a quick reaction. Sirius chuckled heartily, disregarding his own ragged appearance, reveling in the joy of a child as he attempted to stroke the little bird's head. Don't be afraid, little one. I'm Harry's godfather, a good man. Snowball nimbly evaded his grasp, flapping away from Harry's head, but not far. Choosing instead to alight on a nearby shelf adorned with silver instruments, still watchful and puffed up, glaring at the intruder who had interrupted its repose. Come on, Sirius, Harry remarked, a mix of amusement and exasperation flooding through him as he observed his godfather's antics, the earlier somber atmosphere dissipating. That S Snowball. Wen Xu's bird. Just temporarily staying with me. Don't scare it. Wen Xu's? Sirius finally diverted his attention from the ruffled bird to the silver-haired youth by the window, flashing a broad grin that revealed his pearly white teeth, which stood out starkly against his grimy face. Hey, kid, your bird is quite amusing. Mind if I play with it? He remained blissfully unaware of the potential implications of his words. A hint of gentle exasperation flickered in Wen Xu's golden eyes as he stepped forward, extending his hand toward Snowball. Without hesitation, the little creature flew back to the safety of his palm, affectionately nuzzling against his fingers, as if finding solace, while also letting out a displeased chirp in Sirius's direction. It's called Snowball, Mr. Black. Wen Xu's voice was clear and calm. It appears to be a bit shy. He gently stroked the little bird nestled in his hand, his movements tender, observing Snowball's docile demeanor in Wen Xu's grasp. Juxtaposed with its earlier readiness to confront him, Sirius stroked his own disheveled hair and scruffy face, a dawning realization washing over him. Oh, I see. It thinks I'm dirty. Instead of feeling offended, he burst into hearty laughter, his mirth ringing out with the exuberance of someone who had emerged from the depths of despair. Just wait, little one. Once I've had a bath, shaved, and donned a fresh robe, I'll be handsome enough to entice you to come over. Dumbledore, seated behind his desk, observed this scene with a warm smile illuminating his blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles. Sirius's whimsical yet genuine antics brought a refreshing breeze, scattering the last remnants of gloom from the office. Ron and Hermione couldn't help but chuckle, and even Harry felt a surge of warmth watching his godfather revert to his playful nature. Snowball tilted its head in Wen Xu's palm, seemingly lowering its guard just a fraction towards this peculiar giant. Yet, the lightness was fleeting. Dumbledore cleared his throat gently, pulling everyone's attention back. All right, children, and Sirius. While the truth is now clear, Peter's escape means our troubles are not yet over. We still have some aftermath to address. He glanced out at the sky. Now pale with the dawn, time, I fear, does not favor us. Buckbeak's execution is set for this very morning, and while Sirius has been vindicated, the Ministry's formal pardon has yet to be issued, leaving his current status precarious. A new storm is quietly approaching with the dawn. Chapter 91. The rescue of Buckbeak. Dumbledore's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the brief reprieve brought by Sirius's playful interaction with Snowball. Buckbeak. The execution is imminent. Harry's heart tightened, his green eyes anxiously seeking Hermione's. She, too, paled, yet her gaze was resolute, her fingers instinctively reaching for her neck where, concealed beneath her collar, the time-turner's golden chain was growing warm. Professor, Hermione's voice trembled slightly. Though it was crystal clear, perhaps there's still a way. Dumbledore's wise blue eyes regarded her, as if he already understood everything. He nodded gently, refraining from further questions, merely gesturing toward the massive grandfather clock in the corner of the office, its hands mercilessly ticking toward the final moments before the execution. Time is the most unforgiving of judges, Miss Granger. Yet, at times, it may also grant a reprieve to the boldest among us. His words hung heavy with meaning as he swept his gaze over Harry and Hermione. Go. Remember, what you see and hear must not interfere with your own fate. The threads of destiny are delicate. Pull one and the entire tapestry shifts. No further words were necessary. Harry and Hermione exchanged a determined glance, seeing resolve mirrored in each other's eyes. Wen Xu stood quietly to the side, his golden eyes flitting between Dumbledore's words and Hermione's actions. Seemingly understanding the gravity of the situation, yet he merely nodded slightly, saying nothing. Snowball, too, sensed the tension in the air, curling quietly in Wen Xu's palm. Let us go, Harry whispered urgently, the three of them racing out of the headmaster's office, leaving behind Sirius's worried calls and Wen Xu's composed gaze. The corridor was deserted, their hurried footsteps echoing against the cold stone walls. Hermione swiftly unclasped the time-turner, the exquisite golden hourglass shimmering with an enigmatic glow in the dim light. Hold on to me, Ron. Harry, hold tight. Hermione's voice was laced with unprecedented urgency and excitement. Harry gripped Hermione's arm firmly, his eyes locked onto the spinning hourglass. Taking a deep breath, Hermione forcefully turned the time-turner. 3, 2, 1. The world around Harry twisted instantaneously. He felt as though his very insides were seized by an invisible hand, only to be violently flung away. The surrounding scenery, the cold stone walls, the hanging portraits, even the faint light filtering through the high windows, spun wildly like paint in a whirlpool. Stretching and distorting, colors and sounds melded into a chaotic torrent, submerging him entirely. Uncertain how much time had passed, perhaps an instant, perhaps a century, the nauseating sensation of vertigo abruptly ceased. Harry's feet once again found solid ground, yet his vision remained clouded by dazzling stars, and his stomach churned tumultuously. Leaning against the cold wall, he gasped for breath. "Hurry, Harry!" Hermione's voice echoed in his ears, equally breathless yet laced with urgency. "We don't have much time. We must rescue Buckbeak before the executioners reach Hagrid's hut." Harry shook his head, forcing himself to regain clarity. The scene before him was both familiar and strange. It was the edge of the location from mere hours ago. The angle of the sunlight, the outline of the forbidden forest in the distance, had all shifted. There it was. Hagrid's hut stood solitary not far away, and in the pumpkin patch beside the hut, the enormous, beautiful yet slightly apprehensive figure of Buckbeak awaited. The executioner McNair and his team had yet to appear. Quick! Harry and Hermione darted forward like arrows released from a bow, lowering their bodies as they utilized the cover of hedges and shrubs to swiftly make their way toward the hut. Their hearts raced within their chests, each breath infused with a rusty anxiety. They moved with both speed and caution. Hermione silently levitated the heavy chains from Buckbeak's legs. The creature seemed to recognize these two humans from their lessons, its enormous golden eyes flashing with confusion, yet it offered no resistance. Obediently, it followed them into the deeper, more concealed thickets behind the hut, just as they concealed Buckbeak and cast a few simple confusion and protection charms. Heavy footsteps and rough shouts echoed from afar. The executioners were approaching. Harry and Hermione held their breath, crouched behind the dense foliage, watching as McNair, accompanied by several menacing wizards, stormed into the pumpkin patch, only to find the hippogriff that should have been tethered there had vanished. They frantically searched, their curses piercing the morning air with a particularly harsh resonance. "Success!" Hermione whispered in silent exhilaration, tears glimmering in her eyes. Harry felt an overwhelming surge of joy and relief. They had saved Buckbeak. Yet, before the joy could fully spread, a bone-chilling cold swept in without warning. "Harry!" Hermione's voice was suddenly filled with sheer terror, her teeth chattering. Do you feel that?" Harry certainly felt it. It was a cold more piercing than the deepest waters of the Forbidden Lake, a despair that seemed capable of siphoning away all joy and hope. The sunlight around them appeared to dim, and the air turned thick and oppressive. He abruptly raised his gaze toward the direction of the Black Lake and beheld a vast expanse of shadow, reminiscent of rotting shrouds, silently spreading from above the lake, surging toward the castle like a tide of death. The numbers far exceeded those encountered previously on the Express. Chapter 92, The Ensnarement of Fate. Dementors. And there were hundreds, if not thousands, of them. Their intent flashed through Harry's mind, recalling scenes from his past life. He could not forcibly alter the so-called pivotal plot. This was the wisdom he had garnered through countless rebirths. Now, he had to traverse his own narrative. "Hermione, I must go?" Harry's voice was resolute, imbued with undeniable determination. "But Harry," Hermione exclaimed, desperate to stop him, the rules echoing in her mind. "I can't worry about that." Harry interrupted, his eyes burning like emerald flames. "I must go? Stay here and watch over Buckbeak." The closer he drew to the lake's edge, the more intense that bone-chilling cold became, nearly freezing his thoughts. Then, an unprecedented, powerful warmth surged from the depths of his heart, instantly filling his limbs. He raised his wand high, summoning every ounce of strength. Fueled by a profound love for life and a fierce will to protect, he cried out the incantation that would bring hope, Expecto Patronum. A brilliant, silvery light erupted from the tip of Harry's wand like a supernova. The radiance was so intense, so pure, that it instantly tore through the heavy darkness wrought by the Dementors. In that luminous glow, a massive, majestic stag leaped forth, exuding a moonlit brilliance. It possessed strong limbs, a graceful neck, and antlers branching like a crown, each branch shimmering with pure magical light. Its gaze was gentle yet resolute, embodying an ancient and powerful will to protect. The stag Patronus emitted a clear, resonant call, its hooves striking the air like an arrow released from a bow, transforming into an unstoppable torrent of silver as it charged toward the throng of Dementors descending upon them. Wherever the silver light reached, the darkness melted away like snow under the sun. The Dementors emitted silent, fear-laden shrieks, their tattered black cloaks disintegrating in the wake of the pure Patronus light. A powerful shockwave radiated from the stag, resembling a divine purifying light. The black tide of Dementors, once formidable, crumbled before this unparalleled entity, scattering like frightened dogs, retreating into the chilling mists above the Black Lake, never to approach again. On the hillside, Harry held his wand aloft, his chest heaving, sweat dampening his brow. The silver stag, having confirmed their safety, transformed into glimmering stardust, dissipating into the cool morning air. Harry lowered his wand, a weary yet profoundly relieved smile gracing his lips. He turned and strode toward Hermione, Ron, and the hidden Buckbeak. At last, time had been wrested from the clutches of death, granting them a glimmer of hope. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione breathlessly returned to the present a few hours later, Buckbeak was quietly nestled in the thicket, preening its shiny feathers with its beak. Upon seeing them, it emitted a low, gentle call. Hermione immediately rushed to embrace its massive neck, her voice thick with emotion. "It's all right, my dear, it's all right." Harry leaned against a tree, his chest still heaving, the exhilaration of summoning such a powerful Patronus mingling with fatigue from the magical exertion. Yet, when he raised his eyes toward the castle and saw the sky, clear and blue, devoid of any lingering shadows of Dementors, a profound, indescribable warmth enveloped him. With Buckbeak now freed, they returned to the castle in silence. The morning sun bathed the towers and courtyards of Hogwarts, dispelling all remnants of the previous night's chill and terror. Students began to appear in small groups in the corridors, buzzing with speculation about the disturbances in the Forbidden Forest and the activity of the Dementors. Yet none were aware of the harrowing truth. Chapter 93, A Rare Moment of Warmth. When Harry and Hermione re-entered the headmaster's office, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Sirius Black had tidied himself, donning a somewhat ill-fitting yet clean and neat deep blue robe that Dumbledore had procured from an unknown source. His disheveled black hair had been somewhat combed, and his beard had been shaved, revealing a handsome yet weary visage. At that moment, he was bent over, his back to the door, diligently attempting to win the favor of a particularly fluffy and freshly preened fox, who appeared plump and snowy white. "Hey, little buddy, look here. Look here." Sirius lowered his voice, coaxing like one would to a child, holding a small piece of lemon sherbet that had been shrunk by a charm, swaying it slowly before Fox. "Sweet. Fragrant. Much better than birdseed. Want to give it a try?" Snowball perched atop the mantelpiece, gazing down with a lofty demeanor at the peculiar individual who had, mere hours ago, prodded its posterior with dirted fingers. With a tilt of its diminutive head, its pure golden eyes brimmed with scrutiny and a subtle hint of curiosity, it delicately scratched the shelf with its tiny claws, producing a soft tapping sound, seemingly engaged in an internal struggle. "Yes, precisely like that. Come closer." Sirius, seizing the opportunity, beamed with an even brighter smile, tinged with a hint of foolishness, as he drew the sugar cube nearer, nearly touching Snowball's petite beak. At that pivotal moment, Snowball sprang into action. Instead of pecking at the sugar, it swiftly extended its tiny paw and, in a flash, smack, knocked the sugar cube right out of Sirius's hand. The small lemon-flavored Snowball tumbled and rolled onto the carpet. "Hey!" Sirius was momentarily stunned, staring at his empty fingers, then back at Snowball's haughty expression that seemed to say, "You think you can win me over?" It even puffed out its furry little chest with pride, leaving him both amused and exasperated. A suppressed giggle escaped from Hermione at the doorway. Sirius whirled around, and upon seeing Harry and Hermione, his eyes gleamed with astonishing brightness. "Harry!" He immediately cast aside the embarrassment of his failed avian antics and strode over, enveloping Harry in a bear hug so tight that the boy nearly gasped for breath. "Well done, lad. I knew you could do it. I saw it all. That stag. Absolutely magnificent. Even more impressive than your father back in the day." He rambled excitedly, thumping Harry's back with fervor. Harry coughed slightly from the embrace. Yet warmth flooded his heart as he reciprocated the hug with his exuberant godfather. "I'm glad you're all right, Sirius." Dumbledore sat behind his desk, observing the heartwarming scene with a benevolent smile. Wen Xu quietly stood by the window, his golden eyes resting on the embracing duo, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he witnessed their joy. Snowball, upon seeing its master, promptly abandoned its standoff with Sirius, flapping its wings to return to Wen Xu's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Sirius released Harry, his gaze naturally drifting towards Wen Xu and that oblivious little plump bird on his shoulder. He stroked his chin, seemingly unwilling to give up, yet this time, he adopted a different approach. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to present what he believed to be his most charming and trustworthy smile, taking a couple of steps towards Wen Xu and Snowball. "Ahem, Wen Xu, right? Your little bird, has quite the personality." He winked at Snowball, adding, "But no worries, I believe we shall become good friends in due time. Won't we? Little Snowball?" Snowball peeked out from behind Wen Xu's silver hair, facing Sirius, and quite clearly and audibly chirped, "Cheap." before promptly retreating behind Wen Xu's flowing locks, revealing only its 2 white eyebrows, exuding an air of indifference. Serious? Haha. Ron finally burst into laughter, and even Hermione stifled her giggles, her shoulders shaking. Harry couldn't help but chuckle at his godfather's plight, while Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with delight behind his spectacles. Sirius, with a resigned gesture, shrugged at Wen Xu, saying, "Well, it seems my black family charm has no effect on this little creature. It only acknowledges you." His tone, however, bore no genuine disappointment. Rather, it was laced with light-hearted jest. Wen Xu gently stroked the obstinate Snowball on his shoulder, a deeper mirth sparkling in his golden eyes, akin to melting warm gold. He raised his gaze to Harry, his expression softening. "The Patronus charm is quite powerful, Harry." His voice was clear and imbued with sincere praise. "You performed splendidly." Under Wen Xu's focused gaze and commendation, Harry felt a warmth spreading to his ears. Moments ago, he had faced hundreds of Dementors without flinching, yet now, his heart raced at the simplicity of those few words. He bashfully ruffled his messy black hair and met Wen Xu's gaze with his bright green eyes. "Well, it was thanks to Professor Lupin's excellent teaching," and he hesitated, his eyes drifting to the fluffy white creature on Wen Xu's shoulder, his voice softening. "And you provided me with new insights." This was no exaggeration. The energy emanating from Wen Xu's Patronus was indeed distinct, and Harry had garnered new perspectives from it. They exchanged glances across a few steps. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, dancing upon Wen Xu's silvery hair and flowing through his golden eyes. Harry's tousled black hair appeared fluffy in the light, reflecting the figure of the other, imbued with the unguarded sincerity and subtle tension characteristic of youth. Snowball seemed to sense the delicate atmosphere between the two. It peeked out from Wen Xu's long hair, glancing at Harry and then at its master, before gently chirping and flapping its little wings, gracefully alighting on Harry's slightly clenched fist. Chapter 94. In truth, Snowball is also adored by many. The little creature's warm, fluffy body pressed against Harry's skin, sending a delightful tickling sensation coursing through him. Harry's body stiffened momentarily, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of immense joy and warmth. Cautiously, he held his breath, using the fingertips of his other hand to gently touch the fluffy feathers atop Snowball's head. Snowball did not flinch. Instead, it nuzzled against his fingers, emitting a contented purr. Wen Xu observed this scene, watching as Harry delicately teased Snowball, his eyes shining with delight, and the pure, unclouded smile that blossomed on his face from Snowball's affection. Within the depths of his golden eyes, that tender smile rippled like stones cast into a tranquil lake, creating gentle waves. He remained silent, simply standing there, surrounded by a serene and gentle aura that seemed to envelop the small space in tranquil beauty. Sirius watched the unspoken, sweet atmosphere flowing between the boy and the bird, glancing at his godson's foolish yet immensely cherished expression, and could not help but stroke his chin, a knowing and mischievous smile spreading across his face. He wisely refrained from interrupting, instead quietly gesturing for Ron and Hermione, who were watching on the sidelines, to be silent. Then, he crossed his arms and leaned against the mantel, thoroughly enjoying this scene that brought him more joy than any comedy could provide. The trials had been endured, and the grievances washed away. The morning sunlight warmly flooded the room, dispelling all shadows. Though challenges may still loom ahead, at this moment, there were treasured family members regained, steadfast friends at one's side, a proud yet affectionate little bird, and the tender, burgeoning feelings that blossomed in the sunlight and shared glances. All of these were enough to allow a weathered soul to once more bask in the brilliance and hope of life. The final days of the school year flew by in a light-hearted atmosphere of survival and the impending bittersweetness of parting. Through Dumbledore's mediation and under the Ministry of Magic's final judgment, prompted by irrefutable evidence and public pressure, Sirius was officially restored to his freedom and reputation. The gloomy black family residence at 12, Grimmauld Place awaited its sole acknowledged master's return. He wrote to Harry almost daily, using various peculiar and sometimes biting envelopes. In his letters, aside from inquiring about Harry's well-being and extending warm regards to the Dursleys, the writing was unmistakably in the style of a Black. The remainder of his letters was filled with elaborate descriptions of how he meticulously prepared Harry's room, accompanied by exaggerated shopping lists, brimming with a clumsy yet heartfelt desire to make amends, and a lingering annoyance at not having won over Snowball. Can you believe it? It even turned its beak up at the top-notch Peruvian Firebird feed I selected. It was sprinkled with gold dust. In a certain letter, Sirius, with his hasty handwriting, indignantly lamented, "When you bring it here for summer vacation, I shall ensure it experiences what true passion entails." As Harry perused the letter, he couldn't help but envision his godfather's exasperated antics with the birdseed jar, causing him to chuckle heartily, a warm glow enveloping his heart. The finals week arrived as anticipated. saturating the castle with a melange of parchment, ink, invigorating potions, and palpable anxiety. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were deeply engrossed in their studies. Even the usually carefree Sirius had tempered his jesting in his letter, urging Harry to rest well, albeit immediately following that with an inquiry regarding the recent appetite of a certain Snowball. Wen Xu remained a constant presence in the library, his silvery hair flowing gracefully among the pages, his serene and focused profile becoming a spectacle for many students from various houses. Occasionally, when they crossed paths in the corridor, his golden eyes would briefly meet Harry's emerald ones, accompanied by a gentle nod and a shy smile. Snowball flitted between their shoulders, acting as a diminutive messenger, fostering a fleeting, silent camaraderie imbued with a hint of sweetness. Draco, spotting them from afar, would emit a cold huff, elevating his chin. Yet the flicker of disappointment in his gray-blue eyes betrayed his composure. Theodore not remained a shadow, silently providing reference books or potions whenever Wen Xu required assistance, his deep blue eyes occasionally surveying Harry with a subtle scrutiny. Chapter 95. A sudden departure at last. The bell signaling the conclusion of the final history of magic examination told. Students rushed out of the exam room like birds released from their cages, the corridor resonating with jubilant shouts of relief and the eager anticipation of the upcoming break. Harry massaged his throbbing temples as he exited the examination hall, engaging in a discussion with Ron and Hermione about the last essay question regarding the Goblin Rebellion. I swear, Professor Binns's questions get more obscure each year, Ron lamented, only to inadvertently spot Wen Xu at the corner leading to the Great Hall. He was not alone. Standing before him was Professor Snape. Snape's demeanor appeared more somber than usual, his thin lips pressed tightly together as he handed a slender box, wrapped in black silk, and emanating a subtle chill, to Wen Xu. Wen Xu bowed slightly, receiving it with a respectful yet distant gesture. His luggage, an exceptionally lightweight black suitcase, rested at his feet. Most troubling to Harry was the absence of Snowball perched on Wen Xu's shoulder. Instead, the little creature was confined within a small, exquisite cage adorned with icy blue magical crystals. The cage was held by Wen Xu, and Snowball appeared restless inside, clutching the perch with its tiny claws, its golden eyes peering through the bars toward Harry. Exercise utmost caution, Snape's cold, slick voice resonated, laden with an unusual gravity. Wen Xu nodded slightly, his voice clear and calm. As you command, Professor. Thank you. Without further ado, he gathered his luggage and the birdcage, turning to face Harry and the others. The atmosphere instantly thickened. Wen Xu, what is this? Hermione exclaimed, surprised by his luggage and the cage. Wen Xu's gaze swept across the trio, ultimately resting on Harry. His golden eyes remained tranquil, yet there was a nuance of emotion that Harry could not quite decipher. There is an urgent matter at home that requires my immediate departure, Wen Xu stated softly, yet distinctly audible to all. The final examinations have concluded, and I have informed the headmaster. I apologize for my absence at the end-of-term banquet. Leaving now? So soon? Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it that urgent? Since the incident at the Shrieking Shack, his relationship with Wen Xu had softened considerably. Indeed, Wen Xu replied gently, his gaze shifting back to Harry, particularly to the empty space on his shoulder. He lifted the birdcage slightly, his tender eyes fixed upon it. Snowball. I am taking you with me. Thank you for taking care of it during this time. Harry felt as if his heart had been abruptly squeezed by an unseen hand. An overwhelming sense of loss washing over him. He gazed at the little creature inside the cage, chirping eagerly and flapping its wings, then back to Wen Xu's face. Feeling as though his throat had closed up, he yearned to inquire about the nature of the urgent matter, its severity, when he might return, and whether they would reunite during the summer. Countless questions hovered on his lips, ultimately crystallizing into a dry, "You're welcome. It's doing well." He dared not meet Wen Xu's eyes, fearing that his emotions would betray him. Wen Xu seemed poised to say something, his golden gaze lingering on Harry's face. An array of complex feelings swirling within, yet he merely inclined his head slightly. Farewell. With that, he did not linger. Grasping his luggage and the cage containing Snowball, he turned towards the castle's exit, his silver hair trailing behind him like a cool arc. Snowball chirped anxiously within the cage, its small head twisting towards Harry. Wait. Wen Xu. Draco Malfoy's voice, laced with evident surprise and a hint of barely concealed panic, approached rapidly from the opposite corridor. Having evidently just finished his exam, he was taken aback by Wen Xu's departure, his gray-blue eyes wide with astonishment. Where are you going? Right now? Not attending the farewell banquet? His tone retained its usual arrogance, yet the inflection betrayed a flicker of dismay. Wen Xu paused slightly, glancing at Draco. His voice still gentle. There is a matter at home, Draco. I apologize. Draco stood frozen, watching Wen Xu's indifferent retreat, his face alternating between shades of red and white. ultimately resorting to a frustrated stamp of his foot as he muttered a curse under his breath and stormed away, not even sparing a glance at Harry and the others. Cedric Diggory, standing a little farther away in the throng, noticed the commotion. His gentle face bore a clear concern. His brows furrowed as he followed Wen Xu's departing figure with his gaze. He seemed hesitant to approach, ultimately halting his steps, though the silent worry and care were evident in his eyes. Theodore Nott had appeared from the shadows of the corridor, his deep blue eyes resembling a frozen lake, quietly observing the direction of Wen Xu's departure. He did not advance, nor did he utter a word. He merely leaned against the cold stone wall, arms crossed. His expression revealed no surprise, as if he had anticipated this all along. Yet the tight line of his lips and the weighty aura surrounding him suggested he was not entirely indifferent. He was aware of certain underlying truths, but chose to remain silent. How unfortunate! A voice tinged with regret echoed beside Harry. Sirius had somehow wandered over, likely to retrieve Harry for lunch. With his hands in his pockets, he gazed towards the castle doors where Wen Xu had vanished, clicking his tongue as his attention fixated on the exquisite birdcage held by Wen Xu. I had hoped to cultivate a bond with that little snowball over the summer. Its temperament truly suits my taste, far more entertaining than creature. He remained blissfully unaware of Harry's expression, which had instantaneously fallen. Harry stared at the empty castle doors, his shoulder feeling particularly desolate, as if Snowball's chirps still lingered in the air, leaving him with an emptiness inside. Wen Xu's departure had been so abrupt, not affording him a single word of farewell. The tenderness and apology that flickered in those calm golden eyes had pricked at his heart like a tiny thorn. An urgent matter at home. What could it possibly be? Serious enough to necessitate an immediate exit, even to take Snowball away? The light atmosphere that had characterized the end of the school year was now veiled with a subtle, ineffable sense of loss and uncertainty due to Wen Xu's premature departure. Snowball had been taken away, along with the tranquil and gentle aura of its owner, vanishing into the summer sunlight of Hogwarts. Harry clutched the letter from Sirius, which rambled on about a luxurious bird palace for Snowball, and for the first time, he felt that the upcoming summer vacation seemed less enticing. Chapter 96, The Wen Family. The air of late summer was suffused with the sense of fresh grass, earth, the smoke of bonfires, and the cacophony of myriad languages intertwined. Thousands of tents, varying in shape and color, dotted the undulating hills like mushrooms sprouting after rain, stretching towards the distant edge of the grand arena shrouded in magic. The flags of Ireland and Bulgaria fluttered in the gentle breeze, while the shouts of vendors, the songs of fans, the flapping wings of owls, and the excited screams of children converged into a joyous sea. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the Weasley family, accompanied by the exuberant Sirius, navigated through the bustling camp, searching for the reserved spot designated by Mr. Weasley's friend, Amos Diggory, and his illustrious son, Cedric, Merlin S. Beard. There are so many people, Ron exclaimed, eagerly glancing around, nearly colliding with a fan brandishing a giant Bulgarian lion plush. Look over there. Someone has constructed a mini version of Gringotts. I hope Mr. Diggory hasn't placed us too far back, Hermione said, her gaze anxiously fixed on the towering outline of the stadium. Having heard that the view from the upper boxes was the finest. Rest assured, Hermione, Charlie chuckled, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. Amos is always reliable. Besides, Cedric will surely have everything arranged. Just then, a relatively tranquil area emerged ahead in the crowd. Several luxurious tents adorned with deep green and silver family crests were arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, contrasting sharply with the surrounding revelry. Thick carpets lay before the tents, and even attendants dressed in matching uniforms stood quietly by. Wow, Fred whistled. Look at this spectacle. Which ancient family has transported their entire estate here? Not quite the British style, George squinted, scrutinizing the unique crests. Before their musings could continue, one of the largest tent flaps was elegantly lifted by a bony, gloved hand. The figure that emerged caused Harry and his companions to halt in their tracks. It was Wen Xu. He was still clad in a well-tailored dark green robe, the fabric glimmering subtly in the sunlight. His silver hair was loosely gathered at the back of his head with a simple jade pin, a few strands cascading down his temples, enhancing the elegance of his profile. His golden eyes were calm and reflective, imbued with a familiar gentleness. Yet at that moment, there was an air of serene composure that seemed at odds with the surrounding festivities. He slightly tilted his head, seemingly engaged in a quiet conversation with someone inside the tent, a polite smile gracing his lips. Even more captivating was a plump, snow-white puffskein perched gently on the back of his raised hand, its golden eyes curiously surveying the noisy world outside. Following closely behind Wen Xu was a tall, stern-looking young man. He wore a sharply pressed black butler uniform, impeccably neat, with silver-gray hair meticulously styled. His ice-blue eyes resembled a frozen lake, scanning the surroundings with a sharp vigilance. He was imposing yet moved with precision and restraint, akin to the most finely tuned instrument. At that moment, he was slightly bowing, quietly confirming something with Wen Xu, his demeanor respectful and loyal. He was Wen Xu's butler, Gucheng. Wen Xu. Ron's jaw nearly dropped, his eyes wide as saucers, forgetting to grip the bag of snacks in his hand, which Fred swiftly caught. Hermione also displayed a flicker of surprise, though more of understanding. She leaned towards Harry, whispering, "I told you," his upbringing and eloquence. Harry felt his suspicions confirmed. A complex sensation swelling within him as his gaze remained fixed on Wen Xu, particularly on the puffskein on his hand. Wen Xu, the voice of Draco Malfoy, laced with familiarity and a hint of scarcely perceptible superiority, rang out. He, along with Blaise Zabini and Theodore Nott, emerged from a nearby tent. Evidently residing in the same vicinity, Draco strode forward, his gray-blue eyes sparkling, the tone of his voice tinged with a boastful familiarity. "Have you settled in here? My father said he reserved spots for you and your brother." Upon hearing this, Wen Xu turned his head, his smile becoming more genuine. Infused with the ease of friendship, "Draco, Blaise, Theodore, I appreciate Mr. Malfoy's consideration. My brother's schedule is tight, but if time permits, we shall pay a visit." His gaze drifted to Harry and his companions not far off, his golden eyes lingering on Harry's face for a brief moment before nodding in polite acknowledgement. His posture impeccable. Theodore merely nodded silently, his deep blue eyes scanning Wen Xu and Gucheng, revealing no discernible emotion. Blaise wore his characteristic, slightly mischievous smile, his gaze flitting between Wen Xu, the puffskein, and Harry, ultimately resting on Gucheng with a hint of curiosity. Wen Xu, Cedric Diggory's warm voice approached. He was walking alongside his father, Amos. Cedric wore a sincere smile, his eyes radiating warmth. "I was just wondering when I'd get to see you. My father mentioned that the arrangements for the Wen family are splendid." His gaze lingered on Wen Xu a moment longer, exuding unabashed admiration and a subtle affection. "Cedric, my senior, Mr. Diggory," Wen Xu replied politely, his smile gentle. "I trust the seating is satisfactory. I wish the Hufflepuff Seeker a splendid match today." He deftly sidestepped mentioning his family's position, merely implying it was adequate, which only deepened Cedric's smile. "Merlin," Ron finally regained his voice, tugging at Harry's sleeve, speaking in a hushed tone yet unable to conceal his astonishment. Who is he? Why are Malfoy and the others so familiar with him? And Diggory, which one family? I've never heard of it." "Ron," Hermione sighed resignedly, quietly explaining, "it seems to be a family of profound heritage and formidable power, yet possibly operates discreetly. Just look at Malfoy's and Diggory's attitudes. Even Lucius Malfoy must extend an invitation to his brother." Wow. Fred and George had unknowingly crept closer, their identical eyes gleaming with curiosity as they scrutinized Wen Xu and his imposing companion, Gucheng, along with the lively Puffskein. "This must be the legendary Lord Puffskein, right?" George grinned playfully at the Puffskein, truly living up to the reputation. "Would you be interested in endorsing our new product, Wonder Feather Hair Removal Cream? I assure you it will make your fur even smoother and shinier." The Puffskein seemed to comprehend the mention of hair removal cream, immediately fluffing up its fur and squawking indignantly at the twins, exuding an air of haughty defiance that elicited hearty laughter from them. Sirius crossed his arms, watching the scene with keen interest, particularly admiring Wen Xu's poised demeanor as he mingled effortlessly with the pureblood families, never appearing out of his depth, and the Puffskein that remained aloof towards him. He elbowed Harry, lowering his voice with a teasing smile. "Kid, you have an eye for talent. This fellow Wen Xu has a background even deeper than I imagined." However, his gaze shifted to Gucheng, the butler beside him, whose eyes were sharp as knives. "TSK, intriguing." Harry was too engrossed to heed his godfather's teasing. His focus was almost entirely consumed by Wen Xu, observing him navigate among the illustrious company with grace and ease. Beneath that serene and gentle demeanor lay an unfathomable depth of background and power. This evoked a sense of unfamiliar distance within him. Yet more potent was the joy of reunion. At that moment, it seemed the Puffskein finally noticed Harry amidst the crowd. Its golden round eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, fluttering its tiny wings and chirping eagerly, even attempting to take flight from Wen Xu's hand. Wen Xu cast a gentle glance down at the restless little creature in his palm before raising his gaze to the eager Harry nearby, a look of understanding and warmth flickering in his golden eyes. He subtly lifted his hand. The snow-white creature, receiving the signal, transformed into a streak of white lightning, deftly weaving through the crowd to land with a flurry on Harry's shoulder, which appeared somewhat stiff with surprise and delight. It affectionately nuzzled its small head against Harry's cheek, emitting a contented purr, as if expressing the longing of their separation. In an instant, Harry's heart was filled with a profound warmth, and the earlier sense of distance evaporated. He cautiously extended a finger, gently caressing the fluffy feathers of the little creature. A genuine smile blossoming on his face. Observing this scene, a deeper smile graced Wen Xu's lips. He did not immediately call back the creature, but instead whispered something to Gu Hang beside him. Gu Hang's ice-blue eyes swiftly scanned over Harry and the creature before he subtly nodded. Then, under the gazes of the crowd, Wen Xu stepped forward, approaching Harry with a calm and graceful stride. His silvery hair shimmered under the summer sun, reflecting a gentle glow, while his tranquil golden eyes mirrored Harry's astonished face. When Wen Xu finally halted before Harry, his voice remained clear, yet carried a newfound warmth. The snow-white creature has missed you dearly. The clamor of the Quidditch World Cup seemed to fade in that moment, leaving only the jubilant little bird perched on the boy's shoulder and the striking contrast of golden and emerald eyes meeting once again amidst the throng. In the light-hearted festive atmosphere, a subtle thrill of reunion and the enigmatic allure of identity began to permeate as Wen Xu drew closer. Meanwhile, a resounding horn, heralding the imminent commencement of the match, reverberated through the arena, shaking the very earth beneath. Chapter 97, The Quidditch World Cup. The deafening roar of cheers threatened to lift the roof off the Quidditch World Cup Stadium. A massive shamrock, composed of Irish leprechauns, circled above the pitch, showering golden galleons upon the crowd, eliciting a cacophony of ecstatic screams and frenzied grabs. The sea of green and gold surged with exuberance. They won. Ireland triumphed. Ron, flushed with excitement, waved his arms wildly alongside his twin brothers, Fred and George, nearly losing his voice in the process. Mr. Weasley and Amos Diggory embraced tightly in jubilation. Hermione, too, hopped on her feet, clapping her hands, her face radiating with joy. However, the spotlight of the arena did not solely belong to the victors. Bulgaria's seeker, Victor Krum, was gracefully descending to the center of the field, his handsome yet brooding visage betraying no emotion as he raised his right hand high, revealing a small, struggling golden snitch glimmering under the lights. Krum had captured the snitch. Yet, Ireland led by 160 points. They were victorious. The announcer, Bagman, boomed through the amplification charms, his voice tinged with incredulous excitement, declaring it an epic match. The Irish team showcased unparalleled teamwork, while Krum, the young seeker, exhibited astonishing skill and decisiveness to seize the snitch under overwhelming odds. Although it did not alter the outcome of the match, it was undoubtedly one of the most spectacular catches of his career. The crowd erupted into a complex wave of reactions, fervently cheering for Ireland's victory while also honoring Krum's valiant effort despite the loss. Though disheartened, Bulgarian fans rose to applaud their hero. Harry sat in the reserved section for the Weasleys, his heart racing from the extraordinary match. Krum's final feint, followed by his near-impossible angle of capturing the snitch, replayed in his mind repeatedly. It was astonishing. Yet amidst the thunderous commotion, Harry's gaze inadvertently drifted to the opposite side of the pitch, toward the upper box adorned with deep green and silver vines, where he imagined he could see that silver-haired figure sitting quietly, his calm golden eyes fixed on the field, creating a striking contrast to the surrounding fervor. As the deafening cheers and golden rain gradually subsided, the euphoria of victory was replaced by a deeper, more enduring sense of fatigue and satisfaction. The night had deepened, the dark purple sky sprinkled with scattered stars. The campfire rekindled, wafting the aromas of roasted meat and sweet butterbeer, mingled with songs and laughter in various languages. The Irish green flags were ubiquitous, while the Bulgarian red seemed somewhat subdued. Nevertheless, Krum's fans gathered in small clusters, quietly discussing his breathtaking catch. Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed the Weasley family and Sirius, trudging back to their campsite, the remnants of excitement still coursing through their veins, albeit their legs felt as heavy as lead. Ron continued to chatter animatedly about the most thrilling moments of the match, particularly Moran's nearly impossible through-the-legs pass. Hermione rubbed her eyes, stifling yawns intermittently. Bill and Charlie debated the last-minute blunder of Ireland's seeker, Lindsay, while Sirius enthusiastically shared his exclusive perspective on Krum's flight path with Arthur Weasley and Amos Diggory. Harry lagged slightly behind, his thoughts not entirely fixated on the epic match they had just witnessed. His gaze unconsciously swept over the jubilant crowd, gliding past the luxurious tent area adorned with deep green and silver emblems. It seemed quieter there, yet still brightly lit, with waiters moving silently. Wen Xu, what was he doing now? Was he enjoying a midnight snack in some tent with Draco and Blaze? Or had he already retired for the night? Was Snowball nestled obediently by his side? When Krum captured the snitch, had a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his tranquil golden eyes. Countless fleeting thoughts darted through his mind, like the snitch itself. Hey Harry, wake up! Ron elbowed him, pointing ahead, Look over there. Something seems off. Harry followed Ron's direction. At the edge of their tent area, near the forest, the atmosphere appeared somewhat unusual. Several bonfires blazed fiercely, flames leaping high, casting an ominous orange glow that illuminated some shifting shadows. Chapter 98, Chaos. The air, mingled with the scent of roasted meat, carried an unsettling charred aroma. Faint. Drunken shouts and laughter drifted over, but the laughter sounded twisted, laced with malice. Perhaps some intoxicated individuals were causing a ruckus? Hermione frowned, her drowsiness dissipating as she instinctively grew alert. That area did not seem to belong to their campsite. Shall we go take a look? Fred and George perked up, their fatigue swept away, eyes glinting with a mischievous curiosity. Don't stir up trouble, kids. Arthur Weasley's voice was serious at such large gatherings. There were always some who drank too much. Let us return to our tent and lock the door before he could finish his warning. A piercing scream, unmistakably serious and not a jest, sliced through the night. Following that were more terrified cries and the shattering of glass. No, stop. A woman cried out. Ha ha. Burn it all down. A drunken man's malicious laughter echoed. The chaos ahead escalated in an instant. Those ominous bonfires swelled violently, their flames dancing as if imbued with life, licking at the nearest makeshift tents belonging to muggles. The fabric curled rapidly under the intense heat, charring and igniting. Thick smoke billowed upwards. Merlin. Both Mr. Weasley and Amos Diggory gasped in unison, their faces paling. The turmoil erupted like water splashed into boiling oil. The crowd, once immersed in joy, was now thrown into utter disarray. Screams of terror, the cries of children, shouts of anger, and the raucous laughter of intoxicated revelers intertwined. People fled like headless flies, shoving one another in their panic. Some attempted to extinguish the flames, but were knocked down by the surging throngs, while others, relishing the chaos, joined in the mayhem, deliberately toppling tents and igniting items. Death Eaters. It's the Death Eaters. A voice shrieked in fear from the crowd. That word sliced through Harry's chaotic thoughts like a bolt of icy lightning. Death Eaters. Followers of Voldemort. His blood seemed to freeze in his veins, as his emerald eyes fixated on the heart of the turmoil. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, Harry beheld chilling scenes. Several figures clad in black robes, their faces obscured by ludicrous masks, were brandishing wands, recklessly setting the tents ablaze and tossing them into the air. They emitted frenzied, drunken laughter, casting curses at the fleeing muggle-born wizards and reveling in their distress. Among them, one figure stood out for his towering stature and brutish demeanor, aiming his wand at a sobbing little girl on the ground, spewing vile curses as if intent on igniting her and her tent together. Harry's brow furrowed tightly as he instinctively moved forward. Harry, don't go over there. Hermione and Ron simultaneously yanked him back with urgency. Sirius stepped in front of Harry, his tall frame blocking his view, icy fury igniting in his gray eyes. Yet he clutched Harry's shoulder tightly, growling, "Stay calm. They are numerous and utterly insane." Harry regained a semblance of composure, but remained fixated on the assailant targeting the little girl. He understood that despite having lived many lives, the magic within this body was limited. A wizard's control over their magic and its reserves increased with age. He could not unleash his full potential now, and rushing in blindly would only hinder their efforts. At that moment, a swift, shadowy figure cut through the heart of the chaos like a specter. It was Gu Hong. Dressed impeccably in a black butler-esque uniform, he moved with incredible speed amidst the flickering flames and chaotic figures, almost leaving afterimages in his wake. He paid no heed to the arsonists, his focus singularly fixed on the towering masked man about to harm the girl. Gu Hong didn't even draw his wand. In an instant of rapid approach, his right hand, gloved in white, struck like a viper, precisely gripping the assailant's wrist that held the wand. A sickening crack echoed, followed by a piercing scream as the villain's wand flew from his grasp. Without missing a beat, Gu Hong executed a swift, clean chop to the side of the man's neck, causing his massive frame to crumple to the ground like a broken sack. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Gu Hong showed no sign of hesitation, swiftly scooping up the terrified little girl, moving like the wind. And within moments, he had extricated her from the heart of the chaos, handing her over to a stunned woman who appeared to be her mother. His ice-blue eyes scanned the scene sharply, seemingly searching for something, before he vanished back into the shadows of turmoil. Harry stood momentarily stunned by Gu Hong's thunderous intervention. Forgetting to struggle, he followed Gu Hong's gaze, and, in a relatively safe elevated spot, he spotted Wen Xu standing resolutely. His silver hair, illuminated by the firelight and smoke, resembled the cold glow of moonlight. His golden eyes remained calm, yet beneath that calmness lay a weighty frost. Surrounding him were Draco, Blaise, and Theodore. Draco's face was pale, his gray-blue eyes filled with shock and disgust, yet he instinctively positioned himself slightly ahead of Wen Xu. Blaze's usual playful grin had vanished, replaced by a cold vigilance, his wand half drawn from his sleeve, his body angled protectively towards Wen Xu. Theodore stood silently half a step behind Wen Xu, his deep blue eyes scanning the surroundings like the depths of a frigid lake, skillfully sealing off any threats from behind. Gu Heng returned like a loyal shadow, once more standing guard behind Wen Xu, creating a peculiar, defensively empowered oasis of calm amid the chaos. Wen Xu's gaze seemed to pierce through the tumult, momentarily connecting with Harry's. In that fleeting glance, there was no panic, only a profound, insightful gravity, tinged with a barely perceptible concern. Then, Wen Xu turned away, speaking softly to Gu Heng. Gu Heng nodded, guiding him toward a safer location. Draco, Blaze, and Theodore immediately followed suit. Chapter 99. The wand has been stolen. We must leave this place. Quickly, back to the tent. Arthur Weasley shouted anxiously, his voice nearly drowned out by the pandemonium. He pushed the children forward, with Bill and Charlie flanking Ginny and Hermione, while Sirius half-dragged, half-carried the still struggling Harry and Ron against the tide of terrified onlookers, making their way toward the Weasley family tent. Shoving, screaming, thick smoke, flames. The glow of curses occasionally streaked across the night sky. Harry felt as though his ribs might snap under the pressure, his ears filled with a cacophony of despair and madness. Just as they neared their tent, a massive wave of people surged toward them, violently separating Harry, Ron, and Hermione from Mr. Weasley. Dad, Harry, Hermione. The cries were instantly swallowed by the chaos. This way. Ron, sharp-eyed, spotted a slightly clearer corner piled with large wooden crates and pulled Harry and Hermione there. The three of them leaned against the cold crates, gasping heavily, their hearts racing as if they might burst from their chests. The surroundings remained a hellish spectacle, firelight casting grotesque reflections on the terrified faces of the crowd. I hurt my foot, Hermione gasped suddenly, pain etched on her face, revealing that her ankle had twisted during the pushing. Ron immediately crouched down to inspect it. Meanwhile, Harry cautiously peered out, scanning the chaos for any sign of Mr. Weasley. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a small figure stealthily slipping past the other side of the wooden crates, darting toward the darker edge of the forest. The figure was clad in a tattered, ill-fitting wizard's robe, moving with remarkable agility like a startled rat. Harry's heart raced. That silhouette. The one fleeing during the ruckus at the Shrieking Shack. Peter Pettigrew. Wormtail. It's Peter, Harry cried out, instinctively wanting to chase after him. This was the key witness to clear his godfather's name. What? Where? Ron looked up immediately. Don't go, Harry. Hermione, gritting her teeth against the pain, clutched Harry's robe tightly. It's too dangerous. There are madmen out there. In the moment of Harry's hesitation, Peter's figure had already vanished into the darkness at the forest's edge. A wave of intense frustration and anger surged within Harry. He pounded his fist against the nearby wooden crate. Just then, a piercing shriek, sharp enough to rend the very soul, suddenly sliced through the chaotic night sky. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and all those struggling amidst the chaos, fleeing and committing malevolence, involuntarily lifted their heads. A blinding, ghastly green light, akin to a poisonous arrow shot forth from the depths of hell, surged with astonishing velocity from the edge of the forest, the very direction where Peter had vanished, piercing the profound night sky. At its apex, that green light erupted abruptly, and in an instant, a colossal, terrifying image composed of emerald phosphorescence loomed grotesquely against the pitch-black canvas of the night. A gigantic skull, from which a serpentine creature writhed menacingly, emerged. The hollow eye sockets of the skull seemed to gaze down upon the camp below, ensnared in chaos and terror, while the flickering tongue of the snake exuded an icy, malevolent, suffocating aura of death. The dark mark, Voldemort's sigil. A deathly silence instantaneously enveloped the camp. All screams, curses, maniacal laughter, and cries were abruptly silenced beneath this horrifying symbol. Only the crackling of flames and the heavy, terrified breaths of the crowd remained. Harry felt as if the very blood in his veins had frozen. He stood rigid, his emerald eyes fixated on the ominous, green-glowing skull and snake mark in the sky. A bone-chilling dread coursing through him like a sudden frost. He recognized the direction from which that mark had risen. It was the very direction where he had just seen Peter disappear. What chilled him further was the instinctive tremor that led him to reach for his robe's pocket. It was empty. His wand was gone. A heavy sense of dread settled within him. Damn it. No wonder he felt he had forgotten something. Chapter 100, Misunderstanding. The stillness descended like a cold tide, drowning the entire camp in silence. The grotesque emerald skull and serpent hung ominously in the night sky, the hollow eye sockets seemingly consuming all sound and hope. The flames continued to burn. Thick smoke still billowed, Yet the crowd appeared as though petrified by a collective spell, leaving only the heavy, stifled breaths and eyes frozen in fear. Harry remained rooted in place, his green eyes locked onto that malevolent mark, his heart gripped as if by an invisible hand, each beat laced with icy terror and profound panic. The memories of the Reborn surged like a frigid tide, for he knew what this mark signified. It was a frame-up. It was Pettigrew who had cast it with his wand, the prelude to Voldemort's return, and his own wand had vanished into thin air. "Harry, your wand," Hermione's trembling voice echoed in his ears, laden with incredulous fear. She clearly recognized the gravity of the situation. Ron's face was paler than the moon, his lips quivering. "Merlin's stinking socks. They think it's not me. It's Peter." Harry suddenly roared, his voice hoarse with overwhelming anger and fear. "He stole my wand. I saw him." He ran into the forest. He pointed frantically toward the direction from which the dark mark had risen, his fingertips trembling. The sense of defeat and acute danger nearly engulfed him. The prophetic foresight of his rebirth had transformed into a heavy shackle. He knew the truth, yet he could not prevent it, and might even become a scapegoat. At that moment, a rapid, heavy footfall shattered the silence, accompanied by the dazzling light emanating from their wands. A group of wizards clad in deep purple uniforms with golden trim surged forth like phantoms from the chaotic shadows. Their wands aimed directly at the pile of wooden crates where Harry, Ron, and Hermione were hiding. "Don't move. Put down your wands," a cold, arrogant voice barked. Leading them was a man with a harsh, severe visage and gray-streaked short beard, Barty Crouch, director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Behind him trailed Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, whose round face was marked by fear and an air of forced composure, along with several tense aurors, including Kingsley Shacklebolt. Their wands, like the fangs of venomous serpents, were all aimed at Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Mr. Crouch, Minister Fudge, it wasn't he, us," Hermione immediately cried out, her voice tinged with desperation. "Harry's wand was stolen. We just saw Peter Pettigrew. He took it and ran into the forest." "Peter Pettigrew?" Fudge exclaimed incredulously, his jowls quivering, his eyes filled with absurdity and disbelief. "That dead man. Nonsense. Azkaban has never." His words were cut off abruptly by Crouch's harsh command. "Silence." Crouch snapped, his sharp, hawk-like gaze locked onto Harry, his expression cold and scrutinizing as if assessing a piece of evidence. "Harry Potter, raise your hands. Explain. Why has the dark mark appeared here? Why did it emanate from your direction? Where's your wand?" His voice cracked like a whip through the stifling air. The surrounding aurors advanced a step, their vigilance heightened. Harry felt a suffocating despair wash over him. The prophetic foresight of his rebirth was utterly useless at this moment. Pettigrew had fled, his wand was lost, and the evidence appeared to point squarely at him. He could almost envision the sensational headline of tomorrow's Daily Prophet. Clenching his fists instinctively, his knuckles turned white from the pressure, his emerald eyes blazed with the flames of anger and defiance. Yet he found himself unable to articulate a defense. Just at that critical juncture, when the tension reached its zenith, a clear and calm voice, like a cool spring coursing over heated rocks, pierced through the hostile standoff. "Director Crouch, Minister Fudge, please remain calm." All eyes, including those of the wands poised in hostility, were drawn irresistibly to the source of this voice. Chapter 101, The Rescue. There stood Wen Xu, accompanied silently and steadfastly by Gu Cheng, approaching with composure from a relatively safe vantage point. Draco, Blaise, and Theodore followed closely, their faces etched with seriousness and wariness, but their postures clearly centered around Wen Xu. Wen Xu walked steadily, yet upon closer inspection, his exquisitely handsome visage seemed paler than usual in the flickering firelight, bearing an almost imperceptible hint of fatigue. As if maintaining that tranquility had drained considerable energy. Strands of his silvery hair fell across his forehead, adding an air of fragility. However, his golden eyes remained calm, like an unfathomable, icy pool, fixing their gaze upon the highest officials of the Ministry of Magic without a hint of retreat. The poise he exuded, characteristic of an ancient Eastern noble lineage, appeared particularly striking against the backdrop of turmoil, imbued with an intangible pressure, starkly contrasting with his usual amiable demeanor. A flicker of interrupted annoyance and impatience crossed Barty Crouch's stern, harsh face. Yet when his gaze swept over the unique emblem on Wen Xu's robes, a deep green and silver design entwined with vines and a crescent moon, his pupils almost imperceptibly constricted. Fudge evidently recognized the significance of this emblem as well. The fear and feigned composure on his face were replaced by a mixture of surprise, suspicion, and caution. He instinctively murmured something under his breath. Wen Xu disregarded Fudge's small gesture, his gaze calmly sweeping past the wands aimed at Harry, finally landing on Crouch. His voice steady yet resonant, clearly audible to all, in the absence of any concrete evidence. To mobilize such a show of force against a well-known hero's descendant in the fight against the Dark Lord, based solely on a lost wand and directional speculation, is perhaps not the path of justice that the Ministry of Magic should uphold. His tone was placid, even tinged with warmth. Yet the weight of his words caused Crouch to furrow his brow. Gu Cheng stood like the most loyal boulder, silently positioned half a step behind Wen Xu, his ice-blue eyes sharply surveying each ministry official and aura, particularly their wand-wielding hands. His towering figure emanated an invisible aura of oppression, as if anyone daring to make a move would instantly find him transformed into the deadliest of weapons. Draco stood nearby, his slate blue eyes infused with the characteristic Malfoy arrogance and discontent, coldly taunting. Just a moment ago, this place was utter chaos. Who knows if a wand was snatched away by some fleeing marauder? Although his tone still bore hints of a spoiled child, his alignment with Wen Xu's stance was unmistakably clear. Blaze remained silent, his face adorned with that signature roguish grin, his gaze flitting between the ministry officials and Harry. Imbued with a trace of amusement, yet his position subtly obstructed another potential threat to Wen Xu. Theodore not remained quiet, his deep blue eyes resembling the deepest of frozen lakes, quietly observing everything, his body tense, poised for an imminent explosion. Wen Xu's gaze shifted to Harry, his golden eyes reflecting a barely perceptible concern and reassurance. He refrained from addressing the ministry officials further, merely nodding slightly to Harry, his expression seemingly conveying, "Remain calm." Crouch's complexion fluctuated, while Fudge appeared increasingly hesitant and anxious. The emergence of Wen Xu and the influence represented by his insignia evidently disrupted their original plans. The atmosphere had descended into a stalemate. In that brief, taut silence, Harry's lightning-shaped scar on his forehead suddenly erupted with a searing pain, akin to a branding iron pressed mercilessly against his flesh. "Ah!" Harry cried out, clutching his forehead, his vision instantly engulfed in a crimson haze. The agony was achingly familiar, deeply ingrained. It was Voldemort. He was furious. His wrath burned like a tangible flame, searing through Harry's very soul. "Harry!" Hermione and Ron exclaimed in terror, rushing to support him. Wen Xu's golden eyes sharpened, a fleeting, icy glint flashing deep within them. It was as if he sensed some intangible, profoundly dark presence. Instinctively, he leaned forward slightly, seemingly intending to approach Harry, only to restrain himself, although the concern in his tranquil gaze became increasingly evident. Gu Cheng immediately stepped forward, nearly aligning himself with Wen Xu, his ice-blue eyes fixated sternly on Harry, as if assessing whether the source of his suffering posed a threat. Above in the night sky, the grotesque green skull and serpent mark continued to loom ominously, silently mocking the chaos below, sowing seeds of suspicion and the surreptitious growth of darkness. Chapter 102, A New Journey. The dark mark dissipated quietly in the profound darkness before dawn, akin to a suffocating nightmare, leaving behind a scene of devastation and an icy chill penetrating to the bone. Ultimately, the ministry officials could not take Harry away. Wen Xu's deeply rooted family emblem and his poised demeanor served as an invisible barrier, compounded by the pressure of Draco Malfoy's identity, compelling Crouch and Fudge to momentarily suppress their desire for forcible detention. They departed with a heart full of doubts and unresolved mysteries, along with the house elf, Winky, discovered at the forest's edge, bound by a full-body bind curse, clutching Harry's holly wand, hastily concluding this chaotic affair. Later, Hermione read in the Daily Prophet, her anger palpable, that Mr. Crouch had coldly dismissed Winky, citing her severe dereliction of duty and possession of dangerous items. The article vaguely suggested that the camp's turmoil was linked to certain unstable factors, while remaining ambiguous regarding the origins of the Dark Mark and Harry's wand's disappearance. As the Hogwarts Express expelled plumes of white steam, slowly departing from Platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station, the revelry and turmoil of the Quidditch World Cup seemed to be left behind. The rhythmic clatter of the train wheels over the tracks was monotonous and hypnotic, the carriage filled with the excitement of the new term, the sweet scent of chocolate frogs, and hushed whispers about the World Cup final and the night of terror at the camp. Wen Xu sat alone in a compartment by the window. He had changed from his ostentatious attire befitting his status back into the Slytherin robes of silver and green. The dark green fabric accentuated his silvery hair, rendering it even more ethereal, while softening his overly prominent features. He tilted his head slightly, his golden eyes quietly gazing out at the fleeting pastoral scenery, long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow beneath his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping him in a gentle golden glow. The composure he had displayed as a representative of his esteemed lineage at the Quidditch World Cup seemed to have entirely receded. At this moment, he appeared serene, gentle, even imbued with a hint of fragility, akin to a precious orchid meticulously nurtured in a greenhouse, now quietly resting after enduring a tempest. His pale fingers absent-mindedly stroked the feathers of the snow-white creature dozing on his lap. The little one curled into a fluffy white ball, emitting soft purring sounds, evidently content to be back with its owner. This scene was as tranquil and beautiful as a classical oil painting. However, this tranquility was destined to be fleeting. The compartment door was gently pulled open a crack. Blaze Zabini's handsome face, adorned with his signature languid and playful smile, leaned against the doorframe. His deep brown eyes, rich as the finest honey, were focused intently on Wen Xu's serene profile, unabashedly revealing admiration and a subtle hint of possessiveness. "What a nostalgic sight," he said, his voice laced with a magnetic quality. "Every time I see you sitting by the window, time seems to slow down, Wen Xu." He did not enter, merely observing. His posture casual, yet filled with unspoken invitation. Upon hearing his voice, Wen Xu slowly turned his head. His golden eyes met Blaze's gaze, devoid of surprise, only radiating a gentle calm, reminiscent of a lake under moonlight. The corners of his lips subtly curled upward, crafting an almost imperceptible arc, yet sufficient to quicken Blaze's heartbeat. "The journey is long. One must enjoy the scenery," he replied, his tone as clear as ever, yet softened like a feather brushing against one's heart. Blaze's smile deepened. And just as he was about to say something further, another figure breezed in. "Excuse me, Zabini." Draco Malfoy's slate blue eyes bore an edge of impatience as he unceremoniously pushed past Blaze, occupying the seat directly opposite Wen Xu, his posture exuding Malfoy entitlement. "Wen Xu, have you seen my father's letter? Regarding the Christmas holiday?" His eyes sparkled with interest, his tone carrying familiarity and a hint of barely concealed anticipation. Leaning slightly forward to capture Wen Xu's full attention, he cast a glance at the snow-white creature nestled on Wen Xu's lap, recalling the scene at the World Cup where it had pounced on Harry, feeling a twinge of annoyance. Yet the tranquility of Wen Xu's appearance allowed him to temporarily overlook this displeasure. Wen Xu's gaze shifted to Draco, his gentle calm unwavering. Though within the depths of his golden eyes, a trace of barely perceptible resignation flickered, akin to ripples on the surface of a lake stirred by a gentle breeze. "Draco," he replied softly, "I appreciate your father's hospitality. However, the holiday arrangements still require discussion with my brother." He deftly sidestepped a direct answer, his tone imbued with just the right amount of apology and detachment. Blaze emitted an ambiguous chuckle from the doorway, clearly recognizing Draco's subtle disappointment at being gently rebuffed. Just then, the light at the compartment's entrance was once again obscured by a silent figure. Theodore stood there, his deep blue eyes tranquil and undisturbed, as he gently placed a delicate, warm crystal cup on the small table beside Wen Xu. The cup contained the Eastern floral tea, fragrant with a hint of herbs. That Wen Xu favored, its temperature seemingly just right. He remained silent, subtly obstructing the attempts of Blaze to intrude further. Little Xu, while pilfering the essence of the world, has not forgotten to clandestinely pursue his ambitions. Chapter 103, The Double Fortune of Snowball. Wen Xu's gaze lingered on the swirling steam rising from the crystal cup before he lifted his eyes to Theodore. A genuine smile blossomed in his golden irises. Reminiscent of ripples on a lake stirred by a pebble, that smile was gentle and pure, reaching deep into his eyes. He offered no words of thanks, but merely inclined his head slightly towards Theodore, conveying everything unspoken. This subtle exchange encapsulated the unvoiced understanding between them more eloquently than any words could express. Draco observed this scene, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gray-blue eyes. Before he could voice it, the partition door was thrust open with a resounding clatter. "Hey, look who it is." Fred Weasley's boisterous voice rang out as he poked his head in, followed closely by the mischievous George. Their gazes flitted between Wen Xu, Snowball, and the group of Slytherins at the door, finally settling on the snowy fluff resting on Wen Xu's lap. "Your Grace, Snowball." George exaggeratedly bowed, "after a summer apart, your poise has become even more exceptional. It seems the Eastern lands truly nurture their birds. We've specially prepared the latest season's Weasley Wizard Wheezes products for you," Fred exclaimed, conjuring a whimsically packaged box adorned with a cartoon bird sporting fluffy feathers. "Just a sprinkle, and your worries will vanish into thin air. As a token for our esteemed client, a complimentary trial." He began to open the box. Suddenly, Snowball erupted from Wen Xu's lap, its fluffy feathers making it appear as an irate white dandelion, issuing a sharp warning towards Fred and George, its little wings flapping with such speed that they left a blur. Clearly, it harbored lingering apprehension towards the well-meaning Weasley twins. Wen Xu quickly reached out, his fingertips gently pressing on Snowball's ruffled back feathers, murmuring softly, "It's all right, no need to fear." He looked up at the twins, a blend of exasperation and indulgence gracing his features, his golden eyes shimmering with clarity in the sunlight. That smile was pure and unpretentious. exuding an unconscious allure that momentarily stunned both Fred and George. Unfortunately for the Weasley brothers, Snowball was not inclined to accept their goodwill at this moment. Oh, what a pity. George feigned a hurt expression, though his eyes remained sparkling as they fixated on Wen Xu. All right, Fred shrugged, retracting the box and letting his gaze roam over Wen Xu's exquisitely refined features, grinning as he said, but Wen Xu, on the next Hogsmeade trip, we've got a new batch of fascinating Eastern candies in stock. Care to give them a try? I promise they won't frighten your little bird. Since their last encounter, Wen Xu had begun to invest in the Weasley twins prank business, and they had gradually grown more familiar with each other. However, Snowball still regarded the two with evident disdain, ranking them at the top of its list of most annoying humans, having ousted the previously favored Sirius. The atmosphere in the compartment was infused with an unusual tension. Blaze's languid curiosity, Draco's urgency and dissatisfaction, Theodore's silent guardianship, and the twins' playful banter all revolved around the serene figure seated by the window, the silver-haired boy who seemed to radiate a soft glow. Wen Xu navigated the situation with grace, his smile gentle, his demeanor calm. The occasional hint of exasperation or comfort he displayed deftly influenced the emotions of those around him. He resembled an elegant butterfly, its wings fluttering lightly, stirring the tranquil waters into a whirlpool of chaos, yet remaining blissfully unaware. Quietly tending to the little white fluff that had finally settled down, yet remained vigilant in its watch over the twins. Little Sue leads a mundane life, seeking a bit of joy. Chapter 104. The Extraordinary Career Luck of Sue. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was illuminated by thousands of floating candles, glistening with golden splendor, while the 4 house tables were laden with gleaming golden platters and goblets. The ceiling mirrored a star-studded midnight sky, unchanged from previous years' start-of-term feasts. However, an unusual excitement and anticipation permeated the air. Students whispered among themselves, their glances frequently darting towards the vacant seats at the staff table and the tightly shut great doors. Professor Dumbledore stood at the podium, his silver beard and crescent-shaped glasses glimmering in the candlelight. Just as he was about to declare the feast open, a strange, ethereal melody began to waft through the hall, seemingly echoing from afar. The song swelled in volume, becoming increasingly distinct, imbued with an otherworldly beauty. Following that, a colossal, unrelenting roar approached, shaking the ancient stone walls of the castle ever so slightly. What was that sound? Ron craned his neck, curiously inquiring. It sounds like a dragon? Harry frowned, his memories from the rebirth hinting at something ominous. A knowing smile spread across Dumbledore's face. Ah, it seems our guests have chosen quite an attention-grabbing entrance. No sooner had he spoken than the immense oak doors of the hall were slowly pushed open by an unseen force. A powerful gust of cool night air swept in, extinguishing some of the nearby candles and tousling the students' hair and robes. Everyone held their breath, craning their necks to gaze outside. There, above the dark lawn in front of the castle, a massive object was descending. It was a gigantic, light blue carriage, so large it resembled a small house. The vehicle was not drawn by horses, but by 12 magnificent winged horses, their silvery coats shimmering like pearls. Each one was as colossal as an elephant, their powerful muscles rippling under the moonlight, and their gigantic wings stirred up a fierce current of air. When the carriage wheels touched the ground, a deep thud resonated, shaking the very floor of the great hall. The carriage door swung open, and a woman, even taller than Hagrid, elegantly clad in exquisite black silk robes, stepped down. Her hair was styled into a smooth bun, and around her neck hung a luxurious opal necklace. She was none other than Madame Olympe Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Following her, a stream of students clad in elegant light blue silk robes emerged. Most appeared tall and striking, bearing the weariness of their long journey, yet their expressions were predominantly filled with curiosity and a hint of superiority. They surveyed the grandeur of Hogwarts' Great Hall with bright eyes. Madame Maxime strode gracefully towards the staff table as Dumbledore descended the steps to greet her. "Dear Madame Maxime," Dumbledore said warmly, "welcome to Hogwarts." "Dumbledore," Madame Maxime responded in a deep, resonant voice, extending an elegantly ringed hand adorned with numerous opal rings. However, her gaze did not rest on Dumbledore, but swept over the students of Hogwarts, as if searching for something. A clear, mellifluous voice, imbued with the rhythmic grace of Eastern etiquette, arose from the Slytherin table. "Madame Maxime, after a long journey, the allure of Beauxbatons is indeed captivating." Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Wen Xu, who had risen gracefully at some point. His silver hair flowed softly in the candlelight, and the Slytherin green and silver robes accentuated his tall and slender figure. A warm, composed smile adorned his face, his golden eyes clear and sincere. He inclined his body slightly, his movements fluid and graceful, imbued with an ancient charm. Then, with utmost naturalness and familiarity, he took the hand extended by Madame Maxim, leaning down to bestow a gentle yet earnest kiss upon the back of her ring-adorned finger. His actions were seamless, elegant, and impeccable, exuding a noble demeanor that seemed to stem from a lineage steeped in tradition, as if such etiquette had long been woven into the very fabric of his being. Madame Maxim appeared not at all surprised, but rather, she was visibly pleased. She gazed at Wen Xu, a distinctly feminine and satisfied smile spreading across her large face. "Young Master Wen Xu," her voice softened considerably, "your manners are always so delightful. Please convey my regards to Mr. Wen Yu. My elder brother often speaks of your esteemed presence." Wen Xu responded with a smile, his demeanor both humble and courteous, yet devoid of any semblance of servility. Dumbledore stood nearby, his blue eyes glimmering with wisdom and keen interest behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, as if he were merely witnessing a captivating drama that unfolded as expected. The students from Beaux Batons were guided to take their seats at the Ravenclaw long table, their curious gazes predominantly fixated upon Wen Xu, imbued with a sense of inquiry and admiration. Chapter 105, Chrome. Just as everyone was engrossed in discussions about the grand entrance of Beaux Batons and Wen Xu's hand-kissing gesture, a sudden commotion erupted from the direction of the Black Lake. A rumbling sound, akin to the mournful wail of a great beast, emanated from the depths of the lake. Almost immediately, the water in the center of the lake began to churn violently, swirling into a massive vortex. The whirlpool spun faster and deeper. Suddenly, a long, dark mast burst forth from the water's surface, followed by the rigging of a ship's sail. A bizarre-looking vessel was slowly rising from the heart of the whirlpool. It resembled a colossal, decaying ghost ship, its hull blackened as if hewn from charred wood, encrusted with barnacles and moss along its sides. No lights illuminated the ship. Instead, a chilling, emerald glow emanated from its portholes. The tattered sails flapped ominously in the night breeze, emitting a foreboding moan. The grand ship fully emerged from the water, sending forth tremendous splashes as it glided silently toward the shore. As the gangplank lowered, a group of individuals descended. At the forefront stood a man clad in a silver fur cloak, tall and slender, with gray-white hair and beard, sporting a pointed goatee. His eyes were sharp as a hawk's, and his expression was serious, devoid of any warmth. He was Igor Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang. Following closely behind him were students draped in heavy blood-red fur cloaks, tall and robust, their strides steady and powerful, bearing an air of almost haughty seriousness. They resembled a silent battalion, exuding an icy aura. However, as this group stepped into the brightly lit hall, nearly all gazes were instantly drawn to a figure standing next to Karkaroff. He walked ahead of the Durmstrang students, even more conspicuous than Karkaroff himself. He was extraordinarily tall and muscular, with broad shoulders and thick black hair that fell messily over his forehead, partially obscuring his brows. His nose was large and somewhat cumbersome, and his thick eyebrows were habitually knitted together, giving him a perpetually gloomy and somewhat clumsy appearance. He walked with a slight stoop, as if burdened by an unseen weight. Yet, no one could overlook him, for he was Victor Krum, the seeker for the Bulgarian national team, a star who, despite a loss, had earned acclaim at the World Cup. The hall erupted with excitement, particularly among the Quidditch fans from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, who were nearly leaping from their seats. Ron's face flushed crimson, his excitement rendering him nearly incoherent. "K. Krum. It's Krum. Merlin. He actually came to Hogwarts." Yet, Krum himself seemed utterly indifferent to the fervor surrounding him. His deep-set, somewhat brooding black eyes scanned the room with keen intensity upon entering, as if searching for something. Suddenly, his gaze fixated sharply on the silver-haired youth at the Slytherin table, who had just taken a seat and was gently caressing a snow-white bird perched upon his knee. Krum's brow appeared to furrow even more tightly, and beneath that awkward and gloomy expression, his eyes gleamed with a sharpness akin to having discovered the golden snitch. That gaze was filled with scrutiny, inquiry, and an ineffable focus. Seated diagonally across from Wen Xu, Blaise Zabini immediately caught sight of Krum's overtly direct attention locked onto Wen Xu. The playful smile on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold, assessing glare. His deep brown eyes narrowed slightly, reminiscent of a lazy leopard sensing an infringement upon its territory, emanating a silent air of vigilance and warning. Draco also noted Krum's gaze, a flicker of displeasure and hostility flashing in his gray-blue eyes, as though he perceived his treasured possession being coveted. Theodore Knott, though showing no overt action, subtly adjusted his previously relaxed posture, his deep blue eyes resembling the coldest ice, meeting Krum's probing gaze with an unyielding barrier. Wen Xu appeared oblivious to the complex and pointed scrutiny directed at him from various quarters. He remained slightly bowed, his golden eyes fixated on the now tranquil snow-white creature upon his knee. With his long, pale fingers, he gently groomed the soft, fluffy feathers of the snow-white bird. The little creature let out soft, contented purrs, nuzzling its small head against his palm. Chapter 106. The Bet. The students from Durmstrang were seated beside the Slytherin long table. Crumb's position was directly across from Wen Xu, separated by a few long benches. When his massive frame settled onto the wooden bench, it creaked under the strain. He maintained a furrowed brow, his gloomy and awkward countenance betraying little emotion, yet those deep-set, hawk-like black eyes seemed glued to Wen Xu, exuding a near discourteous intensity and scrutiny. This overly direct gaze immediately sent ripples of unease through the Slytherin table. Draco Malfoy's gray-blue eyes ignited with palpable hostility and discontent. He straightened his back, speaking loudly to Crabbe and Goyle about certain external students lacking fundamental decorum, though his eyes provocatively darted toward Crumb's direction. Blaise Zabini's playful smile evaporated, replaced by a chilling scrutiny. His deep brown eyes narrowed slightly, akin to a serpent locking onto its prey, his previously relaxed posture shifting as he leaned slightly forward, exuding an unspoken pressure, as if Crumb's gaze were a threat that needed immediate eradication. He even discreetly nudged the silver goblet before him towards Wen Xu, creating a subtle, symbolic barrier. Theodore not neither looked at Crumb nor anyone else. He silently picked up a crystal bowl filled with fresh berries, placing it with precision upon the small table in front of Wen Xu, just enough to obstruct a portion of Crumb's direct line of sight. Then, he reclined back against his chair, his deep blue eyes lowered, as if merely performing a trivial act, yet his silent demeanor formed a formidable ice wall. Meanwhile, the central figure, protected in various ways by these three Slytherins, Wen Xu, remained seemingly unfazed. He kept his head bowed, his golden eyes focused intently on the now calm snow-white creature in his lap. With his long, pale fingers, he tenderly groomed the soft, fluffy feathers. As the little one emitted contented, soft coos, its small head comfortably rubbing against his palm. The candlelight flickered upon his lowered eyelashes, casting a gentle glow upon his exquisitely refined profile. The serene focus he exuded, imbued with a hint of fragile beauty, stood in stark contrast to the coarse and frigid atmosphere brought forth by the Durmstrang students at the opposite end of the long table. He resembled an orchid blooming solitary in a secluded valley, utterly oblivious to the tumult of the outside world and the searing gaze that scrutinized him. Crumb's brow furrowed even tighter. Beneath the heavy fur cloak, his hand unconsciously rubbed the envelope containing a letter penned on exquisitely crafted Eastern silk paper. This letter had been delivered 3 days prior to the Quidditch World Cup final by a silent figure, dressed in black, whom Crumb had yet to recognize as Gu Chang, and who had appeared like a shadow at the Bulgarian team's training camp. The elegant script bore an Eastern sophistication, each word meticulously polite, yet sharp as a blade. Dear Victor Crumb, it is known that your prowess on a broomstick is unparalleled, renowned across the globe, and truly admirable. However, as the vicissitudes of life often unfold unpredictably, I, a humble individual, would like to wager 2,000 galleons against your victory in the final match of the Quidditch World Cup. Should you emerge victorious, the sum shall be presented to you with utmost sincerity. Conversely, should you falter, I kindly request that you deliver the same amount to the bearer of this letter post-match. This wager is devoid of any commendation or condemnation. It merely acknowledges the immutable laws of fate, where the excessively powerful may find themselves humiliated. I await your response with bated breath. Yours sincerely, Wen Xu. 2,000 galleons. For many, this would be an astronomical sum. Yet, the tone was so resolute, so tranquil, even tinged with a prophetic sense of tragic inevitability. At that moment, Crumb could only feel a mix of absurdity and a simmering rage at being looked down upon. How could Victor Crumb, the star seeker of Bulgaria, possibly lose? Moreover, to be challenged in such an almost humiliating manner by an Eastern youth he had never heard of. He nearly tore the letter to shreds on the spot. Yet, he acquiesced. However, the outcome of the final match unfolded like a chilling curse, accurately reflecting every word inscribed in that letter. He seized the snitch, executing one of the most spectacular catches of his career, yet lost the game. The vast, unvented frustration and resentment gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent amidst the cacophony of victorious cheers. What haunted him further was the messenger's eerie punctuality post-match. Silently standing before him, extending a gloved hand, awaiting the payment of the 2,000 galleons he owed. Crumb paid the sum. He never defaulted on his debts. But that money and that letter felt like two poisonous thorns embedded deep within his proud heart. He yearned to understand how this Wen Xu, the Eastern youth, possessed such unshakable certainty. Was he a seer? Or had he discerned some vulnerability that Crumb himself could not perceive? This intense curiosity and the unease of being seen through eclipsed even his anger at the cursed loss. This was why, when Karkaroff announced that Durmstrang would be heading to Hogwarts, he immediately agreed. He wished to lay eyes upon this enigmatic Wen Xu. Chapter 107, The Web of Fate. At this moment, the very individual who had inscribed the chilling prophecy sat directly across from him. Did he appear so fragile? So beautiful? So serene? He was entirely unlike the arrogant, calculating gambler Crumb had envisioned. The tenderness with which he meticulously arranged the feathers of a small bird and the purity that seemed untouched by the mortal realm evoked a profound sense of dissonance and an even deeper curiosity within Crumb. Dinner unfolded in an atmosphere that was oddly surreal. The Beauxbatons students engaged in elegant conversation, while the Durmstrang students mostly dined in silence. The Hogwarts students excitedly discussed the visitors from the two schools, particularly Crumb. At the Slytherin table, Draco attempted several times to capture Wen Xu's attention with exaggerated tones, discussing the Malfoy estate's collection or sharing hearsay about Beauxbatons, but Wen Xu would merely glance up occasionally, offering a gentle smile before lowering his gaze once more, his fingertips lingering in the soft feathers. Blaise, conversely, employed a more subtle approach. He lifted a glass of red wine, gently swirling it. Yet his gaze remained ever so slightly fixed on Wen Xu. Occasionally, he would whisper a sardonic jest about Durmstrang's uniform taste or Karkaroff's goat-like beard, seeking to elicit a genuine reaction from Wen Xu. Wen Xu would look at him with a hint of exasperated amusement in his golden eyes, as if observing a mischievous child, yet he offered no further words. Theodore silently pushed food he presumed Wen Xu might enjoy closer to him, ensuring it was within easy reach. Crumb remained silently engaged in his meal, yet his gaze, almost tangible, scarcely strayed from Wen Xu. His stormy expression and overtly direct scrutiny rendered the surrounding air somewhat stagnant. Finally, as dinner approached its conclusion and Dumbledore began to introduce the rules and enrollment for the Triwizard Tournament, Crumb seemed to reach a resolution. He abruptly pushed his plate aside, the sound startling several nearby Slytherin students, rising to his towering height. Ignoring the astonished glances cast his way, he strode directly toward Wen Xu. Draco immediately sprang up, as if his tail had been stepped on, positioning himself before Crumb, his gray-blue eyes brimming with warning. What do you intend to do, Crumb? This is not the Quidditch pitch. Blaise set down his wine glass, the smile entirely vanishing from his face, his expression now cold. Theodore, though remaining seated, was taut with tension, his deep blue eyes locked onto Crumb's every movement. At last, Wen Xu lifted his gaze. His golden eyes met Crumb's as he approached, devoid of panic, only carrying a hint of curious inquiry. The snow-white creature seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere, raising its tiny head and letting out a cautious chirp. Crumb disregarded the hostility emanating from Draco and Blaise. His dark-set eyes fixated intensely on Wen Xu. In heavily accented, somewhat stilted English, he asked, his voice low and direct. You, Wen Xu. That letter. The World Cup. Why? He omitted all pleasantries, diving straight to the heart of the matter, each word pressed forth with a repressed confusion and vehement resentment. Why bet on my loss? What certainty do you possess? The entire Slytherin table fell into an immediate hush. All ears perked up, even those at the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables glanced over in curiosity. Draco and Blaise were equally taken aback, evidently unaware of any letter or wager. Under the weight of countless gazes, Wen Xu slowly stood. His silver hair flowed like liquid candlelight, the Slytherin robes accentuating his tall and elegant form. In the face of Crumb's imposing inquiry and nearly tangible doubt, he retained his calm demeanor, his golden eyes transparently clear, as if reflecting the innermost depths of one's soul. He did not respond immediately, instead gently cradling the snow-white creature nestled in his lap, tenderly stroking its tiny head with his fingertips. Then, he raised his eyes to meet Crumb's penetrating gaze. A faint smile graced his lips, a shallow yet significant arc, his voice ringing clear and pure, akin to a mountain spring, infused with an unusual penetrating quality. Because, Mr. Crumb, no matter how sharp the spear, it cannot pierce the web woven by fate itself. He paused slightly, his golden eyes shimmering with an elusive radiance beneath the candlelight, his gaze seemingly drifting toward the opulently adorned goblet resting quietly before the staff table, the goblet of fire. Perhaps within that flickering flame lies the answer. His response was akin to a riddle steeped in enigma, gently descending yet akin to a colossal stone cast into the placid surface of a lake, stirring a tumultuous vortex of curiosity and confusion within the dark depths of Crumb's eyes and all the attentive ears around. The wager of 2,000 galleons, coupled with Wen Xu's unwavering certainty, intertwined at this moment with the impending flames of the Triwizard Tournament. How delightful it is for Xiao Su to be the riddle master. Chapter 108, A Test. The clamor of the banquet gradually settled, like the residue of red wine at the bottom of a glass. The goblet of fire was solemnly placed upon the stone pedestal at the entrance of the hall, its blue and white flames burning silently, exuding an ancient and alluring magic that captivated countless gazes, whether filled with desire, reverence, or curiosity. Dumbledore announced the age limit and the deadline for registration. And once again the hall echoed with excited discussions, but compared to the initial fervor, there was now a note of cautious restraint bound by rules. Wen Xu did not linger excessively in the hall. While most students were still fervently debating the Goblet of Fire and the Triwizard Tournament, he quietly rose. The dark green Slytherin robes flowed with his graceful steps, tracing a smooth and tranquil arc in the flickering candlelight. The snowdrop obediently settled upon his raised wrist. Resembling a delicate white pom-pom brooch, its pure golden eyes reflecting the dancing candle flames. He did not head towards the Slytherin dungeon, but instead passed through the side door of the gradually dimming hall, stepping into the tranquil corridors of Hogwarts at night. The castle's nocturnal atmosphere stood in stark contrast to its daytime bustle. The clamor of the day was absorbed by the ancient stone walls, leaving only the moonlight to flow silently. The cool silver glow streamed through the tall arched windows, spreading across the cold, smooth stone floor like a serene, flowing river of stars. The evening breeze carried the damp scent of grass and earth from the courtyard, along with a slight briny chill from the distant surface of the Black Lake, gently sweeping through the columns and ruffling the few strands of silver hair that fell by Wen Xu's cheek. He walked slowly, his footsteps barely making a sound upon the stone, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility that had settled for millennia. The moonlight favored him, casting a flowing, almost ethereal halo over his silver hair, and the delicate contours of his profile softened in the dim light, reminiscent of the finest oriental porcelain, refined and warm, imbued with a fragile beauty untouched by dust. The deep green of his robes deepened to a darker hue under the moonlight, accentuating his tall and slender frame, as if a gust of wind could disperse him into the boundless moonlit night. The snowdrop seemed equally entranced by this serenity. Nestled quietly against the inner side of Wen Xu's wrist, its small head tilted slightly, its golden eyes half closed, emitting the faintest, most contented purr. Wen Xu's fingertips unconsciously grazed the softest tuft of fur atop its head, his touch gentle and filled with affection. The corridor was desolate, filled only with moonlight and his shallow breaths. He resembled a classical painting walking through a medieval castle, tranquil, graceful, imbued with a quiet power that transcended time. The poise displayed in the hall, alongside the aristocratic lineage revealed in his exchange with Madame Maxime, had now fully receded, distilled into an inherent elegance. He was no longer the focal point pursued by the gazes of many. Rather, he had returned to his most authentic state, gentle, serene, exuding a sense of purity as if meant to be cherished, innocent to the complexities of the world, akin to a blooming Audumbra under the moonlight, exquisitely elegant, standing apart from the mundane. However, this solitude did not last long. From the shadowed corner of the corridor came the sound of deliberately softened footsteps and restrained, hurried breaths. Wen Xu's steps faltered slightly. He did not turn around, but gently tapped his fingertips on the back of the snowdrop to prevent the little creature from raising its head in surprise. He maintained his tranquil pace, continuing forward. Around the corner, a figure stumbled forth somewhat awkwardly, nearly colliding with Wen Xu. It was Harry Potter. He had evidently been running, his bright green eyes shining under the moonlight, yet betraying a hint of barely perceptible panic and embarrassment. His hair was messier than usual, the lightning scar on his forehead flickering in and out of visibility under the moonlight. Upon seeing Wen Xu before him, Harry abruptly halted, his chest rising and falling slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Harry? Wen Xu paused, slightly turning his body. The moonlight fell perfectly upon his turned face, his golden eyes glistening like amber bathed in a clear spring, radiating an unreserved warmth and concern as they quietly regarded Harry. Wen Xu. Harry's voice was somewhat hoarse, and he took a deep breath, attempting to steady the breathlessness that followed his sprint. The cunning of the Reborn allowed him to instantly adjust his demeanor. The panic in his green eyes swiftly replaced by a deliberately exaggerated, somewhat innocent chagrin, like a boy reluctant to admit his mistake. I just saw Crumb earlier, and he looked so fierce. I was afraid. He left his sentence unfinished, his gaze expressing worry, as if genuinely a concerned boy watching over a friend's safety. Genuine mirth rippled in Wen Xu's golden eyes, akin to pebbles cast upon a lake's surface, almost overflowing with tenderness. Do not fret, Harry. His voice lowered, imbued with a soothing gentleness. Mr. Crumb merely has some inquiries. He is a true Quidditch master and would never be rude. He paused, his golden eyes shimmering with a warm light, as if capable of assuaging all unease. But you, running so hastily, might catch a chill. That natural concern and affectionate address flowed like a warm current, quietly dissolving the slight grievance Harry had feigned. The snowdrop seemed to sense Wen Xu's gentle demeanor towards Harry, lifting its small head and chirping curiously, even tentatively moving its little paw as if wishing to leap from Wen Xu's wrist to Harry. A fleeting smile of triumph flickered in Harry's eyes, swift as an illusion. He immediately extended his finger, cautiously inching closer to the snowdrop, his voice imbued with a deliberately softened surprise. "Do you remember me?" His fingertip hovered just before the snowdrop, suspended in anticipation, his gaze seeking Wen Xu's approval. As if inquiring, "May I?" Wen Xu regarded Harry's cautious yet expectant expression, his smile deepening slightly. He said nothing, his golden eyes filled with indulgence. With a tacit approval, Harry's fingers gently descended, delicately caressing the soft tufts atop the snowball's head. The little creature comfortably squinted its eyes, emitting a faint purr, as it nuzzled Harry's fingertips with its tiny head. This heartwarming interaction, bathed in the serene glow of the moonlit corridor, resembled a silent masterpiece. As Harry felt the fluffy texture beneath his fingertips and gazed at the tender, smiling profile of Wen Xu mere inches away, the hardened heart he had carried since his rebirth, tainted with darkness and profound scheming, unavoidably softened, even giving rise to a genuine sense of tranquility. His emerald eyes deeply scrutinized Wen Xu, swirling with complex and intense emotions, possessiveness, protectiveness, and an undeniable, sincere affection, all artfully concealed beneath a veneer of clear concern. Wen Xu, Harry's voice emerged softly, imbued with an almost whispering intimacy, his gaze inadvertently sweeping towards the distant flicker of the goblet of fire, which burned with blue and white flames at the end of the corridor. "What did you mean earlier in the Great Hall when you spoke of that cup? Is the web of fate connected to the flames?" He skillfully steered the conversation towards the goblet, his green eyes shimmering with curiosity and just the right touch of confusion, as if merely drawn to Wen Xu's enigmatic words, seeking an answer. This thirst for knowledge perfectly masked the truth that he, as a reborn soul, already understood. Wen Xu's gaze followed Harry's question, drifting towards the dancing blue and white light of the goblet. His golden eyes, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared somewhat more profound, the pure gentleness settling into an ineffable calm. He did not respond, but unconsciously continued to caress the soft feathers of the snowball, as if pondering or feeling an invisible pull. The moonlight flowed like water, quietly coursing between the two. Harry patiently awaited, his gaze steadfastly fixed on Wen Xu's serene profile, his focus akin to that of an admirer beholding the world's most precious treasure. Meanwhile, Wen Xu slightly tilted his head back, silver hair flowing with the moonlight, enveloped in a gentle, almost sacred halo, as if the corridor under the moonlight had been paused. Only the goblet's flickering blue and white flames silently beckoned at the edge of their vision. Wen Xu gently raised his head, his silver hair cascading with a silvery glow, his tranquil gaze directed towards the unknown horizon, his fingertips inadvertently resting on the soft feathers of the snowball. That moment of silence, akin to a stone cast into a deep pool, sent ripples named wading through Harry's heart. He held his breath, his emerald eyes fixed on Wen Xu's side profile, the moonlight tracing soft contours upon that delicate skin. He yearned to capture some hint of revelation regarding the goblet of fire, about fate, from those calm golden eyes. Yet, Wen Xu merely withdrew his gaze, his golden eyes returning to Harry's face, still exuding gentle tranquility, akin to a placid lake under the moonlight. "The web of fate, shrouded in mystery," he articulated, his voice as clear as ever, yet imbued with an oddly soothing power, akin to a feather brushing against the heartstrings, quietly calming the tumult within Harry. The flames may not illuminate the path ahead. Perhaps they merely reflect a trajectory already destined. His words, akin to a riddle, fell softly, steeped in Eastern subtlety and profoundness, providing no explicit answers, yet resonating more deeply than any straightforward explanation could. The phrase already destined trajectory bore the weight of some inevitable fate, gently striking at the core of Harry's reborn heart. He paused slightly, observing the lingering perplexity and a hint of imperceptible tension in Harry's eyes, a gentle smile curving his lips. "It is late, Harry," he said, his voice dropping to a softer tone, imbued with natural concern. "You should rest. Answers will reveal themselves in time." With that, he made no further delay, nodding slightly to Harry before turning, cradling the snowball, and gliding down the moonlit corridor towards the Slytherin common room. His silver-tipped hair swayed gently with his steps, the dark green robes merging into deeper shadows under the moonlight. That tall, slender silhouette appeared particularly solitary in the empty corridor, yet exuded an unassailable, tranquil beauty. Harry remained rooted in place, watching the silver figure dissolve into the moonlight, his fingertips still tinged with the snowball's soft touch. The air around him infused with Wen Xu's cool scent, reminiscent of cedar and cold moonlight. The final soothing words and gentle concern from Wen Xu wrapped around him like a warm current, causing his once hardened heart to involuntarily lower some defenses. Yet, the phrase already destined trajectory pierced through his memories like a cold needle, quietly intertwining with the flickering blue and white flames of the goblet. Within the depths of his emerald eyes, a flicker of profound darkness emerged, understood only by those who had been reborn. In the days that followed, the air within Hogwarts felt as if it were scorched by invisible flames, suffused with a fervent blend of excitement, anticipation, jealousy, and ambition. The Goblet of Fire had become the absolute focal point of the castle. Each day, students who had turned 17, buoyed by the encouragement of their peers, with hearts fluttering with excitement or anxiety, cast their names into the leaping blue and white flames of the goblet before the watchful eyes of many. Each moment when the parchment was consumed by flames elicited gasps and discussions of varying intensity. Fred and George's age potion scheme undoubtedly ended in failure, their comical appearance with white beards becoming the subject of laughter in the Great Hall for several days. Angelina Johnson, Elias Spinnet, and other Gryffindor Quidditch talents, alongside Cedric Diggory, who, surrounded by a throng of Hufflepuff students, cast his name into the goblet with a gentle, confident smile, received the most enthusiastic applause. All successfully entered. Fleur Delacour, with her silver hair and Vila lineage, elegantly tossed her name into the flames under the gaze of numerous admirers, resembling the completion of a sacred ritual. The students from Durmstrang were largely silent and serious, until Victor Krum, under Karkaroff's expectant gaze, stepped forward with deliberate strides. His furrowed brow and gloomy expression did not hinder his decisive action. As the parchment vanished into the flames, his deep black eyes instinctively scanned the Slytherin table, seemingly searching for a silver-haired figure, though Wen Xu was not present at that moment. Wen Xu consistently drifted outside this fervor of sign-ups. He moved like a beam of tranquil moonlight, quietly weaving through the castle. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick praised his precise and silent levitation charm. In defense against the dark arts, Moody's magical eye lingered on him longer than usual, filled with scrutiny. In the potions dungeon, the concoctions he brewed always exhibited a textbook-perfect hue and consistency, evading even Snape's critical gaze, who could only nod in his customary indifference. He rarely appeared near the Goblet of Fire. Occasionally passing by the entrance of the Great Hall, he would merely cast a distant glance at the flickering blue and white flames, his golden eyes holding a serene depth, as if witnessing a script he had long known. Finally, the evening of the Halloween feast arrived. The Great Hall was adorned in resplendent gold, floating pumpkin lanterns flickering with warm orange light. The air infused with the sweet aroma of roasted pumpkin and candy. Yet, more than the delectable food, everyone's attention was fixated on the quietly burning Goblet of Fire. The long tables were laden with food, yet most students ate without tasting, their gazes frequently darting towards the front of the hall. Dumbledore stood, and the hall fell instantly silent. Even the sound of breathing became distinct. He approached the Goblet of Fire, its blue-white flames illuminating his silvery hair. Now, Dumbledore's voice resonated clearly throughout the hall. The goblet is about to make its choice. The names selected will become the champions of our school. The flames within the goblet surged dramatically, shifting from blue-white to a dazzling crimson. Sparks erupted. The first charred parchment was expelled. Dumbledore deftly caught it. The champion from Durmstrang, he announced in a booming voice, is Victor Krum. Thunderous applause erupted from the Durmstrang table, accompanied by stomping feet and fists pounding on tables. Krum rose expressionlessly, his brow furrowed, and walked sullenly towards the door behind the faculty table leading to the adjacent room. As he passed, his sharp gaze swept across the Slytherin table, lingering for a moment on Wen Xu's serene profile, his eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. Wen Xu merely lifted his gaze slightly, offering a faint, polite nod in return. The flames turned crimson once more, expelling the second parchment. The champion from Beauxbatons, Dumbledore proclaimed, is Fleur Delacour. The Beauxbatons students erupted into excited screams, many boys gazing adoringly at Fleur as she gracefully rose, gliding towards the next room like a swan. The third parchment was ejected from the flames. The champion from Hogwarts, Dumbledore's voice conveyed warmth, is Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table erupted in a frenzy. Cheers rang out, nearly shaking the rafters. Students embraced each other in excitement, leaping with joy. A beaming smile of surprise and pride adorned Cedric's face as he stood and walked towards the faculty table amidst the deafening cheers. As he passed the Ravenclaw table, his gaze fell tenderly upon Wen Xu, his expression radiating gratitude and joy. Wen Xu returned his look with a gentle yet sincere smile, his golden eyes shimmering with pure congratulations, as soft and warm as moonlight. Cedric's smile deepened, imbued with a sense of blessed fulfillment, as he stepped into the adjacent room. A tremendous cheer echoed throughout the hall. Dumbledore, beaming with delight, prepared to declare the conclusion. However, the flames in the goblet did not extinguish. They surged once again, transforming into an unprecedented, blinding crimson, like a dying beast issuing its final, desperate glow. The fourth parchment, seething with fiery sparks, was violently expelled, swirling towards Dumbledore. The entire hall fell into a suffocating silence. All smiles and cheers froze upon their faces. Countless astonished gazes fixated upon the fluttering parchment. Dumbledore instinctively grasped it. He lowered his gaze, and behind his crescent-shaped glasses, his blue eyes widened in disbelief, the gentle smile vanishing, replaced by an expression of profound shock. It seemed as though he had been scalded by the parchment, his fingers trembling slightly. A pin-drop silence enveloped the hall, the only sound being the crackling remnants of the goblet. Dumbledore lifted his head. His voice had lost its resonance, now tinged with a dryness. As if he were choking on his words, clearly enunciating the name, Harry Potter. Chapter 111, The Unexpected. A deathly silence. An absolute stillness. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Harry sat frozen at the Gryffindor table, his emerald eyes brimming with shock and confusion. Harry Potter. Dumbledore's voice rang out again. Now laced with undeniable authority, please step forward. Countless gazes pierced through him like icy arrows, a barrage of astonishment, suspicion, anger, jealousy, and disbelief converging, almost piercing through him. Ron's face darkened, his expression a tumultuous mix as he looked at Harry, his lips moving silently, unable to voice his thoughts. Hermione covered her mouth, her eyes filled with concern and confusion. Harry mechanically rose to his feet, feeling the weight of the faculty's stares, Professor McGonagall's shock and worry, Snape's cold, piercing gaze filled with unmasked derision and malice, Moody's magical eye swiveling frantically, fixated on him, Karkaroff's furious roar, "This is impossible. Cheating. Hogwarts cannot have two champions." And Madame Maxime's icy tone of skepticism echoing from afar. Like a marionette, he walked step by agonizing step towards the door, leading to an uncertain fate. Each footfall akin to treading on a blade of ice. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, on the brink of being engulfed by an overwhelming sense of isolation, he instinctively turned back, desperately scanning the chaotic crowd. He glanced past faces filled with shock and anger. Over Draco's envious, disbelieving gray-blue eyes at the Slytherin table, through Blaze's amused smile hiding scrutiny, and past Theodore's silent, yet piercing gaze. His gaze ultimately settled in a corner. Wen Xu sat there quietly. Moonlight seemed to pierce through the hall's dome, casting a singular beam upon him. His silvery hair shimmered with ethereal light, and he tilted his head slightly, his golden eyes calm and unwavering, fixed intently on Harry. There was no surprise, no doubt, no anger in his gaze, only a profound tranquility, as deep as an ancient well, coupled with an indescribable understanding. He said nothing, merely observing Harry in silence. That serenity stood in stark contrast to the surrounding uproar of questioning and chaos, yet it served as an anchor, oddly offering Harry a flicker of support, almost imperceptible in its fragility. Harry took one last look into those placid golden eyes, inhaled deeply, filled with tumultuous waves of emotion and an indescribable chill, and turned to step through the door illuminated by the blue-white flames, into the unknown of his destiny. The door closed heavily behind him, severing the clamor of the hall and cutting him off from Wen Xu's tranquil gaze. The profound meaning hidden within those eyes burned like the final sparks expelled from the goblet, etching a searing mystery deep within Harry's heart. The door closed heavily behind Harry, isolating him from the explosive doubts and uproar of the hall. In the adjacent small room, the atmosphere was as oppressive as a solid block of lead. The delighted smile on Cedric's face had long vanished, replaced by confusion and a hint of offended displeasure. Fleur Delacour crossed her arms, her silver hair moving as if caught in a breeze, her icy blue eyes filled with indignation. Victor Crumb furrowed his brow, his deep-set black eyes locked onto Harry with a piercing intensity, as if he wished to pin him down, swirling with a mix of anger at being mocked and a deeper scrutiny. Was there a connection between this unexpectedly chosen boy and the Eastern youth who had foretold his destiny in the letter? Dumbledore's expression had never been so grave. Madame Maxime's cold inquiries clashed violently with Karkaroff's sharp accusations. Conspiracy. This is Hogwarts' shameless cheating. Within the small room, Moody's magical eye spun wildly, emitting faint clicking sounds. Blue lights sweeping over Harry, dripping with unmistakable suspicion. Professor Snape stood shrouded in shadows, his lips curling into his characteristic, coldly sardonic smirk, as if relishing the unfolding farce. Yet his eyes betrayed an undeniable mix of concern and anger. Perhaps in his mind, this was merely the act of a boy who had miraculously survived a great ordeal. Seeking the limelight,